The Science of the Sacred Secretion, and the Art of Preservation, by Victoria Loalou. For the reader, may your heart light the way. Introduction. The sacred secretion is a biomechanical response and, like all aspects of survival, is dependent on a healthy environment. Due to being discovered and rediscovered over and over throughout time and across the globe, the sacred secretion has been given many names over the millennia, including Christ within, Christ oil, oil of gladness, Chrism, Christos, serpent energy, and sacred secret. During my own research, I also discovered that magnetic influence pulls apart ions, charged particles in the body, and changes the chemical composition of these. For example, within water exposed to magnets, salt ions changed and dissolved, creating purer water that could be absorbed more readily. A similar molecular process is used to create the substance referred to as the sacred secretion. Consequently, the phrase sacred secretion can also be used as a term to describe how cosmic magnetic influences stimulate one's awakening through the production of Christ energy. All of these terms will be used interchangeably throughout this book. According to George Carey, 2013, the Essenes, early Christians, taught that Christ, Greek for anointed one, was a substance contained in the spinal cord, which connected all parts of the body like a river. After receiving signaling from lunar, magnetic, energy in your star sign, the spiritual substance undergoes crucifixion, meaning increased in power, before resting in a tomb within the brain for 2.5 days. Carey claims that the Essenes were persecuted by the priesthood for their teachings, so had to meet, and write, is secret. It is reported that the Dead Sea Scrolls were the true words of this ancient civilization, and the original Gnostic religions. As a result, it is widely believed that the sacred secretion is the hidden story of the Bible, with the Old Testament being the wisdom passed down through the ancestral line and the New Testament being how this wisdom was put into practice. Hence, it is this anointment that is considered the true christening. See, where the Bible discusses the use of olive oil on the forehead of a christened person. Metaphorically, we now know this to be a representation of the Christ oil, sacred secretion, passing the olives, hence olive oil, on each side of the medulla within the brainstem. Thus, the preservation of the sacred secretion can be seen as a biological upgrade, the act of becoming whole. As this alchemical reaction is triggered monthly, it is classified as another natural rhythm of the body, and one of the most important as it is the rhythmic link between our physical and spiritual selves. Historically, Western mystery school hermeticists have long been practitioners and facilitators of endocrine alchemy, the science behind the enchanting and magical fluids of the human body. These knowledgeable elders understood that when our endocrine alchemy was activated, it created the fountain of life, also referred to by others as the Holy Grail, which enhanced healing, longevity and upgraded one's magical powers. Preserving the sacred secretion is one of such endocrine alchemical practices. As hinted previously, this sacred secretion happens once a month, 12 to 13 times a year, when the moon rests in the zodiac sign that influenced the biorhythmic energy of your body at the time of birth. Ergo, the body receives differing levels of electromagnetic energy at different times depending on cosmic influences. Another interesting point to make here is that Jesus began his Father's work at 12 years old, the time of day that the sun is highest in the sky and at which age the Christ oil can begin to be preserved within the body as the pineal has fully developed, and was baptized at 30 years old. The number of degrees in each star sign's constellation, 30 by 12 equals 360, and also the point, the 30th vertebrae, counting up, at which spinal energy reaches the throat chakra, responsible for speaking higher truths. This spiritual essence is first awakened within the vital fluid network of the nervous system, the cerebrospinal fluid, CSF. The process of CSF pumping up and down the spinal column actually occurs every 12 hours. The only difference here is that when lunar energy empowers our sun energy, star sign/zodiac sign, the minerals within the body vibrate in correspondence, which enhances the production of the spiritual essence. In this way, the daily secretion becomes sacred. The validity of the sacred secretion is questioned by some scholars due to the fact that it has not actually been fully studied yet, with all areas considered, within a clinical setting. This text hopes to have this ideology reconsidered and, I pray, physically confirmed by neurologists. Until that day, I give you the words of this book. Part 1 of this text can be read in any order. My aim here was to put all of the components of the mystifying equation together in order to focus my own personal experimentation each month. At the end of each chapter within this section I have included a reference and bibliography list. The purpose of this part of the book is to provide some context and background knowledge to aid the comprehension of and validity of the sacred practice. Part 2 of this book focuses on the evidence of the sacred fluid itself. This section includes references to a range of integrated messages from the Bible and various areas of science, so may be worth rereading in order to tie all areas together. There are references to vast sources of evidence, both modern and historic, to appease all brain areas and types of learners. Finally, Part 3 brings us to the end of this book but the beginning of your own journey to self-discovery. Here, I sum up everything I have discovered and provide details of my own practices during the time of preservation each month, which can be seen as a starting point for anyone who is unsure of where to begin. There is also space provided where you can make your own notes and ideas. Please note that the repetitions and cross-references made throughout this text to essential concepts are intentional. This is for consolidation and link-making purposes in order to make the science and philosophies underpinning this practice comprehensible to all who are seeking this path. If you are new to the philosophies behind the Sacred Secretion, then it may be worth taking the opportunity to read the short summaries of each chapter in Part 1 first so that a basic understanding of the theory is gained before delving into the deeper science, or read the blogs available on my website. Will the Sacred Secretion work for you? Only you will know. But how will it feel? Have you ever watched the film Limitless? The way Bradley Cooper felt after taking that shiny pill is the most real description that I have found so far. Throughout this book, I will attempt to communicate this channeled information as well as correlations within scientific research to you. With every atom of my being, I hope that these words find you well and that, together, we can collectively alter the consciousness of our planet for the greater good. I sincerely hope that these words resonate with you, or at least open the doors to words that will. Enjoy. Part 1: The Human. Chapter 1: Evolution, and the Philosopher's Stone, or the human being. A mammalian-based species so adaptable that one cannot help but feel that we were perfectly and intelligently designed for this planet. Yet, the mystery of human origin is a secret guarded at the greatest depths. Within this earthly realm, the concealment of such knowledge is what motivates us to keep searching for higher truths. We humans have an innate desire to know, to understand and to solve. We enjoy puzzles and relish in our ability to create. Beyond all else, it is this creative power that separates us from other species on Earth and brings us closer to the gods. This is evidenced throughout our history. As far back as modern discoveries and technologies can take us, humans have been very spiritual beings, from the Stone Age worship of animal spirits to the mighty patrons of Greece. Historical researcher Graham Hancock speculates that the spirit world has used evolution to manifest physical entities, in which consciousness can emerge and express itself through. Similar ideologies are taught by scientist Dr. Bruce Lipton, who claims that spiritual evolution through the plant and animal kingdom is a means of this consciousness simply upgrading its vehicle. As humans, we are considered amongst the highest frequency of physical vehicle on Earth, alongside such divinities as dolphins and whales, for example. Our bodies are designed with such precision that we are able to accurately and consciously transmute one form of energy into another. Part of this is what forms our instinct and ability to adapt our frequency in order to attune to certain information. By birthing vehicle bodies that are capable of holding higher frequencies, we become a lighter, higher species. This does also mean that there is the potential for certain bloodlines to birth lower vibrating vehicles, which hold denser, metaphorical darker, energies. These, then, can create realities that are based on lower vibrations, such as fear. Fortunately, though, more and more humans of Earth are feeling the call of the universe, one symphony, to transmute these lower vibrations into higher octaves of love. We are healing ancestral trauma and birthing a lighter Earth, which brings initiative practices such as the preservation of the Sacred Secretion back into our awareness and capability. So, how did we get here? Let's check out some common theories. Advanced technology and wise men. The concept of evolution currently taught in mainstream schooling is that, from a common primate-like ancestor, several different species of human once inhabited the Earth. Apparently, whilst species such as the Neanderthals and Heidelbergensis occupied Europe and Asia, Homo sapiens, us, were residing within the depths of Africa. Archaeologists claim that Homo sapiens, which translates as wise men, stayed in Africa for at least 100,000 years before migrating and becoming the dominant species of the planet, whilst other species of human became extinct. However, more recent evidence is coming to light which is suggesting otherwise. In fact, more and more scholars are accepting the idea that ancient civilizations were far more advanced, using such technology as gravity-defying machinery and extraterrestrial communication. The commonly accepted reasoning behind why we lack evidence of this technology is because the ancients are said to have been more in touch with the earth, so used biodegradable and sustainable materials that did not withstand time, such as pyramid structures and stone circles. Scholars such as Graham Hancock, 2015, also suggest that the first Homo sapiens actually evolved around the Americas and not Africa, but that mass catastrophic disasters, such as a colossal flood, wiped out and buried a lot of structures. In fact, Hancock's extensive research describes a flooding extremely similar to that of Noah in the Old Testament. Interestingly, many other creation stories also hint towards a kind of watery chaos as the start of the New World. In fact, it is theorized that humans and other animals began to slowly readapt to the warming climate following an ice age, when a comet collision propelled the planet into another sudden cold period with mass flooding, known as the Younger Dryas period. The comet from the heavens could have been foretold by those who had knowledge of the skies, so sheltered accordingly, those who survived would have naturally sought shelter upon high mountains, or even built boats to travel to distant lands with better conditions for life. Once finally reaching these new countries, these humans would have met other tribes who potentially were less advanced than themselves, just like many modern humans see First Peoples and native humans, and therefore the more advanced humans may have been seen as more godlike. After having their own legacies destroyed by natural disaster, such knowledgeable survivors would have likely sought ways to pass on their understanding of enlightenment and oneness with other humans, and possibly even had children with the people of these tribes. From here, the ancients likely encouraged the recording of their knowledge on stone tablets and within large structures such as pyramids, which had more durability against the test of time and catastrophe than most other materials. In this way, ancient human teachings and legacies could be preserved and understood by those who acquired the ability to do so. To summarize, new research suggests that there were advanced civilizations pre-20,000 BC predominantly in America. A cosmic impact caused drastic changes in weather, including a mass flood. This flood destroyed lands such as Atlantis. Survivors from the flood migrated to other lands and taught other tribes, much like modern humans still do today. These survivors who taught all they knew became known as magi, gods or sages. Thus, there were very likely advanced ancient human civilizations who were very psychic, connected and knowledgeable. Within Hancock's research are images from ancient sites depicting these sages holding what appears to be a bucket of water in one hand and a pine cone purifier in the other, beside a sacred tree. Could this also be representation of the focus of this book, the sacred, internal baptism, practiced over 20,000 years ago? Personally, I think so. These people are believed to have eventually migrated to Britain, where they taught the native tribes there too, and, thus, contributed to the formation of Celts and Druids. Joanna van der Hoeven, 2014, believes Druidry to be the native spiritual tradition of Britain and Ireland. Their laws centered around the concepts of personal responsibility, truth and service to Gaia, the name given to the consciousness of Earth. Unfortunately for us, the Celts used oral tradition, so there isn't much written, except the accounts by Julius Caesar, who claimed that the Druids were prolific in astronomy, biology and theology. With this in mind, the vast awe-inspiring stone circles around Britain that attract hundreds of thousands of visitors each year must have had an important, magical purpose beyond our current perception. As an obsession with the cosmos and their influence on us is an ideology that has survived hundreds of generations, and one we are still chasing to this today, there must be some truth that resonates within our DNA. The proof of this advanced technology that is even beyond the comprehension of scientists today is not only evident in the fact that the pyramids are filled with quartz crystal, which is renowned for its electrical properties and even used in computers to this day, but the pyramids are also supported by ramps and tunnels which appear to have used flowing water to create an electrical output. Incredibly, energy produced in this way also does not generate pollution or byproducts such as radio waves and electrosmog like most modern electrical appliances, proving that a more advanced understanding of energy and health must have been at work. Further evidence of ancient knowledge is undoubtedly still concealed within the man-made tunnels under Egypt and the buried pyramids which are yet to be excavated. So no, the pyramids were not tombs. In fact, this theory is regarded as childish by modern Egyptologists, especially as no mummies have ever been found in the Giza pyramid complex. Similarly, it is claimed that slavery was not used to build the pyramids. Instead, they are said to have been built by willing workers who were motivated by the potential energy it would supply to their families and future generations. One could even speculate that the earth and cosmic energy-rich dark rooms within the pyramids could have been used as initiation chamber that stimulated DMT production, a psychedelic drug that can be synthesized endogenously within the human body, detailed in Chapter 12. The pyramids, as well as other megalithic sites all over the world, are overwhelmingly built on grounds where there is high electromagnetic activity so that the buildings can concentrate these energies. In England these are commonly referred to as ley lines, although the Chinese call them dragon lines. Surprisingly, Stonehenge of England was constructed of the same materials and in the same way as the Great Pyramid, with aquifers. An aquifer is an underground layer of water-bearing permeable rock that, as a result of friction and ion content in the water, generates an electromagnetic field, frequencies and wavelengths. As flowing water generates an electric charge, which creates a corresponding magnetic charge, it is not only physical electricity that can be produced but also a magnetic connection to the cosmos. Interestingly, this phenomenon was not an intelligence unique to ancient civilizations, as this can be likened to how planet Earth generates its own magnetic field via the dynamo theory. The dynamo theory states that the abundance of free electrons in and around the planet become excited by the flowing motion, generated by the Earth's rapid spin upon its axis. As a result, the electric currents in the liquid outer core of the planet generate the magnetic field. The phenomenon of being able to harvest energy in this way was classically proven by Nikola Tesla, who, in 1899, managed to set up an experiment whereby light bulbs were placed in a field and were lit up by transmitted power alone, no wires. Figure 1, Earth generating a magnetic field. Fascinatingly, many scholars have shown that the pyramids are not only widespread, accessible energy generators, but also astrological clocks and observatories. For example, the pyramids along the Nile of Egypt relate to the constellation Orion, with the Great Pyramid at the exact center of the belt. Furthermore, Giza points towards the rising sun during winter solstice, Gaia's own macrocosmic, annual equivalent to our microcosmic, monthly sacred secretion. Hence, we see a structure, intelligently designed to transmute frequencies from the cosmos through water streams in order to produce an energetic output. This structure, using all of the known elements, earth/solid, water/liquid, air/gas, fire/plasma and ether, working together in a way that perfectly converts energy between forms, a transmuter. The solar system follows this structure, the Earth has this structure, the human body is the structure, and the various energy-harnessing monuments of the ancients use this structure. We can also see from this how counter/etheric bodies are created, as electrical charges, positive, always emit a magnetic field, negative. In this way, one action can be seen to produce two potentials, a positive and a negative, a light and a dark, a physical and spiritual. The importance of this divine structuring is discussed throughout this book. Star cults. The human brain seems hardwired to seek, find and make sense of patterns. It is no surprise, then, that particular interest was taken to the stars, which seem to appear and disappear at different times of the year. As the Earth spins and orbits. Naturally, this would have generated stories that satisfied the human need for pattern seeking as well as embed this within living memory, as the brain is able to remember stories with great ease, such as tales of certain constellations going to the underworld and being born again. Noticeable differences in the sky would have sparked particular interest in the worship of specific constellations which influenced life on Earth. An example here could include the pre-dynastic cattle cults, whom worshipped cattle as earthly representatives of God. Unsurprisingly, this cult is said to have thrived during the age of Taurus. Details of astronomical ages are explained later in Chapter 5. Therefore, the cow/ox would have been seen as sacred. It provided meat, milk, clothing, manure for fertilizing land for crop growth, and even access to the gods via the as above, so below phenomenon provided by the constellation, sky god. People could literally use every part of the animal. It was a gift from the universe that deserved to be worshipped, as those of the modern Hindu faith do, and so did the godly representative of this sacred animal residing in the heavens above, Taurus. Ralph Ellis, 2002. Historical research proposes that the followers of Moses were in fact an Egyptian star cult whom were in disagreement with another Egyptian star cult, demonstrating the shift from the age of Taurus, cattle worship, to the age of Aries, shepherd kings. In fact, many religious tales and cultural myths contain the oral traditions of evolution that are open to interpretation. Fruit from the tree of knowledge. Following the creation of the world by Creator, the Bible presents the first man and woman, Adam and Eve. The story of Adam and Eve describes a river flowing out of Eden, the garden in which God created for humans, that splits into 4 branches. In Africa, where these biblical stories are believed to have manifested, the river Nile fits this description perfectly. Note, though, that so does the Amazon River in the Americas. See the blog Evidencing Eden on my website for more details on this. The Nile is the longest river in Africa and was worshipped by the ancient Egyptians due to the fact that its annual flooding brought about fertile soil, and so was essential for survival. It was also seen as an earthly counterpart to the Milky Way above. Biblical symbolism that derived from ancient Egypt include that of the crucifix, winged sun disk and the scarab beetle, all of which are also star constellations. Following the introduction to man and woman in this beautiful garden provided by Creator, readers of the Bible are told that humans disobeyed God when, after some temptation from a serpent, ate forbidden fruit. From the book of Genesis, when the woman saw that the fruit of the tree, of knowledge, was good to eat, and that it was pleasing to the eye and pleasing to contemplate, she took some and ate it. She also gave her husband some and he ate it. Then the eyes of both of them were opened and they discovered that they were naked. The Lord God said, "The man has become like one of us, knowing good and evil. What if he now reaches out his hand and takes fruit from the tree of life also, eats it and lives forever?" So the Lord God drove him out of the Garden of Eden. God stationed the cherubim and a sword whirling and flashing to guard the way to the tree of life. It is interesting to note that the Egyptians consider the acacia tree as the tree of life, and it is under the acacia tree that all of the Egyptian gods were apparently born. What's more, the acacia tree is potent in DMT, the significance of which is detailed in chapter 12, and is found abundantly along the Nile. Later in the Bible, God communicated with Moses, a biblical prophet, through a burning bush, which was apparently an acacia. The burning of the plant would have released an incense with psychedelic properties, which Moses likely inhaled. Moses was then given direct instruction to lead the Israelites out of Egypt and to freedom. Eventually, after a long and treacherous journey, they finally reached the promised land, flowing with milk and honey. If accurate, the information presented here would support the stoned ape theory proposed by researcher Terence McKenna. McKenna, 1992, suggested that it's the psychedelic alkaloids in plants that catalyze the emergence of human self-reflection, thus enhancing information processing activity, environmental sensitivity and the development of the imagination, which led to religion and even language. The development of voice would have had further positive effect as vibrations of the human skull, produced by vocalizations such as chanting, exerts a massaging effect on the brain, which facilitates the elution of metabolic products from the brain, such as DMT, into the cerebrospinal fluid, brain cushioning liquid, to promote physical and mental well-being. Jindrak and Jindrak, 1988. One theory is that modern man evolved from barbaric tribes that began consuming psychedelic plants. Due to the fact that the women were the gatherers of fruit and vegetation, whereas the men were the hunters, it was Eve who found the fruit. During the natural cycles of a year, when food sources were scarce, the ancients would have been starving and likely recognized the vast source of fungi that thrived from the manure of cattle. Hungry prehistoric humans may have consumed this wealth of vegetation and, upon eating these, it is speculated that they would have had a psychedelic trip. The symbolic use of a tree of knowledge could have arisen from the fact that mushrooms and other plants communicate via colossal fungal systems under the earth. Fungal connections are literally the tree of life, as all life on land is completely dependent on fungi for survival. This theory is supported by modern research, whereby neurologists have proven that psychedelic drugs actually increase neuroplasticity, meaning that consumption of psychedelic plants would have affected the neuronal structure within the brain, making it more susceptible to rewiring to new beliefs, as well as being more creative when problem-solving and able to better remember new skills. This makes way for faster learning. Consequently, as a result of these trance states, early humans were better equipped to develop speech and language. If we look again at the story of the fall of humans from Eden, it clearly states that a cherubim and a sword whirling and flashing was positioned in the east to guard the way to the tree of life. Seeing as the sun rises in the east, it could be argued that the warming climate may have forced human migration away from these once green plains that were quickly becoming desert, and closer to the Nile, where the acacia tree grew. However, as the Bible has been translated and altered vastly, the cherub, light, may have in fact led the way towards the tree of life, rather than prevented access to it. The advanced humans from the Americas, who found refuge in Africa and used stories and imagery to pass on their knowledge, could have told the story of Adam and Eve with a symbolic interpretation. That is, that we can return to God in the Garden of Eden, creation, by means of the internal sacred secretion, whereby the fruit, seed, is given life by God, the Son, and edibility, internal use, by the snake, moon, and guarded by the angel/cherubim, stars. If this doesn't make sense now, it will later. If read at face value alone, it's easy to see how these stories of astronomical visions and health hacks would have been distorted over time in order to suit those in power. An understanding only just being relearned is that the meaning of hieroglyphs varies depending on the context around them. For example, the word sin could mean without or it could mean moon, both very different and can vary the implications of such phrases as born in sin. On the flip side, the image of an egg can mean one, Adam or fertility depending on the context of the other glyphs around. Another example is the spoken word hike, which can mean either king or captive depending on how it is pronounced. Ellis, 2002. Just these few examples alone could turn most biblical stories on their head. If we fast forward into more recent history, it can be seen that, over time, the Christian Church grew in power and, by 325 AD, was the official faith of the Roman Empire. With their strength and influence, and extreme violence, the faith spread like wildfire. As a result, the written memory of our evolution and experiences, passed down through the generations, was almost completely destroyed by authorities who required a mass population of worker ants. To preserve the ancient knowledge of humanity and the mystery of what it means to be human, other means were sought for teaching the progression of internal alchemy. Note, alchemy means from Egypt. Unfortunately, even knowledge preserved within the oral traditions of a family line from such times were almost completely destroyed during the Dark Ages. At such a time, all believed to be using magic were labeled as witches and murdered, alongside any acquaintances, written records and respect. This led the way for religious texts, such as the Bible, to be taken far more literally, to be believed as fact rather than a cosmic story of connection. A speculated theory is that the top families who wanted to control the world actually sectioned this inhumane act of witch hunting as a way of ridding the world of ancient knowledge in order to gain more power. The fact that these predominantly focused on the murder of women, took humankind even further back by demonizing the divine feminine. Other key events in memorable history that have attempted to strip the human race of its divinity include the world wars, in fact, all wars, as these are orchestrated and funded by power-greedy corporate groups, the murdering of divine figures such as Princess Diana, who was groomed into being a physical embodiment of the goddess as a means of captivating human emotion upon her physical death, the London Jack the Ripper murders, the 9/11 conspiracy and the plandemic, to name a few. Returning to human evolution, though. By combining religious stories with the still modern advocation of psychedelic plant consumption for spiritual connection to the gods, I personally do not doubt the role of such compounds within our evolution. Over millennia, these spirituality-enhancing plant molecules would have literally ingrained into our DNA and rewired the neuronal structure of the brain. Unfortunately, years of distortion have made such knowledge a distant memory. However, the overwhelming need for meaningfully spiritual experiences still pulsates through our biological body, waiting to awaken. Plants provide us with large hits of psychedelic molecules all at once, yes, but we do not need them to reach these states. As conscious beings, we are able to work with nature, with our own biological rhythms and the astronomical energies, to increase our ability to access and interact with these higher levels of existence. Like a video game, for early humans these psychedelics may have acted like a cheat code, allowing the players to reach higher levels and achieve further advancing missions. Nowadays, however, we are better at playing the game and no longer require the quick-hit codes. We can become conscious, aware of our awareness, through natural means. Through the sacred secretion. And, as evidence is continuously increasing to prove this evolutionary theory, strict religious practitioners in the future may have to accept the fact that it was hallucinogens that modeled the way for all religions to follow, that their book of worship was written by groups who were able to access these other realities through drug manipulation. Or even just that humans have been caring for the earth for much longer than science currently likes to admit. Another theory worth briefly exploring is that the written accounts of these prophets were, in fact, of extraterrestrial origin. Hybrid humans. Much of what is currently known of Egyptian hieroglyphs etc. is thanks to the knowledge preserved within the still thriving Dogon community in West Africa. The Dogon report that their distant ancestors left Egypt because they did not like how it was going, much akin the story of Moses and the Exodus from Egypt reported within the Old Testament. According to Laird Scranton, 2006, ancient Dogon knowledge that has been passed down includes knowledge of our binary star system, discussed later, and an awareness of how thoughts can change atoms. Thus, it can be inferred that the ancients not only were aware of astronomical phenomena, but also immediate physics. Scranton's work with the Dogon presents a historical awareness of correctly defined key components of matter, from atoms, quarks and even the string theory. Intriguingly, the Dogon claim to have learned this from the Namos, an alien race who visited Earth from the star of Sirius many millennia ago. The Dogons claim that the Namos, half human, half fish beings, which could possibly indicate a connection to submarine/water travel or to the constellation of Pisces, gave them knowledge of the solar system, including the fact that the planets orbit the Sun, long before the days of Galileo. Maxim Mikukov and Vladimir Sherbak, 2015, who spent 13 years working for the Human Genome Project, mapping out human DNA, concluded that the human species were designed by an alien civilization, with 97% of non-coding sequences in human DNA being the genetic code of alien life forms. Similarly, Francis Crick, renowned for his discovery of the double helix DNA structure, also suggests that it is reasonable to suspect that the first life on Earth was deliberately seeded. Danielle Fenton, 2018, conducted some interesting research on the topic of extraterrestrial influence on the development of human DNA, modeling how the human DNA double helix is in fact a library of information from aliens that spored the planet hundreds of thousands of years ago in order to preserve their own genetic information. A similar theory is that of panspermia, the hypothesis that life travels around the universe and lands on planets by accident, distributed by space dust, meteoroids, asteroids, comets and even spaceship contamination. These bacteria then influence the developing DNA of other organisms on that planet. Therefore, it could stand that life on Earth has some extraterrestrial strains. Mushrooms, which are genetically closer to animals than vegetation, are believed by Terence McKenna to be a perfect example of this, as mushroom spores are able to survive space travel. Hence, consumption of these psychedelic alkaloids could in fact be awakening alien memories and communication abilities within our genetic library. Another interesting point to consider is that it is through the use of fungal systems that trees are able to optimize survival and communicate. So mushrooms may not just hold the genetic memory of extraterrestrial life, but even of terrestrial life forms which are unable to speak to us via our verbal tongue. Simulation theory. Elon Musk had previously stated that, if technology advances in the next 100 years as much as it did in the last 100, then within the next century we would be able to plug our consciousness into a simulation and not even be aware that we are in an artificial world. Naturally, this makes one wonder whether such technology had already been invented and we are in such a simulation now. If so, this whole reality could be a game, a simulation designed for our entertainment. Alternatively, the simulation could have been designed for more sinister motives, such as those deployed within the Matrix movies, in which humans are used as energy transmuters that supply a third party, which some have theorized to be the Anunnaki. Personally, I feel that the simulation theory holds some solid ground, but more so in relation to a reality likened to that portrayed in the Disney film Wreck-It Ralph. Spoiler alert, in this film, an ancient, dense consciousness hijacks the memories, Akashic records, or an entire world and rewrites its programming, utilizing the other aspects of consciousness, characters, for its own empowerment. This entity is only purged when one character learns to accept himself in all areas, no longer fears physical death and, with love in his heart, fills the world with powerful light energy. This is what I feel to be taking place in this Earth theater right now. When we witness ourselves and return to our hearts, light will be restored and these denser energies will be forced to transmute. If we reconsider the story of the fall within the Old Testament, the idea that Adam and Eve, humans, had their eyes opened by the forbidden fruit, technically provided by the snake, could indeed be the story of the double helix extraterrestrial DNA library which enables humans to realize their godlike powers. In this story, it is written that humans were now like the gods in power, thus were creators by genetic design. As Dr. Barrett Brogard, 2016, claims we can access specific skills of our ancestors through the activation of genetic material coded within our DNA, both the theories of terrestrial and extraterrestrial DNA origin can plausibly support the role of psychedelic compounds, whether external or endogenous, in advancing Homo sapien potential. Epigenetics. Everything a human has ever achieved is, in one way or another, encoded within our DNA. DNA is the hereditary material from our ancestors, which responds to environmental stimuli. Sitting above these DNA strands are flags and tags that are waiting to accept information from the environment, such as changes in the electromagnetic field. These stimulate changes in genetic expression, such as the development of type 2 diabetes. The term epigenetics is used to describe this phenomenon, which literally means above genetics due to the positioning of these flags and tags. The purpose of this is to promote survival rate within fluctuating environments. Therefore, epigenetics is the biological action that allows us to pass on information that has been gained over many generations, like an internal library that can be referred back to later. Cultural beliefs, individual ideas, phobias and fears, emotional control and even food preferences are passed on to offspring. As a result, it is speculated that psychedelic plants sped up evolution, which would have otherwise taken much, much longer, as they provided humans with enhanced neurogenesis, creativity, problem-solving ability, sex drive and access to universal information such as tool manipulation, the invention of fire to advance food nutrition, natural laws, etc. As evolving people repeatedly operated these experiences, their own ideologies and philosophies would have altered. Naturally, these would have also been passed down. Interestingly, as the increased expression of particular genes manifests as proteins, neurotransmitters, etc., the cell receptor sites for these would have also increased, making such activations easier and faster in the future, which will be detailed in Chapter 12. In some humans, specific aspects of cosmically influenced DNA could be activated or are more dominant than other strands, which is why some people may feel more connected with specific alien entities. In particular, Mary Rodwell, author of The New Human, has concluded from her studies that it is more and more common for children nowadays to be speaking to these alien entities whom they are genetically connected to. Such children also claim to be taken to schools at night and taught skills such as telekinesis and telepathy. These humans are believed to have incarnated and been genetically awakened by these cosmic entities in order to help the planet and deliver particular teachings, such as how to speak/connect with Mother Earth/animals, etc. This has all been made possible through our spiritual evolution. As humans raise their light frequencies, we are able to birth vehicles, physical bodies, that are able to hold higher vibrational souls, purer light. Even though lower vibrational beings may attempt to prevent this from occurring by simulating an external reality that is based on fear, the frequency of love is so much stronger that aware humans can easily navigate the simulation and transmute the darkness into light, similar to Neo in the Matrix films. Summary and personal reflections. In short, whether you believe that our DNA holds extraterrestrial influence and is drenched in psychedelic compounds or not, the fact is we inherit vast arrays of potential genetic coding, which is covered in tiny receptors, from our ancestral line. These stick out above DNA strands awaiting environmental input, such as proteins from food and changes in electromagnetic energy, which would then signal specific genetic expression. The idea that humans evolved in conjunction with nature and that the conscious connection between them enabled the development of a higher vibrational body able to hold increasing levels of light, which is able to connect with other realms by way of endogenous psychedelic enhancement, is one that resonates with me, personally. Billy Carlson states that it only takes a few generations for a civilization to forget their roots. For example, if an alien species were to conquer the planet now, it would only take a couple of generations for all humans to be speaking the language of the aliens and have no ability to speak their native tongue. Consequently, it is commonly believed that humans are a species with amnesia. However, as DNA stores knowledge and abilities within its genetic structure, all of the understandings of our ancestors are evident within us, waiting to be rediscovered. You are literally a walking, talking library. Personally, I believe that the universe, one song, is a conscious game of awakening, with creator energy playing and trying to know itself. I feel that Earth, aka Gaia or Terra, designed itself to be a playground that can be both physical and spiritual at the same time. Aspects of the realm that allowed this included energy from the cosmos, crystal memory systems, water cycles and extraterrestrial fungal systems, all designed to structure this perfect playground. Earth/Gaia then sought after and attracted the manifestation of living beings that were perfectly designed to be the guardians of her playground. This allowed creator energy to be able to manifest as a divine being, human, that is able to navigate all elements in both the material and spiritual realms simultaneously, holding frequencies for both. This meant that all emotions could be felt and freedom of choice could be explored. It also creates a physical world for creator beings to practice bringing spiritual frequencies into material manifestations. However, this came at a cost. During the fall, when the human form became a lower vibration after hijacking from an external consciousness, denser beings were able to incarnate in physical form. This had blurred our true purpose for millennia, but we are now able to reclaim our sovereignty and begin to rise back up to divinity. Through the use of technology, the scale of human societies has increased, from the family group, to the local group, to regional polity, to a global society, putting us in a position to be able to communicate and share information across vast distances, similar to the fungal systems on the plant kingdom. This wisdom has been encoded within ancient texts, some of which have been destroyed whilst others have been distorted. We see this in the example of the Bible, whereby specific gospels out of a large number were specifically chosen and rewritten for the purpose of control by the church. When a person becomes self-aware, the reading of such texts becomes a whole new experience. An apt example is the use of bread within the Bible to represent knowledge and fish to symbolize the stars. Thus, when the Bible speaks of Christ feeding thousands of people with bread and fish, He is actually providing knowledge of the constellations and our connection to them, as above, so below. This leads to our next area of focus, biorhythms. Chapter 2 Biorhythms, and the order of the PEMF. Since the dawn of time, all manner of life has adapted and responded to the natural cycles that influence the universe. Everything follows cycles and rhythms, orbits, hormones, water, the sun, the moon, day and night, seasons, harvest, seed germination, organ regeneration, and so on. Even the earth follows a cycle of grow and rest, where it goes inside itself to reabsorb energy that can begin the cycle again, in the form of seasons. According to geometrician Randall Carlson, 2018, there is also evidence of cyclical patterns and cycles of cosmic catastrophe, such as meteor impact. Carlson exerts that there is an order to the galaxy, a tempo and wave pattern that moves up and down, above and below the galactic plane. Within that there are suborbital cycles, too, and a tempo of delivery of cosmic impact into our solar system. It is for this reason that mass extinctions, ice ages, global warming, etc., happen continuously, and why ancient civilizations were such avid recorders of celestial events. Interestingly, these events would occur during certain ages of the planet, evidenced by the background of stars during certain times of the year detailed in Chapter 5. Thus concluding that nothing is random and we are all part of a cosmic theatrical timetable. All of these cycles follow smooth, repetitive waves and are governed by the atoms that combine to create the basic building blocks of all matter. If you were to break down the human, you would first find organs, then their chemical cells. Even further, it would be seen that these cells are made of molecules, that these molecules are combinations of atoms, and that the atoms are formed from a construction of subatomic particles, electrons, protons and neutrons. These subatomic particles can be split further into fermions, bosons and quarks, which are non-physical, pure energy. Even here, at this microscopic level, we see an eternal search for balance. Atoms link electron orbits as a way of seeking balance, which form molecules. Each atom will have an equal number of electrons, protons and neutrons, and the very energy that is the building block of all matter will seek likewise energy, as dictated by the law of attraction, described in Chapter 7. Due to the fact that everything in the universe is a combination of this energy, all is entangled and united, allied, whether we know it or not. Even the stars are interconnected by electromagnetic fields which have been discovered spanning deep space and connecting distant galaxies. Therefore, the astronomical energy furnaces we call stars are not scattered randomly, as some may assume, but actually occur in communities referred to as stellar clusters where they often live in couples. So the pictorials of constellations, such as the Ram for Aries, did not occur by chance. Their energies combined in these ways for a purpose. A current emerging theory is that the binary star to our star is that of Sirius, see Chapter 16. Each star sends its own unique signal into space, confirming its individuality and influencing the distant energy fields of other cosmic bodies. In 2008, NASA admitted that our closest star, the Sun, is connected to the Earth's geomagnetic field via a magnetic portal, the same diameter as the planet, through which high-energy particles pass at 8-minute intervals. This phenomenon is known as a flux transfer event. Basically, there are magnetic portals that connect the Sun and the Earth. As a result, the Earth and all life on it are affected by the pulsating energy and positioning of the Sun. But it's not just Earth that is connected to the Sun in this way. Planets with a magnetic field carve out a cavity, or magnetosphere, in the solar wind emitted by the Sun. This is seen as a reconnection method, in which magnetic fields from the Sun and planets interconnect. Fear, Coxon, and Jackman, 2019. It seems, then, that magnetic energy is used to maintain specific connections within the solar system. It's worth noting here that it is proven that this influx is more prominent during the equinoxes. This phenomenon, known as the Russell-McFerrin effect, even causes temporary cracks in the Earth's atmosphere, which make the famous northern lights more visible. It is very likely that the ancients knew of these higher influxes of energy during the equinoxes, which may explain why initiation ceremonies into such groups as Druidry took place during these. Moving on, as other cosmic energies from such signals as distant star constellations and planets interact and communicate with our own Sun, which then relays that information back out to us on Earth via the magnetic portal, it is clear to see how varying background influences could alter one's energy field. Thus, Earth's energy field is maintained by a regular checking in from the Sun, which increases during equinoxes and solstices. These forces and others have even been proven to affect the physical body. Dr. Percy Seymour, 1988, demonstrated how the fetus in the womb is influenced by the Earth's magnetic field at the time of birth and that the birthing process causes the fetal nervous system to code geomagnetically to that time and place. Seymour showed how the physical body literally becomes coded, like a signature of cosmic imprinting, at birth. This is supported by the work of Francis Nixon, 1960s, who discovered that, at the moment of birth, every living creature creates a spherical wave field of rotating magnetic energy which anchors itself into its magnetic and physical location. This is why many animals, such as frogs and birds, migrate back to where they were born. Similarly, Richard Gerber, 1988, concluded that, at the time of birth, the chakras become magnetized by the surrounding fields, becoming fixed and influenced by the alignments of various planets and stars. A slight variation is the idea that, when energetically setting your soul's mission before incarnation, you would have attracted your specific time and place of birth in order to have your physical vessel synchronized in a way with the cosmos that best supports this alignment. What's more, it is commonly accepted nowadays that fertilization is not a mere random phenomenon, whereby a lucky sperm wins the race, but instead, it appears that the mother's egg chooses which sperm to connect with. Thus, it seems that spirit adapts the physical world in order to encourage the procreation of a body that is most aligned, based on the DNA blueprint that the incoming soul has chosen or needs in order to embody and journey through the lessons of this particular life on Earth. From these theories it can be seen that, at the moment of birth when a body becomes singular from its mother's, the magnetic forces of the galaxy which are set within that specific moment of time generate an electromagnetic imprint. This internal, cosmic imprint then follows the cycles of these external influences, creating what is referred to as biorhythms. Biorhythms are innate rhythms in our body. Almost all of the body's physiological processes have a rhythm that varies throughout the day, month, year, etc., in response to both the internal timer and external stimuli. These rhythms are predominantly regulated by the endocrine system of the body, which is responsible for hormone release. Some hormones, such as insulin, are secreted every few minutes, whereas others, particularly those of the pituitary, are usually at hourly intervals. These hormonal secretions regulate a range of biorhythms within the body, including shorter cycles such as the wake-sleep cycle, and longer ones, such as a woman's menstrual cycle. A study by Ivanov, 2008, even showed that the shape and size of the pineal gland varies slightly in accordance to moon phases. Even organs have a cycle of growth and repair, meaning that you are constantly renewed. It is the energetic oversoul, fractals, discussed in Chapter 7, that provide an energetic counterpart for the physical to manifest in line with. The purpose of these biorhythms is that all parts and elements of the human body have opportunities to rest, repair and replicate in response to changes within the environment, for the greater good of the whole organism. By responding in this way, the DNA is able to silence or awaken thousands of years of inherited genetic potentials, such as a quick temper in a perceivably dangerous world or a euphoric calmness in a more silent one. A similar theory has been adopted by Richard Rudd, although he refers to this ideology as gene keys. According to Rudd, the energetic influences on a person at the time of birth affect the core universal archetypes of their genes. That is, that cosmic frequencies affect the coding of our DNA, which fluctuate throughout our lives based on the frequency of consciousness. Rudd explains that it is this phenomenon that holds the secret to us being able to, scientifically, map out our purpose and reason for incarnating as human. If one is interested in looking further into this, a free hologenetic profile can be made on www.geniekeys.com using your date, time and place of birth. In a similar way, due to the fact that unborn children are constantly tuned into their mother's energy, every action, thought and feeling produces a chemical response within the blood that flows through both hearts. From the moment of conception, the experience in the womb shapes the brain and lays the groundwork for personality, temperament and the power of higher thought. For example, research is constantly showing that higher cortisol, stress, levels during pregnancy directly affect the initial characteristics of a child. Although these don't change the core blueprint of an individual's soul personality, it can mask this until they are in a place safe enough to explore these further. In short, from the day of birth, as a person is disconnected from the flow of their mother's blood and rhythms, their individual body, blood, organs and all, adapts physically to the universal energy field, creating a unique vibration. This is influenced by the astronomical and planetary alignments and the energy fields of nearby matter, as well as the natural patterns of the human body, as previously explained. Individual connection with life energy in this way is what generates our relationship with the cosmos, horoscopes, and the physical, biorhythms, thus dictating our sensitivity levels to outside frequencies and the vibrancy of our energy systems. Both cosmic energies, e.g. solar rays, and physical secretions, including hormones, work interchangeably, adapting the body for survival until such a time that it is ready to reach higher states of being. By manifesting consciousness in this way, Gaia, the spirit of Earth, can preserve its own life by way of improving the communication between the organisms and cosmic bodies responsible for maintaining it. For future reference, it is worth noting that the terms macrocosm and microcosm are commonly used to describe the relationship between smaller organisms like humans and larger living things such as solar systems. Macro, meaning very large scale, obviously refers to the larger manifestation of life, whereas micro, meaning small, is used to describe similar manifestations but on a tinier scale, with cosm meaning world. Thus, macrocosm literally translates to very large world and microcosm means small world. Human energy systems. The chakra system is the title given to the collection of energy centers within the body. These are responsible for the colors and buoyancy of a person's unique aura, which can be felt, and sometimes even seen, by others, hence the word human meaning color man. As beings with godlike power, we are able to consciously change our energy system using our electromagnetic thoughts, which alter our physical chemistry. Although there are vast energy centers throughout the human microcosmic body, the main chakra system is an alignment of 7 energy centers that run through the central nervous system, see figure 26. These 7 each radiate a particular color and are strengthened by specific organs and plexuses of nerves, as well as thoughts and actions that are linked to these. When aligned, the body enters a state of homeostasis, balance, and these split aspects of the light spectrum return to one central column of pure light, explained in chapter 20. Some facts worth knowing for now are: the root chakra. This chakra is red and lies at the base of the spine. It is associated with feeling safe and grounded. It is also part of the pelvic glands, testes and ovaries, and the coccygeal plexus. When clearing the path for the sacred secretion to ascend, this is the first energy center that must be healed and purified, as a virgin, in order to allow Mother Earth's energy to ground us in preparation for the birth of the sun. The sacral chakra located within the lower abdomen. The orange chakra is responsible for creativity and emotions. This energy center balances with the hypogastric glands, aka lymph nodes, and the sacral plexus. Here, there is a 5-bone fused vertebrate which looks like a small house, or manger/stable, where the Christ seed is born. The inguinal lymph nodes within this physical area act as filters to prevent harm to the body. The solar plexus. This yellow chakra sits just above the navel and is linked to confidence and power. It is also connected to the adrenal glands. When preserving the sacred secretion, it is here that the sun, hence the title of this energy center literally being the sun plexus, after being protected by the mother, pituitary hormones and emotions, begins his father's work by ascending back to the temple of God, the brain. However, as the adrenal glands are responsible for cortisol production, the stress hormone King Herod, the seed can often be spoiled before it can ascend when born within the body of a person who is feeling negative emotions, such as fear, anger, jealousy and guilt. The heart chakra. This is located in the chest and is associated with giving and love. It vibrates green and responds to the thymus gland and cardiac plexus. The heart chakra is the bridge between our lower and higher levels of consciousness. Thus, once the lower, animal energies are conquered, our sacred self can cross the bridge of love and compassion to reach our higher states of awareness. A blockage of this chakra typically manifests as physical illness and disease due to the thymus gland's role in supporting white blood cell production within immune system maintenance. Interestingly, the heart has more than 5,000 mitochondria, the force emphasized and explained throughout this text, particularly within chapters 4 and 20, per cell, making it the most energy-dense tissue in the body and the center of our electromagnetic field. The throat chakra. This blue chakra vibrates within the throat and is responsible for communication. It is linked with the thyroid gland, the shield of the body, and carotid plexus. The activation of this chakra is key for speaking higher truths with confidence and ensuring that one is heard by those who are ready to hear. The most common cause of blockage to this chakra is iodine deficiency, which is an essential component within hormone production that should keep the thyroid gland healthy. The third eye chakra. This is located in the middle of the forehead and is linked to psychic ability. It is connected with the color indigo and controls the pituitary gland and optic nerves. During the first days of gestation, the pineal and pituitary glands are one, hence the intense connection and synchronicity between them being central to spiritual awakening and higher levels of consciousness, a phenomenon commonly referred to as the sacred royal marriage. This chakra is very vulnerable to blockages from negative thought patterns and pineal calcification, detailed in chapter 20, which would prevent adequate communication between the crown and third eye chakras. The crown chakra. This chakra vibrates violet, is centered at the top of the head and is associated with spirituality. This energy center acts like a funnel, transferring and receiving information from the universal energy field. Although referred to as the third eye, the pineal gland actually has a stronger resonance with the crown chakra due to its ability to transmute cosmic energies. These chakra energy centers seek natural balance and alignment. If any of them are out of sync, you will know about it through manifested pain and mood. Energetically, the lower three are associated with our more primitive drives responsible for survival. The heart, then, is the bridge between these lower three chakras and the higher three, which are our spiritual energy centers. Most commonly, it is due to our perceived lack and desire for materialism that blocks our base chakras. Therefore, if any of these base chakras are blocked, then limited energy will be able to pass along our heart bridge to the higher spiritual ones. A key indicator that there is a blockage, or potential blockage, is our emotional state. Emotions are biochemical reactions to our thoughts that even affect our heart's rhythm, thus rocking the bridge. When these energy centers are balanced, the corresponding glands are free to secrete their natural hormones and chemicals that lead to a state of ease and a vibrant energy field surrounding the body, the aura. It is for this reason that the all-loving mother hormones of the pituitary gland in the brain are so important in ensuring that the chrism is kept safe from destruction. Emotion-altering rhythms like the chakra system, all energy flows in circular cycles as a way of eternal movement. Sigmund Freud, a renowned Austrian neurologist, famously followed the biological cycles of his patients when investigating psychoanalysis and found a correlation. Similarly, Alfred Telcher, a teacher in the 1920s, discovered that the abilities of his students also followed clear patterns. These proposals contributed to the foundation of understanding with regards to biorhythms. At this time, among our vast bodily rhythms are three clearly defined cycles that affect our behavior patterns. These indicate potential physical ability, emotional sensitivity and intellectual acuity. The three key biorhythmic cycles that are studied and affected by our physical age, and are therefore measurable and predictable, are aptly titled the physical cycle, the emotional cycle and the intellectual cycle. All rhythms, yin and yang, day and night, good and bad, flow from positive to negative and back to positive, repeatedly, and biorhythms are no exception. During the negative state, that biological energy is regenerating, just like Earth's winter. Fortunately, the biorhythms are not synchronized, so we don't have to worry about super negative days as, for example, when the physical is low and we're lacking energy, the intellectual could be high, allowing us to concentrate better on paperwork. The time when a cycle crosses over from positive to negative, or vice versa, is known as a critical day. During this time, our biological vibration is adjusting, which can cause an array of behaviors, such as mood swings. The main, primary biorhythms include the physical cycle. There is a strong health factor involved with this phase. During a positive state, skin feels good, energy levels are high and we feel physically well and prepared. The negative is always the opposite, resulting in a lack of energy and tiredness. This follows a 23-day cycle and is associated with the red, root, and orange, sacral, chakras. The emotional cycle. The emotional cycle is governed largely by the nervous system. When positive, we feel optimistic, creative, cheerful, confident and friendlier. Reversed during a negative state, we tend to be less cooperative, moody and as if we are against the world. This is a 28-day cycle and is linked with the yellow, solar plexus, and green, heart, chakras. The intellectual cycle. On the positive days of an intellectual cycle, concentration is at its peak, memory is more efficient and understanding is stronger. The negative days that follow, however, can leave us feeling dull and lacking effort. It has also been linked to higher crime rates. Intellectually, our bodies flow in a 33-day cycle, which is connected to the blue, throat, and indigo, third eye, chakras. The secondary cycles include spiritual, intuitive, awareness, and aesthetic, which are supported by the violet, crown, chakra and associated with higher order thinking and our connection with spirit. However, there is very little research supporting the philosophies behind the secondary cycles, to date. Naturally, biorhythms can also affect our compatibility with others as it can contribute to contradicting energy fields, hence why biorhythms can also be used as a tool for understanding how our natural self affects our mood and preparing for it. For example, if you're feeling emotionally high but your friend is emotionally low, then you may find their negative energy irritating. In the past, these were difficult to calculate as they require an understanding of the exact number of days a person has been alive. Fortunately, with today's technology it is simple. Just internet search biorhythm calculator and use your birthday to generate your own biogram. I use www.biorhythmonline.com. This can then be followed day by day to plan events etc. to your advantage by seeing when these cycles overlap or are critical. Interestingly, biorhythms can also affect a recipient's reaction to drug-producing plants. So historically, the art of medicine depended on not only alchemical knowledge but also astronomical and divine timing. It is important to remember that these cycles can be affected by energetic disturbances, such as universal energy shifts from the sun, moon and also planets. The appearance of the moon changing is said to be due to its position in relation to the Earth and Sun. As the moon orbits the Earth, the amount of sunlight that reflects off of it varies, depending on how much is blocked by the Earth. It is the angles between the moon, Earth and Sun throughout the month that cause a different amount of the moon to be lit up, reflecting solar energy. Thus, the solar energy from the sun, masculine energy, is absorbed and re-emitted by the moon, feminine energy, which then directly affects living organisms on the Earth. For example, as we are succumb to the energy shifts of a new moon, detoxifying power is at its peak, making it easier to throw out old habits. This would be particularly effective if our intellectual cycle was in a positive state. Similarly, a waning moon's frequency makes it easier to lose weight and be active, which will complement a positive physical rhythm. Menstrual cycle. The moon is also said to influence a female's menstrual cycle. Both the moon's monthly cycle and a woman's are synchronized at about 29 days and follow similar patterns of ebbs and flows. Historically, women used the moon phases in order to calculate their cycles, thus informing them of when they were ovulating and when they were due to bleed. According to Bertrand and Bertrand, 2018, it is the womb that is the secret holy grail of Jesus Christ, which was metaphorical for his wife and lover, Mary Magdalene. There is now overwhelming evidence that Mary Magdalene actually taught women how to cultivate the energies of their menstrual cycles and was a descendant of a special lineage of powerful women who held ancient womb knowledge, gifts of which were highly sought after by men of higher caliber, such as Jesus/Yeshua. Magdalene's teachings included how falling into divine union love with someone opened portals to other dimensions and states of consciousness, as well as enabling faster manifestations of desires, as stated by the law of attraction. It is also believed that the giving of menses, which is actually very clean and full of stem cells and nutrients, was the original meaning behind the idea of offering blood, commonly misinterpreted as sacrifice nowadays. The first step into this was to return the womb to its innocence and purity, the true meaning of virgin, hence Mother Mary's ability to birth a Christed child, as her womb was pure and not attached to any negative karma, trauma, etc. When a woman is able to consciously heal her womb and make space for a loving sacred union relationship, both partners can reach higher states of bliss and connectedness. Chen et al., 2019, have even highlighted the increasingly supported possibility of menstrual blood being used within a variety of healing modalities, due to the vast amount of stem cells within this. In ancient culture, the womb was associated with the cosmic voice or word of the womb and was viewed as the vehicle of light filled with the mystical waters of creation. All original mythologies lay forth the idea that we live in a womb cosmology of creation, pregnant with infinite possibilities which simply acquire conception, connection/entanglement/witnessing, in order to manifest, grow and birth. By honoring the cycles of the universe, the earth and ourselves, women are able to tap into the feminine mysteries and open the magical feminine dimension that lives in and around us all. For women, once they have returned to purity/innocence/virginity by cleansing their womb space, they are said to be given the power to begin to weave, create, with the four elements and directions of the womb, enchanting the light body and many other webs and threads within the great grid of life and creation. Becoming a priestess of the womb mysteries centered a woman's energy within the cosmic womb of creation, enabling higher frequencies of light to transmute through to and from the earth. Menstrual cycle awareness and being knowledgeable about the power of the womb was a key aspect of spiritual development within ancient cultures all over the world, and is still a prominent component towards enlightenment for all women to this day. For more information on this, visit www.victorialoalou.com/blog/womb-wisdom. The circadian rhythm. Another key cycle within our physical body is our circadian rhythm, a 24-hour internal clock. Like all biorhythms, our circadian rhythm influences our physical, mental and behavioral changes throughout the day. Our circadian rhythms are able to remain in sync with the help of Mother Earth, through interaction with natural light, electrons from the ground and temperature maintenance. Primarily, the suprachiasmatic nucleus, a region of the brain that lies at the crossing point of the optic nerves coming from the eyes, analyzes the light spectrum being sent in from each eye and uses this to reset the body's circadian rhythm using the hormone melatonin. As night draws in, melatonin is released into the bloodstream by the pineal gland, rising steadily after sunset, triggered by fading light and lower temperature, and continuing to rise until the brain signals that it is time to sleep. At which point, melatonin slowly decreases until light entering the eyes signals the pineal to stop releasing melatonin as it is time to wake up. At this point, the adrenals are signaled to drop some cortisol into the system to stimulate alertness and get us up out of bed. Later, as light levels decrease, the pineal begins to produce melatonin again in preparation for sleep. As we enter REM sleep, the dreaming, problem-solving state, it is speculated by researchers such as Rick Strassman that another chemical called DMT, see Chapter 12, is released, which allows us to dream. By living within the rhythm of our external environment, our brain automatically times the production of these chemicals, generating our circadian rhythm. If we move out of this natural cycle, let's say, to another country with a different time zone, we often feel disorientated. This is due to the fact that the brain has to reorganize itself and alter its production of these chemicals. Moreover, a hormone in the skin known as solatral works in conjunction with melatonin to regulate mood, circadian rhythms and seasonal reproduction. Solatral is produced from UV light and influences many of the body's regulatory centers as well as the immune system. It is for this reason that the apparent flu season, when sickness rates increase, falls during the winter months when we are spending less time outside in the natural light. As with all aspects of health, though, we must listen to our bodies telling us when enough is enough. If you feel your skin burning, for example, it's probably time to seek some shade. And the immune system isn't the only thing improved when in contact with natural light. Getting your daily dose of the full spectrum of light is also shown to improve mood and overall mental health. But the full benefits are listed in Chapter 6. For now, it's safe to know that natural light is essential for every aspect of human health optimization, and is paramount to the optimization of the sacred secretion preservation. Ways of supporting the body's resonance with natural day/night cycles includes being outside as much as possible to keep the pineal updated with the time of day. If you work indoors, then light breaks throughout the day work, particularly at sunrise and sunset, eating food outside when possible. Any ingested substance must go through a series of chemical reactions that are catalyzed by a specific portion of the electromagnetic spectrum. Thus, eating outside where the body is exposed to the entire light spectrum will increase nutrient absorption. Wearing blue light blocking glasses after sunset and when looking at strong blue light, such as computer screens. It's also good practice to cover the neck due to the fact that the thyroid is close to the skin here, which plays a key role in hormone regulation, using incandescent bulbs. These have lower levels of blue light and higher red, which is more natural at sunset. Red bulbs, Himalayan salt lamps and candlelight are also better choices. Turning the Wi-Fi off at night and putting your phone on airplane mode to not only lower electropollution but to also lower the risk of you being woken by spam messages. Electromagnetic frequencies, EMFs, as the cells within our bodies communicate with one another through chemical reactions and electricity, and as the pineal is particularly influenced by subtle changes in the body's electromagnetic field, other electromagnetic frequencies, EMFs, such as those emitted from mobile phones, Wi-Fi boxes and power lines, have an extremely negative health influence. Unnatural EMFs stress the body by confusing signals, such as those required for DNA regeneration, resulting in degenerative diseases, programmed cell death, leading to tumor growth, and brain development, hence a possible cause of autism. Most commonly, these frequencies cause the cells within the body to open voltage-gated, electrically influenced, calcium channels. These are channels in the outer membrane of the cell, the plasma, that, when opened up, allow calcium ions to flow into a cell. Even very low levels of different types of EMFs cause the voltage-gated calcium channels, like little doors in the membrane of a cell, to open and allow excess calcium to flow into a cell. This overdose of calcium within a cell leads to vast biological effects, including cancer, heart failure, autism, the breakdown of the blood-brain barrier and disrupted nerve cell communication, to state just a few. It can also lead to the creation of free radicals, unstable atoms which stress the cells of the body. With regards to the sacred secretion, these electromagnetic frequencies which penetrate through the human organism interrupt the electrical communication between cells, thus interfering with normal nervous system functioning. It also disrupts the magnetic influxes from further cosmic bodies, such as the moon, by smogging the planet with artificial electromagnetic frequencies. From the above, it can be seen that the effects of exposure to EMFs not only prevent the natural biorhythmic signaling of the physical and spiritual body, but they also damage DNA and cause health mayhem along the path. This phenomenon, combined with poor diet and too much blue light during dark hours which confuses hormone secretion, leads to poor sleep quality, lack of healing and irregular nervous system response. all of which commonly manifest as disease and mental illness. It is true that all living things contain plenty of molecular repair experts within their bloodstream to remove these mutations, but these also require energy from our environment, which we are deprived of within the modern world. Smart meters and 5G, the frequency dispersal of which is increased by LED lights, for example, emit these radioactive waves hundreds of times above the scientifically proven safety limit. Note, scientifically proven, not government stated. These not only suppress the immune system and aggravate various parasites and viruses that would normally lie dormant and suppressed, thus manifesting a wide range of illness and disease, but it also scrambles the electromagnetic coding of the body, which can lead to a feeling of disconnectedness. Furthermore, very strong evidence published in an abundance of peer-reviewed journals prove that radiation from dirty electricity and radio waves cause infertility, additional learning needs, heart palpitations, insomnia and even cancer. The actual list of negative effects is far too long to list here, but more details can be found by authors such as Dr. Mercola and Daniel Dubois. There is, however, a naturally generated form of EMF from the Earth known as PEMF, pulsed electromagnetic fields, which is essential for optimal health. PEMF increases ATP, energy, production in mitochondria, tiny organisms in our cells which produce energy for us, and maintains the cellular pH of the body, keeping it at optimal levels of alkalinity. This pulse is referred to as the heartbeat of the planet and is responsible for the connection felt between all living things that ground to it. This connects even the tiniest atom to the largest solar system. The super interconnected organism that governs all life on Earth is referred to as Gaia. And Gaia, too, is continuously abiding to the natural, balance-seeking cycles. It is this pulse, heartbeat of the Earth, that is known as the Schumann resonance. Schumann resonance frequency is defined as the number of waves, or cycles, that pass a fixed place in a given amount of time. For example, if 50 waves pass through a fixed point in 1 second, the frequency would be 50 cycles per second, or 50 Hz. Hertz, or Hz, was coined in the 19th century in honor of German physicist Heinrich Rudolf Hertz, and measures the number of waves, cycles or oscillations per second. In everyday life, brain waves stay within this 1 to 30 Hz window, switching between delta, 1 to 4 Hz, theta, 4 to 8 Hz, alpha, 8 to 12 Hz, beta, 12 to 40 Hz, and sometimes gamma, 40 to 100 Hz. Easily remembered using the acronym, Get Better at Thinking Daily. Similarly, the Schumann resonances are a set of low-frequency, naturally occurring EMF generated by and excited by lightning discharges within the Earth's ionosphere, a layer surrounding the Earth which is powered by cosmic radiation. Figure 2, the Schumann resonance. This heartbeat maintains all life on the planet by allowing for optimal electrical communication between our internal systems and cosmic influxes. Our evolution on this Earth, influenced by such a frequency, is what allows us to connect to the wider consciousness of the planet and universe as a whole. This field isn't constant, though, as it, too, is influenced by cosmic influxes and so typically fluctuates between the primary frequencies, harmonies. These primary frequencies lie between 1 and 30 Hz, the same as the human brain. As living things are tuned to this frequency, it is not surprising, then, that biomagnetic pulsations from the hands can mimic this range that the Earth emits, which is why energy healing practices can be so effective. Energy healing refers to the channeling of life force energy to a particular person or object. Popular examples of energy healing include Reiki, Psychedelic, and Secom, although we all have the ability to channel this healing energy. It is the same as Chi and Shakti/Prana, they are all simply universal energy. Energy healers are those who have learned to channel pure, clean, positive energy for healing purposes whilst protecting themselves from taking on the sick energy, and vice versa. By placing their hands in certain positions, practitioners are able to remove energy blockages from the body, clearing the path for one's energy to move where needed. According to Borang, 2000, the essence of Reiki is love because love has no discrimination and no judgment, it just is. In this way, Reiki massage can be seen as a purification process that can even lead to altered states of consciousness as brain waves adapt to the changed and charged energy flow of the body. Because of the healing power of the Schumann resonance, similar results can be obtained from grounding to Mother Earth. Until a few millennia ago, most humans walked and slept in direct contact with the Earth, so were continuously grounded to this global circuit. However, modern insulated shoes and sleeping in buildings with cemented flooring has resulted in most people being electrically isolated from the ground plane, massively disconnecting the body from the mother planet. From the use of plastics, carpets, synthetic soled shoes, cars with rubber tires and more, we have depleted our body of electrons and become overly charged with unnatural electroradiation. During grounding/earthing, a person walks or stands barefoot on the ground, typically dirt in a forest, grass in a field and sand at a beach, or is connecting the body using a conductive apparatus, such as copper-wired shoes. The Earth's surface is electrically conductive and is maintained at a negative potential by solar wind and molten magnetite within the Earth's center layers, so is abundant and free, life-preserving electrons that will never run short. Thus, when our own bare feet come into contact with the ground, we are able to absorb these negative ions and neutralize free radicals that may have accumulated from, for example, radio wave interference. In this way, the body can use these electrons to optimize overall health. What's more, through earthing, our electric body is able to equalize with the Earth's natural pulsed electromagnetic field, PEMF, return to synchronicity and maintain its natural, electrical model. As EMFs can interfere with the natural biorhythms of our physical being, regular grounding is essential for the regulation of these cycles. This transfer stimulates our biological rhythm and resets our circadian cycle to the state of the Earth it is exposed to. Hence, grounding is believed to be helpful when adjusting to a new time zone, curing disease, resetting the body's natural systems and maintaining healthy mental well-being. Grounding has even been reported to enable previously paralyzed patients to walk again. Auber et al., 2014. Note, as oxygen is one of the best transmitters of energy in the body, breathing in the clean air of nature whilst grounding is beneficial for more reasons than one. It is necessary, however, for grounding to be conducted away from strong artificial EMFs such as power lines. This is because electricity is naturally attracted to the Earth. Therefore, other nearby EMF sources will use you as an antenna to the ground, which will have the opposite effect to that desired. Personally, I go into the forest behind my house, which has no power lines nearby, and switch my phone onto airplane mode and into a Faraday bag. Trees are especially good at blocking damaging frequencies, such as 5G, so ensuring coverage from those is like a protective shield from Mother Earth. In addition, contact with pets who are grounded can also have the same beneficial effects, deeming dog walking beneficial to health for more than just basic fitness. Whilst thinking about the rollout of the 5G network, which vast numbers of people know to be incredibly detrimental to the health of all living organisms, Magenta Pixie, 2019, claims that each human who awakens and raises their vibration provides more collective power to the frequency of the Schumann resonance, thus watering down the 5G network. This further supports the give-and-take relationship between the macrocosmic Gaia and microcosmic humans, as not only does the Earth provide us with negative ions to balance our own health, but the human can send out frequencies of empowerment to the ion-rich atmosphere surrounding Gaia, which enables her to maintain electromagnetic contact with the rest of the universe. Geopathic stress, from the Greek words geo meaning of the earth and pathos meaning suffering, geopathic can be defined as the stress generated from the suffering of Earth. The basic idea is that the resonant energy of the planet affects human health and that problems typically occur when disruptions like underground streams, sewers, water, electric lines, minerals and tectonic faults distort Earth's natal energy. As a result of the electromagnetic pollution from modern technology, the atmospheric layers covering the Earth, enhancing and protecting its individuality and habitability, are altering. Hence, an array of diseases manifesting in all life forms. To prevent collective illness as a result of mass geopathic stress, synchronizing one's energy to the Schumann resonances and strengthening each other by raising the collective vibration has never been so essential. According to David Furlong, 2003, by communicating with nature, Gaia, we can use our own thoughts and emotions to empower the planet by offering our own thought energies. Nature is the living essence of all parts of the web of soul experiences on this planet. Even a simple walk in the countryside, enjoying the sights, smells and sounds, is enough to begin to reconnect and nurture the planet. Furlong claims that, with conscious effort and goodwill, Gaia's past traumas, including those caused by humans, can be healed, offering the world feelings of peace and tranquility, as well as visions of health and perfection, begin to shift the balance of energies in favor of regeneration. Summary and personal reflections. In conclusion, good health is totally dependent on good energy balance and an unhindered flow of energy that follows the path of the meridians. Hundreds of factors can influence and interfere with these systems, thus knowing how to use the electromagnetic field of energy in order to restore energy flow is paramount. We must become more conscious of the fact that thoughts and vibrations will bring harmony to mind, body and spirit, but can also generate disease in the same way. Through the release of chemical and electrical signals, all of nature's interconnected components interact. Using the sacred secretion, we can increase our biological creation of these chemical signals to act as interspecies and dimensional messengers. As we are conscious beings, instead of automatically reacting to the energetic field around us, that includes the ties and pull of the planets, we can modify our own vibrations and our responses to the vibrations of others, giving us godlike powers without actually trying to become a god. Within our brain, it is the pineal gland that controls the flow of many of these rhythms. The sacred secretion is a natural biorhythm. When the moon's magnetic energy encompasses the electrical energy of the angle of the zodiac belt which encoded our nervous system at birth, the electromagnetic influx from the Earth's ionosphere stimulates the body's endocrine system to reconnect to its spiritual birthright via the preservation of the sacred oil. This essence can increase one's connectedness and sensitivity to other planes of existence by upregulating our central light column. Chapter 3 Altered States. The body sleeps and meditation helps as the human brain is trapped within the skull for all of its living days. It requires the use of the senses to navigate its way through life. Through the amalgamation of the senses, the brain is able to adapt and optimize the survival of the whole organism. It is for this reason that if one sense becomes damaged then others strengthen, and also why each person apparently has a dominating sense, which they can use to communicate with higher vibrating spirits. These senses use various techniques in order to read the world. One of these includes the use of circadian rhythms, as discussed in the last chapter. The main purpose of this biorhythm is to enable the whole organism to enter a state of consciousness known as sleep. Evolutionarily, if one was to believe the ideology survival of the fittest, being unconscious for such a large chunk of our time seems like a dangerous phenomenon to develop. Consequently, Walker, 2018, speculates that sleep must be absolutely paramount to overall survival. From research, the following has been inferred about the overall purpose of sleep for the physical body: for the hippocampus to transfer memories from the short-term reservoir into the long-term context. Walker, 2018, discovered that an afternoon nap also refreshed this hippocampus reservoir, thus promoting learning and memory. Therefore, sleep is essential both before learning to make room in the reservoir for new memories, as well as after in order to transfer those memories into long-term learning. During deep sleep, the brain removes unwanted memories and tests out different synaptic connections. This is why the try turning it off and on again computer hack also works for human beings, as the brain processes information from the day and, by linking up the appropriate synapses, is able to problem solve. This is why good quality sleep is essential when dealing with trauma and the prevention of PTSD. Sleep boosts the production of human growth hormone, which is vital for cellular growth and regeneration throughout life. It makes sure that muscles, bones and fat stay in a healthy balance. So sleep also has direct anti-aging properties. Quality sleep activates the parasympathetic, rest and repair, nervous system. This supports optimal healing and mental well-being by eliciting a state of calm. During sleep, brain cells shrink up to 60% so that the brain can flush through cerebrospinal fluid, CSF, in order to get rid of toxins from the central nervous system, CNS. CSF also carries nutrients and chemicals from the blood to various parts of the brain. With such a large influx during sleep, one could speculate a connection between the chemical flush from CSF and dream states, but more on this later. DNA requires adequate sleep to translate their instructional code into materialized action. This is because of stretches of DNA protein structures, like little protective caps, at the end of each chromosome called telomeres. Telomeres are responsible for limiting cell divisions and also protect chromosomes from deterioration, such as aging. The length of a person's telomeres also determine how long and how well they will live. The longer the telomeres, the more cells can replicate. Thus, shorter sleep equals shorter telomeres equals shorter life. Interestingly, telomeres can also be grown through meditation. Ergo, sleep deprivation alters DNA as a result of shortened telomeres and corresponding cell damage. As sleep is the foundation of all other pillars of health, such as diet and exercise, lack of sleep corresponds with low energy levels, motivation and mood, as well as increased sugar cravings, all of which can lead to a cascade of other health issues, such as diabetes and depression. On the contrary, quality sleep allows the body to nurse emotional trauma, aid problem solving and improve creativity, especially the dream state, REM. In addition to the vast array of physical and psychological health benefits of sleep, the Bible is filled with stories of holy people who came to some kind of revelation during a dream. So what is the spiritual purpose of this state of consciousness? Carl Jung, 1974, believed it was the maturation of the psyche and the development of the self, how you perceive yourself and your place in the world, that connects us to the universe, and that it was dreaming in trance states that contained messages from the self that could be used for personal growth. Jung, 1969, also claimed that dreaming is a fragment of psychic activity with an underlying psychological statement, claiming that the unconscious contains everything that is known to be a function of the conscious. Basically, dreaming can be seen as a way of consciously tapping into stored knowledge, both physically and energetically. Saint Germain even claimed that a person can ask to be taken to soul school during sleep in order to subliminally connect to the higher forces. From this, one could conclude that quality sleep is not only necessary for optimal health and well-being, but also for spiritual advancement. Whilst sleeping, our brain progresses through a range of brainwave states, also known as neural oscillations. Such activity is measurable using electroencephalograms, EEG, devices in order to generate a reading of brain oscillations which are measured in hertz, waves per second. Through practices such as meditation and mindfulness, one can consciously travel through these states of consciousness in order to access the realms available, kind of similar to the movie, Inception. For example, a person can slow their brain waves to a calmer state in order to solve a problem, a practice used by such inventors as Tesla and Aristotle. The stages of alertness/sleep include gamma, peak performance. These oscillations can read high frequencies of 30 to 100 Hz. Neuroscientists believe that gamma waves are able to link all parts of the brain, providing clarity and high levels of cognitive functioning. Interestingly, meditation has also been shown to increase brain oscillations to a state of gamma. According to David Dobbs, 2005, researchers at the University of Wisconsin-Madison found that Zen Buddhist monks reached gamma brain rhythms during meditation, which the researchers claim is associated with robust brain function. Gamma brain waves are particularly fascinating as the oscillations produced at such a frequency are surprisingly similar to those recorded of people on DMT. Beta, the waking state. This pattern follows a beta rhythm of around 12 to 40 Hz, Hz. Beta waves allow us to focus, problem solve and complete tasks easily. It is the common frequency of music listened to during times of high concentration, such as studying. The higher waves of beta use a lot of energy, however, so can manifest as stress in the long term. It is for this reason that taking time out within the day to meditate and be calm is so beneficial, maybe even an afternoon nap. Alpha, the relaxed state. As a person becomes increasingly drowsy, their brain waves slow to around 8 to 12 Hz, referred to as the alpha rhythm. At around the age of 7, when children become less susceptible, their growing brains start to function at the higher alpha state and they begin to develop a sense of self, an understanding that they are distinct from others. Using alpha waves, we can open the bridge between the conscious and unconscious mind, as the voice of intuition is said to be heard during the alpha state. Interestingly, the gemstone tourmaline radiates alpha waves, thus is often used to reduce anxiety. Theta, sleep stage 1/drowsy state. A state of theta, 4 to 8 Hz, is often involved in daydreaming and the lighter stages of sleep. Theta is the lowest frequency human consciousness can reach before deep sleep. Whilst in a theta state, the intuitive and creative parts of the brain become more active. It can therefore be seen that this level of awareness allows for a stronger connection between the physical brain and higher planes, as it makes an individual more open to the flow of ideas from both their subconscious mind, suppressed thoughts and ideas, and spiritual energy within the universe. Hence, whilst in this state, it is not uncommon to receive messages or guidance. The theta state is known as the suggestible wave by psychologists because of its prevalence when in a trance or hypnotic state. We naturally experience a theta state just before bed and just before waking up, making these optimal times for our visualizations to be better accepted by the subconscious mind. As mentioned previously, this state can also be accessed during deep meditation. For this reason, many people find it can be useful to meditate with the intention of solving a particular problem, if you have one. An interesting note to make here is that, during the first few years of life, the brain is predominantly in the theta state, hence why fantasy and reality are often entangled at this time. Delta, sleep stage 2/sleeping. Here, the slowest recorded brain waves are measured, referred to as slow wave sleep. Delta rhythms, oscillating at 1 to 4 Hz, are typically observed during the deeper stages of sleep, or extremely deep meditation, when the body is healing most efficiently. The brain is not able to produce dream stories at this point as all focus is on healing. Intriguingly, the brain is at the slowest delta frequency within the womb and first months of life, as so much growing and adapting is necessary, which is why babies sleep a lot. Rapid eye movement state, REM, patterns recorded during this phase of sleep are similar to those of a waking EEG scan. It takes around an hour for the brain to reach deep, slow wave sleep, then another 45 minutes for it to reach REM. During this phase, the brain is more active, simulating theta and beta oscillations, but the rest of the body is paralyzed. Oxygen used by the brain is tremendous during REM, greater than during the waking state, which could contribute to the production of DMT. Note this for later. REM is believed to be the state of consciousness in which we dream. In REM sleep, brain energy exceeds energy used in typical waking states. If so much energy is used during this state of consciousness, its purpose must go beyond the basic rest and repair. Moreover, during REM, neural activity is seen to originate from the brainstem, which feeds into the tomb of Christ, discussed in Chapter 11. From this, one could speculate the dream state's role in allowing possible astral travel between dimensions and access to both higher states of awareness and the subconscious. Figure 3, Brainwave Oscillations. Sleep supplements. As quality sleep is so critical for all areas of health and optimal physical and spiritual functioning, there is a lot of research being conducted at the moment on how to improve sleep quality, particularly by Dr. Michael Vann, 2019. From this area of research, the following sleep supplements have been recommended. Magnesium. Magnesium deficiency impairs sleep and melatonin production because magnesium activates parasympathetic and GABA receptors in the brain. Basically, magnesium changes physiology and calms mood, which promotes better sleep quality. The body also gets depleted of magnesium when around DMFs, L-theanine, an amino acid found in green tea that crosses the blood-brain barrier and supports melatonin production. It also increases alpha brain waves whilst awake and encourages the feeling of alertness without the anxiety. Ashwagandha, an adaptogenic herb to reduce anxiety and lower cortisol, which also helps to grow new synapses. Melatonin to enhance sleep quality and quantity. Tryptophan, the precursor to melatonin, serotonin and DMT. This helps you fall asleep quicker and stay asleep, as well as stabilizing mood. Taurine inhibits excitability of the brain and stimulates growth of new brain cells. Finding a good, organic supplement sourced as locally and fairly as possible is key, however, to ensure minimal contamination. Toxins. Other biohacks for optimizing sleep quality include turning off all electro-interferences such as Wi-Fi, cooling the body before bed, not using artificial lighting or phones, or at least applying a red light filter if you do, consuming foods high in tryptophan, such as raisins, not coated in sunflower oil, which is also a precursor to serotonin, exercising earlier in the day, particularly strength exercising, as the body will force itself into a deeper sleep after in order to aid repair, as well as activities that calm brain waves, such as meditation, controlled breathing and listening to binaural beats, on airplane mode to prevent EMF interference, later on in the day. Clearly, getting adequate sleep is necessary for providing an environment in which the internal body is able to repair and regenerate. It also gives the mind time to process information from the day and store memories into the long-term bank. With regards to the sacred secretion, it is important to keep the brain at slower wave states in order to reduce cortisol production and allow the body time to rest. Like Christ in the tomb conserving his power, the days of preservation are a time for focused attention and rejuvenation. Meditating as much as possible is key, not only for calming the mind into a slower state of consciousness so that it is in a better position to connect and develop intuitively, but also to increase oxytocin, the love hormone, levels that will keep the internal Christ saved, as well as allowing for better overall communication with the body through the power of visualization. Visualization. Visualization is the act of imagining future desires. It is a process put into practice by many professionals and successful inventors, such as Einstein and Tesla. For best results when visualizing, neuroscientist Joe Dispenza, 2017, advocates using all of your senses to make the image as real as possible. The brain then releases corresponding chemicals into the blood, which relate to appropriate glands and energy centers, thus emitting the related aura, energy field, that will attract likewise energies, including that of which is being visualized. This is how the phenomenon known as the law of attraction works, detailed in Chapter 7. Though visualization is not always easy as the brain naturally wanders, it is through use of a developed imagination that creativity spikes in the human mind, allowing the brain to become more alert and receptive to outside vibrations. Even Einstein said that his greatest discovery was that imagination is more powerful than knowledge, because that was the source of all his discoveries. In science, this is known as Gedanken experiments, experiments of pure thought. Every scientist, then, is really just a person with an exceptional imagination. They are visualizers. When it comes to the law of attraction and visualizing, though, one of the biggest inhibitors to success is incongruence. This is because, for the attraction process to be successful, there must be a strong resonance between the desired state and the current state. Unfortunately, many people have deep, unconscious programs that cause a mismatch. For example, a person may be trying to manifest a new job, but, unconsciously, they are afraid of change. Therefore, There will be incongruence between the current state and the desired state, so it will not manifest optimally. Even our memories are active thoughts to our unconscious, which give power to these unconscious programs without us consciously realizing. This is why therapeutic techniques such as NLP, hypnotherapy and EFT work so well with the law of attraction, as they focus on rewiring your neurology and energy meridians of the body so that congruence between your desired self and current self can be established. This then alters your state of consciousness in a way that propels your manifestation into reality. For more information on this, check out www.victorialoalou.com/blog/congruence. Once congruence has been established between the desired self and current self, visualization techniques can be used, which work best during the theta frequency. Hence, putting this into practice within meditation or just before bed when the body is relaxed and the mind is calm and ready to receive messages from the universe is particularly effective. Using all senses to imagine a desired reality literally imprints that vision into the long-term memories and DNA, through epigenetics, thus altering one's energy and perception. There are countless studies on sports people who have split into groups to either physically train for a game or mentally, which have shown that those who mentally train exceed as much as or more than others. Jacqueline and Angela Ryder, 1991, Liggett and Homada, 1993. Furthermore, there is story upon story of injured people who have been told that they will never walk again or survive an incurable disease but, through the power of imagination, have gone on to live thriving lives, including Dr. Joe Dispenza himself. Chopra, 1989, Wise, 1995. For some, an alternative to therapeutic interventions to support the rewiring of their neurology is plant medicine. One of the more renowned psychedelics for achieving mental well-being is DMT. Although we can cultivate this ourselves endogenously, described later, ayahuasca is a form of DMT brew that receives a lot of attention. This purge-prompting concoction is repeatedly reported to aid the process of physical, psychological and spiritual healing by allowing the consumer to reach altered states of consciousness, whereby the subconscious mind and various spirits/aliens are able to be heard by the conscious. Drug-induced states of consciousness. McKenna's, 1992. Book, Food of the Gods, although touches base with almost all known consciousness-altering compounds, such as LSD, seems to particularly favor the use of tryptamines. The tryptamine hallucinogens, especially DMT, psilocin and psilocybin, are found throughout the higher plant families. Psilocin and psilocybin occur predominantly in mushrooms, whilst DMT is in most living things, even within the human body. Psilocybin specifically activates the areas of the brain concerned with processing signals and communication. In this way, the body is able to more freely express itself, which McKenna, 1992, speculates to have opened the doors for language in our early evolution. McKenna, 1992, further supports this claim by explaining how a common occurrence with psilocybin is spontaneous poetry and other vocal activity, such as speaking different languages, as a result of increased neural firing and sensory hallucination. The English word hallucination derives from the Latin verb hallucinare, meaning to wander in the mind. Hallucinogenic experiences, often generated by consumption of external compounds, tend to occur as a result of altered brain waves. Interestingly, a recent study by Timmerman et al., 2019, found that, whilst exogenously consumed DMT shares psilocybin and LSD's psychoactive traits, it does something very different to the user's brain. The researchers have likened human brain waves of DMT to those of a dream state, theta, and claimed that further research into this could yield important insights into the relationship between brain activity and consciousness. A previous study by Griffiths et al., 2017, even showed that the psychological benefits of these mystical experiences were further enhanced when meditation was practiced. Archetypes and oversouls within our universe energy grid/the great cosmic womb, we find what many shamans refer to as oversouls. Oversouls are the layers of original source frequency. They are the master copies of creation, whereby all else manifests in the image of. We can imagine this metaphorically using the analogy of a photocopier. A person will have a master copy, which contains all of the original information, which can then be copied unlimited times. If a person loses a copy or spoils it, then can simply go back to the original master and print another. There is an oversoul for everything, the divine human form, each organ, the cell, animals, plants, planets, solar systems, etc. Another term used for oversoul is fractal, which is analyzed in Chapter 7. Archetypes are the energetic oversouls of human personalities and expressions. Many of the characters in ancient mythology represent archetypes that can be channeled and called upon to achieve specific goals or empower intentions. Specific archetypal energy can be channeled consciously, For example, we may channel our protective, Athena archetype when needing to set boundaries with someone, or unconsciously, for instance, a woman's hormones may change during ovulation in order to channel her sexual, Aphrodite archetype. That said, humans, as energy transmuters, are able to consciously adapt some of these archetypes and write over the master copies. For example, the symbol of the swastika was originally a symbol of divinity, spirituality and good luck. Yet, the symbol nowadays makes the vast majority of people feel uncomfortable following the horrors orchestrated behind it during World War II. This is related to the hijacking phenomena discussed in Chapter 1 with regards to simulation theory. Fortunately, we are able to repeat this process and create for the greater good. At this moment in time, humans are elevating their awareness at such a speed that more people are realizing their divine potential as creators and so are consciously altering the future of the planet. The matrix is a term used to describe something within something else, or from which something else originates. To most people, the word usually spikes the thought of intelligent machines, long black coats and awesome martial arts. Although the movie The Matrix is deemed fiction, the more one delves into the science of consciousness and psychedelics, the more such films resonate as truth. An aspect of this ideology which is increasing in advocation over recent years is that of the universal time matrix, or dimension timelines. The universal time matrix is said to be a mathematical program in which the consciousness expresses time and matter. Like an avatar can uplevel in a game simulation, so is one said to be able to upgrade and shift into the higher dimensions of consciousness within this human form. The lower dimensions of being are 1D and 2D consciousness, which are limited to the lower, vegetation level of awareness. For humans, the main timelines are 3D, 4D and 5D. 3D consciousness, the material state here, a person feels like a separate individual from others and identifies themselves by physical things, such as their appearance. Fulfillment is found in making money and increasing social status as everything is viewed as either good or bad. A person whose consciousness is limited within the 3D will probably deem themselves as a realist and be happy to follow the roles within survival of the fittest. Although this may seem like a lower state of consciousness, part of the ascension process is being able to let others wake up in their own time. The fact that you have chosen to delve into this book is a pretty good sign that you are in the 4D state, but it is important to remember that this doesn't make you a higher being. One of the most difficult challenges to overcome when awakening is to let others be. Trying to anchor them into a timeline that their soul did not choose for this life will just cause friction. Be aware of all that is happening and be the guide if others want it. But if they do not, let them be. They need to take this journey. 4D, the dream state within 4D consciousness, a person is beginning to awaken to the idea of there being more to life than material things. Thoughts become more powerful and one begins to shift away from perceived reality. There is a strong desire to find purpose in life and seek deeper meanings to existence. Those of 4D consciousness are beginning to develop their intuition and likely feel called to experiment with psychedelics as a means of attempting to answer their questions. At the very least, they are seeing synchronicities as their frequency changes. This is where most of us are. It's a lovely place to be as we can observe all worlds and still be grateful for all of the learning and lessons along the way. 5D, the awakened state. Although people tend to shift between these three primary states of human consciousness, once a person is predominantly in the 5D, it is very difficult to slip back into 3D because their body is so full of love and light. Once awareness has shifted into 5D, there is no more individuality, we are all one and we are all connected. Life becomes an adventure for growth and there no longer are such perceptions as good and bad. Instead, a 5D human will have a higher awareness and see that there is a higher purpose to all things. Life becomes full of lessons, with an understanding that this human experience is for spiritual growth and joy. Love, compassion and gratitude become a person's true sovereignty. Even death is a choice within this realm and beyond. 5D is also considered the dimension of light and information due to the fact that, here, a soul within a human avatar is able to access information from source energy and connect with others telepathically. Unsurprisingly, it is within the 5D world that one is said to be able to access information from other light beings and parallel worlds, such as extraterrestrials and fairies. Personally, I believe that DMT allows us to take a peek into this state of consciousness by increasing the levels of inner light within our physical body, but more on that later. During the year 2020, more and more people began to awaken to their true divine power as they developed their 2020 vision and begin to see more clearly. The YouTube channel of Magenta Pixie is particularly effective at explaining these philosophies. Interestingly, Magenta Pixie states that we are able to manifest the timeline we want. It's like the law of attraction but on a more powerful scale beyond materialism. As humans themselves are energy generators, when enough of the collective consciousness fractalizes into 5D awareness, the whole of Gaia will also shift. It is in this way that many spiritual gurus believe we can literally change the course of time and manifest the timeline we want. That is, regardless of whatever fear-mongering is displayed over the news and media, we must each meditate and pray for unity and the best outcome for the planet, working for the highest good. Just simply sending out thoughts of happiness and relief at regular intervals into the universal time matrix can alter the emotional frequency of the collective and move a person further into a 5D timeline. Beyond 5D and into 6D and 7D, it is said that energy can teleport and even time travel. Within these states, time is not linear and distance cannot be measured. Consciousness, here, is part of the non-physical, the spirit realm. Only pure, unconditional love and unity can be felt. There is no judgment, no fear and no pain. Consciousness at this level can choose to come back down into the physical dimensions in order to feel the array of emotions that humans can elicit. This is why a human cannot go through life always in peace and seeking eternal happiness. It just doesn't exist within this realm of awareness. If your soul incarnated within human form, it wanted to feel these emotions. So the next time you wake up feeling irritable, don't blame yourself and get angry or that you are unable to snap out of it. Instead, embrace it, recognize it and love it, knowing that it, too, will pass. Moving into 8D, 9D and 10D, it is believed that our energy is able to return to source, merge with other soul groups and even travel to distant galaxies and incarnate within these. Finally, 11D and 12D consciousness are said to be of true God frequency. However, this frequency is so high that it is extremely difficult for human consciousness to even begin to comprehend it. Hence the need for stories and symbols as an attempt to make such abstract concepts more accessible. In sum, as a soul moves through the dimensions of consciousness, they build up their spiritual sovereignty, or treasures in heaven, as the Bible states. The sacred secretion is a way of allowing access into this 5D realm by way of biochemically producing the spirit molecule, DMT. This substance puts the physical body in a state of ease and healing, as well as raising the corresponding spiritual vibration. By preserving the sacred secretion and increasing our connection with both our inner light and outer connectedness, we can actively shift our consciousness into the 5D. Researcher John Chavez hypothesizes that DMT, a psychedelic compound discussed in Chapter 12, and serotonin are equals but for different aspects of this matrix reality. By seeing serotonin as the daytime modulator, like a butterfly, and DMT as the nighttime consciousness modulator, like a moth, both compounds can be seen as reality regulators, depending on the time of day, and the effectiveness of the pineal gland. In this way, DMT can be seen as a portal to other realms of consciousness or a key that opens the stargates to dream school. Humans are intrigued by dreams for a reason, and it is speculated that the release of DMT at night once allowed awakened humans to attend other realms during their sleep and learn lessons which they could bring back with them into this physical reality during the day in order to navigate along their chosen life path, like pausing a video game to check the manual. By doing this, we are able to identify and heal trauma and past life karma whilst gaining the knowledge and DNA awakening, aka light codes discussed in Chapter 5, that would enable us to get the most out of this physical existence. Therefore, sleep is not only physically regenerating but is also spiritually enlightening. Unfortunately, materialism and a collective anchoring into the 3D caused a loss of ability to decode and remember such dreams. This seems particularly evident when one refers back to earlier parts of this chapter where shifts in brainwave oscillations throughout childhood were contemplated. On a positive note, the mass awakening of human consciousness is supporting the manifestation of a shift in the Earth's frequency as it, too, anchors into the 5D. As the Earth and its beings facilitate within a give-and-take reciprocal relationship, we are also remembering our potential and awakening to this new level of consciousness. Summary and personal reflection state of consciousness is used to describe the level of one's awareness within the physical world. As humans, we are divine energy transmuters who are capable of transforming one thing into another, often by thought alone. Everything in the world is frequency and energy, so when we consciously change our own brain wave oscillations and energy current through our meridians and heart space, we work as alchemists, see Chapter 20. We can also use this same technique to channel certain information and or connect with oversoul templates, archetypes. To be optimal at this, though, there must be congruence between a desired state and the current state. In addition, alterations in brain waves can provide a person with the ability to perceive different frequencies, such as light beings. It is for this reason that people often describe moments of enlightenment during meditation, sleep and breathwork. As a result of chemical precursors in a range of Gaia-grown foods, the things one ingests can affect the chemical composition of the body and corresponding brain oscillations/state of consciousness. Consequently, dietary choices can be seen as paramount to the successful preservation of the Christos, which is where we turn our attention to next. Chapter 4 Nutrition. To eat or not to eat. We are happy, sleepy, alert, depressed and even aroused based on what we eat. Therefore, one of the biggest controversies surrounding the preservation of the sacred secretion is what to put into the body. Considering that about 80% of the proteins in CSF, the delivery channel of the sacred secretion, are derived from the blood, which has a direct link to the nutritional value of the foods we consume, our dietary choices are paramount. This is especially important as what we put into our body, both physically and emotionally, tells our brain what the world is like and how it should respond. Interestingly, in Greek mythology, Hygeia, the goddess of health, is depicted holding a bowl, from which she feeds a serpent, the significance of which is discussed in Chapter 8. Nowadays, the symbol of Hygeia's bowl is a sign of medical learning, which is rather sad considering how few doctors advocate diet change over medicalization. The gut is commonly referred to as the body's second brain due to the vast connections it has to the first brain, informing this about the environment and how it needs to respond. Predominantly, communication between these two organs use the endocrine system, hormones, nervous system, neurotransmitters, and the immune system, cytokines. In short, digestion is the process of breaking down food into nutrients that can be used by cells, tissues and organs within the body. In order to use the nutrients from our food properly, the digestive system breaks these down and directs them to the areas they are needed via, for example, the lipid cycle. Unhealthy eating habits, such as eating too much food or highly processed meats, causes impaired digestion and can have a damaging effect on the balance of the body. Figure 4, the cell membranes are the brain of the cell, which are primarily made of fats. The cytoplasm, though, is full of intracellular fluid which contains a range of organelles and proteins. It is for these reasons that a whole, balanced diet is always recommended. But what does that look like? Mitochondria and free radicals. Mitochondria are tiny organelles contained within nearly all cells which account for around 10% of your body weight. One of their many essential roles includes producing energy by combining nutrients from what you eat with oxygen from the air you breathe, a process referred to as oxidative phosphorylation. The energy molecules the mitochondria produce are called adenosine triphosphate, or ATP, for short. Mitochondria produce energy using the electron transport chain, a series of chemical reactions, basically. These reactions use electrons liberated from the food you eat and protons contained within the cycle to produce energy and keep the process rolling. At the end of the chain, electrons react with oxygen to form water. From this chain, a percentage of electrons tend to leak out and form what is called reactive oxygen species, ROS. ROS molecules contain oxygen atoms with impaired electrons, making them unstable. These highly reactive atoms form potentially destructive free radicals. Free radicals react with other molecules in what are known as oxidation reaction in order to neutralize their unstable electrical charge. Like trying to get a horde of squirrels to share one nut, this rapidly expanding number of free radicals collects within a cell and degrades mitochondrial membranes, causing them to disintegrate. This also damages DNA by disrupting its replication, altering structure and interfering with cell maintenance activities. As mitochondria are also involved within apoptosis, programmed cell death, as well as autophagy and mitophagy, which clear out unhealthy cells, it is important to absorb antioxidants, through diet and grounding, to stabilize these free radicals. Figure 5, ROS chaos. These free radicals can cause further damage within the lipid cycle. Using the lipid cycle, cells are able to order the nutrients they need. First, the intestines coat the nutrient particles into lipoproteins. These circulate in the blood until fished out by a cell who has sent a signal out for it. However, free radicals can damage these by making the lipoproteins unreadable. These then float in the blood until, eventually, clogging the arteries. So no, fat does not clog your arteries, processed free radical-rich fats do. According to Mercola, 2017, the heart has more than 5,000 mitochondria per cell, making it the most energy-dense tissue in the body. This is particularly interesting considering that the heart is the center of the human electromagnetic field and was highly valued by the ancient Egyptians. Mitochondria are also believed to be the foundation of the midi-chlorians of Star Wars, which allow Jedis to feel the Force. So which diet is best for our Force-feeling powerhouses? Ketogenic. The ketogenic diet is a high-fat, moderate protein and low-carbohydrate diet which prompts the production of a fuel known as ketones, which produce far fewer Ras and secondary free radicals compared to carbohydrate and sugar fuels. Ketones is the title given to three water-soluble compounds that are synthesized from the breakdown of fatty acids in the liver. These ketones are a source of energy in themselves and are the preferred fuel source of the brain and heart due to these organs requiring so much energy to function. This promotion of fat for fuel has taken its time in becoming mainstream as a result of a half-century-long global fear of fat, which began in the 1950s when Ancel Keys went to Europe in search of the cause of heart disease. From all of the countries he reviewed, Keys cherry-picked 7 of them and generated the claim that saturated fats lead to heart disease, without any recognition of other factors such as processed foods and sugar consumption. Although no scientific data has ever proven Keys' theory, the claim made it mainstream and has contributed to the very sick nation we have today. In fact, saturated fats have been shown to provide the building blocks for cell membranes and hormones and is the optimal fuel for brain function and mitochondrial health. Now, I know that arguments against meat consumption include cows creating methane, thus contributing to global warming, but what most of us have not been told is that it is the mass farming of cows that are fed soy and corn that is contributing to CO2 buildup. In fact, carbon in cows is neutralized by the grass they consume. Therefore, pasture-raised cows do not contribute much to global warming due to the carbon being consumed alongside the grass neutralizing methane within their digestive tract. What's more, the soya and grains fed to farmed cows are often grown unsustainably, contributing to vast acres of rainforest land being destroyed and increased pesticide levels in our atmosphere. Hence, it is the greed of corporations that is speeding up the natural process of climate change. As it states within Proverbs 12:10, a righteous man regards the life of his animal. Ergo, if one makes the decision to consume animal products, then considerations must be made regarding the morality of that animal's life. Miserable, abused animals pumped with toxic foods and hormones will not optimize your health and spirit. After all, we all know how much more upsetting it tends to be when watching a movie and an animal dies compared with another human. And that's because we are the keepers of the animals, their guardians. So when they die unnecessarily, it's like a failure within ourselves for not doing more to keep them safe. With that in mind, you wouldn't stand for seeing someone abuse an animal in the street, so it's important not to be a hypocrite and encourage the same abuse behind the scenes. Ignorance is not bliss, it's karmatic. Should you choose to consume animal products, or should your physical body require the nutrients of such, try to do so with as much compassion as you can. Although far more challenging, keto can be achieved on a plant-based diet. My personal favorite fats include coconut oil, which raises good cholesterol and boosts brain function, to name a couple of the dozens of benefits, macadamia nuts, low levels of anti-nutrients compared to other nuts, and avocados, nutritionally rich and proven to be one of the safest commercial crops to consume non-organic. Furthermore, as cancer cells are believed to thrive on carbohydrates and sugar, the keto diet literally starves these unwanted cells. However, it is the right types of fat that are essential. Most saturated fats are fine. They're typically just fat molecules saturated with hydrogen atoms, making them less likely to become oxidized and form free radicals. Trans fats, such as margarine, though, which many food companies camouflage as saturated fats on their packaging, are in fact plastic fats. When your cells rebuild themselves out of these, they're literally suffocating in cellophane-like matter. Yet it's not as easy as just cutting out these plastic fats as greedy corporations find legal loopholes. For example, most olive oils are actually minimal olive oil mixed with one of the most toxic vegetable oils known, rapeseed/canola oil. So some common sense is required here when recognizing the difference between whole foods and processed foods. Note, though, that although the conventional keto diet states low vegetable intake, Dr. Josh Axe, 2019, advocates a keto diet high in green veggies in order to keep the body at a normal pH and to ensure sustainable consumption of macro and micronutrients. The Atkins diet pushed its way through the fat is bad gossip and came out of the other side still fighting strong, and burning pounds. This is a weight loss program devised by Robert Atkins which is a high-fat, high-protein, low-carb approach similar to the ketogenic diet. The main difference is that Atkins promotes high protein whereas keto only suggests moderate protein, due to the fact that the human body, when low on sugar, tends to convert protein into sugar. Another key difference is that the original Atkins plan encouraged the consumption of vegetable oils, whereas the ketogenic has apparently always been built upon the promotion of healthy fats. Both diets share very similar benefits, with the effectiveness being dependent on your personal body type, which will be discussed later. However, Caroline Dean, 2017, does claims that magnesium is required to digest a high-protein diet as more stomach acid is needed to digest protein, and the body uses magnesium to create more stomach acid. So a supplement should be considered if the diet does not accommodate for this. The largest argument against the ketogenic and Atkins diet is that they typically involve the consumption of large quantities of meat in order to keep fat and protein high, which is different to the plant-based diet most of our cousins, apes, etc., consume. However, according to Richard Wrangham, 2010, the use of fire to cook our food, particularly meat, is the reason behind human intelligence and our evolution away from tree dwellers. Wrangham claims that the timing of our ancestors beginning to use fire to cook correlates with the evolutionary adaptations of our digestive system and increased brain capacity, caused by the increased availability of nutrients in food, easier digestion and more energy available for brain use, hence becoming smarter. Wrangham promotes an omnivore diet due to the fact that hunters would not have always been successful in catching meat, in which case it would have been the gathered fruits and vegetables which fed them that day. As the foods consumed by our ancestors would have been completely location and season dependent, there would have naturally been spells of no meat availability. Vegan within the Bible, Daniel 1:12 shows that Daniel and his friends, who lived on a vegetarian diet, were fitter than those who ate meat. Morally, vegans and vegetarians tend to report feeling happier and more connected by not eating animals, claiming to eat life rather than death. Veganism, in particular, is becoming increasingly popular due to concerns over animal welfare and planet Earth. It is a plant-based diet that is void of any animal products. Due to being high in fruit and vegetables, this diet tends to be vitamin-rich and high in antioxidants, which prevents free radical damage, thus lowering risk of age-related problems such as high blood pressure and heart disease. Interestingly, a study by Pineal and Pineal, 2003, even concluded that a plant-based diet was more sustainable for the environment than a meat-based one. When transitioning from a previously toxic lifestyle as a result of. It should be noted, though, that a key problem with vegan diets is that they tend to be high in carbs and sugar. This can be detrimental because when you eat carbs and sugar your pancreas secretes insulin. The more insulin you have in your blood, the more signals your body gets to store fat. What's more, research tends to argue that the lack of essential fatty acids, such as fish oils, which are typical of a standard vegan diet, can contribute to cognitive impairment and depression. Additionally, many vegans often opt for soya-based products as substitutes for meat, but the vast majority of soya products are GMO, full of chemical pesticides and heavy in aluminium, which is directly linked to an array of degenerative diseases, typically of the brain, as well as contributing to mass rainforest deforestation. From this, I do not want it to come across as though I'm pro-meat eating. In fact, I made the choice some years ago to become vegan myself, so that is definitely not the case. Instead, it is for this reason that I have more of an understanding of the research surrounding this dietary choice as it was of personal interest to me on my journey. Therefore, I felt that I needed to make it clear that I am no angry vegan trying to push a plant-based diet onto anybody, as is akin to the current stigmatism. If there is one thing I have learned from all of my research and personal experience, it is that however good one person can feel on a particular diet, genetically, there is no one diet fits all, and some body-processed foods or commercial meat, a vegan diet can lower inflammation, reduce the risk of heart disease and obesity, increase fiber intake and protect against diabetes. Types are just not adapted to veganism, just like some aren't to meat eating or dairy. We are all unique, and that is a beautiful thing. If you feel so inclined to try giving up meat but you're not sure which diet choice will work for you, there are a number of other variations to the standard vegan diet that can be adopted within modern society. These include raw vegan, only raw, uncooked vegan foods are eaten, pescatarian, vegetarians who eat fish. Note, fish should be wild caught from low polluted waters such as Alaska. Ovo-vegetarians, vegans that eat eggs. Note, eggs should be 100% pasture-raised in biodynamic farms. Lacto-vegetarians, in contrast to ovo-vegetarians, lacto-vegetarians consume dairy but not eggs. Note, dairy is best when raw and from 100% pasture-raised cows, and so on. Fruitarian, eating only fruit, is the most guilt-free diet when sourced locally and organically as the fruit seems to be the only form of food that actually wants to be eaten. That said, one cannot ignore the fact that fruits are extremely high in sugars and do not contain all of the necessary nutrients for optimal regeneration, so long-term consumption is not optimal or sustainable. When consuming plants as the vast majority of humans do, one must consider the increasing data on the damage done by oxalates. According to Norton, 2019, an oxalate is a tiny molecule that is acidic and toxic. These typically bind to calcium and form crystals, such as kidney stones. However, these can also bind to more dangerous substances, such as mercury, which form less soluble salts that accumulate and get trapped in body tissues. Norton explains that oxalates are produced in plants and, as the human body has no way of breaking these down, cannot be metabolized by humans, so must be excreted. Oxalates are particularly high in our most loved veggies, such as carrots, kale and sweet potatoes. A sign of oxalate buildup is grayish stains on teeth, as the body attempts to remove the toxins from the blood. Fortunately, the probiotic bifidobacteria possesses an oxalate-reducing enzyme when cofactored with magnesium. Foods abundant in bifidobacterium include yogurt, kefir and fermented foods such as pickles and sauerkraut. However, bifidobacterium is highly sensitive to glyphosate, the active ingredient in Roundup and other herbicides and insecticides commonly sprayed on non-organic crops. Therefore, an organic diet, even better, foods grown in your own greenhouse, is essential in reducing glyphosate consumption so that our bodies are better adapted to riding oxalates. Norton also advocates a seasonal diet to prevent the overconsumption of the same oxalates. In this way, the body is able to detox in a cyclical fashion throughout the year. Similar to concerns over oxalates are warnings about plant lectins. The Plant Paradox is a book written by Dr. Stephen Gundry. As a result of his decades of clinical work, Gundry, 2017, claims that plants have developed natural defenses against the animals, including humans, that would otherwise eat them, which are incredibly detrimental to our health when consumed at high doses. These mechanisms of defense are referred to as lectins. Gundry's, 2017, work shows a number of detrimental effects that may manifest due to eating plants high in lectins, such as fat storage, leaky gut, autoimmunity, the body attacking itself, and inflammation. To solve the issue of lectins, the use of a pressure cooker or the sprouting of grains and seeds, because these break down the anti-nutrients. If you are fortunate enough to have enough land/garden to grow your own vegetables, then I believe these issues can also be solved energetically. Vegetables grown in their masses as part of modern agriculture, even organic, are often crammed together in soil that is depleted or mixed with artificial nutrients and tended to by people growing them for profit only. Naturally, these plants are going to have higher stress levels, generating their own fight or flight style response, which results in higher levels of anti-nutrients such as lectins, just like an animal or human would be more irritable/snappy in stressful situations. When growing my own fruits and vegetables in the garden, I communicate with the plants, developing a reciprocal relationship with them whereby I nurture them with minerals, love, protection. I spend most summer mornings removing slugs and snails, and fill them with confidence that their seeds will be harvested and spread, supported in the same way. In return, I ask for an energy exchange of nutrition, without the anti-nutrients, so that I can continue to support their lineage. I feel very strongly that this really works and is exactly how it should be. Some studies to support this theory include one by the Royal Agricultural Society, 2009, which concluded that plants grow faster and better when humans talk to them, especially women. Other research includes that reported by Ascension, 2013, showing that plants can hear, as well as the National Institute of Agricultural Biotechnology in South Korea, van der Linden, 2020, which concluded that plant growth was stimulated by music. An experiment by school children across the United Arab Emirates even showed how exposing plants to negative vibrations in the form of insults etc., Jolly, 2018, detrimented their growth. The frequency of human intention during the rearing process of animals has a similar effect. Whether a human's intent is from greed or love, makes a profound difference to the vibration of the meat. The same is true for sea animals farmed in poor, unnatural environments. Sustainable is not the same as ethical. To summarize, modern plant products mass-produced for supermarkets are full of anti-nutrients designed to weaken whoever/whatever eats them in order to protect the plant. Buying from a farmer you trust, foraging wild or growing your own are the best options, alongside consumption of pickles and using a pressure cooker or sprouting. It's also recommended that you cycle your foods, eating as seasonally as possible, so that your body gets to detox from the buildup of certain anti-nutrients. Paleolithic diet. The Paleolithic, paleo, diet, often nicknamed the caveman diet, claims to foster a lifestyle similar to that of our ancestors that we are genetically similar to. Generally, this consists of a diet without grains, dairy, processed foods, sugar or alcohol. Any seeds, legumes or nuts that are consumed would usually be sprouted in water for a few days, as unsprouted seeds can hold on to a lot of nutrients, so are inaccessible to the gut, whilst laced with anti-nutrients. The argument for the paleo diet is that cereals, particularly those high in gluten, were absent on the ancient hunter and gatherer menu. Hence, as humans have apparently only been consuming cereals for around 10,000 years, it is believed that the DNA and gut microbes of humans have not had enough time to adapt to this quick and vast change in diet. That said, it is necessary to remember that the modern world and the toxins which accompany it is very different to the ancient one, so many of our plants are deficient themselves, anyway, and many of them have been hybridized by farmers over the years, even the organic kind. Most bananas, mushrooms and garlic are even hybrid. So it's probably best to go with your intuition and eat what feels nourishing and life force giving. We no longer live in paleo times, but consuming whole foods just seems common sense, with some supplementation to support deficiencies, etc. Alkaline electric. The philosophy around the alkaline diet is based on the body's pH, potential hydrogen. This is a measurement of the amount of acid and base in our bodies, with 0 representing the most acidic, 7 being neutral and 14 most alkaline. Jerry Tennant, 2010, states that pH is simply another way of measuring voltage. As the body is an electrical instrument that runs on electromagnetic information via the transportation of electrons, this is not surprising. All of the chemical reactions in the body depend on voltage being at transferable levels, corresponding with the balanced pH. When the physical human body is too acidic, it cannot function effectively. The alkaline diet promotes exactly that, an alkaline body as a result of consuming alkaline foods. Acid-forming foods include high-protein foods, such as meat, fish, eggs, most legumes and even peas, as well as most grains and alcohol. Alkaline-forming foods, though, include the majority of fruits and vegetables, nuts, seeds and spices. According to Gillian Levy, 2018, the benefits of having a balanced pH include protection from heart disease, prevention of kidney stones, anti-inflammatory properties, a more balanced blood sugar ratio, so reduced chance of diabetes, stronger bones, reduction in muscle wasting, better vitamin absorption. Recently, Dr. Sebi has taken the limelight on the advocacy of the alkaline diet. Dr. Sebi, born Alfredo Bowman, was an African herbalist, biochemist and researcher from Honduras who promoted effective traditional therapy for his patients, reportedly including Michael Jackson. Dr. Sebi claimed that there were 6 fundamental food groups: live, raw, dead, hybrid, genetically modified and drugs. Dr. Sebi's encouraged diet used only 2, live and raw, although it should be noted that a lot of emerging research concludes that learning to cook our food contributed to our vast increase in intelligence as it enabled accessibility to more nutrients and improved digestion, so a long-term raw diet may not be appropriate for most modern humans. According to Dr. Sebi, these foods were electric and so correspond to the natural electrical properties of the human body. This ideology corresponds with that of Jerry Tennant, who promotes the understanding of the electrical connection between the human body and diet. Veggies such as wheatgrass, celery and seaweeds like spirulina and chlorella help keep the body's pH at a healthy level. That said, it is necessary for the stomach to be acidic so that foods can be broken down into amino acids. This is because the blood runs at a pH of 7.35 to 7.45, which Jerry Tennant, 2010, claims to be the same as -20 to -25 millivolts, MV. The stomach, however, must be at a pH of 2, or plus 28 millivolts. To maintain this acidic environment, the stomach uses chemical reactions consisting of iodine, zinc, vitamin B1 and sodium bicarbonate, dropping these in and out of the bloodstream as required. Due to the fact that excessive alkalinity in the stomach reduces stomach acid, caution should be taken on an alkaline-only diet, especially as this process of producing more stomach acid requires more magnesium, which would need to be pulled away from elsewhere in the body if the diet is not supportive. In addition, as much of the magnesium that should be in plants is heavily depleted in modern agriculture, a supplement should probably be considered. Otherwise, simply work towards balance, whether that be through yin-yang, male-female, light-dark, sun-moon. Acid-alkaline. With the alkaline diet still in mind, a lesser-known fact that should be noted is that when we overeat, if there is more food than the stomach can deal with, the excess sits and ferments. Overeating producing free radicals as the mitochondria are forced to release more activated oxygen, preventing detox and repair and increasing the acidity levels within the body. This is usually preventable by not eating 3 hours before bed. Interestingly, deep breathing also keeps our blood alkaline. All too often, We are breathing much too shallow as we become preoccupied with other information surrounding us, which in turn makes our blood more acidic. This is another point which complements the usefulness of meditation, as being mindful whilst eating allows our breathing to become more rhythmic and natural. By oxygenizing our blood in this way, we remove excess carbon dioxide, CO2, which creates the perfect environment for effective digestion, and DMT production. In sum, so far, although a more alkaline body is effective for optimizing health, it is important to be aware that the stomach must be acidic in order for food to digest properly. As a result, an all-alkaline diet, such as that promoted by Dr. Sebi, is fine in the short term to detox but must be thoroughly studied before becoming a long-term commitment. This is especially true in those who have any health predispositions which may inhibit bile production or those with GERD, for example. The Rainbow Diet. Dr. Cousins and Lieberman, 1991, recommend the Rainbow Diet. This is based on research by Dr. Cousins, demonstrating that a food's color vibrates at the same frequency as the correspondingly colored chakra. The Rainbow Diet suggested is vegetarian and follows the order of the rainbow, so red, orange and yellow in the morning, maybe a fruit bowl, yellow, green and blue for lunch, like a salad, and green, blue, indigo and violet for dinner, such as veggies. He also claims that white foods can be eaten at any time as they are full spectrum. I personally don't get along with this diet as regular consumption of high-sugar foods is like an unpredictable energy roller coaster for me, but it's worth considering if your body is not that way inclined, plus it sounds real pretty to be able to say you're on the Rainbow Diet. The biblical diet. Throughout the Bible, references are made to the medicinal properties of foods and herbs. Therefore, the art of eating righteously can be seen as a spiritual act. For example, Paul in Romans 14:2-6 states, "Let not him who eats despise him who does not eat, and let not him who does not eat judge him who eats, for God has received him. He who eats, eats to the Lord, for he gives God thanks, and he who does not eat, to the Lord he does not eat, and gives God thanks." Specifically, the Bible seems to advocate trees and plants whose edible yield is bearing seeds or is seed, Genesis 1:29, and plants of the field, Genesis 3:18, although only grains that are sprouted, Ezekiel 4:9. So fruits, vegetables, legumes, nuts and seeds, in addition to any animal that has a divided hoof and that chews the cud, Leviticus 11:3, which includes cattle, buffalo, sheep, goat and deer, but does not include rabbit, pig or camel. As for seafood, the Bible states that you may eat any that have fins and scales, such as fish. The Bible also states that birds such as chicken and duck are fine, Leviticus 11:13-19, as are locusts, katydid, crickets and grasshoppers, Leviticus 11:20-23. According to the words of God to Moses, Leviticus 11:46, any of the animals and insects not mentioned are unclean and are prohibited, even to touch them once dead, or else you, too, will become unclean until evening. By unclean, God is speaking energetically. It is written within the Essene Gospel of Peace, however, that this dietary commandment was given to the followers of Moses as they were not yet physically able to cope with the diet that the Lord actually wanted them to consume. The Essene diet. The Essenes are detailed more in chapter 17, but here is just a short description of the diet apparently advocated by this group. According to the Essene Gospel of Peace Book 1, Jesus advocated a raw lacto-vegetarian diet. That is, raw vegan plus raw milk. The text also states that different foods should not be mixed as it is too much for the digestive system and puts it out of ease. Instead, it is said that no more than 2 or 3 different foods should occupy any meal. These foods should be local, or at least as local as possible, and the consumer should not overindulge as this also makes the blood toxic. Fasting is also heavily advocated within the ancient Essene texts. As the Essene writings are one of the most referenced with regard to the ancient practice of preserving the sacred oil, one could argue that this is the desired diet for those seeking enlightenment on this path. However, it should be noted that these texts are not only based on modern translations of an ancient Hebrew/Aramaic language, but much of the writings are missing or ruined. Hence, this too should be taken with a pinch of salt when considering which food choices are best for you. Fasting. The digestion process requires a lot of energy. During the days of preservation in particular, the body needs to put as much energy as it can spare into increasing the vibrational potency of the stored CSF and remaining in the parasympathetic state, rest and repair. Therefore, seeing as oxygen goes where needed, when needing more energy is put into the digestion process, whereas when in sympathetic, fight or flight, focus goes to arms and legs. It is for this reason that a loss of appetite is common in those with depression and why stomach aches are common after meals when one is feeling stressed. Mitochondria, as the powerhouses of our cells, take in nutrients and break them down to create energy. According to Loalou, 2018, the theoretical lifespan of a human is 120 years. So how did biblical prophets live for hundreds and hundreds of years? No, 2018, claims that a calorie-restricting diet, about 40% of usual consumption, extends the theoretical lifespan of all animals, including humans, as a shortage of fuel means less free radicals. Thus, with a strong advocacy of fasting within the diet, the correlation here is easy to spot. However, no, 2018, does point out that calorie restriction is very different from famine and starvation due to the consumption of nutrient-dense foods. Therefore, calorie-restricting diets and fasting are only beneficial if the food that is eaten is nutritional enough to support the function of the body. Interestingly, fasting is a ritual that is an integral part of nearly every religious tradition. It is seen as a purification process that cleanses the body. According to Mercola, 2017, the benefits of fasting include stabilizing blood sugars and levels of insulin, resting the gut, producing ketones, improving metabolism, clearing out damaged cells, autophagy, reducing overall hunger, giving you more control of your hunger, and removing excess body fat, including around the organs, as well as slowing the aging process and improving brain function. That said, being hungry can pump adrenaline and put you on high alert for food, so must be a part of a weaning process. Scott Anderson, 2017, states that low-calorie diets, although reportedly lengthen life, are miserable for the long haul. Instead, Anderson, 2017, advocates intermittent fasting, part-time fasting, which he claims has similar effects. I personally practice intermittent fasting, 14 to 18-hour fasts, which includes sleep, most days to give my digestive system a break. The diet of you with so many diets and controversies surrounding nutrition, it can often feel pressurizing to follow one strictly. One thing is for certain, though, variety and cycling is key. The world cycles in seasons, so it's obvious that we should, too. Even the ancients used seasonal dietary cycling to strengthen their survival, eating whatever was available on the land, aka, provided by the gods. This process also prevents a buildup of the same toxins and anti-nutrients, which resonates with the natural rhythm of life whereby there are stages of highs and lows within all things. From all of this, it can be deduced that what foods you consume is up to you, just accept responsibility for whatever part you play for both your own well-being and that of other living things, including Gaia. For example, standard veganism could be seen as a less environmentally damaging diet to follow, and the ketogenic may feel like the most physiologically appropriate. Yet, the destruction being done to the planet by pesticides and deforestation in order to grow soya, including that which is fed to commercially raised livestock, will be far more damaging physically and globally than a conscientious omnivore one. There is also the argument that uncountable numbers of small animals, such as mice and snakes, are churned up by the big harvesting machines used by many large-scale farmers, so there would be energy karma here. Dr. Zach Bush is currently initiating a sustainable farming regime titled Farmer's Footprint, which optimizes the relationship between farmer and producer in order to make crops as nourishing as they always were and should be. He exclaims that if farmers and consumers do not predominantly switch to such practices within the next 30 years, then we may reach the point of no return for maintaining life on this beautiful planet. Please see zachbush.com for more details on this. Better yet, start growing your own foods and encouraging others to do the same. And if you are able to work with some local, like-minded people to generate your own micro-farm, then contact Zach Bush personally for more information, as he is incredibly passionate about this natural way of living. Note, it is worth being aware that big corporations and rich families are using climate change and sustainable development to push the human race into a technocratic dictatorship, digital identities, carbon credits, etc., in order to control every aspect of our lives, from cradle to grave. So it's a good idea to not buy into the climate change agenda too much, either. Look into the work of Patrick Wood for more info. In addition to the above, one must remember that our environment now is extremely different to what it was in the past. As a species, we are exposed to frequencies never before reported on the planet, and each part of the world is potentially exposed to differing levels of all of these. For instance, there are researchers currently stating that vitamin A is a toxin to the body and so should be avoided, even claiming that blue light from screens is only damaging if there is vitamin A in the system. See work by Dr. Garrett Smith for more information. However, this does beg the question as to whether vitamin A isn't always has been toxic for the human body, or if the environment we are living in at the moment reacts with the molecule in a way that makes it toxic. Personally, I believe in too much of a good thing, and that it is the constant exposure to toxins that force our bodies out of sync with natural detox cycles, such as fasting when food was scarce in the winter. Furthermore, each and every one of us has a unique genetic imprint which responds to the environment. The most predominant way that our DNA responds to the environment is based on nutritional intake. For me, a vegan diet feels good. I have more energy, less brain fog, and feel more connected to the world around me. I do not consume soy products and only eat organic foods as local as I can get them and homegrown as much as possible. Although some researchers would probably argue that these positive-seeming results were because my body is full of adrenaline and starving, I'm a strong believer in epigenetics and do not believe they're in a one-diet-fits-all approach. At the end of the day, as long as you have done your research and make the right adjustments where needed to prevent as much deficiency as you can whilst minimizing toxification, your body is your own and only you know what makes you feel alive. And in my opinion, anyone who tries to put you down about your dietary choices without a valid analysis of your own unique genetic predispositions hasn't got any ground for the debate. In short, we are all epigenetically predisposed to a particular diet and, as food is the primary way that we interact with our environment, the nutrients, hormones and proteins we consume all play a part in the regulation and expression of these genes and can even reverse undesirable epigenetic changes that the body may have succumbed to in the past. Moreover, much of our biology resides within the quantum realm, discussed in chapters 6 and 7, which includes communication between our cells and energy production by our mitochondria. Therefore, as there are no absolute truths in the quantum world, only possibilities, the best diet for each human will not be the same. Let me repeat that for emphasis, there is no absolute truth, only possibilities. So listen to your body, it usually knows best. The microbiome our body is home to vast civilizations called microbes. These live on our skin, in our gut, in our eyes, and so on. Each person's ecosystem of microbes is completely unique and are constantly sending messages to each other and the rest of the body, primarily to the brain via the vagus nerve. Predominantly, the gut microbes make key neurotransmitters such as serotonin. They also support the synthesis of vitamins, hence why a natural, gut-healthy diet is essential. By feeding your beneficial gut bacteria plenty of fiber, they also produce compounds that help regulate the immune system and improve brain health. In order to keep our body in balance with the perceived environment, these microbes affect our cravings. For example, a sugar-dominant microbiota produces signals that will send cravings of sugar to the brain. Yet, your microbiota changes continuously in response to what you eat, so there is no such thing as a person with a sweet tooth. This just means you have eaten your way to a sugar-dominating biome, and you can eat your way out of it, too. An interesting note to make here is that a baby consumes some of the mother's natural biome during the birthing process and via the consumption of breast milk. Yet, there is a type of sugar within breast milk referred to as human milk oligosaccharides, or HMOs, which is indigestible. Recent research, though, shows that this sugar, in fact, feeds the beneficial bacteria within the infant's gut, notably the bifidobacterium, which can break down plant toxins. As this particular sugar is only found in human breast milk, some believe that harvesting this could become the next big superfood. If so, it would be interesting to witness how these milking women are treated in comparison to most modern cattle. Food vibration. Centuries previously, most people grew their own food or depended on local farmers. Nowadays, though, the use of synthetic herbicides such as glyphosate have decimated soil microbes and fungal systems' ability to mineralize the soil, deeming these unable to support the growth of nutritionally dense crops. Moreover, Mercola, 2017, states that glyphosate depletes the body of minerals and interferes with ATP, energy, production. As processed foods are also depleted of minerals and electrons, the body would have to accommodate by supplying more oxygen molecules, which creates more free radicals. When one actually takes the time to consider such things, it seems obvious why health is deteriorating in Western society. According to Saint Germain, the perfect diet is light. Saint Germain states that within all foods is the essence of solar light, which your body breaks down into energy. Each person's perfect diet will vary depending on the light resonance of their own organism and incarnated spirit. He therefore recommended that you test various food substances to see how you feel, remembering that your body is a temple and you must drive out the false sellers, fake food, and the thieves, free radicals, as Jesus did, Genesis 1:29. It is also for this reason that local foods are better for health, as the solar essence will be more resonant with your own biorhythms due to exposure to the same lengths of the light spectrum. Foods that are said to be more conductive include raw honey, coconut water/milk, Celtic salt, Fruit juice and foods high in magnesium. Refined sugar, on the contrary, is an anti-conductor to light energy. Supplements to consider: herbs and spices are the natural supplements provided by Mother Earth. As our entire being is an amalgamation of vast civilizations of organisms, a varied diet with a range of supplements is essential. Although the term supplement can be stigmatized for assuming that a healthy body cannot be sustained through whole foods, it's important to note that the world we live in now is very different to the world we evolved on hundreds of thousands of years ago. There are more pollutants, toxins and electromagnetic interferences that have never been seen on this planet before, discovered to date. So yes, we may have survived on a particular staple food source 2,000 years ago, but we are surrounded by a lot more stress and degenerative factors now that make such a diet incapable of fully supporting our modern health. Therefore, the consumption of supplements may be considered necessary in the preservation of our healthier genetics whilst the rest of the population catches up. For me, the following supplements are paramount. Fulvic minerals / shilajit. Fulvic minerals are composed from the deepest layers of soil. They are the ultimate foundation for all functions of the body. Even vitamins cannot be broken down and used without minerals being present first. Consuming these not only detox the body of glyphosate, but these essential minerals also maintain the body's pH, voltage, levels. Iodine, an essential micronutrient which every cell in the body requires for adequate functioning. According to Lynn Farrow, 2013, iodine possesses antibiotic, antiparasitic, antifungal and antiviral properties, and can even displace metals from the body, such as aluminium. Furthermore, around 60% of iodine in the human body is stored in the thyroid glands, hence iodine is required to support optimal hormone production. Historically, seaweed and quality gray sea salt were major providers of iodine. Nowadays, modern food habits mean that most people are iodine deficient. Icelandic sea kelp is a good source. Magnesium used to be abundant in our soil and corresponding food supply. Worms, fungi and bacteria in the soil would break down minerals that would be absorbed by the plant, ready for us to eat. Thanks to pesticides killing these essential organisms off, however, the majority of people are now significantly deficient as there are less minerals available in the soil for the plants to uptake. Furthermore, fluoride binds to magnesium, so consumption of contaminated tap water depletes what stores our bodies do have even further. Combine these points with the fact that EMFs, discussed in Chapter 2, deplete your magnesium stores and the heart requires optimal amounts of magnesium to function, and you have a very sick society with high rates of heart disease and cancer. Magnesium is essential for health as there can be over 1,000 mitochondria in each human cell which each generate ATP within the 8-step Krebs cycle, and 6 out of the 8 of these steps requires magnesium. Thus, low magnesium means low energy levels. Moreover, telomeres, which keep us biologically young, are also prevented from deteriorating with magnesium. What's more, magnesium is a direct regulator of ion channels and even guards the ion channels that allow calcium to enter and exit the cells, so is necessary for voltage maintenance. According to Carol and Dean, 2017, magnesium supports oxygen uptake, electrolyte balance, energy production and the removal of toxic substances and heavy metals, such as aluminium and mercury, as well as being necessary for DNA and RNA production. There are a lot of different types of magnesium supplements which have reportedly varying effects. DRX.com has some excellent blogs to support this decision, as does the Extreme Health Radio podcast. Chlorella. Chlorella is a green, single-celled, freshwater algae approximately 2 billion years old. As one of the longest surviving living organisms on the planet, it has the genetic predispositions to cope with vast environmental changes and stressors, which can be metabolized by our own bodies. Consequently, chlorella holds many beneficial effects, such as improved immune support, accelerated healing of wounds and ulcers, protection against toxic pollutants, normalized digestion and bowel function, stimulation of tissue growth and repair, reduced aging, protection against radiation, growth of friendly gut bacteria, reduction of poisons from the blood and intestines, improved body odor, normal blood cell formation, reduced fatigue, normal functioning of the nervous system and even encourages the excretion of toxic metals such as mercury. Chlorella is also rich in iodine, vitamin B12 and protein, especially important for vegans. The best supplements are organic with a broken cell wall to aid absorption, preferably sourced from a low-pollutant country, such as Taiwan. Pine pollen. Pine pollen is the pollen from pine trees. It has over 200 bioactive, natural nutrients, minerals and vitamins which are completely absorbable by the body. Pine pollen is particularly supportive of the endocrine system, upon the glands of which is where our chakras rest. An entire book could be written on the benefits of a healthy endocrine system, but a few examples include improved mood, more energy and a better relationship with the environment. What's more, this miracle pollinates the excretion of excess estrogens, which the human body can accumulate detrimental levels of within today's plastic-filled, commercial dairy-consuming, pesticide and herbicide-riddled environment. Pine pollen can even be harvested for free from your local environment at the appropriate time of the year. Fats, not really a supplement, but healthy fats are essential for optimal brain function, especially for the pineal. Therefore, regular intake of high-fat foods such as coconuts, cacao beans/butter, olives, macadamia nuts, sprouted sunflower seeds and avocados can be beneficial. Melatonin. Melatonin is not only a precursor to the spirit molecule DMT, but it also protects mitochondrial DNA, which turns food into energy. Melatonin-rich foods include dark cherry juice, researched by Dr. Ryder, walnuts. These contain tryptophan, which is converted into serotonin when ingested and then melatonin at night. Ginger root, tomatoes, flax seeds, for tryptophan, as well as calcium and vitamin B6 which is required to turn tryptophan into serotonin. Magnesium, which calms and helps to deactivate adrenaline. Leafy greens, and cayenne pepper. This is also good in water to open airways for deeper breathing. Other supplements proposed by David Wolfe, 2009, include goji berries for longevity, heart health, adrenal, pituitary and pineal gland optimization and increased alkalinity, cacao for its richness in antioxidants and magnesium as well as tryptophan and tryptamine, maca root for strength and stamina, stabilization of the nervous system and endocrine system, and coconuts for improving digestion, stabilizing blood sugars, regulating hormone production and feeding the brain and body using its preferred energy source, fat. Water is the prime constituent of the human body and is essential to all life. Gerald Pollack is most renowned for this theory of the fourth phase of water. That is, that water does not only exist in the states of liquid, solid and gas, but is also able to form a liquid crystal-type state. Drive. Pollack discovered the fourth state of water, termed easy water, which is the gel-like structure we have in our cells. According to Pollack, 2013, this fourth phase of water stores energy similar to a battery. Consequently, this substance is electron-rich, alkaline and supports mitochondrial function. Dr. Pollack also found that light and vibration affected this substance and could create more of it. Therefore, the more easy water we have in our bodies, the better our cells function and the more light our body can hold. This is especially so when one considered that 5G internet is a water-destructuring device, and humans are mostly water. In addition to the work of Pollack, Dr. Zach Bush also strongly states that hydration does not mean drinking lots of water, it is a measurement of how much water is inside the cells. The intracellular fluid of our cells are in this fourth phase, and it is the mitochondria that allow cells to become hydrated as they use this easy fluid within their energy production line. Therefore, Bush exerts that mitochondria function and hydration are the same thing. As mitochondria are key players in our creation of a physical light body, discussed in Chapter 6, optimal hydration can be seen as paramount to the Ascension process. Machines can be purchased which structure water, but chia seeds and flax seeds soaked in water also produce this gel structure which can then be consumed orally. Placing water in a glass bottle and leaving it outside for 12 hours has also been shown to ionize water into this fourth phase, as the solar energy excites the water molecules and encourages this structuring. That said, the vast majority of experts advocate using your own body as a water structuring device by getting outside in natural light yourself, especially at sunrise and sunset when the frequencies of light are at their most optimal for health. Intriguingly, water is known to hold a memory and respond to vibrations in the environment. Therefore, it is good practice to get into the habit of sending frequencies of bliss to your water, preferably filtered or, even better, sourced from a natural spring, before drinking in order to release any trauma from its molecular structure and increase its ability to resonate with your own energy field. Pollack himself encourages the consumption of a range of different types of water in order to ensure optimal health and hydration. At the time of writing, I do not live near any natural springs, so rely on my water distiller to remove toxins from the tap water, which I then vary between solarizing, structuring in a machine or, more commonly, mineralizing with Celtic grey salt or fulvic minerals, after sending it bliss, thanks and love. However, most modern water, including distilled, is highly acidic, so using pH strips to source alkaline spring water to mix things up with, I have found Wenlock spring water in glass bottles to be the best I have found to date in the UK, or make magnesium bicarbonate water. As well as drinking water, one should also consider the quality of their bathing water. Historically, humans would have bathed in high vibrational, mineral-rich springs and absorbed minerals and electrolytes, such as magnesium, abundantly through their skin. It is for this reason that a regular soak in a salty bath, I personally love Epsom salts and Dead Sea salts, is recommended. You can also contact your local health spa and see if they offer float tank sessions, whereby you are left in conditions similar to the womb, dark and nourishing, in a bath that has such high magnesium levels that you float. Many people report reaching higher states of consciousness within these, too, which is likely due to the high vibration of the physical body. In addition to the above, water is a lubricant/solvent. It allows densities to dissolve in it. It is for this reason that we release densities, shadows, toxins, stress, pain, babies, etc., easier in water because energies dissolve quickly within this state. As we continuously prep our bodies as part of the ascension process, by allowing these densities to dissolve, we take in more light. Furthermore, water is a powerful transceiver and conductor of quantum information, see Chapter 6. Thus, water assists ascension by allowing energies to clear, transmute and/or alchemize. Summary and personal reflection. It can be seen that the diversity of the planet is vast even down to the unique ecosystems within ourselves. From my own exploration and testimonials from others, I feel safe in saying that there is no proven dietary guidelines for preserving the secretion and enhancing longevity. And as the chemical reactions within the body alter depending on what nutrients are put in, it is important for dietary choices to be a lifestyle choice so that perceptions during these days of preserving are actual felt differences, not just the body reacting to a different environment. Personally, I would place thought patterns and light, see Chapter 6, as the most paramount factors towards Chrism preservation. Finding what foods work for you is a journey you must take alone. Try different strategies, supplements and sources, note those which make you feel good, physically and mentally, and those that don't. Foods are a gift from Gaia, that should provide us with energy and focus. If your diet doesn't, then it probably isn't the right one for you. Genetic testing is one way to go as you can see exactly where your roots are, physically, and where any genetic predispositions and limitations are, which is a good start for anyone who can afford these. However, there is nothing more powerful than intuition. Always remember, whether you eat, drink or whatever you do all for the glory of God. Corinthians 10:31. Chapter 5 Cosmos. Old MacDonald had a heavenly farm. When Father Sun descends in the west and darkness engulfs the earth, the twinkles of the night sky naturally intrigue the consciousness. As these would continuously shift and wander across the background of darkness throughout the year, stories for both entertainment and recall purposes unfolded. What's more, as a branch of physics referred to as quantum mechanics is continuously proving that every single atom in the universe is intimately connected via a phenomenon referred to as entanglement, it is of no surprise that celestial orbs near and far influence each of us and our planet at constantly varying levels throughout our lives. Some of the basic, ancestral knowledge of these cosmic bodies in relation to the sacred secretion are explained within this chapter, but more explicit links are made in Part 2. For now, we will start with giving credit where it is due to the giver of all life on this conscious, living organism we call both a planet and home. The Sun. Modern scientists tell us that our Sun was formed from the supernova of another star, which allowed for heavier elements to form zinc, copper, iodine and cobalt, all of which our bodies require. The Sun is the largest object in our sky and is the source of light, heat and life. It, along with the layers of the Earth's atmosphere, creates the perfect condition for conscious life. In particular, the ionosphere, an abundant layer of electrons, ionized atoms and molecules that stretches approximately 30 miles above the surface of the Earth, about 600 miles up, see figures 2 and 30, is affected by solar conditions and is the celestial power station that makes radio communication possible. The Earth's crust is also a conductor of this energy, hence why the Sun's electrical frequency is termed father energy, as it gives its light/life force for others to conceive/germinate/birth life with. Adoration for the Sun, as the father of life and consciousness, has been evidenced on cave walls since as far back as 14,000 BC. The great plasmic ball even allows us to exchange information using its photons, light energy, and is at the core of modern timekeeping. The ancients knew of this connection between the Earth, the Sun and other celestial bodies, hence constructed monuments to enhance this, such as pyramids and stone circles. Many historic roads also track the annual movements of the Sun, possibly preparing for certain ceremonies. Consequently, Stories of the sun's presence in the sky and effect on the planet have accumulated all over the world. Some of the best-known examples include Ra/Re, the sun god of Egypt who created the world. Re cried one day, and humans were made from his tears. Ra travels each day across the sky in his boat, then would pass through the underworld at night. Helios, a Greek solar deity, who drove his fiery chariot across the sky during the day, before getting a boat over the sea back to the start just to begin the journey across the sky again. Belenus of the Celtic culture who also rode across the sky in his horse-drawn chariot. The Native Americans saw the sun and moon gods as forbidden lovers, which is why the moon disappears when the sun comes about. The Magi who visited the baby Jesus followed the star from the east. The sun rises in the east each day. The lion, due to its mane appearing like a shining sun, is a frequent personification of the sun, as with the Egyptian solar deity and daughter of Ra, Sekhmet. Sun worship also played an important role in early paganism. Manly Hall even speculates a connection between paganism and Atlantis due to similarities in the way both civilizations are said to have expressed their gratitude to the sun. Another text that shows adoration for the sun is the Bible. The Bible stories are multi-layered, explained in chapter 15, which means that, due to being written by a collective group of individuals with varying professions and experiences over elongated periods of time, each story is accountable for a number of varied interpretations. This is admitted within the Bible, as Yeshua/Jesus said that he was a serpent, energy, bread, knowledge, light, the sun, the door. Note for later that claustrum means door, and the good shepherd, Aries, to name a few. One of the more obvious layers is one of cosmic/astrological origin. Within this layer of interpretation, Jesus/Yeshua/Christ was the sun, not the sun. Like the sun, Jesus was referred to as the light of the world. He is also regularly drawn with a halo which appears suspiciously similar to the sun, too. In this way, the story of Jesus is a tale of the sun moving through the star constellations and how the energies of this affect us on earth. It is a story of the stars and the connection between us and the heavens, as above, so below. Furthermore, great solar lords such as Ra, Horus, Mithras and Jesus are all symbols for the inner Christ and were all born from Immaculate Conception on solstice/Christmas and died at age 33. Hence it can be seen that the story of the sun is not unique to Christianity but is in fact a tale retold all over the world throughout millennia. The fact that such a story has prevailed for so long indicates that an element of truth within it must resonate with the unconscious at some level. Although a solar year only takes 365 days, the ancient Egyptians celebrated it as 360 days plus 5 days where time stopped. It takes 2,160 years for the zodiac constellations to appear to shift across the background of the sun, caused by the Earth's natural shift. Therefore, it takes 25,920 years for the sun to do a full lap of the zodiac. This is referred to as a great year and is documented as an astronomical age. At this moment in time, the sun has left Pisces and is shifting into Aquarius. Ergo, it is said that we are entering the age of Aquarius, the sign of man and the carrier of water. This has an obvious impact on the energies of life on Earth due to the dominating influx of stellar frequencies. For example, in the Old Testament we can see the documentation of change in energy from the age of Taurus to the age of Aries, whereas the New Testament shows a transition from Aries to Pisces. Finally, Revelations presents a prophecy of the signs for the end of the age of Pisces and moving into the age of Aquarius. This is detailed more thoroughly later, in chapter 16. Randall Carlson also speculates that it is a time of preparation for the next cosmic chaos, likely from meteor impact. Second to the sun, the next most adorned cosmic body is the moon. From Earth, the sun and moon appear about the same size because, although the sun is 400x bigger, the moon is 400x closer, synchronizing their powerful energies into perfect resonance. Astronomers tell us that the Earth's orbit around the sun is egg-shaped, as is the orbit of the moon around the Earth. Hence, with the Earth being part of both eggs from the sun and moon, one can see how the ideology of the sun as father and moon as mother came about. Additionally, as the moon receives light from the sun, this cosmic body is aligned with feminine frequencies, like a woman who receives light/life force from a man in order to conceive a child. It is for this reason that many of the ancient mythologies tell tales of gods as great adulterers, as they gave their light to a number of other bodies, such as planets and moons. The moon. There is a theory, based on analyses of lunar rocks, that the moon and Earth were once one, like a mother bearing a child. Although these bodies were separated by an unknown phenomenon, the moon can still be seen with the naked eye, watching over and supporting life on Earth. In fact, research by Dr. Magyata Ronpakik suggests that most ancient calendars were actually lunar-based, the oldest of which, discovered to date, is believed to be over 30,000 years old. Even the British Celts commenced their month on the 6th day after a new moon and celebrated New Year on the 6th day after the first new moon following the spring equinox. There are 8 phases of the moon cycle, depending on its position between the Earth and Sun. For instance, during a new moon, the moon is sitting between the Earth and Sun, so appears invisible. On the contrary, when the moon sits on the opposite side of the Earth from the Sun, it is able to fully reflect the Sun's light, making it appear full. The position of the moon not only affects its appearance, but also its energetic impression on Earth. As the Earth rotates, the part closest to the moon is pulled by the moon's gravity, causing tides. During a full moon, this gravitational pull is about 7% greater. On land we normally do not feel or notice this, but it is still happening all of the time. This is where the term lunatic originated from, as the effects of the full moon were said to increase excitement within the body, thus causing a skyrocket in crime rates and hospitalization. As the moon is extremely magnetic, its influence on Earth and us as beings full of iron and magnetite is undoubtable. One example is that the moon slows the speed at which the Earth spins. According to Thomas Burgoyne, 2013, the moon is the universal mother and emits female energy. Burgoyne states that when the moon is in the presence of other cosmic bodies, such as star constellations, its influx becomes more potent and the magnetic frequency transmitted is intensified. This supports the theory of the sacred secretion as it explains how the magnetic properties of the moon, which is visible to the Earth based on its ability to reflect photons of light from the Sun, increases the energetic effects of the phase of the zodiac which it resides within at that moment in time. The zodiac evidenced by the abundance of examples, from stained glass images at Chartres Cathedral in France, to the astronomical clock in Prague and the Stonehenges of England, the zodiac has clearly inspired our ancestors for millennia. By creating images from these star constellations to make them easier to identify and to document their energetic influence on the planet, systems of recording could be used. Within the modern era, the dominating forms of astrology include the tropical and the sidereal. As it stands, there's roughly a 24-degree difference between the tropical and sidereal zodiac systems, which has caused some controversy for astrologers as this has led to a 2.5-day difference in the astrological timing of the moon's energy said to be residing within a particular constellation on the belt, and when it can physically be seen with the naked eye to be there. This is probably the biggest debate within the sacred secretion preserving community, and one which has yet to be put to rest. Let's get a brief overview of each. The sidereal zodiac system. Sidereal literally means in relation to the stars, so is built upon the foundation of the background of stars, based upon where the actual constellation can be seen right now from Earth. As the Earth has a natural wobble on its axis, as a result of the pull of the moon's gravity, the appearance of the star background slowly shifts. Thus, the stars and zodiac themselves have not moved, but appear to as the Earth moves. This system measures time based on the apparent movement of the physical star constellations. The tropical zodiac system. The tropical zodiac, however, is founded upon the zodiac belt. Followers of this system start the astronomical year as the day of the spring equinox being the first day of Aries. From here, the 30-degree precession of each angle of the zodiac belt can be followed in order to progress through each sign. This is the system that online lunar calendars tend to put forward and measures time based on the seasons and equinoxes/solstices. So which one should be followed when preserving the sacred secretion? The truth is, no one can be sure. George Carey, 2013, classically claimed that the Antichrist world make the moon enter a sign of the zodiac 2.5 days before it does enter it and thus perpetuate the light. This corresponds with the two systems, whereby the popular tropical system has the moon enter a sign 2.5 days before it physically does, as evident within the sidereal system. Yet, if the belt of the zodiac has never physically moved and is following the same system used by the ancients who documented the birth of the sacred secretion oil, then one could argue that perhaps Carey was mistaken. According to Ptolemy, an ancient Greek astronomer who lived in Alexandria, Egypt, and refined the tropical zodiac from the Egyptians, the tropical system was indeed designed in order to coordinate the stars so that we always had a means to stay aligned with the cosmos, regardless of what is visible as a result of the planet's wobble, precession. During the 2nd century AD in which Ptolemy completed this work, he knew of the precession cycle and understood the sidereal system, but still followed the tropical zodiac, aligned to the equinoxes and solstices rather than the actual stars. Apparently, this version of astrology sought to understand human behavior through the influence of the cosmos, rather than being a way of communicating with the wider universe, like the sidereal. In this way, the tropical zodiac is used as a coordinate system, by which the zodiac is aligned to the energy of the traveling sun, rather than the visible constellations. This allowed the zodiac to be evenly distributed and calibrated around Earth's relationship with its giver of life, the sun. For instance, during each of the solstices, the sun is at the exact latitude of one of the tropics. Summer solstice in the northern hemisphere aligns with the latitude of the Tropic of Cancer, which is when the sun enters the zodiac sign of Cancer. So the tropical system synchronizes with the Earth's energy centers/nervous system, the lines of latitude and longitude, meridians, that relate to its crystal core/heart. Basically, during the equinoxes and solstices, energy influx from the sun peaks and the Earth's meridians vibrate higher in correspondence. It is during these energy exchanges that the tropical system aligns with corresponding star constellations. In this way, the tropical system can be seen as more aligned to intuition, spiritual knowing and energies, thus has a more feminine frequency, whereas the sidereal focuses on what can be proven and seen physically, which is a more masculine vibration. Therefore, as the Bible is a way of communicating the knowledge of this ancient practice into the modern era, it could be deduced that the tropical system is the one designed to be followed in order to prepare for the spiritual seat and was designed specifically so that the future had a governing point to come home to. This point could be further argued by the fact that Ptolemy provided such practice during his studies in Alexandria, Egypt, which was the largest library of the ancient world. It was even reported to have contained the works of such great thinkers as Homer, Plato, Socrates and even the original writings of Hermes. It contained documents from all over the world and many scholars reportedly even chose to live within the library. Unfortunately, the great library of Alexandria had disappeared by the 5th century AD, likely as a result of centuries of Roman and Christian control. Consequently, whether Ptolemy was divinely influenced by the collection of ancient scrolls when refining tropical astrology to preserve such knowledge which was being corrupted, or whether he himself was influenced by the Romans in order to deceive the masses, is unknown. Another point to consider is that the Bible states that the first month is that in which Passover is celebrated. Nowadays, we know Passover to term the literal passing over of the sacrificial lamb, Aries. Exodus 12 states that the lamb is to be slaughtered. Astrologically, this seems to depict the passing of Aries across the equatorial cross, hinting towards a tropical zodiac. The same extract, however, also exclaims that any uneaten lamb must be burned the next day, which seems more in line with the sidereal as the sun passes Aries. So one cannot be completely sure. Personally, I feel inclined towards the tropical system as it is the most aligned to the actual felt frequencies of Mother Earth and Gaia's energy grid, which we are profoundly resonant with, and I feel the effects of the sacred secretion more during these days. Nevertheless, following both systems when preserving the sacred secretion, for at least the 5 days that would account for both, just to be sure, is recommended, especially as I have heard testimonies from people who have felt the effects of the preservation in the days that followed the tropical timings, aligned with the sidereal. As mentioned, each of the 12 houses of the zodiac contain about 30 degrees of space each, measured by degrees of right ascension, time. These consists of Aries the ram, also commonly depicted as a lamb. Aries begins the astronomical new year during the spring equinox as Aries passes over the equinoctial cross. Hence, the slaying of the lamb. The Bible, then, is not advocating the killing of baby sheep but is merely describing a cosmic vision. Thus, Aries is the scapegoat, the Lamb of God who took away the sins of the world, in order to start fresh in the new cosmic year. Taurus the bull, also commonly depicted as an ox. Within ancient Egypt, evidence of star worship during the age of Taurus is evidenced by a sacred cattle cult, whereby ox, cows and bulls were idolized. Biblical stories such as those of Moses scorning his people for worshipping the golden calf is a sign of the shift between the age of Taurus to that of Aries. Gemini the twins, commonly symbolized as emerging from eggs. This sign is also sometimes depicted as a peacock. In Greek mythology, this constellation is behind the story of the twin brothers Castor and Pollux, one immortal and one mortal, depicting our spiritual and physical selves. Cancer the crab, also historically depicted as a donkey or scarab beetle. There is the symbol of the crab/scarab upon the breast of the statue of Isis, mother of Horus in ancient Egyptian mythology. If one considers the point that this sign is also related to the donkey and it is during this month that we celebrate the summer solstice, then the story of a donkey carrying the pregnant mother towards the birth of the sun as well as that of a donkey carrying Christ into Jerusalem on Palm Sunday makes much symbolic sense. Leo the lion. Also believed to be the age of which the Great Sphinx and pyramids of Egypt were built. In fact, the Sphinx faces the eastward emerging stars on the spring equinox, thus watching the rising age of constellation progressing throughout each great year. At this moment in time, the Sphinx stares at the space between Pisces and Aquarius as the planet shifts between these ages of man. A full anchoring into the age of Aquarius is predicted for around the years 2020 to 2025. Virgo, the Virgin, or woman. In mythology around the globe, the sun god is always born of a virgin at midnight on December 25th, which is the time that the constellation Virgo is seen shining above the horizon in the east. This sign is also symbolic of the divine feminine energy. Libra, the scales, or balance. On the 21st of September, at the time of the autumn equinox, the length of day and night are equal in Libra's scales. This is the only constellation that is not of a living thing and reflects similarities to the scales upon which each person's heart is weighed with according to ancient Egyptian death rites. Scorpio, the scorpion, also commonly symbolized by the ancients as a serpent, eagle or phoenix. It is also the symbol of concealed spiritual mystery. This can be seen as the fall of man from balance and equilibrium, Libra, by deceit, Scorpio. These interpretations show how man can leave behind the animal nature of the scorpion by embodying serpent wisdom in order to reach the peak of freedom as the eagle and reach full enlightenment as the reborn phoenix. Sagittarius, the archer, or beast. It is also symbolized as an ibis or swan. This represents the dual nature of life, of both hunter and facilitator to life and maintenance on earth. Capricorn, the goat, or deer. Capricorn symbolizes sin and is the scapegoat of the Israelites. The Christmas story has it that even Jesus was born in the stable of the goat, in order that he may conquer the remaining signs of winter, death, and thus save mankind, be reborn in the spring. Aquarius, the water bearer, also commonly symbolized by the ancients as a man. Within the New Testament, Jesus is said to have told his disciples that they should follow the man carrying a pitcher of water in order to find Christ, to symbolize the increase in spiritual consciousness as humans shift into the age of Aquarius. Pisces, the fishes. This represents confirmation and baptism of water, as well as the Great Flood, because when the sun passes through this sign the rainy season commences. In more recent years, it has come to light again that there is, in fact, a 13th constellation within the zodiac belt. Ophiuchus, also known as Serpentarius, resides between Scorpio and Sagittarius and is the sign of the serpent bearer. Consider for a moment the fact that, in original Aramaic texts, Jesus was referred to as an Agar. It is believed that this was mistranslated as carpenter from Nagar when, in actual fact, Nagar, Naga, means serpent. If true, then the constellational equivalent of Jesus could have been that of Ophiuchus, the sign of both man and serpent, who is returning as more people are now talking about this constellation. This zodiac system is often referred to as the galactic system. Figure 6, the zodiac belt. Reverend Dr. Red believes that the age of Serpentarius and the age of Aquarius are happening simultaneously. If one considers both signs hand in hand, then the idea of a water carrier and a snake tamer show relation to much of the literature surrounding the astronomical Christ. Yet, Dr. Red claims that each human must choose their path, even suggesting that this is what the Mayans were proposing when their calendar ended in 2012. Here, the choice will be between the 12 zodiac age of Aquarius or the 13 zodiac age of Serpentarius. As Jesus within the Bible clearly states that we are to follow the man carrying a pitcher of water, I am inclined to believe that it is the former in which we should maintain focus on. That said, a deep dive into the subject is not one that I have yet taken at the time of publication. Nonetheless, the idea of a person having to choose which age they wish to follow between these signs is not one that is evidenced anywhere else that I could find. However, it does seem to correlate with the current train of thought in which mass awakening is shifting consciousness between the 3D, 4D and 5D frequencies of awareness, see Chapter 3. A theory which seems to resonate with this is that the sidereal system is our physical journey, the tropical is our energetic, and the galactic is our shadow self, karma from past lives and ancestral trauma. For example, my birthday is February 5th. Therefore, my tropical is Aquarius, my sidereal is Capricorn and my galactic is Capricorn. So my energetic/soul purpose is in line with the Aquarian characteristics, humanitarian, emotional expression, intellectual advancement, and my physical and shadow missions are related to Capricorn, all work but no play, patience. Figure 7 is a brief breakdown of each of the zodiac signs based on each system. Refocusing on the original 12 signs, these zodiac signs can also be split into their corresponding elements based on personality: fire, Aries, Leo and Sagittarius; water, Cancer, Scorpio and Pisces; air, Gemini, Aquarius and Libra; and earth, Taurus, Virgo and Capricorn. The stars that make up each of these constellations could very well be the center of other solar systems too far away for us to yet interact with. Figure 7, Zodiac signs. Orion and Sirius. Adrian Gilbert, 2000, discovered that the vast pyramids of Egypt correlate with the star constellation Orion. Gilbert speculates that this was to preserve knowledge of the astronomical impact for future generations. When one considers that it is the constellation Orion, a literal man in the sky, that can be seen rising in the east ahead of the Great Sphinx on summer solstice, the structure could have been foretelling the emergence of a new age, where man, us, and lion, Sphinx, meet again to understand the stars. Thus, it is in this generation now that we are reawakening, as foretold by the fathers of alchemy, the ancient Egyptians. In this way, it can be seen that the pyramids of Egypt in relation to the Nile, the Earth version of the Milky Way, appear as a view of the heavens, frozen in time. Further details of our connection to Sirius are considered in Chapter 16. The planets within our solar system. There are, debatably, 8 other planets. The impact of these on the Earth is dependent on their own place of orbit around the Sun, which naturally led to mythical stories that were passed down through the generations, much like those of the zodiac. The psychoanalyst Carl Jung, 1960, classically reported that the movement of the planets impacts nature and the human psyche by reacting with the Earth's animatellurgies, animal magnetism. As the cosmos shift, so does our perception and personality, opening the path to deeper understanding if we pursue it. According to Jennifer Gall, 2019, the alignment of these planets contribute to the solar system's own Kundalini energy. Thus, if us as the living consciousness of Gaia can express, harvest and release this energy, we can provide this healing serpent energy to Gaia. Typically, the characteristics of these planets comprise of Mercury. The name Mercury derives from the winged messenger of the Roman gods, presumed to be adopted from the Greeks. As Mercury orbits the Sun so quickly, it receives a lot of energy from the other planets through it, hence being the messenger. According to Thomas Burgoyne, 2013, this is the planet of intelligence and science. As it is the messenger god, it can be meditated on in order to improve communication skills. Crystals that vibrate with Mercury include agate and aventurine. It is also associated with the throat chakra and rules the signs Gemini and Virgo. Venus, from the Roman goddess of love and beauty, a fitting name for the brightest planet observable with the naked eye. Venus teaches love, contentment and peace. Venus influences the signs Taurus and Libra and is associated with the sacral chakra, the womb space. Earth, our own planet, is the only one not named after a Roman god, but it is associated with the Greek goddess Gaia, who is also believed to be the mother of Uranus. Personally, I believe that the Earth has a crystal core which is able to store infinite masses of information. Mars, named after the Roman god of war, most probably due to its blood red color. It is also considered the planet of passion and determination. Mars rules the sign Aries and the root chakra. Jupiter, the Roman king of the gods and the largest planet in our solar system. Thomas Burgoyne, 2013, claims Jupiter's influence is cheerful and generous. It also produces energy of psychic awareness and philosophy. Jupiter rules the sign Sagittarius and the crown chakra. Saturn, correlated with the Roman god of agriculture and harvest. It is also associated with karma. According to Santos Bonacci and Kelly Marie Kerr, 2019, Satan is based on the planet Saturn. This comparison of Saturn's energy to satanic energy is due to the belief that it drives ego, anger and materialistic vibes, from a time when this frequency ruled the world by being the dominant planet in the sky. Saturn influences the sign Capricorn and the third eye chakra. Uranus, given its name from the deity of the heavens and father of Saturn. Yet, it is the planet of rebellion, freedom and revolution. Uranus rules the sign Aquarius and the heart chakra. Neptune, from the god of the sea, probably from its blue color. It is also the planet of dreams and enhanced spiritual awareness. Neptune influences the sign Pisces and the solar plexus chakra. This can spark particular interest when considering that Pisces is the sign of Jesus and the solar plexus is said to be our inner sun. Pluto, although no longer officially classified as a planet, Pluto is named after the god of the underworld, most likely due to being the furthest, and coldest, body from the sun. Thus, Pluto is the planet of rebirth and adaptability. Pluto influences the sign Scorpio. Note, Cancer is ruled by the moon and Leo is ruled by the sun. Sedna, a distant planet in our system that made a solar return in the year 2019 after 11,000 years. Its frequency is related to water, emotional understanding and unique creative expression. Now that its vibration has returned to our area of energetic harvest, Sedna expert, Jennifer Gall, 2019, claims this is a time of nurturing and healing of past trauma. By healing ourselves, we can heal the planet. Like a teacher whose words you only hear when of a certain age of comprehension, Sedna's wisdom, frequency, is now influencing each of us and manifesting in a variety of imaginative ways, just as the nature of water can appear in a wide range of forms. These manifested interpretations of the same frequency can be likened to the colors of the light spectrum that, when seen in reverse, all emerge from the one source, pure, white, light. So we are all healing at the point in history, in whichever way best resonates with our own soul and inner light. Chiron, another distant planet whose orbit lies between Saturn and Uranus. Chiron Master, Barbara Clow, 2013, states that Chiron energy relates to connection with spirit. It is due to this increased connection that Clow titles Chiron the rainbow bridge, as it bridges the energies of outer and inner planets, much akin to the heart center of the chakra system. Like Sedna, Chiron energy is a wound healer, here to support the healing of the collective consciousness of our planet. These planets are not only the physical counterpart to a variety of mythological characters and personalities from folklore, but they each play their part in our planet's consciousness and ascension process. Summary and personal reflection: it is clear that we are not a lowly planet orbiting a larger plasmic body, but we are in fact part of a larger village of celestial orbs, all affecting and supporting each other energetically. Adrian Gilbert, 2000, even likens the planets of our solar system to the Kabbalistic tree of life, see Figure 12. The exact impact that each of these bodies has on us individually is as unique as a fingerprint as a result of our biorhythms. Each human, then, can be equated to a photographic snapshot of space-time based on energetic vibration at the time of birth. With regards to the sacred secretion, the most dominating of these cosmic energies are those in our immediate atmosphere, influencing us via direct and indirect photons of light from the sun. Chapter 6: Light and the Half-Sun. Prince. The photon is the force-carrying particle behind all electromagnetic interactions. John St. Julian Baba Wanyama is commonly heard within his YouTube videos on syncretism referring to the photon as an angle of light, deeming them the true player behind the phrase angel of light. Once this is comprehended, it is no longer difficult to understand why the ancients were often said to have been visited by God's angels, as these may well have simply been the term used to mean vision, which tended to appear during meditative and sleeping states of consciousness. Sunlight is made up of many different wavelengths of light. The known forms of these are cosmic rays, gamma rays, X-rays, far ultraviolet, mid and near ultraviolet, ultraviolet literally meaning above violet, violet, indigo, blue, green, yellow, orange, red, shortwave infrared, infrared meaning below red, infrared, radio waves, and electric waves. The fact that we can only see the colored parts of the spectrum within our current field of vision proves that there is far more to the world than a human can see. We can, however, sense these and respond to them, like getting a suntan and synthesizing vitamin D. The power of light is referenced throughout the Bible, evidencing its relevance and perceived power throughout history. From religious literary sources, some of the most renowned references to light include, "Let there be a light," Genesis 1:3, "In the beginning, the first thing God creates is light. Therefore, light is the foundation of all life, the light of the body is in the eye. If, therefore, thine eye be single, the whole body shall be full of light." Matthew 6:22, "Here, it is commonly believed that the single eye is referring to the pineal gland/optic thalamus. The optic thalamus connects the pineal and pituitary, deeming them one. Consequently, when one is able to see past the materialism reported to the brain via the physical eyes and, instead, listen to the sights from the pineal eye, inner light is emitted. God is light, in him there is no darkness at all. John 1:5, "I have come into the world as light so that no one who believes in me need remain in the dark." John 12:46, "God sitting on his throne in heaven, encircled by the colors of the rainbow, the seven lamps of fire." Revelations 4-5, "These lamps of fire are, in fact, the chakra system." If God's throne is surrounded by the chakras, then it can be inferred that our body is indeed the throne of God. The Quran also has a chapter entitled Light. Allah is the light of the heavens and the earth. Light upon light, Allah guideth unto his light whom he will. Thus, Allah is God, God is the light of the earth, the light of the earth is the sun is God in physical form on earth, and the Christ oil is the physical sun. Allah, in this way, uses his light to guide. In Egypt, pharaohs' names often ended in the suffix re or ra, sun, to indicate their divine status. As ancient Egypt is renowned for its advocation of spiritual advancement, the pharaohs' names can be translated as meaning light or enlightened. They may have even had this enlightenment enhanced by the energy-rich dark rooms of the pyramids. An entire book could be written on the references to light in ancient literature, but the above are just a few that are relevant to the sacred secretion at this current point of remembering within this practice. From this, it can be seen that there is particular reference to inner light. The remainder of this chapter will seek to detail some of the current philosophies around the meaning and purpose of inner light. The photoelectric, piezoelectric effect. Einstein received his 1921 Nobel Prize in Physics for his documentation of the photoelectric effect. This concluded that light behaves like a wave in some circumstances, like in the slit experiments, and particles in others, through photoelectric properties such as when reflecting off of metal. Today, the wave-particle duality of light is accepted. Interestingly, de Broglie suggested that all atoms, not just light, act as both particles and waves. Such phenomena seems to be affected by consciousness. That is, that human thought and presence can affect the action of particles, supporting the old saying, where attention goes, energy flows. It is intriguing to note that scientist Robert Becker, 1985, showed that this photoelectric effect was evident within the body and had profound healing effects, even providing the necessary foundations for potential limb and organ regrowth. This is also the same force at work when the moon reflects light energy from the sun and stars to Earth. Yet, not only are humans able to absorb and reflect light, but they can generate it. Jerry Tennant, 2010, proclaims that muscles elicit a piezoelectric effect when they move/when we exercise, acting as rechargeable battery systems and deeming us literal beings of light. This would explain why we feel dull when we don't move, as we are not honoring the needs of our light body. In short, the photoelectric effect describes a reflection of light, like the moon reflecting the light of the sun, and the piezoelectric effect refers to the ability of a crystalline structure to produce an electrical charge, such as what occurs in humans. Bioluminescence. Bioluminescence is the production and emission of light by a living organism, deriving its name from a hybrid word, from the Greek bio for living and the Latin lumen for light. Bioluminescence is a naturally occurring form of chemiluminescence where energy is released by a chemical reaction in the form of light. Fireflies, anglerfish and other creatures produce light in this way through luciferin, a pigment, and luciferase, an enzyme. Luciferin reacts with oxygen to create light, and luciferase acts as a catalyst to speed up the reaction, which can also be mediated by calcium ions or ATP. Basically, oxygen can be used to produce visible light. The structure of the pineal seems designed to emit inner light and is affected by external sources of light. This in turn influences the communication between other cells within the body via messengers of light. It is in the same way that the human organism can produce inner light, which has been evidenced in recent years by the fact that the pineal has been shown to produce luciferin. See Chapter 14. Bioluminescence, then, specifically refers to an organism's ability to produce light. Biophotons. Biophotons are photons of light produced by a biological system, such as a cell, the emissions of which are a type of luminescence. German biophysicist, Fritz Albert Popp, showed that light is released from the DNA within cells. He called these biophotons and claimed that this light can repair damaged cells, in a phenomenon known as photorepair, much like Jesus' light, healing the sick cells. Sayer G., 2013, summarizes the purpose of biophotons within his article, "The Human Body Emits, Communicates with, and is Made from Light." Sayer states that our cells and DNA use biophotons to store information and even speculates that these outputs are governed by solar and lunar forces. Due to the fact that the famous double-slit experiment, whereby one photon can be in multiple places at once but, when observed, only chooses one course of action, shows that electromagnetic energy is linked to the consciousness observing it, it is not surprising that such energy is also manipulatable through intention, such as meditation and visualization. To some, this evidence suggests that the human form is able to change and emit DNA frequencies via light energy. Consequently, DNA expression can be adapted based on external energy influx, such as moon phases. Research by Murphy et al., 1993, even demonstrated that the DNA helix is able to attract and modulate photons and electrons, proving DNA's ability to intelligently interact with the electromagnetic field. Biophotons are used by the cells of many living organisms to communicate, which facilitates energy/information transfer that is several orders of magnitude faster than chemical diffusion. Even when we go down to the molecular level of our genome, DNA can be identified to be a source of biophoton emissions. Popp et al., 1984, even proposes that DNA is so biophoton dependent that it has excimer laser-like properties, enabling it to exist in a stable state far from thermal equilibrium. Technically speaking, a biophoton is quantum light of non-thermal origin in the visible and ultraviolet spectrum emitted from a biological system. For us non-scientists, All this simply means that DNA uses light as a form of communication, both internally and externally, and that this method of communication is exponentially faster than any other. This is why we can just feel when someone is lying, for example. Now, consider this: a single photon can store the genetic signature of DNA in the black hole zero-point portal in our galaxy, our cosmic womb, all in one place at the same time, hence is able to remotely transfer supercharged DNA via the photon belt's cosmic web, so we can transfer DNA light codes within the collective consciousness of Earth and of other solar systems. As Gaia anchored into 5D consciousness, explained later in this chapter, in recent decades, her photonic light is forcing Earth's sentient beings, that includes us, to ascend alongside her, as we are the mitochondria of Earth. This process is sped up as more human beings not only take in these energies and generate these photons of light within themselves, but by encouraging and enabling this energy exchange with others within the collective consciousness. According to Chang, 2017, the Sun and Moon affect biophoton emissions through gravitational influences, synchronizing to rhythms associated with the lunisolar tide. Therefore, when the Moon enters our star sign, the release of biophotons, inner quantum light, is affected and influences communication within our genome, genetics. Light codes. The term light codes is increasing within the mainstream and is typically referring to the activations given to humans in order to upregulate their previously dormant genetics, also referred to as encryptions. Basically, a person receives light codes, which cause biophoton release that leads to a specific DNA activation/expression. This trigger could be as simple as a word or tone. The current theory of DNA leads us to believe that our genetics are hereditary and can only be adapted epigenetically by physical means. Practitioners who use the phrase light codes, though, are aware of the non-physical ways in which potential can be accessed. Light codes can be understood as energy, biophotons, light patterns, colors, sounds, shapes, sacred geometries, and so on. Even the food we eat and the water we drink hold these DNA-altering codes. This is why crystal elixirs and solarizing/lunarizing water, discussed in Chapter 20, can be so effective during the awakening process. Light codes are also accessible through communications with otherworldly beings, including ancestors and other galactic modalities or energies from parallel worlds, such as fairies, earth spirits, and merfolk, water energy, via meditation or mindful communication. Here, a person is able to energetically tap into a frequency that causes a biophoton response and subsequent DNA activation. Humans can even activate their light codes by simply viewing the drawn light language depicted by enlightened gurus, many of which also physically speak light language, which can awaken potentials by simply being heard. Yoga and dancing are also acts of physical activity which massage the unlocking of particular codes. One that I have always felt particular connection with is the use of hand gestures, much akin to the use of hands as channels in practices such as Reiki, which influences the expression of the body's energy, including these DNA light codes. This is particularly interesting when considering the huge increase in popularity of a kind of hand dancing phenomena performed by children and teenagers, similar to the more classical hand jiving. Many children seem naturally inclined towards the expression of light language in such physical ways. Here is a short light code transmission that I received during a meditative state whilst channeling the frequency for a successful receiving of the Sacred Secretion seed. Figure 8, light code. Similar to the ideology of light codes is that of biogeometric signatures. Ibrahim Karim's book details the experiments conducted with such codes, which appear remarkably parallel to the formation of light codes. The key difference is that Karim exerts that biogeometric signatures follow the flow of energy in and around organs, whereas light codes are simply channeled intuitively. Either way, both light codes and biogeometric signatures are a way of encouraging energy flow within the body. As light beings, we are remembering how to navigate this matrix of realities, seeking help when ready to do so. As like attracts like, when a person is ready to shift their level of consciousness, they will attract the necessary light codes that will assist this transition. Then, as higher frequencies of light are embodied, even higher levels can be held. This is ascension and the meaning behind one's light body. Life within this physical realm, then, could be seen as a game, whereby our DNA consists of all of the potentials and options that we can take as we navigate towards completion. In short, the vibrational input from the external environment changes the electromagnetic frequency of one's own physical body and causes a cascade of reactions through the transportation of biophotons, which activates and upregulates parts of the DNA. In this way, these light codes can be seen as literal downloads from the universe, similar to those embedded as part of the Matrix movies. As mentioned previously, The planet Earth is said to have anchored into 5D consciousness itself and, as a result, we are given the opportunity to access a higher abundance of light codes which support our journey alongside this macrocosmic entity. And as more and more humans upregulate their own energy and resonance, the planet can continue to ascend even higher, into 6D and beyond. We are all doing our part by simply existing and enjoying the ride. So, light codes are frequencies which modulate our DNA and can upgrade our physical vehicle into higher states of awareness, including into the 5D consciousness. DMT and other psychedelics are abundant in light codes and offer a glimpse into such parallel worlds of existence, which can begin the process of unraveling the encryptions on one's current strands of DNA. The sacred secretion is a way of upregulating inner light and accessing forms of these light codes which are connected to the cosmos. When one is able to activate and embody enough light, a person is said to develop crystalline DNA and present a literal light body, which emits higher vibrating energy that can also empower others who seek it. Those who feel called into such practice in order to support the collective often call themselves light workers. Light workers recognize themselves as the physical manifestation of pure light and consciousness and seek to use this to guide others. They are actively on the spiritual path and are able to anchor into the higher dimensions of spirit in order to bring the earth into greater levels of harmony and connectedness. Similar to a light worker is that of a starseed. These phrases often overlap and a person can be both. A starseed simply feels more connection to the cosmos. As DNA, light codes are able to travel vast distances across space and time. Starseeds can even hold encrypted DNA from other galaxies. Jude Currivan, author of The Cosmic Hologram, collectively calls all of these beings way showers. Currivan describes way showers as expressions of consciousness here to wake the rest of the world up to the fact that we are part of the cosmos. Thus, they literally show the way to awakening. I personally prefer the term way showers as it represents all aspects of earthly consciousness, whether of terrestrial or extraterrestrial influence, and it does not differentiate into groups. Instead, we are all equal. The fact that there are increasing numbers of way showers incarnating on Earth is a phenomenon previously explored by Doreen Virtue. According to Doreen Virtue, 2009, prayers from the beings of Earth during the World Wars were heard and help was sent in the form of light workers, which she refers to as indigo children. These began the revolution of waking up for humanity. In and around the 1990s, a further influx of help is said to have incarnated into physical form as crystal children. These were the starseeds who wanted to witness and support the mass awakening of Earth. At the moment, rainbow children are being born, who are brand new souls who have chosen to begin their spiritual journey on Earth as like attracts like, and we, as a planet, are emitting these higher frequencies of love and happiness. Whether Doreen's interpretation resonates with you or not, the fact remains that our DNA is full of encryptions which can be activated and modulated via light codes. Such philosophies are even more evident when considering the structure of the brain. Neuromelanin. Melanin is a chemical that attracts light, is bioelectrical and is able to shift energy from one state to another. Fascinatingly, within the brain is a dark pigmented material called neuromelanin. This is highly sensitive to light and movement and has a high iron content that makes it especially sensitive to changes in the magnetic field. According to Edward Bynum, 2012, as we look up the evolutionary ladder, brain melanin, aka neuromelanin, increases. Bynum claims that neuromelanin is highly sensitive to light and magnetism and has luminous bioconductivity properties, thus deeming light as the fifth dimensional force. The part of the brainstem withholding the neuromelanin is called substantia nigra, Latin for black substance, and forms part of the basal ganglia, which, interestingly, looks like the sign of Aries, a pair of horns. Importantly, the substantia nigra is responsible for the regulation of dopamine, a neurotransmitter responsible for emotional responses, specifically motivation and pleasure-seeking. According to Bynum, 2012, when the sacred serpent, aka the sacred secretion, enters the fourth ventricle, a fluid-filled space in the brain, the entire region begins to vibrate. This could be viewed as an earthquake, just like the one that is said to have shook the world as Yeshua/Jesus Christ died on the cross. The presence of neuromelanin is further evidence of the fundamental link between brain function and light. Light is physical energy. Dr. Pollack, 2013, states that the sun's electromagnetic energy builds potential in water as it becomes charged by photons. Pollack suggests that, similarly, solar energy may build energy in our human bodies due to the fact that cells grow faster with warmth, plus light builds energy in water. As humans are mostly water, it could be argued that photosynthesis is not unique to plants, and that laying out in the sun like a primrose may in fact be just what the naturopathic doctor ordered for us humans, too. With this in mind, let's briefly consider the role of the mitochondria again. The mitochondria within our cells use a cascade of chemical reactions to produce energy, which is very complex but, basically, glucose goes in and ATP, energy, comes out. As one glucose molecule can be converted into 38 ATP molecules, this is a pretty fair deal. Although one fat molecule generates 129 ATP molecules, which evidences the body's preference towards fat energy over sugar. Interestingly, through this system a human can produce, per gram, 10,000 times more energy than the sun every second. I may be off the mark, but, to me, it seems perfectly reasonable to propose that the claim within the biblical revelations that vast numbers of humans with higher consciousness, reached by going within to connect to God, have the ability to empower the earth and heavens without the requirement of the sun and moon, seems plausible. Within the frequency of the age of Aquarius, this could be symbolized metaphorically as humans being the waters of the earth, which are given power and excited by the sun, causing an increase in vibration, like water evaporating up into clouds. Once the collective is strong enough, when full saturation of the cloud has been met, the structure and dimensions shift and pour down in order to give full life to Gaia and the other creatures in which we were put in charge to care for, in the form of rain, physically accessible matter. With such an important role in the functioning of every part of the body, these living organelles called mitochondria are truly the essence of life. Interestingly, mitochondria even emit biophotons, which further enhance communication in the body via light. According to Magenta Pixie, 2019, when one becomes awakened spiritually, that process of enlightenment is in fact simply a charging of the mitochondria. Pixie claims that, as the batteries of the human body, channeling energy within the body, for example through raising the kundalini or preserving the sacred secretion, gives mitochondria a higher charge, which can then activate dormant DNA and cause light body transformations, including upregulating the individual and collective consciousness into the 5D. Thus, it seems to me that light is a gift from our Father Sun, which provides energy and healing to all parts of the body. This light is literally the food of the gods. In plants and animals, bioluminescence is a highly effective and instinctive form of communication between each other, as well as in and around the body using biophotons. Ancient humans likely used inner light in the same way, communicating with each other both physically and spiritually, possibly even telepathically. Unfortunately, many modern technologies block and prevent the expansion of such luminescent potentials. Blue light is a wavelength of visible light within the electromagnetic spectrum which, when it hits our eyes, signals to the brain that it is daytime, so melatonin production should be halted. Naturally, the red sunset, then darkness at night, stimulate the pineal gland to start producing melatonin again, thus calming the brain and sending the body into sleep. However, with so much artificial light nowadays emitting this blue part of the spectrum, through such means as TV and phone screens, the brain is not able to read this signal, leading to the poor quality sleep detailed in Chapter 3, as well as a cascade of other physical and mental health issues, due to disrupting the rhythms of the endocrine, hormone, system. Putting orange screen shades on electronics and wearing blue light blocking glasses in the evening are some simple ways of supporting hormone regulation, which we can see is intrinsically related to the light spectrum, as well as having light breaks outside throughout the day. Getting outside under natural light also optimizes the health of the pineal gland. Sun gazing is the act of staring at the sun at the time of rise and set in order to absorb the light frequencies responsible to optimal health and circadian function. Although this is gaining popularity in the modern era, even the ancient Egyptians and Aztecs are said to have practiced sun gazing. Some people, such as Indian guru, Hira Ratan Manak, claim to have not eaten since beginning the practice of sun gazing, stating that they eat the sun. The benefits of sun gazing include increased melatonin production and circadian rest, optimal for pineal health, increased energy production and reduced stress, due to the alignment of hormone production, improved eyesight and immune system, steady weight loss/gain in order to reach your body's preferred weight, and, apparently, a bigger pineal gland. So how do you do it? At sunrise and sunset, when the sun is closest to Earth, stand barefoot on the earth, if possible, and look directly at the sun for 10 seconds, increasing by an additional 10 seconds every day. That you complete this practice until, according to sungazing.com, you reach the safety peak of 44 minutes. From personal practice, my REM sleep time, discussed in Chapter 3, almost doubled once I started sun gazing, so I consequently believe that there is also a link between taking in these red sun frequencies and spiritual development/DMT production. Summary and personal reflection: our entire being is governed by light. Light gives us energy in the form of food growth and vitamin synthesis, as well as providing us with the ability to navigate via our physical and spiritual senses. In the modern age, biohacks are required in order to maintain light equilibrium, such as through blue light blocking glasses and increased infrared light. Moreover, not only does light give us life, but our own microcosmic bodies are also able to emit photons in the same way in order to establish energetic connection and to give energy back to source also, in a give-and-take fashion, much akin to the relationship we ourselves have to our own inner microbiome and mitochondria. Thus, non-physical energies cause physical reactions within the body, which then release further non-physical energy, in a beautiful cycle of life, or light. These light codes can be activated in a number of ways, such as by meditating on various symbols, which we will delve into next. As more light code transmissions are received and utilized, the DNA begins to convert into what is termed crystalline DNA. Crystalline DNA is DNA of a higher light quotient/frequency that is resonant with quartz, including Gaia's crystal core. This allows for improved access between dimensions and for quantum shifts, deeming a person capable of bilocation, telepathy, telekinesis and other forms of psychic abilities. The physical body will also feel lighter and more radiant due to more biophotons and mitochondria. So, when we talk of crystalline DNA, we are talking of higher vibrating DNA. When we talk of the light body, we mean a physical vessel that is able to hold a higher quotient of light. They are both interrelated. Ascension, then, is the process of increasing your body's light quotient. When our bodies are vibrating higher, we can even conceive and birth other beings that can hold higher frequencies, who may even remember their past lives and have powers. It's like upgrading to a new vehicle or changing your character's armor within a game in order to reach higher levels and succeed in missions. The Sacred Secretion can be seen as a cheat code for this game. Chapter 7 Laws of Nature, and the Cosmic Halos. In 2006, Stephen Hawking suggested that all that has, will and could happen is encoded in a huge information field. Jude Currivan, 2016, supports this by evidencing that information is quantized because this is the most effective means of communication. This includes the recording, storing, processing and retrieving of information, both locally and non-locally. These quantum bits, qubits, are reported to be the informational building blocks embedded within the probability factor of physics. Similarly, Hawking and Hertog, 2006, proposed that the universe started in a superposition of all possible outcomes and that, with each action taken by us, wave functions, states, collapse to create that conscious reality. Therefore, all possibilities are available to us in this present moment. It is only when we observe and alter our energy field that a particular path manifests. The electron reactions in nature that make this possible are collectively referred to as the laws or principles of nature, which are seen as the consciousness of the planet. Ecologist James Lovelock coined the name of the Greek goddess Gaia to describe the scientific principle in which nature has its own self-regulating systems and mechanisms, deeming the planet a living organism. It is for this reason that the term Gaia is used throughout this text when referring to the Earth. It is these laws of nature that ensure all organisms, including Gaia, follow cyclical paths and patterns. Often, these patterns can be seen visually as shapes. Sacred geometry. The universe is governed by number frequencies. When a snapshot is taken of these vibrations, a visual representation manifests in the form of shapes. Even the human form can be likened to a snapshot of all of the frequencies from the surrounding influential bodies that come together to create a perfect form, the human being. Sacred geometry is the title given to the collection of shapes and patterns that repeatedly appear in varying sizes throughout the natural world. From these lines and waves, everything in the world manifests and, consequently, follows the same rules and cycles. In this way, the entire universe is a geometric design projecting in both macro and micro forms, as if created with intelligent intention. These patterns and ratios are also evident in music, light and even cosmology. On a numerical level, these shapes resonate at 3, 6 and 9, Hopkins, 2017, which could explain the reasoning behind Nikola Tesla's famous saying, "If you only knew the magnificence of the 3, 6 and 9, then you would have the key to the universe." The human body itself, when stretched out, forms a perfect circle. 360 equals 3 plus 6 plus 0 equals 9, and, according to Leonard Horowitz, 2011, even the emotion of love has a frequency of 528 Hz. 5 plus 2 plus 8 equals 15 equals 1 plus 5 equals 6. The chakras of the body also follow the same repeated, symmetrical rules of sacred geometry, each increasing in complexity the further up the body in which the energy resides. Each of the 3D shapes related to a chakra can be seen within the fruit of life, see figure 11. These geometric shapes are even referred to as geometric keys, thought to be able to work as light codes to trigger memories both physically and spiritually. With the natural attraction to flowers and the doodling of shapes, sacred geometry seems to be etched into the human psyche at the foundational level. Figure 9, the seed of life. Geometric thought forms allow you to key into the creative process, which is why so many people practice meditating on specific shapes. The most notable of these includes the seed of life, 7 circles. The appearance of the seed of life also shows striking resemblance to that of an atom, the building block of all energy and matter, as well as the zygote multiplying into a blastocyst, following conception. The most renowned shape in sacred geometry is that of the flower of life. The flower of life is like a 2D overlapping of circles which, as the name suggests, appears similar to a flower. Within this, varying dots can be connected which result in the manifestations of every other shape, including 3D representations. David Hopkins, 2017, has had some exceptional experiences when focusing on this geometric form, which he claims can even allow one to birth their desired reality. Basically, a person meditates on this image and observes what emits from it. Interestingly, the flower of life typically contains 13 circles, 1 in the middle and 12 surrounding it, which follows the 12+1 pattern we see throughout the physical world, not least in the zodiac, 12 constellations plus 1 sun, and the Bible, 12 disciples plus 1 Christ, which, together, form the one, the whole. Figure 10, the flower of life. From the flower of life, one can create the fruit of life, much like the seed which grew into a flower in order to merge male and female energy together via pollination so that the child, the fruit, can spread their vibration and continue Creator's work. The fruit of life appears as a 6-point star, like the Star of David, and is created from 13 circles, the 12+1, again. The fruit of life is also known as Metatron's cube. Metatron was the biblical prophet Enoch before God ascended him to heaven. Thus, he is seen between divine God and human, helping all of creation to maintain balance between the physical and the spiritual. In sacred geometry, Archangel Metatron, the angel of life who oversees the flow of earthly energies through his mystical cube, which contains all of the geometric shapes and patterns of God's creation, oversees the tree of life in Kabbalah. Figure 11, the fruit of life. This cube is depicted as the crown of this, paralleled to the angel or star on top of the tree, as is custom to Christmas tradition. This is evidence towards the belief of the Christmas festival being linked to the sacred secretion and our corresponding return to Creator. Such philosophies hold even stronger truths when one considers that it is Metatron, the angel on top of the tree, who sends creative energy from the heavens down to the base of the tree, which Archangel Sandalphon, Metatron's spiritual brother, using Shekinah, the female part of God's energy, reflects that power back up the tree again in order to ensure a constant flow between God, angels and people. Now, what is particularly interesting about the Kabbalah tree of life is its relation to our own solar and chakra systems, as above, so below. Within this, it can be seen how the archangels of God relate to our closest cosmic bodies and the chakra system. From Figure 12, the flow of energy can be seen from the lighter lining, from the zodiac and in a zigzag fashion, like a lightning bolt or serpent, down to the body Earth. Hence, we can see how the energy from the zodiac passes through the solar system until it reaches the Earth, and how this relates to the energy centers of the physical body, as well as the archangels of God. Figure 12, the tree of life. Of all the study I have taken into sacred geometry, Randall Carlson by far has enlightened me the most. His explanations are so thorough, understandable and compelling that anyone can make sense of this phenomena. Carlson's research, see bibliography, shows that the sacred geometry of the ancients communicates some key numerical terms, notably 25,920. We know that there is around 25,920 years in a great year, how long it takes the sun to do a full lap of the zodiac, which can be split into 12 great months, 1 for each sign, and 4 great seasons. It is these 4 great seasons which, historically, tend to cause the most upheaval for Earth. These seasons, symbolized in ancient mythology as the bull, lion, eagle, and man, dictate when chaos is due to hit the planet. Randall refers to these as the pulse of global change, and they often manifest as meteor impact, ice ages, flooding, etc., and lead to mass extinctions. Thus, just as each chakra resonates with a specific geometric shape connected to varying energetic forces such as star constellations and oversouls, which manifests physically in the form of glands, hormones and moods, the Earth also has its own biorhythms within the universe. As we are part of this collective being called Gaia, our own frequency also waxes and wanes in resonance. As mentioned previously, Gaia recently anchored into 5D density, and those of us who develop the light body will be able to hold the frequencies high enough to ascend with her. The physical, 3D human body is carbon-based, hence the number of man being 666, based on the atomic structure of carbon-12, which has 6 protons, 6 neutrons and 6 electrons. According to Chang, 2019, in order to survive the higher frequencies, including 5G technology, the human form needs to develop a crystalline body, also known as the light body. The crystalline form differs from the carbon as the cells of the body acquire more silica/quartz potential. Quartz crystals are the batteries of the stone family. They are energy transmuters, like the pineal gland, and are even used in computers and watches to this day. Humans with a crystalline body develop the ability to control frequency and reach higher levels of light due to increased biophoton exchange. Ways of structuring the body into this crystalline form include sun gazing, drinking structured water, meditating with and wearing crystals, and, of course, preserving the sacred secretion, to name a few. But more on that, later. For now, here are some other key sacred geometric terms worth knowing. Fractals, dimensions that appear the same at different levels, like a pattern that the laws of nature repeat at varying scales. Some examples of fractals are snail shells, broccoli, leaves and even the fact that both the earth and humans are about 70% liquid. Similarly, the microcosm, human being, can be seen as a fractal of the macrocosm, universal energy. Thus, phenomena observed in the heavens directly manifests inside each person, too, in resonance with the laws of nature. According to Dr. Jude Curriban, fractals are the clearest evidence of the universe's holographic nature. That is, that all things are an expression of information, of the one source expressing itself within aspects of consciousness. Curriban states that scientists take decades, even millennia, to prove what seers, sages and shaman have always known intuitively. Her vast studies of physics have led to her conclusion that DNA acts like a computer, capable of downloading information from the cosmos. This is because expressing information in the form of quantum bits is proven the most effective means of conscious and universal communication. Humans, as microcosmic gods, are fractals of source energy. By raising and preserving the sacred secretion, a crystalline human returns to the Christos fractal family, the fractal of Christ consciousness. In this way, we can be seen as literal God seeds. Another example is a rhomboid calcite crystal. If this is dropped, it will chip off into smaller rhomboid shapes. This is because the stone is a perfect fractal. The small make up the whole and vice versa, the whole exists within a whole. The Fibonacci constant, also known as the golden spiral or golden ratio, a mathematical formula that manifests everywhere in nature. The Fibonacci constant is found by systematically adding the previous two numbers, for example 1 plus 1 equals 2, 1 plus 2 equals 3, 2 plus 3 equals 5, 3 plus 5 equals 8, 5 plus 8 equals 13, 13 plus 8 equals 21, etc. It is often depicted as a spiral to demonstrate the symmetry of all life on Earth. Within the human body, the Fibonacci constant is evident not only within the DNA helix, but, if you follow the golden ratio along the circumference of the brain, the spiral will end at the exact point of the pineal. Consequently, it is evident that the pineal is, in fact, the central seat, or throne, of the mind. Interestingly, the human face as well as the human body also follow the golden ratio, as demonstrated by the work of Ernst Neufert and Le Corbusier. So, again, it appears that the human form is indeed a product of intelligent design. Other examples of the golden ratio at work in nature include the seed heads of flowers, vegetables such as cauliflower, shells, galaxies, DNA molecules and, of course, the pine cone, signified in Chapter 11. Fascinatingly, the Sphinx lies at the golden ratio of the Giza Plateau. Figure 13, the golden ratio. Although similar, the Fibonacci sequence is a sequence whereas fractals are geometric objects. This short passage in no way exhausts the vast information available on sacred geometry. It is a field of extreme interest to me and one I will continue to study into the future as it feels fundamental to a deeper understanding of the birthing process of all life, including the sacred secretion, within this planet of clear intelligent design. The fact that the entire universe follows such specific rules is evidence for the as above, so below theory. Intriguingly, further evidence of the interconnected ties between the macro and microcosms of the universe is within the straight ley lines of the planet. See, the geomagnetic and electromagnetic fields around and within the Earth create a grid system, which the ancients believed to be the planet's nervous system. This phenomenon was used by the ancients to provide power to such holy monuments as cathedrals and stone circles. Ley lines. The Earth's magnetic field is generated via the dynamo theory, that is, that the electric currents in the liquid outer core generate the magnetic field. Solar flares, cosmic rays and other terrestrial phenomena then further influence this. From these there are specific meridians, also called nadis or leis, which emit distinctive geometric patterns. These are said to be the nervous system of the Earth and thus are, energetically, very powerful. Maria Wheatley, 2014, claims that these frequencies are beneficial to living organisms, although some may be more beneficial to certain creatures over others. As a result, the ancients would often mark these powerful energies using circular structures, which further energize the area as the frequencies become concentrated. Wheatley, 2014, believes that the ley system is an astrological clock. This could be explained by the Earth's position, and the place of the ley lines in correspondence to the solar influx, which would interfere with the geomagnetism of these natural power lines. Therefore, certain times of the year would increase the power of certain leis. Stone circles and monuments placed on these power lines could then harvest these increased energies at particular intervals, leading to the formation of annual festivals and celebrations, such as the solstices and equinoxes. What's more, it is even believed that the energy of these power lines can be harvested to produce a free, everlasting flow of energy, like those dreamed by Tesla. This natural earth energy regulates DNA in the cells of our body. Each second, 810,000 cells are being replaced, rebuilt by the food we eat but having their communication affected by the energy fields around us. Certain Hertz frequencies even trigger cell rejuvenation. Therefore, where one lives and sleeps with respect to these power lines will have obvious effects on the organism, as well as how much interference there is between a person, microcosm, and the Earth home, macrocosm. It is for this reason that grounding, described in Chapter 2, is strongly advocated, by way of ensuring connection between a person and the planet. The Hermetic Principles. Richard Feynman once famously said, "If you think you understand quantum mechanics, you don't understand quantum mechanics." As a result of this incomprehensible quantum world, laws of nature have manifested that can teach the resulting outcome of these correspondences. In ancient Egyptian times, these rules of the earth were more readily referred to as the Hermetic Principles. Hermes was a great master who passed on his wisdom to the Egyptians. Following his death, he was crowned as a god and renamed Thoth. When Hermes' teachings were written down, they were encoded within alchemical and astrological metaphors so that only those who were permitted to use it, for the greater good, would be taught to understand it. Rather aptly, the students of the Hermetic teachings were referred to as the Hermetists, the original alchemists, astrologers and psychologists. The text encoding these principles is the Kabbalion, which clearly states that, when the ears of the student are ready to hear, then cometh the lips to fill them with wisdom. Therefore, as Hermes renounced, only those who are ready to understand, will. Interestingly, the ancient Greeks also had Hermes as a messenger of the gods, whose symbol was the caduceus, two snakes wrapped around a rod with the top unfolding into wings, the importance of which is described in the next chapter. From this, it could be deduced that Hermes, the teacher and messenger of godly powers, manifested to conscious beings around the world in order to spread his knowledge of the laws of nature. The 7 key Hermetic principles are: 1. The principle of mentalism, all is mind and we are all part of one, larger, living mind. 2. The principle of correspondence, as above, so below, as below, so above, as there is always correspondence between the principles and planes of being. 3. The principle of vibration, everything moves, nothing rests, everything vibrates and from this manifests all things. 4. The principle of polarity, everything is dual. Everything has its pair of opposites, from male to female, positive to negative, Judas to Jesus, dark to light, and all are necessary for balance. 5. The principle of rhythm, everything flows, all action has a reaction and everything follows cycles. 6. The principle of cause and effect, every cause has its effect, every effect has its cause, meaning that there is no such thing as chance or coincidence. 7. The principle of gender, everything has masculine and feminine, gender manifests on all planes and all creation is possible with this principle. In short, these principles show that nothing is permanent but, instead, always becoming or changing. What's more, they are believed to be in full operation on all planes, whether physical, mental or spiritual, thus can be seen as a gateway of communication between these. From this, the Egyptians developed the ideology that spiritual evolution is connected to the heavens. That is, that life and consciousness has the potential to evolve, through the systematic application of the principles of the Hermetic Code, into higher states of being. Because we evolved on this planet, our bodies are made up of the elements of the earth, which react to the immediate environment. As a result, Michael Hayes, 2004, claims that the Hermetic Code is the blueprint for all existence and is echoed in the structure of our DNA. Hayes states that DNA was preordained by nature itself and so is geometrically aligned to these laws. For example, 8 is the number of full notes in the major musical scale and the number of gods in the early myths concerning creation, as well as the number of days within Easter week, from Palm Sunday to the Sunday of Resurrection, and the number of minutes it takes for the sun's light to reach Earth. Multiplying 8 by itself equals 64, which is the number of RNA triplet codon combinations comprising the genetic code. The human organism is genetically designed in the same way as Gaia, by following these hermetic principles and codes. These initial 7 principles then lead to the 11 corresponding laws of nature, which Bob Proctor, 2016, details as 1. The law of thinking. No other power or force in the universe is as powerful or quick as human thought. The thoughts you repeatedly think, for example, I'm stupid, I'm ugly, I have no money, I never get sick, I'm popular, embed in your subconscious mind. Hence, whatever your dominant thoughts are, you become. 2. The law of supply. All of the energy and knowledge that ever was and will be is 100% present all of the time. It cannot be created or destroyed, only changed in state. There is an infinite supply of energy from the infinite source of the universe to supply all of our needs. 3. The law of attraction. The vibration that we are in attracts harmonious vibrations. You will always gravitate towards that which you give your attention to. We are all magnetic creatures and good things happen when we expect them to. Whatever you believe must come true. It's law. 4. The law of receiving. What you have in life is a reflection of what you have been giving. You must give to receive. If you want love, you must give love. If you want abundance, you must think abundant thoughts. And, when we give, we make room to receive more, like giving away an old cooker to make room for a newer, better one. 5. The law of increase. In short, gratitude. Everybody works better and harder when they are praised. All living things, including humans, learn best from positive praise. Universal energy is no different. Be grateful for all of the good that you have in life, even if it is simply that you woke up this morning, so that the universal energy knows what to give you more of. But be careful, as this works both ways. Avoid giving time to negative thoughts. 6. The law of compensation. Into your hands will be placed the exact results of your thoughts. You will receive that which you earn. Whether it is a controlling desire or a dominant aspiration, the universal energy will give you exactly what you ask for, as long as you provide a service, positive or negative, to get it. Get better every day at what you do. 7. The law of non-resistance. Whatever you resist persists. Humans must learn to react, not respond. Don't accept anybody else's negativity or anger. Just let it go. Don't fix an emotion to a negative experience. 8. The law of forgiveness. We cannot change the past. Forgive yourself and forgive others, their forgiveness will follow. Disease is due to negative thoughts. Form the habit of not holding on to anything. Do not carry bad thoughts. Forgiveness causes growth. 9. The law of sacrifice. No one becomes great by accident. We have infinite potential and must discipline our thoughts and actions in a way that will reflect our desires. We must be willing to give up a bad habit in order to create new, positive habits, for example giving up fast food dinners for a healthier heart. 10. The law of obedience. Humans must obey nature's laws. Like the farmers who must learn when the season is right to sow their seeds, humans must become nature's servant by understanding the laws. Life was meant to be easy, follow your gut instinct. 11. The law of success. The laws deny us nothing. The powers inherent in us are infinite. Advancement in all things is the law's great purpose. All processes of nature are successful. Night always follows day. What you believe, you receive. From these, the most renowned is the law of attraction. For many, this usually triggers thoughts of trying to manifest a new car or job. When enough charge is accumulated, it collapses the wave function and energy can become matter. However, the law of attraction works on all levels. It is because of this natural energy that we are entangled to karmic bonds and may have particular shadow work triggered for release at a specific age. This is in order to bring genetic trauma to the surface to be transmuted and released when we are in a situation capable of doing so. This is important in order to clear the shadows and prevent them from being passed further down the ancestry line. Cosmic influences at the moment are also triggering the vast majority of us to work through these energies now as part of Gaia's own purging and ascension. That said, the go-to argument against the laws of the universe functioning in this way tend to fall into the bracket of opposites attract. Just look at some magnets. However, Dr. Pollack, an international leader in science and engineering, claims in his book The Fourth Phase of Water, 2013, that the opposite charges themselves don't attract. The attraction is mediated by the like charges that gather in between, which draw the charges towards one another until the attraction is balanced. Pollock exerts that the old-dated ideology of opposites attract has led to unnecessarily complex interpretations, and supports his claim that like likes like. Take the nature of clouds, for example, where the like-likes-like mechanism holds the droplets together. Pollock also uses the example of the origin of life, stating that life probably started with the dispersal of substance that then condensed into entities that use the like-likes-like phenomena to self-assemble into cells, pre-cells, and so on, deeming this like-attracts-like mechanism of intelligent design. As water is such vast and necessary component of Earth's habitable environment and is also one of the predominant elements of the human body, its structure and purpose clearly contribute to the intelligent design of the human form. The God body. The elements of the human body are predominantly deduced from oxygen, carbon and hydrogen. Seeing as the double-slit experiment has also been successful with such atoms, Arndt and Zeilinger, 2002, and Al-Khalili, 2012, claims that the genetic coding properties of DNA molecules are based on bonds between pairs of these, it could be inferred that, if quantum coherence between these can be maintained, the whole DNA can evolve in a superposition, all potentials at once. Penrose and Hameroff, 1996, propose that the microtubules within the brain, hollow cylindrical structures in neurons which are commonly referred to as the organizers of the body due to their ability to communicate and organize neighboring cells, have just the right properties for a superposition to exist within the mind. This theory is referred to as the orchestrated objective reduction. This theory explains how humans can use bilocation and be both physical and spiritual beings. What all of this means on a basic level is that the human body is perfectly designed to abide by and make use of the natural laws. The sum over history's explanation of the double-slit experiment shows that the atom explores all possible paths simultaneously, but the way the paths cancel depends on what options are made available. Hence, if a person can physically observe an outcome mentally and put themselves out there to make the available paths evident, then one could physically alter their future. An article by Avery Thompson, 2016, even details how a recent double-slit experiment, titled the Delayed Choice Experiment, showed that photons sent through the slits one at a time still interfered with one another, concluding that observing a photon can change events that have already happened. Could this be evidence towards time not being real and time traveling? I think so. The quantum weirdness doesn't stop with the double-slit experiment, either. Sackett et al., 2000, Scherson, Jules Gerd and Palzik, 2005, and Lee et al., 2011, have all shown that entanglement, two atoms or objects, influencing each other faster than the speed of light, is possible on the macro scale. They prove this by entangling larger quantities of atoms, including gases and gemstones. Interestingly, Grinberg et al., 1994, had previously even used brainwave samples to show entanglement between humans who were at vast distances from one another. These experiments could prove how our collective consciousness is able to influence the thoughts and actions of others whom we have interacted, entangled, with during our lives. Dr. Becker, 1985, who is renowned for his knowledge of electromagnetism and its influence on the body, claimed that the electromagnetic field of the universe is so tightly intertwined that even using a toaster now can affect atoms within the furthest galaxy. Yan and Dunn claim that psychokinesis is an ability anyone can learn to use because consciousness itself is a form of wave-particle phenomenon, energy manipulation. This is further evident through the acoustic levitation phenomenon, whereby the properties of sound, vibration, are used to reduce gravity and lift physical mass, including solids and liquids. Fald, 2019. Basically, even sound vibration affects the bonding between physical matter. This could even explain how the pyramids were built. According to Abul Hassan Ali al-Masudi, papyrus was imprinted with magical sacred geometric symbols on each side of the pyramid stone, which was guided along a fenced path that had metal poles on each side to increase the sound vibration and corresponding levitation effects. Ergo, with psychokinesis being seen as a complementary exchange of resonance between the thinker and the object by means of collapsing the wave packets of quantum systems outside the brain, this phenomenon could in fact be very possible. If our personal energy field is able to interact with the energy fields of others, which is at a much smaller scale, it seems clear that these energies would also affect much stronger fields on a Gaia scale, whether that be by responding to solar-lunar influxes or producing synchronicities. The various atmospheric layers surrounding the Earth provide the perfect context for these electromagnetic communications to be received. By finding ways of maintaining connection to these energies, we put ourselves in a position of openness in order to receive messages and guidance from other conscious, cosmic bodies. Synchronicities and repeated numbers. When our vibration is electronically in sync with the universal electromagnetic field, it can alter space-time. We become aware of these alterations through intuitive feelings, ideas, visions, dreams and signs. Signs include anything significant we see or hear in response to our thoughts and are often referred to as synchronicities. I remember very clearly driving my car to work one morning when, all of a sudden, I became aware of the license plate on the car in front, which read as the brand name I was using during my visualizing. As this was so unusual, this confirmed for me that the path I was taking in my life was the right one for me at the time. When you become consciously aware of a sign but are unsure of the meaning behind it, ask your subconscious mind what the sign is telling you to be directed along the right path. Einstein even once quoted that, "Coincidences are God's way of remaining anonymous." Other common physical signs include feathers, overhearing conversations, loud noises to bring you back to the present, animals showing themselves and songs that either get stuck in your head for no reason or lyrics that cause a rush of emotion within us, as well as, most commonly, repeated number patterns. Repeated numbers are among the primary method that the universe uses to communicate because, as sacred geometry and fractals show us, all is connected mathematically, like a perfect recipe book. One of the ways these number patterns are revealed to us is through seeing the same time. Humans are a species who govern their whole lives around time, when to get up, how long to fast for, when to leave work, etc. It is paramount to our physical and social existence in this day and age, so it seems an obvious and foolproof way for Gaia to communicate with us. Times that are reportedly noticed the most include 1111. 11 is a sacred number, a master number, and patterns of 3, also a key number that represents Trinity, the whole. Carl Jung, a colleague of the famous psychoanalyst Sigmund Freud, was a psychologist intrigued by synchronicities, claiming that such occurrences are a result of psychic factors. Jung, 1960, linked his synchronicity research to the sacred marriage of the sun and the moon. He claimed that the astrological and alchemical connection between these cosmic bodies influences the human psyche through disturbances in the Earth's magnetic field. Jung supports the idea of humans being the microcosm, created from the godly macrocosm that is the universe, and claimed that synchronicities occur when the laws of the soul resonate with the cosmic alignment of the body. Thus, when the soul is on the right path in this dimension of space-time, or when a particular event is looming which the soul's purpose requires attendance of, divine synchronicities present themselves. In brief, there are electromagnetic fields all around every single one of us right now. We just need a machine to tune in and access them to make them perceivable to your senses. Within the human body, that machine is the brain. Furthermore, if the quantum world shows that time does not exist and that quantum rules are manipulatable within macroorganisms, then one could also assume that knowledge and spirits are also accessible within such an invisible realm, if one could only get onto the same brain wavelength in order to hear these. The false light. The idea of false light is one that causes a lot of debate within the spiritual community. In particular, those who follow the teachings of the Bible and Jesus may refer to more energy healing, Wiccan kind of beliefs as the false light, and vice versa. There are arguments that sorcery and yoga practices are the devil's work, and there are arguments that archangels and cherubs are false light beings used to deceive the masses into the anchoring in of denser frequencies, like the hijacking phenomenon that was explored previously. There is even a theory that the sacred geometric symbols discussed in this chapter, figures 9 to 12, are visual representations of the false light's programming of the matrix grid. If any of this resonates with you, then you may be interested in exploring the following website, which gives an interesting explanation of the false light matrix, linked to alien technology, www.ascensionglossary.com/index.php/false_ascension. However, it is important to take everything with a pinch of salt. This is because no one actually knows who or what the false light is, only that it exists. This is why I encourage everybody to really feel into their heart and develop bodily awareness. I truly believe that the nervous system and heart field know on a cellular level the difference between whether an energy coming in is from a place of love and truth, and energy being emitting from deceitful entities or energy vampires. Practicing the preservation of the sacred secretion is one of many ways to develop this self-awareness, as it encourages a person to really notice any energetic changes in their body. Word magic. One of the ways in which the false light is said to have hijacked the human consciousness field is through word magic. Word magic refers to the use of sounds, vibrations, words, and codes, spellings, to channel specific frequencies for anchoring in certain vibrations. The true meaning of words can often be deciphered by going back and looking at their roots/origins. For example, the English word translates to logos in Greek, which means, the source that controls the universe. In addition, we can consider the different meanings of phrases like cursing, spell, right/right, sentence, charge and sun/sun to see how word magic would be possible. The book Word Magic by Pao Chang is very detailed on the subject of word magic and the false light. Summary and personal reflection. This chapter is hard going to comprehend, but it hopefully demonstrated how strongly all within the universe is connected and manipulatable, and how the human body is a product of intentional, intelligent design. In conclusion, then, there are natural laws that govern all life in the universe. These laws are fundamental and must be followed, with no exceptions, whether that be by a tiny butterfly or an entire galaxy. Even the slightest activity, physical or mental, influences the rest of the universe, and vice versa. By strengthening the collective consciousness through connecting with one another and sharing experiences, even telepathically, we can not only cleanse ourselves through the uptake of Gaia's energy, but we can also provide power to the planet by offering our own healing thoughts and frequencies. Enlightenment, awakening, spiritual development, mastering. These are all phrases for the same ultimate goal, self-awareness. I believe that our biggest mission on Earth as physical beings is to learn how to read and navigate the spiritual world by bringing our physical bodies and spiritual bodies into synchronicity and connection through a developed self-awareness. Practices to improve self-awareness include preserving the sacred secretion, heart-centered awareness, see the work of Dr. Joe Dispenza and the Heart Math Institute, menstrual cycle awareness, embodiment and dance, yoga, integration of archetypal energies, and so on. There are endless options for spiritual practices that aim to develop this self-awareness available to us today. And we don't even need to conduct pilgrimages around temples and stone circles nowadays, as it is all easily accessible online. That said, remember that you don't need to spend thousands on courses and lectures that offer a certificate, unless you really want to, as it all comes back to the same outcomes, you listening to your body and learning to trust your intuition. If you would like some guidance though, there are some links that may be of interest available on my website, www.victorialoalou.com/offerings. Chapter 8 Serpents, and the Prisoner of Genesis. The word serpent derives from the Latin word serpens, meaning crawling/creeping thing. Interestingly, although a common phobia, mythical and spiritual history is full of symbolism for the serpent. A few examples include, the serpent of Genesis, the serpents emerging from the Hindu god Shiva, the caduceus, Hermes rod, the name of which derives from the verb cado meaning to fall. The winged pole can be seen to depict the fall and rise of man. Physiologically, this relates to the CSF system, see Chapter 11, Buddha with Nagas, serpent gods of Kerala, the seven-headed snake of Babylon. The Temple of Kukulkan in Mexico, which was built with such precision that, during the equinoxes, the stair patterns and shadows combine to create the illusion of a giant serpent. The Dogon of Mali, the Yoruba of Dahomey and the shaman of the Zulu tradition all write about coils, spirals and hidden rivers within the earth, which bear resemblance to serpentine forms, energy and lees. The brain stem looks like an emerging serpent from the spine. The double helix of DNA, which appears to be the basic design for all evolutionary phenomena, also depicts two intertwining snakes. The transverse view of the claustrum, figure 27, in Greek mythology, Python, a great snake and the child of Gaia, born after the Great Flood, lived at the center of the world guarding a cave. As Gaia is the consciousness of Earth, Python could be the consciousness of man. Also in Greek mythology, the serpent god Dionysus, the half-brother of Apollo, the messenger between the physical world and spiritual world, was slain by two titans before being born again in human form. The Mayan god, Kukulkan, was the feathered serpent god, who controlled the elements. The main Mayan pyramid, El Castle, was dedicated to Kukulkan and showed the connection between the great serpent and the cosmos, with 365 steps and 52 panels. The Aztecs also adopted the feathered serpent god and used this to symbolize the blending of heaven and earth. In Hindu mythology, the symbol for water is the serpent. In Egypt, the Ouroboros serpent symbolizes all in all. The largest stellar constellation, Hydra, is a serpent. As is the famous Draco, or dragon, but in fact is very serpent-like. The pharaohs of Egypt used the uraeus, an upright form of the cobra, to symbolize sovereignty, royalty and divine authority. This is consistently seen in the center of the pharaoh's head ornament. The serpent symbol, then, has a myriad of meanings across cultures, including death, resurrection, healing, fertility and procreation. Many have speculated the true metaphorical meaning behind the spiraled emblem, from the Hydra star constellation to the spine, the DNA helix to DMT-rich tree vines, the rivers of life to the Milky Way. Even Jesus is considered a serpent in some theories, supported by the fact that he left white robes behind in the tomb after his resurrection, just like a serpent leaving behind old skin. The cosmic serpent celestially, the snake represents the moon due to the fact that the moon changes its shape throughout the course of a month, appearing to shed its skin. The shape of a waxing and waning moon can also be likened to that of a moving snake, with the full moon appearing like a spiraled, sleeping one and a new moon representing the shedding of old skin. Similarly, the snake has been equated to the Milky Way band observable all over the Earth, due to its long, wave-like appearance, which has also historically been linked with the Nile of Egypt. With this in mind, stories such as those relating to the celestial egg guarded by a serpent can be seen to have links with the sacred secretion if one considers their own spiritual seed as the egg, whose birthright is secured by the moon and stars above. This phenomenon has been observed throughout history, some of the most famous of which are evident as the Pyramid of Kukulkan in Mexico and the Native American Serpent Mound of Ohio. Serpent mounds are evident around the world to clearly depict the importance placed on this symbol by the ancients. The most renowned of these is the Serpent Mound of Ohio. The fact that the skeleton of a snake was found here leaves no room for doubt that this image is, in fact, representative of the celestial snake. A simple internet search of this will reveal images from various angles of the mound as well as drawings of how specialists believe the mound looked in the past. In short though, the mound looks to represent a serpentine shape consuming an egg. This snake has a coiled tail and three distinctive hump shapes. With the coil pointing true north, the humps correlate perfectly with the sunrise on the solstices and equinoxes. At the end is the head, pointing directly at the direction of the setting sun on the summer solstice, consuming the egg. Accordingly, the serpent mound can be seen as a cosmic clock, able to tell ancient civilizations the exact time and date of these key events. If one considers the ideology of the snake as the moon and the egg as the sun, or sun, this phenomenon could indeed be foretelling how the moon consumes the solar seed, photons, from the sun in order to bring life to Earth. Figure 14, the Serpent Mound of Ohio. Further down in Mexico, the Pyramid of Kukulkan can be found. This pyramid has been built with such precision that, twice a year during the spring and autumn equinoxes when day and night are balanced, the light and shadows generated by the sun create the illusion of a serpent. This serpent appears from the tip of the pyramid, as if gliding in from the heavens, and crawls down the pyramid to the base and into the crowds observing. Mythically, it is said that this snake, who represents the descended form of the god Kukulkan, returns to Earth to commune with his worshippers, bless the harvest and provide good health before entering the sacred water, bathing in it and continuing its journey to the underworld. With such similarities with the tale of Christ, who descended to Earth as God in human form, healed and preached and was baptized all before returning to heaven, this phenomenon could even be an early, physical representation of the New Testament Bible story, exaggerated over continents and time. If so, then the sun, could have originally been a serpent god. This holds for some interesting considerations when one remembers that it was a snake that tempted Eve to eat the forbidden fruit. Serpents, the design of the gods. The spiraled and twisted serpentine shape is illustrated throughout the human body. With the sacrum as the tail, the spine as the body and the skull as the head, the most notable of these is that of the spinal column. Attached to the spine is a myriad of nerves and tissue, including the brain, which make up the central nervous system, CNS. As our vastly evolved nervous system is what gives us intelligence and ability over that of the animal and plant kingdoms, this could be seen as a godlike design. The serpentine shape also appears similar to the corpus callosum in the brain, a thick nerve tract which pictorially bridges the pituitary to the pineal, female and male, physical and spiritual, balance between worlds. The image of the serpent is particularly interesting when considering the relevance of the sacred secretion as, when the shaman of the Amazon rainforest were asked how they knew from the thousands upon thousands of plant species within the rainforest which plants to combine to create the DMT-rich ayahuasca, the shaman stated that the plants and serpents told them how. This sounds remarkably similar to the biblical tale of the fall, whereby Eve was told to eat from the tree of knowledge by a snake. Upon doing so she then woke up. Jeremy Narby, 1999, believes that these snakes, which are also extremely common visions reported by those who have taken DMT, are symbols of our DNA. That is, that the serpents talking to us within these altered states are in fact our own ancestry line within our genetic inheritance which are communicating and directing us along the path to enlightenment. It is impossible not to notice that the symbol of intertwining serpents looks surprisingly similar to the DNA double helix. As DNA is like the bio-language of Earth, which hasn't changed a letter in 4 billion years, every living thing on the planet is made up of the same 20 amino acids, compounds in the body. Thus, molecular biology in this way confirms the unity of nature, the whole. Further similarities can be seen when comparing the structure of DNA to that of a physical ladder. Ladders are referenced throughout religious history, from representing the 7 steps that symbolize the universe within the mysteries of Brahma, to being the passage of the soul's approach to perfection within the mysteries of Mithras. Within the Old Testament, Jacob even dreamt of a ladder that connected heaven and earth, with the angels of God ascending and descending on it, which, as we learn from chapter 6, likely represent biophotons. It is also the symbol of the shaman profession. Shamanism is a practice that involves a practitioner reaching altered states of consciousness in order to channel the spirit world and bring healing. During their visions, shamans are believed to gain knowledge from higher beings, often spirits of pure light. The serpentine form, then, is clearly one of universal significance. Light, sound and even brain activity are depicted in this wavy structure. It is for this reason that, when attempting to decode the meaning behind the snake in various tales of mythology, one must read the surrounding imagery in order to get a true interpretation of the idea being presented. This way of reading is akin to many ancient languages, such as the Egyptian hieroglyphs. Swirls and twirls, the divine feminine serpent energy is typically associated with the divine feminine, such as Kundalini, Shakti, Athena, Mother Mary, Mary Magdalene, Sophia etc. These female archetypes are intrinsically connected with the sacred secretion. There are tales of Athena delivering the ambrosia of the gods to humans as a form of enlightenment, Kundalini as the coiled goddess as the base of the spine awaiting the day of ascension, art and sculptures of Mary standing upon serpents, Sophia, also Asherah, God's wife, literally means wisdom and is symbolized by snakes, and so on. It is also interesting to consider that it was a priestess of the feminine mysteries, believed to be Mary Magdalene, that christed Jesus. She poured perfume, and oil, on my body beforehand to prepare for my burial. Truly I tell you, wherever the gospel is preached throughout the world, what she has done will also be told. Mark 14:9, the nard, perfume oil, was said to be rich and a family heirloom, a bloodline gift. This relates well to the belief of Magdalene being the name of a priestess bloodline linked to the feminine mysteries, and thus a way of meeting the divine feminine frequency. Therefore, it could be interpreted that this christening of Jesus by Mary was of the feminine and masculine union within the body as it prepares for preservation. This anointing also happened in the days before Jesus' crucifixion, symbolic of the sacred secretion oil being delivered by the moon, feminine, as it voids before settling within a person's dominant star sign. Pingala and Ida nerves. The Hindus teach of 3 distinct channels in the spinal system, Pingala, from the left brain which flows down the right side of the body, Ida, from the right brain that flows down the left side of the body, and Sushumna, which flows along the spinal cord and through the 7 chakra energy centers. The Pingala is associated with the color red, the masculine, the sun and warmth. The Ida is associated with the color white, the feminine, the moon and coolness. These connect the main chakras, the lower to the higher, earth to heaven, creating a spiral of vertexing, circuitry energy. Within these channels flows prana, life force energy, which those who achieve awakening through Kundalini practice claim to feel an electric current running up their spine, like a serpent, towards the cerebellum of the brain, which is shaped like wings. Also, structurally, the snake is simply a head and spine which move in a wave-like motion. Consequently, the symbol for Kundalini is a pair of snakes entwining around what appears to be a staff, through each chakra energy center, with a set of wings and a crown floating above the serpents' heads, similar to images of dragons. This image is also used in ancient Greek mythology as the symbol for Hermes, the messenger of the gods who could travel between the physical and non-physical realms. Shamanic rituals use movement and sound, similar to those used within Kundalini practice, to vibrate the body in a way that promotes astral connection and spiritual experiences. Often, these rituals also include the consumption of plants, to relax the physical body and increase the psychedelic experience within the mind. Shamans are masters when it comes to using the Earth's natural resources to amplify their follows these channels via nadis. Nadis are the pathways/channels/energy rivers of the body. Learning to balance the prana energy within both the Ida and Pingala pathways is the first step in many spiritual practices still used today, such as Kundalini Yoga, which focuses on raising this serpent energy up the body and beyond. This serpent energy, once raised, can be harvested at faster and more successful rates as time goes on, hence why the Bible states to lay the path for Christ. However, it should be noted that yoga masters warn against raising the kundalini too early. Experiences of reality and healing practices. Quartz, the most abundant mineral on the planet, is used by shamans around the world during their rituals. This is because the atomic structure of the quartz crystal vibrates at a stable frequency, making it an excellent receptor and emitter of electromagnetic waves and frequencies of energy from the universe. Hence, quartz has the ability to release electricity and even lines the Egyptian Great Pyramid, which is believed to have been used as a giant electric power plant and for wireless communication for the ancient civilization. Crystals are also often used during kundalini practice, too, as they are believed to enhance the vibration of the energy. For example, citrine absorbs negative energy and releases positive, whereas amethyst creates an energy field around the body which resonates with other dimensional energies, thus enhancing psychic ability. Like all physical and non-physical practices, resources can be used to amplify and improve the effectiveness of the experience. But, at the end of the day, it is commitment and determination that are key to success. Kundalini is simply a spiritual practice for improving connections within the physical body. It is this ideology, of male and female energy being released from glands within the brain before traveling down the spine, meeting in the sacrum and rising again, that is repeated throughout religious and spiritual practice around the world, including that of the Sacred Secretion. The movements and chanting involved within Kundalini practice are also clear manifestations of the light codes discussed in Chapter 6. Dragons in Greek, serpent means drakon, dragon. Furthermore, in the Dictionary of Symbols, 1996, the dragon represents the union of two opposed principles and, in the vast majority of cases, the winged serpent symbolizes hidden or secret knowledge. Take the story of Adam and Eve, for example. The male and female energies are persuaded to feed on knowledge by a snake. This knowledge enabled the pair to see clearer. They were then apparently thrown out of their garden by God, who had otherwise concealed the rest of reality from them. This is a story of awakening which I often compare to the modern Matrix films, as the male and female characters consciously unplug from previous programming to become aware of true reality. In Chinese alchemy, Cooper, 2016, the dragon represents the odd and yang, whereas the tiger symbolizes the even and yin. There are obvious similarities here to the idolization of lions and cats in ancient Egypt and praise given to serpents and dragons in ancient Mexico. The coming of these two creatures could be seen, then, as symbolizing balance of the whole. Now, within Gnosticism, the coming together of the lion and snake is metaphorical of the union of the sun and moon, male and female. In this way, the teachings of early Christianity and Judaism, Gnosticism, can indeed be seen as an evolution of consciousness, the bringing together of the ways of Egypt and Mexico male, yang, and female, yin. Fascinatingly, discoveries have even been made of lion-headed serpents illustrated around the world. This hybrid creature is commonly called the knubis. The most interesting of these is displayed at the Kelsey Museum of Archaeology in Michigan. This talisman depicts a serpent's body holding 7 spherical eggs within its coils, with a lion's head which is surrounded by 12 rays of light. This has an uncanny resemblance to the idea of serpent energy in the body, powered by the 7 chakras, raising to the lion, sun/god, head, which is further influenced by the 12 signs of the zodiac encompassing it. In ancient Egypt, this image of Knubis, also known as the deliverer and the spirit of all knowledge, is frequently depicted on amulets and jewelry as protection from disease and poison, just as preserving the sacred secretion can rid the body of toxicity and sin, and to regulate fertility. According to Manly Hall, 1928, Christ was the personification of Knubis, the divine mind. Celestially, Knubis is said to be the guardian of the 12-angled pyramid, the dodecahedron, akin to sacred geometry. If one delves deeper into the Gnostics, even the word Nazarene, the home city of Jesus Christ, for example, can be equated to the Hebrew word nes meaning serpent. Figure 15, Knubis examples. Serpent wisdom. Archangel Metatron is considered the lord of serpent wisdom. Metatron, the biblical Enoch, discussed in Chapter 7, is said to have delivered the tarot as a way of enclosing divine wisdom. Although much of this information is reported to have disappeared alongside the Great Library of Alexandria, the main imagery within the tarot is still visible to this day. Interestingly, Alexandria is also reported to be the original grounds in which the first versions of the Bible were translated into Greek. The major arcana of the tarot are as follows: the Fool, the Magician, the High Priestess, the Empress, the Emperor, the Hierophant, the Lovers, the Chariot, Strength, the Hermit, the Wheel of Fortune, Justice, the hanged man, death, temperance, the devil, the tower, the star, the moon, the sun, judgment, the world. For one with a basic understanding of the sacred secretion, the order of the major arcana tarot cards detailed above read with great similarity to that of the story of Christ, both biblically and internally. Summary and personal reflection. This chapter in no way exhausts the vast information available on the sacred serpent, but does provide context for the image and, hopefully, demonstrates its perceived significance and power. When one delves further into the biblical story of Revelations with a metaphorical eye, even the sealed scrolls can be likened to coiled energy that can be awakened for good or evil, just like the symbol of the snake or dragon. To pull together the ideas presented in the chapter, though, I would like to quickly draw attention to the vast references throughout religious doctrines of the bruising of the serpent's head. Kersey Graves, author of The World's 16 Crucified Saviors, notes many historical links to this same idea, including the snake of Genesis within the Christian Bible, Osiris of Egypt who bruised the head of a serpent after it bit his heel, Krishna of India who has been depicted on stone monuments with his heel on the head of a serpent. In the Mexican antiquities, the first woman created is told that she should bear a son who should bruise the serpent's head. In an ancient Etrurian story, instead of the seed of the woman standing upon the head of a serpent, it is the woman herself who is represented as standing with one foot on the head of a serpent. Now, note that the word heel actually means the bottom or lower, such as the heel of a ladder. The word bruise means to break up or result from impact, and that the head represent the top or upper levels. When considering the idea of the serpent as a representation of a human's inner knowledge potential and energy systems, the thought of God presenting the punishment that women will succumb to pain during childbirth and the birthed seed will bruise the head of the snake actually seems to be more of a consequence rather than a punishment. That is, that because the human ate the fruit of knowledge, they now have the power to give birth to a seed, the sacred secretion, which can, at the base of the chakra system, impact the top of the serpent, energy, and be raised into enlightenment. In short, the serpent has an extremely distinctive body shape which can be compared with many phenomena, including moving energy, as in Kundalini, the chakra system, a rainbow snake, or dragon, just like the multicolored rainbow that appears in the heavens as the result of sun and rain, knowledge, akin to the neuron and developed nervous system, moon phases, serpent-like, spiraling energy, time, evident from shadows that move throughout the day/year, creation and eternity, forming a full circle with its tail and mouth, the earth, as in mounds, psychedelics, like the vines used in ayahuasca brews, the unconscious mind, according to Carl Jung, fertility, like the sperm cell, and even DNA, inherited potential, due to the double helix structure, to name a few of the most relevant. With all of this in mind, stories such as a snake that tempted humans into awakening by consuming the eye-opening fruit lays the path for many interpretations. This is akin to the Bible, which can be understood in vast contexts due to the many literary layers applied to the morals of the stories. These layers include that of the sacred secretion and of sacred union/sexual alchemy, which we will look at next. Chapter 9 Sacred Sex, and the Chakra of Fire. Although sexual desire is considered a taboo subject in modern society, the ancients, on the other hand, knew of its sacred power, both cosmically and personally. As such, goddess cultures have inhabited the earth for millennia. There are numerous stories throughout cultures of a female giving birth from conception of a spiritual father. For example, Isis, star, coupled with her brother Osiris, Orion. Following Osiris' death, Isis searched for his pieces in order to reassemble his body, which resulted in their child, Horus, being born, thus from a spiritual father. Interestingly, throughout historic Egypt were sculptures and depictions of erections in temples. Even Tutankhamun's mummy is reported to have been fully erect at a 90-degree angle. However, Christian and Arabic invaders are said to have destroyed these during the 18th and 19th centuries, at which time religion was on the decline and churches were trying to regain power. John Allegro, one of the original translators of the Dead Sea Scrolls and author of The Sacred Mushroom and the Cross, believes that sacred psychedelic mushrooms, as discussed in Chapter 1, were in actual fact thought by many ancient cultures, such as the Essenes, to be a manifestation of God himself on earth. Allegro claims that the ancients thought of the rain as the sperm of God, which fertilized the land. The red and white, wine and bread, mushroom is said to be the Son of God, consumed by those of earth as a sacrifice in order for them to be shown the way to heaven, or parallel dimensions. The shape of the mushroom itself can be seen as similar to that of a penis, which Allegro claims intrigued the ancients enough to create penis-resembling art. In a similar way, the long, Elongated mushroom holds a similar resemblance to the form of a serpent. Unlike current religious dogma, the Taoists teach living in harmony with our natural, sexual impulses. In Tao sexology, the energy from both partners is combined to form a miracle, a child. When having sex for pleasure, rather than to conceive, then by pulling the sexual energy up it is not wasted in the nutrients, such as vitamins, minerals and amino acids, that would otherwise have been wasted, if not trying to create a baby, are retained within the body. Therefore, when one does choose to conceive a baby, more energy can be channeled to empower a more energetic child. According to Chang, 1986, this energy can even be used to determine the gender of this child. The sacred side of sex. The dictionary defines sacred as, reverently dedicated to the same person, purpose or object. Secured against violation or infringement as, by reverence of sense of right. Once clarified, the idea of sacred sex seems far more achievable. Being attached and connected to other people is innate in the human psyche, and mental health conditions often develop when this connectedness is not felt or if hormonal imbalances prevent the adequate sensation of this. It is believed that one of the reasons this generation is addicted to sex and porn is due to this craving for oneness. Sacred sex is when time and effort is put into feeling connected with another soul. For example, those who have had long-term partners know the difference between just sex and making love. It is this making love which is sacred due to the connection felt. In order to utilize sexual energy, it has to be made to flow up through the spinal column to the higher chakras. Eventually, this sexual energy can be channeled in order to attain higher levels of consciousness, rather than a sexual urge that controls the mind. During intercourse, the male and female, yin and yang, energies entangle and complement each other. It is recommended by Bruce Francis, 2012, that during such times, when energy levels are racing, that both partners focus on breathing deeply from the diaphragm and sharing energies. This energy exchange is crucial. To Taoists, sexual alchemy involves the combination of female yin energy and male yang energy between partners. Through the use of the sacred breath and inner fire, this energy can be channeled. In short, this leads to harmonization between the male and female energy which can be felt rising up like a ladder, or a snake. If this energy is not moved up to the higher chakras, it can get stuck and lead to excessive sexual desire. Different positions can activate certain acupuncture meridians, create biodynamic pressures on internal organs and glands, as well as stretch and bring better blood circulation to various parts of the body. Moreover, by clearing energy blockages during sexual meditation in this way, this powerful energy can be harvested elsewhere in the body to be used as fuel to give more energy and focused healing. As your body becomes more alive and both partners become more connected, you will start to feel and know your anatomy deeper. Sexual meditation can be achieved with only one practicing partner. Yet, when sex is immoral, not sacred, the mind's attention is taken away from being relaxed and preserving the body and seed, and instead focuses on the production of pleasure-seeking hormones such as dopamine, which is also responsible for addiction, and energies which can be passed on. So it is more powerful if both partners practice it. According to Cassandra Laureus, 2011, sacred sex involves changing the focus from going after your own pleasure to devoting yourself to your partner and supporting them in the accumulation of their sexual energy. In this way, sex is not good or bad, but a way of connecting to higher vibrations via partnered alchemy. Using meditative techniques such as focused breathing, remaining present and visualization, an individual can detach from the lower urges that push for orgasm. By instead focusing on the present, sensory experience, rather than the end product, with a mate who is attuned to you emotionally, sacred sexual energies can be harvested. Sacred union and womb wisdom. In ancient times, men and women would heal and open together in sacred union to facilitate the process of conscious creation and conception. This included creating a child who was perfectly crafted through love, the chosen one, as their conception would have been conscious and prayed for. This is where the original terminology behind Jesus/Yeshua being born of immaculate, clean, conception and of a virgin, healed womb, mother likely originated. Ancient Egypt and Greece were abundant with womb wisdom mystery schools, whereby women would be initiated as priestesses as they healed and purified their womb portals in preparation for either conscious creation, being a manifester of energy into matter for the divine, or for birthing a Christed child. This supported the evolution of souls, as wombs could hold higher frequencies of light-bodied children. Being a virgin also meant being sovereign, meaning that a woman had control over her own energy and would only have sex with a sacred union partner. Mother Mary was initiated into these schools, hence why she was able to birth Jesus Christ, as was Mary Magdalene. Note that, traditionally, a holy whore meant holy womb, meaning an empowered woman, Not a prostitute as some historic Bible interpretations would have us think, which is why she was the favorite apostle, wife and lover of Yeshua. Jesus/Yeshua and Mary Magdalene were, and still are, what was known as a Christ couple. The energies of Yeshua and Magdalene can be channeled during meditation even to this day in order to call in a sacred union partnership such as this from the collective energy field. When one reads the Bible, it can be seen that Yeshua removed Magdalene's 7 demons, her energy centers which could not heal and energize optimally until she had healed her body within a sacred union partnership, and then Mary shared with him her holy grail, her womb magic. More information on sacred union partnerships are abundant in Womb Awakening by Bertrand and Bertrand. There is also a self-paced menstrual cycle awareness course available on my website, www.victorialoalou.com/blog/wombwisdom. Anatomically, the vagus nerve is connected to the cervix of a woman, stimulating healing and raised energy following orgasm. Interestingly, melatonin is found in female vaginal fluids, so there is every possibility that DMT may be released here, too. Some women also feel increased sexuality and sensuality during their monthly bleed, which Bertrand and Bertrand, 2017, linked to their increased levels of magic. It is for the reasons above and more that women were the original shamanesses in many ancient cultures, and sacred union with an empowered woman was much sought after by men. In tantric traditions, male initiates into the goddess and womb mysteries were known as lords of the fish, which holds similarities to Jesus' title as fisher of men. According to McTaggart, 2003, sacred union couples are able to manifest, as advocated by the law of attraction, up to 6 times more powerfully. To some, sex is innocent and pure when conducted with a partner who is honoring of your body, and more so when both partners have done/are doing the work to heal inherited traumas that may be stored in their bodies and energy fields. A person's sexual energy is extremely powerful and has been used as part of rituals for eons. Another practice which aims to harvest powerful sexual energies includes that of semen retention. Semen retention is another practice that is commonly used during sacred sex. By preventing ejaculation and instead focusing on the combination of yin and yang energy from both partners combining, a sacred seed can be spared from a spiritual father. Preserving this seminal fluid decreases lower materialistic functioning, such as the ego. This is because losing sperm lowers the energy reserves and reduces the amount of chi produced. Semen retention is a practice highly profiled by many great leaders of the world, including Napoleon Hill, author of Think and Grow Rich. Hill believed that sexual energy should be harvested, emphasizing the need to transmute sexual desire into physical energy to strengthen our connection with the divine. Hill, 1937, claims that, so strong and impelling is the desire for sexual contact that men freely run the risk of life and reputation to indulge in it. When harnessed, and redirected along other lines, this motivating force maintains all of its attributes of keenness of imagination, courage, etc., which may be used as powerful creative forces. Abstaining from sexual behavior is also common in shamanic practice prior to performing a ritual, as a way of directing energy. However, the body does need to clear itself out of old energy occasionally. Taoist Chang, 1986, claims Ajax 0.2 equals frequency of ejaculation, in days, in order to optimize health. When a man is giving up his energy/life force light, this can be gifted to a partner he loves and trusts, who can then channel this light as part of their sacred union manifesting. This is why men often feel tired after sex whereas women feel more energized. For more information of semen retention and the sacred secretion, I would recommend the book Awaken the World Within by Hilton Hotema and the work of Santos Bonacci, www.universaltruthschool.com. The sacred seed is the cultivation of the sacred seed, aka raising of the chrism and preservation of Christ consciousness, is an internal alchemy. The practice of sacred sex, as a means of sexual alchemy, can be seen as a way of using this magic to turn sexual energy into manifestation energy. Which of these your body requires during each unique preservation period, based on your current alignment and progress along your personal life path, however, can only be heard by you. Therefore, during the days of preservation, there are 2 clear options: 1, abstaining from sexual desire altogether, which will both hand the control over to the parasympathetic nervous system, allowing the body to relax and heal, and heighten creative awareness, thus enhancing one's ability to receive subconscious and collective conscious messages. 2. Perform acts of sacred sex with an emotionally connected partner, who can increase your own energetic flow by offering you theirs. This can be with a partner whose own preservation time is not yet, meaning that all attention can be placed on enhancing the vibration of yours, or with a partner who shares your star sign, whereby effort can be placed on balancing the energies between you both. As in all alchemy, It is fire that is the necessary component to transmute one material to another. Within human biology, this fire is love. We have all heard stories of mothers who have lifted weights far beyond human capabilities to save their children, partners who have saved each other from impossible situations, animals in nature who have prevented the death of another, and even prisoners who, when feeling that all hope is lost, have found God and carried on. Therefore, as long as it is sacred and consensual on all parts, I believe that listening to your inner self with regards to sexual desire is paramount. Whether that means that modern society will label you as heterosexual, homosexual, transsexual, bisexual, trisexual, quadsexual, extraterrestrial, or whatever, it is our unique vibration and spiritual purpose on this planet that influences our internal alchemical requirements to produce and preserve the sacred secretion. That said, it is important to note that children and animals do not have this sacred ability to cultivate such energy, so any sexual desires focused in such way is abuse on both the individual legally unable to consent and of your own spiritual journey. News stories headlining such abuse in churches and cathedrals in the past are in no way connected with the sacredness of this practice. These were mere hypocrites who abused their power and were not in any way linked to Creator or pure loving Source. Such desires are temptations from negative past life karma or lost souls, which must be overcome by means of therapeutic intervention beyond the scope of this book alone. But let's not ponder on such uncomfortable subjects within a book designed to promote beauty and love. Sexual intercourse between adult partners in love is a sacred act. Self-love another physical partner is not necessarily required at all. Self-love, also known as solo sex, is another way of exploring your own sexual energy. By focusing on the exploration of breathwork, the movement of energy from the lowest chakras right through to the highest, as well as tapping into that emotion of gratitude and love, the alchemical cultivation of the seed, raising of the chrism and preserving and protection of Christ energy can be enhanced. Taoists even advocate solo practice first to master sexual meditation before sharing with a partner, as you need to understand your individual energy and embrace this practice. In sum, the most important ingredient in alchemically producing the sacred secretion and protecting it is love. Whether your spiritual body chooses to abstain from sexual pleasure, share sexual energy with another, or cultivate this energy individually during self-love, the most important aspect of sacred sex is learning to slow down, connect with all of the feels within the body, self-awareness, explore sensuality and connect with the universal energy field. Porn and sex addiction. When speaking of immoral sex and abstinence, the true intention was not to prevent couples with energetic bonds from reaching higher states of consciousness through sexual euphoria. Instead, we were being warned against the problems that arise if these desires become our main goal. If one succumbs to sexual addiction, then their energy can never move out of the lower chakra areas, as thoughts are continuously concentrated here. Likewise, watching porn, with all its taboo and fakeness, imprints an unrealistic impression on the brain. From this, the brain forms the habit of releasing dopamine when watching porn, which can leave one in a state of depression when they are not. Porn distorts a person's view of sexuality and reality, and takes the spirit away from a focus on love and connection. With pornographic imagery everywhere nowadays, from music videos to newspapers, even children are exposed to these unrealistic sexual references at a time when their minds are too immature to process and analyze the content logically. Consequently, generation upon generation are growing in a distorted world, with false ideologies and unreal expectations of other people. When you add social media to the mix, it's no wonder there's so many relationship breakdowns and mental health issues nowadays. Fortunately, every negative has a positive. By being aware of what takes us away from enlightenment, we open our eyes to what brings us closer. Summary and personal reflection. Sexual desire is another form of energy that can be transmuted and used for the greater good of the entire organism. But, just like no diet suits all, sexual energy and desire is no different. We each have our own energetic imprint on the planet and unique path towards enlightenment. Thus, finding someone with sexual preferences that match your own, and using these to connect with one another on new levels, is the ultimate goal. In this way, we can not only heal any previous trauma by balancing energy and hormone levels, but we can lay the path for more positive experiences by engaging with, and therefore manifesting, feel-good emotions on a more giving, loving plane. As a bonus, orgasms are far more intense and whole-body during sacred sex, too, as we connect with someone, or ourselves, sexually. We can accumulate these lower energies and raise them up to more spiritual centers within the body. By practicing control of these lower desires, one is able to lay the path for the spiritual seed by clearing the chakra system of energy blockages and aligning the systems of the body accordingly. Genetically speaking, we are apparently attracted to those whose DNA complements our own as a way of producing offspring of the highest potential. When preserving the sacred secretion, it is recommended that abstinence is practiced, at least at first, until one is able to fully control this sexual energy and use meditation in this way to increase the power and vibration sent through the body, as this takes time and perseverance. Chapter 10 Cell Salts of the Zodiac, the Last Supper. From headaches caused by geometric storms to the malfunctioning of electronics during Mercury retrograde, it is common knowledge that planet Earth and all living things thriving upon it are influenced by astronomical bodies. The most famous of these influences is that of star signs. It is widely believed that the star constellation which the Sun happens to be dominating at the time of birth is a predictor of personality traits, future career prospects, and even romantic relationships. What isn't as well understood is exactly how these signs can influence the human body. Yes, the stars send out an electromagnetic field, but what is happening biologically? According to researchers such as George Carey, William Schuessler, Santos Bonacci, and David Card, there are 12 mineral cell salts which affect the vibration of the blood. These 12 salts are essential components of all humans, animals and plants, and are even reported to be all that remains after the human body is reduced to ashes. Each salt is readily used as part of the essential building blocks of the human body to maintain mood, cell production, organ function, and so on. These cell salts, also called tissue salts, include electrolyte molecular compounds formed from calcium, potassium, magnesium, sodium, iron, phosphorus, sulfur, fluoride, chloride, and silica. An electrolyte is a substance that produces an electrically conducting solution when dissolved in a solvent, such as water. If an electrical potential is applied to such a solution, the dissolved electrolytes separate, causing a current. For the cell salts, this cosmically influenced current provides electromagnetic power to the spiritual seed. These salts are referred to as inorganic as they lack both carbon and hydrogen bonds. Other inorganic compounds include water, salt, acids, and bases, alkalis. Interestingly, each salt is particularly responsive to one of the 12 zodiac signs. That is, the vibratory nature of one star sign affects the vibratory nature of one particular mineral cell salt. It is therefore believed that the internal levels of each of these salts is what manifests as personality as they resonate with different stellar energies, which then correspond with hormonal secretions for a felt experience, such as mood. This can also explain why once one thing goes wrong, everything seems to go wrong, as variations in cell salt quantities affect balance, coordination, focus, and connectedness. First contact with these cell salts would have occurred within the womb. Although some of each would have passed over to the baby from the mother's stores, it would be the 9 salts of the 9 zodiac signs that the sun passed through during fetal development that a person has the most abundance of. This is due to the fact that the unborn baby, whose cells are multiplying rapidly, would be building those cells under the influence of the current dominating sun sign and the abundance of the corresponding cell salt. Thus, at the end of the typical 9-month gestation period, the baby would be born with stores of and the previous experience of producing 9 out of the 12 cell salts, leaving the other 3 lacking. According to Santos Bonacci, this is what the Bible may have originally meant by "in sin did my mother give me birth," as the word sin in Hebrew means to fall short of completion or lacking wisdom. The body lacks the wisdom or experience of the other 3 salts, falling short of the complete zodiac circle. As such, although intake of all 12 mineral salts may be essential for cell production and energetic balance, the 3 cell salts which the body lacks are believed to be consumed more readily in order to account for this deficiency. Hence, a higher intake is required. Potential evidence for cell salt advocacy can be seen within the Bible on numerous occasions. For example, George Carey claimed that each zodiac sign and corresponding cell salt related to a disciple of Christ, New Testament. This ideology is also supported by Manly Palmer Hall's reference to Leonardo da Vinci's painting of the Last Supper, whereby each disciple can be seen to represent a different zodiac sign. By paying close attention to the hand gestures of each disciple, Hall explained that the disciples begin with Aries, the start of the astrological year, and follow through to Pisces, the end of the astrological year. Thus, the following can be deduced of the corresponding disciple to each star sign: Bartholomew as Aries, James the Lesser as Taurus, Andrew as Gemini, Judas as Cancer, Peter as Leo, John as Virgo, Jesus as the Sun, James as Libra, Thomas as Scorpio, Philip as Sagittarius, Matthew as Capricorn, Jude as Aquarius, and Simon as Pisces. In Da Vinci's painting, one can clearly see Judas, Cancer, who has spilled salt, sitting by Peter, Leo, Mary Magdalene, in place of John to show a clearer depiction of Virgo, and James, Libra, Christ's hands are laid out, showing the balance within him between all of the disciples, zodiac salts. From the above, the three disciples, Peter, John and James, can be speculated as the three salts that Jesus was deficient in. This claim is strongly evident within the Bible if we do the math accurately. Within Exodus 12:2, the Lord said to Moses during Passover, "This month is to be for you the first month of your year." Passover is end of March to April, within the sign of Aries, hence the metaphorical lamb. If we skip now to the New Testament of Luke 1:26, we are told that Jesus was conceived on the 6th month. 6 months after Passover takes us to end of September and Libra, the balance between the spiritual and physical. If we then count on 9 months from the date of conception, we end up at the end of June, the summer solstice. Ergo, the sun is born, evidenced by the brightest star in the sky, our solar sun at its peak. Furthermore, if this is the case, then the mineral cell salts the biblical Jesus would be deficient in are that of Leo, Peter, Virgo, John, and Libra, James. It is for this reason that it was Peter, John and James that Jesus chose to accompany him during periods of great transformation. For example, in Matthew 17:1, Mark 9:2 and Luke 9:28 these three disciples accompanied Jesus up a high mountain, where he was transfigured before them, Jesus' face and clothes shone as white as light. At which point, the three disciples become heavy with sleep, referring to altered states of consciousness, before witnessing Moses and Elijah appear before them and talking to Jesus, showing Jesus' new ability to tap into the collective consciousness of the universe and receive information from higher beings, including ancestral knowledge. Thus, it can be seen that in the presence of the 12 mineral cell salts, with higher levels of presence from the three salts that the body is deficient in, the sacred seed can be escorted more readily to the brain, the high mountain, where enlightenment can be achieved and ancestors, DNA, light codes, can be reawakened. Whilst reading the Bible, the following passages also resonated as evidence of the advocation for cell salts: the three wise men bearing gifts, deficient salts; the three angels that visited Abraham announcing that his wife was to give birth to a son, Genesis 18, 3 months passed and 9 to go. Noah had 3 sons who sailed with him over the waters, Genesis 6, the 3 deficient salts required for completeness. Jacob had 12 sons, 9 of which were kept in prison for 3 days until, eventually, all 12 were reunited with their father, Genesis 42-46. Jesus raised 3 people from the dead, 3 salts reintroduced into the body. In the parable of the Good Samaritan, it was the third person who helped the man who was robbed, Luke 10:30. All 3 deficient salts are required for salvation. In addition to the above, classical biblical researchers Inez Perry and George Carey also claim that references to stones, rocks, minerals, salt, ash and the disciple Peter throughout the Bible are also symbolic of these 12 tissue salts. With regards to optimizing the health of the human body, a balance of all 12 salts are necessary. These also enable easier diffusion of the sacred secretion within the body's spinal fluid due to the fact that these salts are electromagnetically conductive and so make the cerebrospinal fluid as clear as crystal. In addition to requiring the complete 12 zodiac cell salts to cleanse the waters, CSF, for the seed, the body functions by means of 12 systems: respiratory, skeletal, cardiovascular, etc., and 12 cranial nerves. There are also 12 nerves from the solar, sun, plexus, which spread its messages, like Christ's disciples. Thus, a balance of all 12 are required for optimal health. So just like Christ required 12 disciples to reach full enlightenment, Gaia needs input from the 12 constellations of the zodiac to awaken her own life forms. The salts of salvation. Here is a brief overview of each of the 12 tissue salts. For more information, see the bibliography of this chapter. Kali phosphate, potassium of phosphate. This salt is correlated with Aries, the godhead. Natrium sulfate, sulfate of sodium. Nat sulf is tied to Taurian energies and the neck. Kali muriaticum, potassium chloride. This is linked to Gemini as well as the skin and shoulders. Calcium fluoride, fluoride of lime. This combination vibrates to the sign of Cancer and influences the heart, breastplate. Magnesium phosphate, magphos relates to impulsiveness and the solar plexus, which corresponds with Leo. Kali sulfate, sulfate of potassium. Kali sulf relates to the zodiac sign Virgo and the bowels. Interestingly, Kali is Vedic for mother. What's more, this tissue salt is abundant in the ocean, which links with the name Mary, which derives from March, meaning water. Natrium phosphate, sodium of phosphate. Here, the balancing scales of Libra manifest microcosmically as the 2 kidneys. Calcium sulfate, sulfate of lime. Like the serpent related to creative energy, Scorpio here is represented as the generative organs. Silica. Silica is another name for quartz and is the cell salt of Sagittarius, which corresponds to the thighs of the body. Calcium phosphate. Phosphate of calcium. This combination is linked with Capricorn and the knees. Natrium muriaticum. Sodium chloride. Sodium chloride, more commonly known as salt, is tied with the balance of water within the body, like the water-bearing sign of Aquarius, as well as the ankles. Ferrum phosphate. Phosphate of iron. This final tissue salt balances oxygen levels in the body and corresponds, visibly, to the feet and the sign of Pisces, like the Christ who could walk on water. Like all things, the production of cell salts follows universal laws and cycles. An embryo is further proof that creative energy follows a path of curvature. As the fetus develops in a curved way, the following image has been put together, adapted from the original by Inez Perry, to show the relationship between each body part to the zodiac. Figure 16. The cell salts in relation to the human. Consuming the 12. The form in which any salt crystallizes naturally depends on its rate of vibration. Fortunately, as the human body is a powerful alchemical laboratory, it has evolved to successfully take and rearrange elements from the environment in order to create the materials it needs to rebuild and enhance survival. The cell salts and their precursors, the atoms that can be arranged to create each salt molecule, are set free from food during the digestion process and are carried into the circulation of blood and CSF through the intestines. Hence, Figure 17 is a table which splits the zodiac into its 12 main signs, followed by the corresponding mineral cell salt of each and foods rich in the precursors required for the body to build these salts. It's worth noting that food supplements can also be purchased for these salts, the most popular being those produced by Dr. Schussler and Bioplasma. Personally, I have not yet tried these, so cannot advocate for or against them. I have, however, conducted research into the types of foods which more deeply condense these salts and their building blocks. These tend to be plant-based. As plants draw the salts from soil, Mother Earth, these are then readily available for use to consume. It is important to ensure that these fruits and vegetables are from organic and preferably local sources, though, as modern non-organic farming grow crops in mineral-deficient soils, hence the food will be lacking in nutrients, including the cell salts. Furthermore, by also consuming foods that have been grown locally, the plants would have grown within a similar electromagnetic field, thus will resonate more readily with our own energetic field and would not have lost as many nutrients in transit. When looking at the table, remember to consider the exact date of birth. For example, if you were born prematurely, then you may require additional salts depending on how long you were in gestation and for how long of that month. Moreover, if you were born early within a star sign, then the body would not have had sufficient time to develop this particular salt store, so may require additional intake. Also, the atomic precursors for all these cell salt molecules are also evident within Celtic sea salt, grey salt. So consuming this as part of a balanced diet will also support the production of each of these compounds. With regards to the sacred secretion, we must remember the following. It is the blood that contains the material for every tissue of the body and supplies nutrients to every organ, including the brain and formation of new neurons. As all blood passes through the heart, the composition of it has a direct influence on the protruding aura. The salts affect the blood's vibration in resonance with the zodiac signs. Salt water is a conductor of electricity. Salt compounds are the most concentrated solute in cerebrospinal fluid. Hence, by maintaining a balance of all 12 salts, the body is able to respond more harmoniously and completely to divine energy. As noted previously, these salts are also said to flow within the cerebrospinal fluid, the liquid in which the sacred seed is born, strengthened, crucified and resurrected. Furthermore, as magnetism pulls apart ions and changes the chemical composition of various molecules and salt ions within water, creating purer water that can be used more readily, it can be seen that the change in magnetic charges, the moon's energy, affected by the star sign it currently resides in, would impact the cerebrospinal fluid salt composition. These studies would also support the ideology behind cell salt generation, as varying magnetic influences can generate changes in salt ion composition. Therefore, as a full balance of all 12 salts vitalizes the cerebrospinal fluid, and as the cerebrospinal fluid is the transporter of the sacred seed, optimum levels of each would support successful preservation of the chrism. Summary and personal reflection to conclude: by consuming a diet which supports the balance of all 12 cell salts provided by Earth, the Mother, the human organism is in a position of balance from the star energies of the universe, the Father. These produce an electrical current within the CSF, like serpent energy empowering the spiritual egg. Also, Consider the fact that magnets work especially well in salt water, as the sodium, salt, weakens the magnetic field of the water and improves the influence of external magnets through the liquid. Now, also bear in mind that magnets can make oil rise to the top of a glass of water. Hence, with an adequate balance of the variety of zodiac cell salts, the moon's magnetic influence on one's cerebrospinal fluid increases, and the Christ, oil, can rise more optimally. Chapter 11 Anatomy, and the Ventricle of Secrets. Before getting into too much detail about the Christ oil/sacred secret ion, there is some important background understanding that one must consider. The purpose of this chapter is to provide this knowledge ready for connection making later. Each human being began its life as a single cell, a fertilized egg. This then divided and multiplied, at which point masses of cells became differentiated and specialized for certain functions. A neuron, for example, is a cell of the nervous system that is specialized to initiate, integrate and conduct electrical signals. Such signals include igniting new electrical signals in other cells or stimulating a gland to secrete a substance. On the other hand, epithelial cells are specialized for the selective secretion and absorption of ions and organic molecules. Anatomy refers to the structure of an organism and their parts. Each of these parts is an amalgamation of atoms. Some of this chapter may be difficult to comprehend if it is the first time you are reading some of these terms, but it is here for you to be able to refer back to later. Atoms. The units of matter that form all chemical substance are atoms. The major atoms in the human body are hydrogen, oxygen, carbon and nitrogen, which work alongside minor atoms such as magnesium, potassium, sodium, iodine and iron. Within an atom, the subatomic particles of positively charged protons and neutral neutrons make up the nucleus, which are orbited by negatively charged electrons. The orbital route of the electrons can hold just two, so an atom with more electrons will house multiple layers or orbiting electrons, known as the shell. Typically, atoms are electrically neutral as they contain equal numbers of negative electrons and positive protons. Sometimes, however, the atom may gain extra or lose one or more electrons. They will then acquire a net charge and become an ion, aka electrolyte. For example, when a sodium atom, Na, which has 11 electrons, loses one, so now has 10 electrons but still 11 protons, it becomes a positively charged sodium ion, Na+. On the contrary, a chlorine atom containing 17 electrons is 1 electron shy of a full outer shell. Remember that those electrons orbit at layers of equal numbers. Therefore, if it gains an electron, it will become a negatively charged chloride ion, Cl, as it now has 17 protons but 18 electrons. Finally, if the positively charged sodium ion, Na+, and the negatively charged chloride ion, Cl, meet, a state of equilibrium can be met and we are left with the sodium chloride molecule, NaCl, more commonly known as salt. This is the predominant solute in extracellular fluid outside of the cell, including blood plasma and cerebrospinal fluid. Figure 18. Sodium chloride ion. In short, atoms always seek out a state of balance. An ion is an atom whereby the total number of electrons are not equal to the total number of protons. Such atoms and molecules are attracted to, and stabilize, each other. The acid-alkaline base substances, such as sodium chloride, which dissolve in a liquid are known as solutes, and the liquid in which they dissolve within are called solvents. Basically, solutes dissolve in a solvent, and this is what is known as a solution. According to Eric Wittmeyer et al., 2016, water is the most abundant solvent in the human body, making up about 60% of the body's total weight. As a result, most of the chemical reactions that occur in the body involve molecules that are dissolved in water. A hydrogen atom consists of a single proton in its nucleus, orbited by a single electron. A hydrogen ion, H+, then, born at the loss of its only electron, is just a single proton. Molecules that release these hydrogen ions, single protons, are called acids. Obviously, due to being a single proton, these are positively charged. The acidity of a substance, thus, is referring to the number of free positively charged hydrogen ions. This is termed pH, potential hydrogen. On the other hand, solutions which have a lower hydrogen ion concentration are referred to as alkalis. Any negatively charged substance which can accept a hydrogen ion is termed a base. Bicarbonate is a common base in the body. In an oxygenated environment, hydrogen atoms are able to combine with oxygen atoms to form hydroxyl ions. These function as a base and are the alkaline molecules used to balance the body's overall pH. It is for this reason that deep breathing is one of the quickest and easiest ways to balance the body's pH. Grounding to the earth can also make the body more alkaline by absorbing electrons from the ground. Measurements of pH are based on comparing the level of hydrogen ions to hydroxyl ions. This system ranks from pH 1, extremely acidic, to pH 14, extremely alkaline, with a pH of 7 being neutral. Note, as acidity increases, pH decreases. In blood, the physiologically normal pH range is 7.35 to 7.45, marginally alkaline. Cerebrospinal fluid, CSF, is usually very slightly more acidic due to its minutely higher concentration of carbon dioxide, with a general pH of about 7.33, so still tilting more towards the alkaline side of the scale, overall. An acid substance is positively charged, whereas an alkaline substance is negatively charged. If the electrical charge on a molecule is altered, its interaction with other molecules is also affected, hence its function changes. As humans, our liquid pH is pretty balanced, just slightly tilting towards the alkaline end of the scale, thus making us perfect antennas for dirty electricity and damaging radio waves from the modern environment, such as 5G. To conclude so far, an acid is any substance that donates hydrogen ions into a solution, whereas an alkali is a substance that donates hydroxyl ions into a solution. Homeostasis is the body's attempt to elicit a stable internal environment. Therefore, solutes are exchanged throughout the body in order to maintain this, often going to the area of highest need first. The nervous and endocrine system fluid balance is linked to electrolyte balance. Electrolytes are salts and minerals, such as sodium and potassium, found in blood, that turn into ions and become electrical conductors. It is the antidiuretic hormone, more commonly known as vasopressin, that regulates the fluid balance within the body. This is produced by the hypothalamus and is stored within the pituitary, ready for use later. The pituitary is the master gland of the endocrine, hormone, system within the body, which produces and stores hormones to be released into the blood when signaled to do so. This signal typically comes from hypothalamic neurons. Therefore, a hormone is a chemical messenger that enables communication between the cells of the blood. With hormones being the chemical messengers of the blood, neurotransmitters are the messengers of the nerves. Neurotransmitters diffuse through the conductive, ion-rich, fluid between neurons. Thus, the nervous system works with the endocrine systems to control many body functions and maintain balance. Figure 19, the nervous and endocrine systems. The nervous system can be split into two distinct systems, the central nervous system, consisting of the brain and spinal cord, and the peripheral nervous system, including the nerves that spread out throughout the body. Myelination, increased white, fatty coating, around these neurons improves their conductivity. This myelination occurs when actions, or thoughts, are repeated, making access to these easier and faster in the future. So muscle memory isn't actually a real thing, it's just that the neurons responsible for that action are more myelinated. Action potentials voltage-gated sodium channels, VGSC, are employed by nerve and muscle cells to generate action potentials. As the body is an electrical furnace, each of these cells has a comfortable voltage. This is referred to as its resting potential. These are maintained by ion pumps in the membrane of the cell. Some cells have extra ion channels, which give the cell the ability to produce signals that can be transmitted potentially long distances when excited electrically. These long-distance signals are referred to as action potentials. Action potentials are particularly important in neuronal cell membranes in order to communicate throughout the nervous system. Thus, the action potential occurs due to the movement of ions in and out of the neuron. It is the voltage-gated ion channels which give a membrane the ability to produce action potentials. In short, these are pathways which open and close in response to the electrical potentials detected along the membrane, allowing ions, a charge, to flow in. This communication system is super quick and can travel vast distances at lightning speed, especially along myelinated paths. Voltage-gated calcium channels, VGCC, are utilized by cells to control a variety of cell functions, including secretion. Many cells release molecules they have synthesized into the extracellular environment. This is what is known as secretion. Hormonal secretions are regulated by the concentration of a substance that is continuously circulating in the plasma, blood, like other chemicals. An example of this is insulin secretion, which is regulated by the level of glucose in the blood. So, VGSCs induce action potentials, whereas VGCCs excite cells and cause secretions. Both are dependent on an electromagnetic input. For any of these signals to be read, however, receptor sites are required. Receptors in order to receive messages, be they hormonal or neural, cells require the binding to a receptor site. Receptors are specific target cell proteins that respond to these messengers. The abundance of receptor sites tend to adapt depending on environmental input. As such, the body can home all of the receptor sites it likes, but if the environment is not supplying the chemical signaling required for the DNA to go ahead and code for the molecule in the first place, then these will remain inactive. Interestingly, neuroscientist Joe Dispenza claims that cells are 100-200x more sensitive to electromagnetic fields than chemistry, such as diet. This could lay the path for further research into the electromagnetic effect on genetic expression in the future, such as that by light codes. These electromagnetic signals are particularly conductive in fluid, such as that within the cell membrane and spinal column. Cerebrospinal fluid. Like the brain, the spinal cord is protected by bone and fluid. Cerebrospinal fluid, CSF, is a liquid found in and around the central nervous system. The CSF is like blood plasma, but with different ion concentrations and less protein due to it being filtered in from the blood via the choroid plexus, from choroid meaning colored and plexus meaning network. Within the choroid plexus, the choroid epithelial cells selectively transport ion and glucose from the blood and into the ventricles. Once produced, CSF moves freely through the ventricles of the brain before returning to the blood via the arachnoid villi. Most of this fluid flows around the brain, cushioning it. Some, though, travels down the central canal of the spinal cord towards the base of the spine, taking about 12 hours to reach the end of the spinal meninges. Here, there is a large lumbar cistern like a pool, which is filled with CSF. The fluid is forced back up the spine from here via a pump mechanism, see Figure 24. Figure 20. Choroid plexuses. Scientists have also found that during sleep there is as much as a 60% increase of CSF in the interstitial compartments, space around the cells, once again supporting melatonin reactions, cell health and cell reproduction. CSF also contains messenger molecules in the form of neuroactive substances. Therefore, not only do brain waves slow during sleep, but there is increased chemical flow and electromagnetic resonance. This could explain why prophets in the Bible often received messages in their sleep. There are two main pumps that support the flow of CSF in the body. The pump residing within the skull is called the craniosacral pump and the pump at the base of the spine is called the sacral pump. Each time these pumps activate, a surge of electrons is sent through the body, generating an internal response to environmental input. These signals often trigger hormonal responses from the endocrine system, too. The king and queen of Holy Land. As mentioned previously, the endocrine system is the hormone-regulating system of the body. In short, it enables the organs, etc., to send signals to each other via the blood. This system is an amalgamation of a range of glands that produce different hormones. The queen of these glands is the pituitary, which is often referred to as the master gland. The pituitary is a small, reddish gland the size of a pea and secretes at least 9 major hormones. It is associated with female energy, the mother, and has magnetic properties. There are 2 distinct lobes to the pituitary, the anterior, in front, and the posterior, behind. Some key details of these include, the posterior pituitary stores the hormones oxytocin and antidiuretic, aka vasopressin, ready-made by the hypothalamus until required by the body, much like the womb of a woman storing, protecting, a fetus until birth. Note, oxytocin can also act as a neurotransmitter in the brain, promoting nurturing, bonding, love and trust. The anterior pituitary manufactures many essential hormones, such as growth hormone, essential for metabolism and tissue building, prolactin, for breast milk production, and thyroid-stimulating hormone, which stimulates further hormonal secretions from other glands in the endocrine system. Another essential gland in the brain is the pineal. This tiny, pine cone-shaped gland hangs from the roof of the third ventricle, Brahma's cave, and secretes pinealocytes, cells from the pineal. The name pineal itself derives from pine based on its shape and al meaning God. So pineal can literally be translated into pine god. This gland is intimately linked to our body's perception of light. It is the size of the pinky fingernail and has the same wiring to the visual cortex part of the brain as the 2 eyes. Energetically speaking, the pineal gland is associated with the masculine, the father. It has electric properties and is synchronized with the pituitary, its sister gland. The fact that the pineal gland lies within the fractal center of the brain, is bathed in CSF, even owning its own noble path to secrete straight into the vibrant liquid, and receives more blood flow per cubic volume than any other organ of the body, including the heart, tells us that its role is of paramount importance, as so much energy and attention is put onto it. Interestingly, the pineal gland develops in the human fetus at 49 days, 7 weeks, after conception. This is also the same time that the first indication of gender develops and when, According to Buddhists, the reincarnated soul enters the physical body. Consequently, the pineal is often referred to as the antenna to universal energy. According to Maribinhone, 2013, the endocrine function of the pineal gland is still a mystery. One thing that is confirmed, though, is the pineal's role in secreting melatonin, discussed in Chapter 2. It is due to the vast network of chemicals that can be made from the production of melatonin that earns pineal the title as the body's alchemy center. The pineal floats in CSF, constantly moving in the waves of the salty liquid, C. Consequently, it picks up on even the minutest vibrations and alteration in the electromagnetic field. What's more, the pineal exhibits the piezoelectric effect, meaning that when pressure is applied, such as by flowing CSF, it stimulates an electrical charge. This is one of the ways that the pineal is a transducer, as it receives a signal in one form and converts it into another, such as signaling between frequencies of 3D, 4D and 5D Earth. Interestingly, research by Lohman and Johnson, 2000, found that the human brain also contains biomagnetite, a metallic mineral found in highest concentration within the pineal, that provides an electromagnetic link between the body, mind, etc. Bryant Myers, 2013, states that these biomagnetite compounds are over 1 million times more responsive to external magnetic fields than surrounding cellular non-magnetic structures, claiming that magnetite is the biological antenna that connects the Earth and cosmos to the human mind and body. Kirschvink, 1992, also discovered that biomagnetite acts as a transducer, able to convert one form of energy into another. When considering the anatomy behind the sacred secretion, one could see how the biomagnetite within the pineal would respond to the change in magnetic energy as the moon moves into our sun sign, then able to convert this energy into signaling for the precursor of the spiritual seed, altering the entire electromagnetic output of the body. Other important brain structures you may wish to check Figure 24 when reading this section. The claustrum inside the brain is a thin, irregular sheet-like neuronal structure, cluster of brain cells, of gray matter that is attached to the underside of the neocortex in the center of the brain, which is called the claustrum. Claustrum literally means hidden or closed, like the hidden gates to God which one must find for themselves. Scientists describe the claustrum's function as enigmatic, meaning difficult to interpret and mysterious. Yet, as the most densely connected part of the brain, with the highest number of connections per millimeter cubed than any other, its function is unquestionably of utmost importance. According to Francis Crick and Christoph Koch, 2005, research shows that the claustrum receives input from almost all regions of the cortex and projects back to almost all regions. The same investigation results also speculate the claustrum's relationship with consciousness, which is supported by Stifel et al., 2014, Yin et al., 2016, and Billingham et al., 2017, whose studies have all linked the claustrum to human consciousness. All sensory information is sent to the claustrum in order for 1. Overall perception to be formed, which is then transmuted for reaction. The hypothalamus, from hypo meaning above and thalamus meaning chamber, the hypothalamus is a small, cone-shaped structure in the brain that is directly connected to the pituitary gland via the pituitary stalk. Its most important function is to link the nervous and endocrine systems via the pituitary. The hypothalamus synthesizes vasopressin and oxytocin before transporting them to the posterior pituitary, which stores them until stimulated to release them. This, in turn, aids the hypothalamus in controlling temperature, hunger, thirst, fatigue, emotions, growth, saltwater electrolyte balance, stress and sexual activity. Scientific observations as well as brain imaging techniques show that brain activity depends on the physiological and behavioral states of a person. For example, if a person feels stressed, then their brain perceives this as an immediate threat, without recognizing whether the threat is a tiger or a deer. This activates the fight-flight-freeze response. When a person is stuck in a state, the brain has to focus its energy on dealing with that immediate threat, manifesting as constant worry, stomach butterflies, mood swings, etc. Consequently, it has no energy left for growth and repair. Instead, the brain must increase the production of hormones that will provide the body with a higher chance of immediate survival, such as adrenaline and cortisol. For many people, this threat can loom over for months on end, leaving the body in a state of panic and sickness. Note: studies show that the higher the levels of cortisol in the body, the lower the levels of melatonin. Suprachiasmatic nucleus. Super means above and chiasm means crossing point. The crossing point is that of the optic nerves coming from the eyes, known as the optic chiasm or optic chiasma. They meet in the middle of the brain and switch sides. The suprachiasmatic nucleus is located just above the intersection and samples the light signal being sent from each eye, which it then uses to reset the circadian rhythm. Hence why the suprachiasmatic nucleus is referred to as the brain's clock. Arising from the pons, brainstem, CSF surrounds this crossing point, which rests directly beside the pituitary gland and below the hypothalamus. It's 12 mm horizontally and forms the anterior wall of the third ventricle. The CSF passes here before being reabsorbed back into the blood via the superior sagittal sinus, a big brain vein. What is viewed by the two individual eyes and transferred through the optic chiasm is then sent to the corpus callosum, which brings the left and right together in order to form an overall picture of the world, deeming the two eyes as one. The corpus callosum is a large bundle of myelinated, hence, white, neuron axons that hold both hemispheres together. As the master communicator between the left and right, logic and creative, physical and spiritual, sides of the brain, the corpus callosum is the mediator of the human body. The corpus callosum is like a highway of about 200 million densely packed nerve cells that integrate information from both sides of the body. If one considers the fact that the left side of the brain is the physical, logical side of the brain and the right side is the spiritual, creative half, the corpus callosum can be seen as the messenger between both worlds. The brain is full of overlapping areas with a variety of roles. Other than those already listed, some brain structures and terms that it would be useful to be aware of, and to refer back to, are white matter, myelinated cells, gray matter, nerve cell bodies, also known as soma, neurotransmitters, chemical messengers between neurons in the brain, neuropeptides, chemical messengers that are like molecules of emotion that signal to hormonal centers, the brainstem, the posterior part of the brain, containing the pons and medulla. This is also referred to as the reptilian part of the brain as it is concerned with instinctual behaviors such as survival and reproduction, the pons, containing nerve fibers which connect the two parts of the cerebellum, lower brain, beneath the pons and flowing into the spinal cord is the medulla oblongata, which transmits the ascending and descending nerve fibers of the spinal cord. Surprisingly, there is another structure known as the renal medulla. Medulla means middle, which resides within the kidneys. Vasopressin from the pituitary signals to the kidneys to retain water. As the kidneys are the body's filtering system that take waste products from the blood, producing urine, they can be seen to literally wash away sin. The fornix, a C-shaped bundle of nerve fibers that look like an arch, or a varies, the nigrostriatal nerve tract, which is exceedingly sensitive to movement detection, even minute magnetic ones, the neocortex, the seat of your conscious mind. This is known as the human part of the brain, concerned with logical thinking and abstract thought, the autonomic nervous system, responsible for creating balance through its control of hormonal secretions, ventricles, spaces filled with CSF. Interestingly, the two lateral ventricles on both sides of the brain form the shape or wings. The fourth ventricle, shaped like a tent or pyramid, is continuous with the spinal line and the third ventricle is a mysterious opening in the upper middle area of the brain, commonly referred to as the cave of Brahma. This area in the third ventricle has the thalamus as its walls, the hypothalamus as its floor and the plexus of the third choroid ventricles as its roof. Limbic system, from the word limbus, Latin for border, this is the emotional center for the brain. This section of the brain is also referred to as the mammalian part as it is responsible for emotions, such as empathy and parental bonding. Dura mater, meaning tough mother as it is a tough outer coating that protects the CNS and major blood vessels. Pia mater, meaning tender mother as it is the more delicate, innermost layer of the meninges, the membrane around the spinal column. According to Saint Germain, 2015, as we become resonant, further brain parts harmonize. Saint Germain advocated the necessity of a purity of heart in order to raise our sacred fire, or fire energy, as advocated by Christ. Alchemy. The Arabic word alchemy has its roots in Egypt, literally meaning the Egyptian way. Nowadays it tends to be used to describe the changing of one substance into another. For alchemy to be successful, balance between the mind and physical body is essential. Balancing meditation with exercise is effective at anchoring your spiritual and physical body to this plane of existence. The physical senses allow for both physical and spiritual alchemy. The senses gather from the environment, neurons organize into networks and form a pattern, the brain releases a chemical reaction in response, which is sent throughout the body, then an emotional response is created. Thus, the stronger the emotional quotient, the stronger the change in internal chemistry. According to Dr. Joe Dispenza, 2017, this thinking-feeling loop also produces a measurable electromagnetic field, the aura. Therefore, we are always sending and receiving information frequencies and emit a frequency that resonates with your state of being. As such, Most practitioners advocate the emotion of love, the most powerful emotion in the world, both vibrationally and euphorically. This seems to me the obvious message from the Bible. In order to return, synchronize, with the Father, universal energy, one must emit, and share, the frequency of love and compassion. Alas, as the flow of electricity generates a magnetic field, humans also have an electromagnetic field, which is influenced by the chemicals within the liquid composition of the body. Therefore, thoughts become biochemical reactions which release chemical signals and energy waves, which attract likewise energy waves. Major hormones and neurotransmitters. Melatonin is a natural hormone secreted by the body to regulate biorhythms and cycles, notably the circadian rhythm, sleep-wake cycle. Melatonin is produced by the pineal gland, increasing in concentration when it's dark. Exposure to light at night can block the production of this hormone, leading to a cascade of physical and mental health problems as the body's natural rhythm is affected. The precursor to melatonin is serotonin. Serotonin contributes to feelings of well-being and happiness, as well as playing a major role in the regulation of appetite, digestion, motor skills, cognitive function and several organ systems. Structurally, the serotonin molecule is twinned with that of DMT and can even share the same receptor sites. DMT is a chemical substance found naturally in all living things, both animal and plant. Further details can be found in Chapter 12. Not far from the pineal is the pituitary. The pituitary is the mother gland of the body, responsible for the production and storage of a vast number of hormones. A key one of these includes vasopressin. Vasopressin, also called antidiuretic hormone, is accountable for the regulation of fluids, salt and blood pressure. In addition to vasopressin, the pituitary also stores oxytocin, the mother hormone. Oxytocin is calming and reduces fear and anxiety whilst improving love, peace, trust, calm and the sensitivity of the senses. Vast oxytocin receptors in the stomach increase nutritional uptake, just like Christ being able to feed the 5,000 with such minimal bread and fish. Furthermore, skin-to-skin contact stimulates mass oxytocin release, like Christ's touch having the ability to heal. Oxytocin also increases intuition by means of improved social interaction and ability to read others. Thus, if the pineal hormones are lovingly nurtured by the pituitary hormones, the perfect environment is created for the spiritual seed. Summary and personal reflection from the information presented within this chapter. It is clear that the human body is a magnificent laboratory capable of the most profound and mysterious alchemy, influenced by as little as a single thought. Exploration of this magical capability is likely the root of the discovery of the sacred secretion preservation. Frequent preservation of the sacred secretion will stimulate the growth of more receptor sites on cells that welcome and use the all-healing spirit molecule, as well as myelinate, thicken and consolidate the nervous system path for faster accessibility and conscious creation in the future. This could explain why Revelations 21:23 states, "And the city had no need of the sun, neither of the moon to shine in it, for the glory of God gave it light, and the Lamb is the light thereof." For once the body has mastered the practice of preserving the sacred secretion, one will not have to wait for the moon to reach their star sign in order to experience this, as the body will be resonating with this level of Christ Sophia consciousness continuously. Chapter 12 DMT, Diet, Music and Tryptamine. The human body is an amalgamation of trillions of cells. These cells are based on a combination of molecules and can be altered according to the levels of various biochemicals they are exposed to. For example, when a person is under extreme stress, the body releases more cortisol and adrenaline. The aftermath of these chemical bombshells is exhaustion, which leads to a weakened immune system and corresponding sickness. Other hormones and chemicals produced within the body include melatonin, serotonin and tryptamine, the chemical family of DMT. N-dimethyltryptamine, or DMT, is a monoamine alkaloid, a molecule, found in all plants and animals. It is a structural analog of serotonin and melatonin, the body chemicals responsible for mood, sleep and rhythms, all of which are regulated by the pineal gland. In large doses, DMT is a psychedelic compound that produces influences similar to those of intensive meditation. In small doses, it stimulates a relaxed and comfortable mental state. Endogenously, Strassman, 2001, states that DMT is largely produced in the lungs, which is speculated to be a key component when reaching higher realms during deep meditation that focuses on the breath. This is due to the fact that a key atom within the DMT molecule is hydrogen, and the deep breathing during meditation as well as consuming hydrogen water and having an alkaline balanced body supports this process of producing DMT molecules. It is the most effective psychedelic known to man and gives humans a supremely intense sensation. And it can be made internally, free of stigma and legalities. Endogenous DMT is termed endoasca by such researchers as John Chavez. Psychedelics work by shutting down the materialistic, dominating 5 physical senses, allowing our spatial senses to take over and showcase what is hidden beyond the third-dimensional veil. Intriguingly, although the brain puts up a fight against most drugs and chemicals, it takes a particularly interesting fancy to DMT, making the psychedelic molecule one of few that is actively transported to the brain tissue. Yet, by law it is illegal due to the fact that we live within a culture of prohibition, even though there has never been a case of overdose, abuse or recorded death from DMT. Furthermore, it is non-addictive and has been used within religious ceremonies for thousands upon thousands of years. Still, in the late 1960s early 1970s it became classified as a Class A, Schedule I, drug in most countries. It would be interesting to ask those who deem DMT bad enough to be a Class A drug why, if it is so dangerous, are our cells abundant with receptor sites for it? According to Dr. Reed Fresca et al., 2013, DMT binds to the sigma-1 receptor, found throughout the body, which plays a key role in protecting cells when oxygen is low. Hence, the receptor that seeks DMT is the same receptor that keeps the cells of the body alive during times of near death. One could speculate that this is also a connection to near-death experiences, whereby people claim to leave the body and see visions from higher dimensions, and possibly even the inspiration behind the stories of Jesus bringing people back from the dead. Interestingly, the gene that synthesizes DMT is highly active in the retina and visual organs, as recorded from a study by Cozy et al. 1999. Seeing as the pineal regulates DMT and also expresses cones and rods similar to those of the eyes, it seems only fair that the pineal is given the title as the third eye. Like most psychedelic compounds, DMT stimulates neurogenesis, brain cell growth and development. It is for this reason that psychedelics such as truffles, mushrooms and ayahuasca, have been said to be the missing link in our evolution by such influential figures as Terence and Dennis McKenna, as discussed in Chapter 1. This is particularly interesting as there is some current emerging evidence, although not completed or common knowledge yet, that there was a thriving civilization in Brazil that could in fact be the oldest known human remains. The reason this civilization has remained hidden for so long is that it is hidden below the now Amazon rainforest. It can be seen from this, then, that humans may have evolved where the Amazon now is, and where ayahuasca is found abundantly. As it is a rainforest, it's possible that there is more to the snake analogy than currently in our awareness. Maybe serpents lived in the trees which homed the psychedelic DMT, which is how the shaman in the past knew where to look, which gave way to increased knowledge through neurogenesis. But I'm just speculating here. And with such a mass rainforest growing over these ancient remains, it's unlikely we'll know much more during this lifetime, unless the true reason behind the mass rainforest destruction is to cover these ancient sites. Still, the power of the compound is undeniable. Because of its profound healing effects, both physically and mentally, DMT has been consumed orally within Amazon shamanic brews for over 5,000 years. Although fungus has its own DMT-like compounds, 4-HO-DMT, the most potent form of DMT known today is through the use of ayahuasca, pronounced ayahuasca, which is used by shaman for both spiritual and medicinal use. However, as the body takes in these DMT molecules so quickly, the felt effects often go unnoticed. That is, unless inhibitors are consumed at the same time to slow this absorption rate down. MAO inhibitors. According to a recent study by Dean et al., 2019, DMT itself is biosynthesized from aromatic L-amino acid decarboxylase, ADG, a tryptophan enzyme which also has the ability to make neurotransmitters such as serotonin and dopamine, and indolethylamine N-methyltransferase, INMT. The transcription of both of these can be found in the mammalian brain. Note: tryptophan must be obtained from diet as it cannot be synthesized in the body. As it is the precursor to serotonin, it is essential for mood regulation and feeling calm. Moreover, it is also required for the synthesis of niacin, which increases energy levels. According to Julian Levy, 2018, tryptophan-rich foods include bananas, legumes, seeds, nuts, spirulina, raw dairy and pasture-raised eggs. However, the effects of DMT are counteracted by MAO, monoamino oxidase, acids in the digestive system. These MAOs are bound to the outer membrane of mitochondria in most cell types in the body and are involved in removing neurotransmitters such as norepinephrine, serotonin, dopamine and DMT from the brain. It is necessary for these chemicals to be inhibited in a dangerous world so that the more survival-enhancing molecules, such as cortisol and adrenaline, can take over. At the end of the day, serotonin isn't going to help you to escape from that tiger. In the modern world, though, we are returning to a state of homeostasis, whereby the levels of DMT produced within the body are balanced with MAO inhibitors in order for its effects to bloom. The rainforest tribes discovered that adding the ayahuasca vine, Banisteriopsis caapi, containing MAO inhibitors, to their brew of chacrana leaves, which contain high levels of the DMT molecule, provided a harmonizing effect that allows the body to absorb the DMT more slowly so that the effects can be felt. There are two types of MAOs found in the human body, MAO A, found in the gut, and MAO B, found in the blood. Both types are also found in brain cells. MAO A is a major enzyme which breaks down and deactivates serotonin and DMT. So inhibitors of MAO A cause a buildup of these neurotransmitters. Interestingly, not only does the human body naturally produce DMT, but it also produces MAO inhibitors, MAOIs, in the process, notably pinolin, harmaline and triptoline, to name a few, Chavez, 2017 and 2018. Therefore, the body is able to produce its own all-healing, all-enlightening, all-cosmically connected internal ayahuasca brew, Endogenous. DMT specialist Rick Strassman, 2014, claims that the effects of consuming external DMT provide similar effects to those experienced from DMT brewed internally. He also supports the hypothesis that the production of endogenous DMT is influenced by magnetic field shifts. This could explain why DMT levels skyrocket at the point of death, or near death, as the spiritual soul leaving the physical body would naturally have an effect on the body's magnetic field, which then bind to the sigma-1 receptor site mentioned previously. Visions people who have experienced the psychedelic effects of DMT claim to visit other dimensions with different shapes and laws. They also state that they meet foreign entities and communicate with them telepathically. Furthermore, those who have had a DMT trip strongly exert that it feels as if the mind has separated from the body and that the experience triggers an overpowering array of emotions, particularly those of excitement, euphoria and pleasure. Research also shows that lower dosages produce calm, psychological effects, whereas higher dosages induce psychedelic experiences with fourth-dimensional awareness. Humans who are familiar with DMT use also describe extremely bright colors, geometric patterns, like those commonly associated with the Mayan and Aztec cultures, and a sense of timelessness. The trip experienced whilst on DMT often appears universal, meaning that the sights and feelings are often very similar. It is this similarity, alongside strong belief in the validity of the experiences being real, that has led to DMT's popularity and use by shamans all over the world as an access portal to other dimensions. The same shamans even claim that it is our severed connection with spirit that is causing Western sickness. Dr. Rick Strassman, who famously dedicated his career to studying the effects of DMT, nicknamed the psychedelic the spirit molecule and beautifully described it as a reality thermostat. His research led him to the conclusion that the body produces just the right amount of the psychedelic DMT molecule to keep us in this level of existence. Fortunately, thermostats can be adjusted. DMT researcher Andrew Gallimore sees this molecule as more of a technology, like a TV remote control, able to enable conscious intelligences, such as ourselves, to emerge within a cosmic game of life and switch channels in between. Gallimore claims that the brain's model of reality begins to build at conception, learning which aspects of the world to exclude, ignore and distort in order to build an informational representation of reality. Interestingly, he explains how the cortex of the brain is actually a flat sheet made of columns, with connections that strengthen or weaken depending on conscious perception. It is because of this that Gallimore states that the brain cannot just make up a reality, such as those experienced on DMT. His belief is that there must be some memory associated within these columns to such states of awareness. According to Gallimore, DMT has likely been present throughout our evolution, probably acting as the dominating neurotransmitter at night whilst we sleep, which then hands the baton to serotonin during the light of day. This ideology supports the matrix theory, whereby the universe is comprised of vast arrays of frequencies and levels of reality which overlap. The beings within each strand of reality are aware of each other due to sharing the same chemical soup and DNA, light code potentials, contributing to the collective consciousness. These various dimensions are just a slice of the real world, with beings able to tap into other frequencies when they adapt their own awareness in order to resonate with different dimensions of collective consciousnesses. So, we have the biochemistry of heaven waiting to be unlocked and fully lived here on Earth. The sacred secretion is a way of preserving the molecule and working with the natural biological cycles of the body and astrological rhythms of the stars to enhance the levels of DMT, thus turning up our thermostat and raising our unique awareness. As humans are believed to be the only known species of animal who can consciously alter their vibrational output, removing themselves from survival mode and into spiritual enhancement, we are in a perfect line of consciousness to be able to raise our vibration naturally. It is worth remembering that the human brain only perceives that which it believes to be important. This is an evolutionary survival mechanism. As children, we are often conditioned to see the physical world for what it really is. This conditioning strips us of our non-physical senses as our brain learns that it only needs to observe through the 5 basic senses to survive. Some people do maintain this higher awareness, evidenced by powerful psychics and mediums, but this is rare in modern society. Fortunately, by regularly returning to support the preservation of the Christ oil, the neuronal structures within the brain rewire to support this process, as your conscious actions force the subconscious reactions to deem this important for your survival. Consequently, the reality thermostat kicks up a permanent notch. Through correct procedure, aka the natural lifestyle that human rhythms evolved to follow, the flow of DMT within the body can be raised, retuning the reality thermostat. As the moon enters the sun sign that harmonizes our biorhythms, the vibratory energy of these naturally occurring molecules increases. After 2 to 3 days, when the preserved Chrism is released, the individual experiences a more advanced perception of reality. This theory is not only supported by testimonials, but has been documented throughout the textbooks of religious history. Those who study ancient astrophysics admit that our modern understanding of human brain and body function has come full circle back to the ways of the ancients. This includes the realization that the Bible is in fact full of metaphors, intended for storytelling that enhances visual comprehension of these functions rather than to be taken literally. Most chemicals within the body are amino acid based, typically opening and closing ion channels to change a cell's electrical state, to synthesize proteins and activate enzyme production. These circulate in the blood but can only exert their effect on cells that have receptor sites for the transmitter or hormone. Above genetics as explained in Chapter 1, epigenetics literally means above genetics as it is based on tiny flags and tags that are above the DNA strand, waiting for certain chemicals to attach to these receptors and regulate the expression of genes. This is the biological action that allows us to pass cultural beliefs, individual ideas, phobias and fears, emotional control and even food preferences down to our offspring. Psychedelic plants, then, likely sped up evolution, which would have otherwise taken much longer, by providing humans with enhanced neurogenesis, creativity, problem-solving ability, sex drive and access to universal information such as tool manipulation, the invention of fire to advance food nutrition, natural laws, etc. As these evolving people repeatedly operated these experiences, their own ideologies and philosophies would have altered. Naturally, these would have been passed down through the generations due to epigenetics. Fascinatingly, the aromatic L-amino acid decarboxylase, AADC, enzyme which synthesizes endogenous DMT is regulated by L-dopa decarboxylase, DDC, a protein-coding gene, which is involved in the development of the nervous system and is even found throughout the peripheral system, feelings. What is interesting about this particular gene is that it can undergo splicing, editing, able to fashion one of 2 different isoforms, proteins that originate from the same gene, referred to as ODC480, which can decarboxylate, and ODC422, which cannot. Now, a study by Jacob and Presti, 2005, shows that it is the expression of this gene that can either encourage or discourage endogenous DMT production by means of the decarboxylation, a chemical reaction which releases carbon dioxide from a molecular chain process. Therefore, by upregulating this gene and encouraging the production of the ODC480 isoform, the preservation of the sacred secretion can promote endogenous DMT production that can be called upon continuously, not just once a month when the moon is in your sun sign. Similar research by Songa, Gamex and Domino, 1979, previously demonstrated that the brain has a reuptake mechanism for DMT based on active transportation of the molecule in nerve cells. Ergo, any unused DMT can be reabsorbed for later. In addition, a study by Chu et al., 2014, found that another protein-coding gene called indolethylamine N-methyltransferase, INMT, also regulates the receptors for DMT and synthesizes the psychedelic compound endogenously from tryptamine. That said, Dean, 2018, reports higher rates of endogenous DMT in the body fluids of schizophrenic people, which is why it is paramount that strong grounding exercises are practiced when increasing endogenous DMT levels so that one can navigate this matrix reality with full control of their mental faculties. Both the DDC and INMT genes are found throughout the cerebral cortex, as well as within the pineal gland and the choroid plexus. Consequently, it is this particular gene expression and increased receptor sites which I believe is able to tune the DMT thermostat. Advocated by Rick Strassman. The more this transmitter is activated, the more receptor sites can be upregulated to increase cellular response and the more connected we can feel to source energy as our internal DMT brew becomes more consciously metabolized. As the genes which dominate the coding of DMT are also found abundantly throughout the brain, particularly within the pineal and choroid plexuses which directly feed into the CSF, it seems reasonable to conclude that the change in cosmic influence on our bodies when the lunar energy shifts into our dominating star sign does, indeed, have an impact on endogenous DMT production. Figure 21. DMT synthesis. The power of vibration. DMT, like all matter of energy, is affected by sound vibration. It is because of this that traditional tribes include musical instruments and chanting within their ceremonies and rituals. The shaman will often chant, hymn and throat sing to allow for successful achievement of the transcendental state. This is because of the way these very specific vibrations harmonize with the rhythms of the body and the frequency of the DMT molecules. It also stimulates the vagus nerve, the wandering nerve, connecting the brain to all organs of the body, to a state of calm, or excitability. Hence why there's a difference in sympathetic response between singing and shouting and explains why different songs produce varying emotions. How we respond to this stimulus depends on our own level of resonance and receptivity. Colors even vibrate to resonate with specific chords, a phenomenon commonly applied within color therapy. According to specialist Mary Bassano, 1993, these include red, middle C, orange, D, yellow, E, green, F, blue, G, indigo, A, violet, B, all of which clearly correlate with a chakra, thus emphasizing the role of the energy centers. Therefore, it can be inferred that varying frequencies and vibrations, such as those processed within the brain as sound and color, impact the rate at which DMT is produced and modulated. These also resonate with the different chakras, which would naturally lead to resonance and a clearer path laid out in between, enhancing the level of received cosmic signaling. Summary and personal reflection. One of the biggest challenges we face by reincarnating into a human body is that it has genetic inclinations towards the development of an ego in order to survive physically on this plane. Fortunately, the body also homes the pineal gland, which can produce the spirit molecule DMT so that, once we have survived into adulthood, we can begin to reconnect with the universal source. DMT allows our body to consciously alter its frequency so that it can commune with alternative strands of the matrix and its light beings. As DMT can be produced endogenously, the potency of which can be affected by diet, light and magnetic fields, the sacred secretion can be used to enhance our body's capability of upregulating the genetic expression of the enzyme required for the synthesis of this psychedelic molecule. Engagement with sensory stimulus, such as watching color and or listening to shamanic chanting, is commonly used to heighten two effects of DMT as these influence the molecular structure of the compound. Summary of Part 1. The human body is an alchemical factory of divine creation. Part 1 of this book aimed to emphasize the clear intelligence behind the human design and provide the background understanding necessary for a full comprehension of the science and philosophies behind the ancient practice of preserving the sacred spiritual seed. So far, we know that the body has the ability to communicate with source energy through the electromagnetic properties of its structures, change its own frequency through conscious thought, and can even pass ideas, beliefs and epigenetic adaptations down to offspring. As humans form part of the ecosystem of Earth, much like our own internal ecosystem consisting of such organisms as cell, mitochondria and gut flora, we are as much responsible for the health of the overall planet as it is for us. The fact that each human being is unique both physically and energetically, evident by our vast differences in characteristics and preferences, means that even our path to enlightenment is tailor-made. You will naturally gravitate towards teachings which resonate with you and your path in life, so make a note of any information which particularly excites you as areas for further research. Alan Watts once proclaimed that you cannot have an environment without an organism, and you cannot have an organism without an environment. In the same way, the Great Garden of Eden cannot exist without humans, as humans cannot exist without the Garden of Eden. A world needs creatures and creatures need a world. It is a relationship based on balance. Consequently, people and Gaia share a reciprocal give-and-take relationship, which is powered by the universal frequency of love and connection. By saving the sacred secretion, we can strengthen our own vibration and return this to Gaia in order to support her cleansing and ascension from the damage done in the past. This, in turn, will allow us to clear our central light column and hold/share higher vibrational photonic energy and DMT potential. The aim of Part 1 was to show how intrinsically connected all things are, how the microcosmic human is a reflection of the macrocosmic universe and how both follow the same cycles just at varying time lapses. Humans are clearly of intelligent design and are the perfect powerhouses for the planet. When we heal ourselves, we heal the world. As God's seeds on Gaia, we hold the ability to feel the matrix of things and navigate through the various realms of existence, just like Neo. Part 2 of this text will explore the evidence of, processes and purpose of sacred secretion more specifically. Part 2 Evidence of the Sacred Secretion. Chapter 13 In DNA at conception, the nuclei of a woman's egg and a man's seed combine to form a zygote and begin the process of cell division. Eventually, these cells differentiate into various roles, such as a heart cell or a nail cell, but the entire genetic imprint and potentials are still laid inside. It is just that the cell is signaled by the body to express itself specifically in this way. Stem cells are those which have not yet been differentiated into specific roles, which is why menstrual blood is full of them. Contained within the nucleus of cells are chromosomes, of which 23 are passed down from each parent, equaling a total of 46 chromosomes organized into 23 pairs. These contain genes and are the basic units of inheritance. Chromosomes are also composed of an array of structural proteins called histones, which help to pack the extremely long, coiled lengths of DNA into the small space of the cell nucleus. So all of our inherited potential is stored like a spiraled, sleeping serpent within cell nuclei and is synthesized in response to signals from the cell membrane, such as ion influx. Thus, DNA is able to replicate, recombine and repair in response to the environment. Deoxyribonucleic acid, DNA, is one of the most controversial mysteries in science even to this day, as, not only does DNA govern all cell function, but it stores genetic information, both ancestrally and epigenetically. In essence, the double helix DNA is a coiled chain whose bases are bonded together by hydrogen, and looks incredibly similar to a ladder. Ancestral DNA, our genetic DNA, is a library of our history, which only our internal, secret world currently knows how to read. Interestingly, the coiled DNA has to uncoil, like a serpent, in order to be transcribed and replicated. Note, however, it is not the entire DNA which uncoils, just the codon, sequence of nucleotides that are part of the genetic code, specifying the synthesis of a particular protein, being transcribed and replicated. It's like going to a library but only gaining knowledge from a specifically desired book, or opening a cookbook in order to follow one recipe. Research by Vladimir Poporin, 1995, and Luc Montagnier, 2010. Prove the ideology that the coils of DNA store data like a library and can emit electromagnetic signals which imprint onto other molecules. So all of the ancestral genetic potential stored in our cells are able to release signals which project themselves from one cell to the next, like quantum teleportation. On an external level, this could explain how one person is able to signal light codes to activate another. Located in the cytoplasm, cell material excluding the nucleus, of the cell are organelles called ribosomes, which synthesize protein. Proteins are assembled from a set of 20 amino acids. These can be linked together within an infinite number of possible structures. As a person's biological characteristics are determined by which proteins are synthesized, the number of possible human characteristics are infinite. So the genetic data is held within the DNA of the cell nucleus, but the ribosomes required to code this into proteins that the body can use are constricted to the cytoplasm. As DNA is too large of a molecule to leave the nucleus, information from this has to be copied, transcribed, into a single-stranded nucleic acid similar to DNA called messenger RNA, mRNA. This transcription, which originally takes place in the nucleus, can then migrate to the cytoplasm within the more transportable mRNA strand. Next, this attaches to a ribosome, protein synthesizer, within the cell. It is the base sequence of mRNA that specifies the sequence of amino acids and proteins which constitutes the genetic code. The amino acids must then be assembled in the correct order dictated by the code. This process is called translation and involves another kind of RNA, transfer RNA, tRNA. Finally, the original message relayed by the DNA becomes proteins which can be read and used by the rest of the body. In simple terms, DNA, which holds all potentials and does not change, makes RNA, strands of itself replicated in response to stimuli, which signals the production of proteins that can be used for maintenance in the body. But how does the DNA know which information to code into? Protein? This question is answered in a field of science referred to as epigenetics. Epigenetic DNA. According to Cohen Sestak, 2014, epigenetics refers to the modification of the genome, without changing the nucleotide sequence, in response to environmental input. Basically, there are tiny chemical flags and tags that are layered on top of your DNA. These tell the DNA which genes to code for and which to methylate. Methylation is the process by which methyl groups, hydrocarbon molecules, are attached to certain genes in order to inactivate them, making these dormant to expression. In this way, genes are modified without changing the DNA itself. This means that our genetic library is capable of storing extremely vast quantities of information and only expressing proteins which increase our chances of survival within whatever environmental circumstances we find ourselves in, whether in physical reality or imagined mentally. This means that both the outer, cosmos, and inner, physiology, selves must be synchronized in order for the sacred secretion to rise to its full potential. A more recent area of research is nutrigenomics, whereby scientists are discovering the undoubtable connection between nutrient-gene interaction. That is, how nutrition affects which DNA strands are expressed. Nutritional epigenetics describes how what we eat induces changes in DNA methylation. Therefore, there is no one-size-fits-all plan for humans. We all carry genetic coding from diverse ancestral backgrounds, some containing more DNA strands from extinct species of humans, and possibly extraterrestrial origin, than others. Thus, DNA transcription is regulated by the epigenome to allow the organism to adapt to fluctuating environments. Which of these genetics is expressed depends on what information is received by the receptors. Receptors are bound to the cell membrane, which can then respond by activating enzymes, releasing molecules or opening ion channels. The number of receptors can be upregulated to increase the cellular response. In order to adapt to the current inner environmental situation so that the organism can reproduce and survive, inherited DNA strands can either be awakened or made dormant, methylated, in response to stimuli. According to Strachan and Reed, 2019, these methyl groups can attract methyl-binding proteins that affect gene expression. Hence, although dormant, DNA is ready and waiting to be reawakened within the right environment. These genes also carry an imprint, memory, of their parental origin, thus supporting the idea that not only is our DNA a library of information passed down over millennia, but it is also fully referenced, enabling entanglement of energies along the ancestral line and access to ancient knowledge. Yet, only about 2% of DNA can actually code for protein. The other 98% was previously referred to as junk DNA. Nowadays, we know that this non-coding DNA acts more like law enforcers, telling the coding part of the DNA the pace and repetitions required. Interestingly, a study done on yeast found that junk DNA was essential for the organism's survival when food was scarce. Although the human is a long way off of being yeast, this study could suggest that more DNA becomes available through fasting, a practice actively encouraged throughout most religions. One study, Rose et al., 2018, even likened junk DNA to that of a doorknob, or thermostat, for gene expression, turning this up and down. To summarize so far, junk DNA is the regulator of coding DNA and can be made more responsive during fasted states. These strands of DNA are packaged into thread-like structures called chromosomes. Each chromosome is made of DNA which is tightly coiled many times around proteins called histones, with protective caps at the end called telomeres. Chromosomes are shaped like crosses and each strand of DNA within a chromosome holds 33 complete turns, the same age as Christ at crucifixion. Hence, one could deduce that Christ is literally birthed, grown, killed and returned all within our genetics. Figure 22, chromosome. Christ DNA. DNA is commonly described as comprising of 4 letters, A, T, G, C, which combine together to form different words or codes, strings of letters. In the Bible, Jesus is described as the Word made flesh, John 1:14. The physical body, then, can be seen as the alchemist, able to turn words into flesh. Preserving the sacred secretion is a way of accessing the words/codes for Christ consciousness, the ability to tap into the higher realms and powers, deeming a person what mythologies refer to as demigod. Here, I will repeat some of the details from Chapter 12 for emphasis. The production of the L-amino acid decarboxylase, ODC enzyme, is regulated by the DDC gene, which is able to express one of 2 different isoforms, ODC 480, which can decarboxylate, and ODC 422, which cannot. As Jacob and Presti, 2005, show that it is the expression of this gene that can either encourage or discourage endogenous DMT production by means of the decarboxylation, it is reasonable to assume that this is the specific gene encoded within our ancestral DNA that dictates the temperature, degree of ascension, upon our reality thermostat, DMT production. Therefore, by awakening this gene and encouraging the production of the OD480 isoform, the preservation of the sacred secretion can promote endogenous DMT production that can be called upon continuously, not just once a month when the moon is in your sun sign. As it proclaims within the book of Revelations, there will be no more night in the city, and they will have no need for the light of a lamp or of the sun. For the Lord God will shine on them, and they will reign forever and ever. Revelations 22-5. Similarly, research by Songa, Gamex and Domino, 1979, had previously demonstrated that the brain has a reuptake mechanism for DMT based on active transportation of the molecule in nerve cells. Ergo, any unused DMT can be reabsorbed for later. In addition, a study by Chu et al., 2014, found that INMT, a protein-coding gene, regulates the receptors for DMT. So, the more DMT synthesis is activated, the more receptor sites can be upregulated to increase cellular response, and the more connected we can feel to source energy as our internal DMT brew becomes more consciously metabolized. To some, within our genetic blueprint are dormant genes that specifically code for the production of DMT and increase cell receptor sites for its practical use. Preserving the sacred secretion each month will not only increase connection with the father and mother energies at this time, but will eventually lead to overall awakening which can be tapped into at will. From the Bible, this is evidenced by the aging of Jesus, whereby he began his life with initial blessings to those who resided within his presence, until he was eventually able to spread word of his miracles to all, even psychokinetically. It would be intriguing here to look at research by Montagnier, showing that DNA is able to teleport. According to a team led by Luc Montagnier, DNA sequences have been found to induce low-frequency electromagnetic waves, even in solutions of water, triggered by the ambient electromagnetic background. The idea of DNA teleporting through fluid is one that holds some relevance to Christ being able to travel on water. If the background electromagnetic frequency of Christ's DNA can teleport through and into water, and our bodies are filled with water, particularly superconductive CSF, we all hold the potential for storing Christ's DNA and being brothers and sisters, able to electromagnetically resonate with and be imprinted by such structures. This could also explain why, when one's internal waters, CSF, begin to vibrate at a higher level during the time of the sacred secretion, we can feel more connected as we are literally able to feel, via the transferable electromagnetic frequency of DNA, the inner perceptions of others. What's more, this storing and traveling of information, qubits, through and into water may explain why many energy healers advocate the solarizing and lunarizing of water, as well as infusing fluids with intentions, bliss, crystal frequencies and placing them on top of books to absorb wisdom codes. When speaking of Akashic records, or the Library of Akasha, reference is being made to the great web of memories and creative potentials, a hidden etheric library. These records include what has happened, is happening and what will happen. It is weaved through the matrix light grid of Gaia and includes consciousness codes that can be tapped into and accessed. Within this great library, you may access not only your own records but those of others who grant you the necessary permissions. Akashic records and the consciousness of the historic figures of Yeshua and Magdalene are stored here, often accessed as a Christ couple coding due to their sacred union bonding. Both of these energies, as well as those of many ascended masters and gods/goddesses, are coming through incredibly strongly at the moment to support the ascension of Gaia through the upgrading of her microcosms. Preserving the sacred secretion with the intent of being granted permission to access their Christ consciousness light codes from the Akasha is one way of awakening such DNA potentials. If we remember the magic of biophotons discussed in Chapter 6, it can be seen that DNA also holds the potential for creating wormholes within reality, allowing for alternate states of consciousness to be felt, extraterrestrial information to be received and enhanced connectedness to the collective as the portals exchange and share energy between each other, like the black holes of the universe. According to Bertrand, these black holes/wormholes are more akin to womb holes, whereby they connect the cosmic womb of the universe with the earthly womb of Gaia and the microcosmic womb of humans. In this way, all creative matter is connected and built in the image of the creator/creatrix. It is for this reason that so many ancient cultures believed in a great-grandmother spider energy, that weaves all of the universe in and out of creation within her magical tapestry. Thus, the copying of genes is not only physical but also spiritual, evolving metaphysically within the gene pool of the collective consciousness, as is the law of creation. This correlates with the theory of light codes, whereby Christ as the light of the world is able to actively awaken our Christ DNA via our solar-lunar influenced, vibrant, internal waters, CSF. Michael Hayes links the Hermetic Code, discussed in Chapter 5, of the ancients to our modern human DNA, showing how we are genetically predisposed to use and abide by the natural laws of the universe. According to Hayes, this means that all of creation happens in threes: the Father, Son and Holy Spirit, Mother, Father and Child, electrons, protons and neutrons, acid, alkaline and neutral, Isis, Osiris and Horus, the Moon, the Sun and the Earth. With regards to the sacred secretion, the creation of the spiritual seed can be seen as physical, endogenous DMT synthesis, spiritual, engagement with the frequency of and vibratory connection to the cosmos and Akasha, and mental, through the process of visualization and conscious awareness of emotions. The understanding of which can be comprehended, depending on one's genetic preferences, kinetically, through the felt experience, auditorily, via storytelling and music, and visually, through imagery and art. Figure 23, Christ consciousness summary and personal reflection. DNA can create wormholes in the matrix of reality via light and energy potentials. As altered states, such as those induced through the consumption of psychedelics, can allow us to see other aspects of this matrix, the fact that our DNA is able to code for such compounds shows clear evidence for their role within our evolution. The ancients, then, did the hard work. They made the connections within our DNA structure and established the spiritual potentials. They knew that the world followed cycles/biorhythms and they needed to secure these spiritual potentials within our DNA so that the foundations would always be laid for those ready to wake up and activate them during a time when it was safe to reawaken. They did the work, we just have to gratefully return home to ourselves. When the sacred secretion is preserved each month, an intention can even be set for it to encode and communicate with these ancestors and extraterrestrial light beings. Chapter 14 in Physiology. According to Manly Hall, there is no doubt that the Old Testament is a physiological and anatomical textbook to those capable of reading it from a scientific viewpoint. He claims that, in order to simplify the great laws of nature, for example alchemy, anatomy, physics, the ancients personified them and expressed gratitude and intent via offerings, etc. However, such practices became redundant when such magic as pharmacy took the place of the divine. Note, the word pharma translates as sorcery, which, in my opinion, is the true warning within the Bible when evildoers are termed sorcerers, aka those who poison. Many of the resources on the internet claim that the Christos, sacred secretion, originates from the colostrum. After delving into the research available on this part of the brain, it was reported that Koch, who highlighted the structure of DNA, discovered a giant neuron emanating from the colostrum which wraps around the entire brain, resembling a crown of thorns, like that which was worn by Jesus Christ prior to crucifixion. Reardon, 2017. What's more, it's even reported that the colostrum, unlike all other areas of the cortex, holds no specific organization of cells. If the colostrum really is linked with human consciousness, the vast variations in cell type division and differentiation here could be the physical counterpart to our spiritual path, thus highlighting that we each have our own unique way of getting close to God again, our own divine blueprint. Note that the word colostrum literally means door, so could indeed be the literal door/gate to heaven, and God consciousness. Iden et al., 1990, discovered that the colostrum concentrates the neuropeptide levels of somatostatin, SOM, cholecystokinin, CCK, and vasoactive intestinal polypeptide, VIP. Intriguingly, SOM is a chemical messenger which regulates the endocrine system and neurotransmission. CCK supports digestion and suppresses hunger, and VIP modulates essential electrolytes, including cell salts. In particular, SOM-A is released to the pineal to alter in its secretions based on environmental adaptation, such as seasonal changes, and to the pituitary to regulate hormone secretions, with an ability to demonstrate inhibiting factors. Interesting note, optimal somatostatin levels in CSF has been linked to higher cognitive functioning and mental well-being. Based on the information available thus far, the colostrum's essential roles appear to be, to create a coherent picture of what is happening by bringing all information from the senses together, perception, to signal to the pituitary and pineal glands to release their secretions, milk and honey, to release neuropeptides which support optimal digestion and fluid balance, particularly of the cell salts, creating clear paths. To release neuropeptides which inhibit the wasting of the seed during the 2.5 days of preservation, preparing the body, following the neuropeptide release form the colostrum. Physiologically, this sacred, spiritual oil is evident within the cerebrospinal fluid, CSF. The composition of CSF is dependent on the activity of surrounding brain tissue due to the fact that the structures of the brain are so closely interconnected. Therefore, even our current thoughts and mood can alter the quality and quantity of hormones and neurotransmitters that enter the flow of internal liquids. Cerebrospinal fluid is produced by the choroid plexus, see Figure 20, a network of cells connected to the claustrum, and has a salty chalky taste, due to its high sodium content. The choroid plexuses also hold cells with both known DMT-producing properties, DDC and INMT. So, information within the blood is able to filter through these plexuses and stimulate the production of DMT into the CSF. Scientists state that the three main functions of CSF are to protect the brain and spinal cord from trauma, supply nutrients to the nervous system and remove waste products from the cerebral metabolism, brain-blood flow. About 80% of CSF is from blood-derived proteins, with the other 20% being from proteins originating from within the central nervous system itself. Changes in behavioral states, which have a direct impact on physiology, require a complex rearrangement of neural activity. Therefore, during the rest days of the sacred secretion, the brain requires more energy to focus on rewiring the neurons that control your behavior and physiology for the better. The hypothalamus part of the brain, which is responsible for signaling the release of hormones and regulating body temperature as well as preserving the oil, is strongly involved with these motivational state changes. What's more, once the pituitary hormones intertwine with and protect the body in birthing the sacred seed, the essence returns to the thalamus and lateral ventricles, which home this during the preservation days. It could therefore be speculated that the hypothalamus is the Holy Spirit, delivering the spiritual child to the mother gland, and bringing the Father and Son back into unity again within the Holy Trinity, with the above chamber, hypothalamus, being the literal heaven. Within the pineal gland are cells known as pinealocytes. These use enzymes, proteins that increase the rate of chemical reactions, to convert tryptophan, an amino acid, into melatonin, the biorhythm-maintaining neurotransmitter. But, in a well-oxygenated, alkaline, harmonized body, a cascade of other biochemical reactions can take place in an effort to create equilibrium. The pineal also holds cells which contains both the DMT-producing DDC and INMT genes, as well as having the ability to emit varying levels of MAOIs. Mainly, there are two ways that the body can produce endogenous DMT. These are from either melatonin, via dialkylation, or from tryptamine. Tryptophan, an amino acid from food, can be converted into tryptamine when carbon dioxide is removed, referred to as decarboxylation. This tryptamine can then be turned into DMT following a process called transmethylation or demethylation, de meaning two and methylation referring to a form of alkylation. Figure 24, CSF flow. Thus, via both routes, DMT synthesis follows a similar fashion through the introduction of alkylation. Fascinatingly, alkylation refers to the action of an alkyl group replacing a hydrogen atom. Now, this is the interesting part. Alkyl groups are constructed from alkane molecules, which are a paraffin, oil, and the synthesis of DMT is the same process used to refine oil. Therefore, I believe this to be why the ancients referred to the physical sacred secretion as an oil, a sacred, spiritual oil, capable of inducing awakening and rebirthing the psyche. Furthermore, oil is defined in the Collins Dictionary as a smooth, viscous liquid that is insoluble in water, often obtained from mineral deposits and synthesis. Endogenously, these can be used as the raw materials in biochemistry. The preservation process, then, can be seen as one where, in a well-oxygenated, alkaline-balanced, harmonized body, electromagnetic signals trigger the tryptamine conversion into an oil-like DMT compound, the spirit molecule. The entire process, of which, begins with father energy in the pineal. The alchemical center of the pineal shows us that the timing of physiological events is critical to health as it adjusts the entire organism in response to the environment. The main hormone of the pineal is melatonin, the rest are typically assumed to be byproducts in response to this chemical reaction. Interestingly, it can also be seen that the pineal is not only able to stimulate the production of DMT, but also internal MAO inhibitors, both required for the generation of the psychedelic properties associated with DMT. The essential materials concentrated within or produced by reactions from the pineal include melatonin, responsible for the maintenance of body rhythms, DMT, able to enhance clarity and creativity, mexamine, an antioxidant with healing properties, pinealine, also known as pineal beta-carboline, an anti-inflammatory, with healing properties. It is also an MAOI, harmaline, a fluorescent beta-carboline which stimulates dopamine release and also acts as an MAOI, triptolines, supports the reuptake of serotonin and DMT. Triptolines are MAOIs, luciferin, from the Latin word lucifer, meaning light bringer, a bioluminescent light-emitting compound able to create inner light, the purpose of which is to enhance our relationship to the light spectrum, as well as to improve cell-to-cell communication, telepathic communication and navigation. Biomagnetite, a ferrous, magnetic mineral particularly concentrated in the pineal that is affected by astronomical phenomena. The pineal is also lined with cilia, tiny, eyelash-like hairs, which further simulate the pineal when CSF flow tickles these hairs. The pineal requires both the full spectrum of light in the day and darkness at night to work at its most optimal. Furthermore, the gland is strongly affected by electromagnetic fields, EMFs, which can interrupt its natural vibration, as well as being susceptible to calcification. Calcification of the pineal. Unfortunately, many modern dietary habits prevent the pineal from reaching its full potential. One of the biggest inhibitors is pineal calcification. According to Song, 2019, pineal calcification is the result of calcium deposition in the pineal gland, from environmental factors, the most well-known being from fluoride intake. Fluoride concentrations are highest in the pineal gland than anywhere else in the body, including the rest of the brain and even bone, which cause the gland to solidify with calcium crystals. It is believed that the pineal has the highest calcification rate amongst all organs in the body because of the high volume of blood flow here. These calcification deposits which engulf the pineal are similar to those found in the enamel of teeth. Although calcification of the organ can be prevented by reduced toxin intake and increased sun exposure, it is becoming an increasing problem globally. Pineal calcification not only jeopardizes melatonin synthesis, which correlates with sleep disorders, as melatonin regulates biorhythms, mental illness, due to reduced serotonin, and neurodegenerative diseases such as Alzheimer's, caused by less neurogenesis, but also suppresses the immune system and weakens the body as a whole, as melatonin also works as an antioxidant which reduces free radicals, leading to increased inflammation and frailty, such as arthritis. Increased fluoride concentrations within the pineal are also connected with shortened time to puberty and likely early menopause. In addition, the crystals within the pineal's flowing water get bound up by these harmful substances, such as the fluoride and chlorine, which cause blockages. Obviously, the less water getting to the pineal, the less access you have to your astral body due to the pineal being one of the main transmuters between spirit and physical. For this reason, calcification of the pineal is also linked with mental health issues. In fact, pineal calcification occurs in an estimated 40% of Americans by the age of 17. Personally, I believe the figure to be closer to double that. On a more positive note, the human body is constantly regenerating, self-healing and adapting. Through a developed awareness and conscious action, decalcifying and activating the pineal gland is actually very simple. Calcification significantly damages the pineal's ability to function effectively, which leads to a range of malfunctions throughout other areas of the body through the domino effect. Hence, preventing calcification of this essential gland is of paramount importance. How to do this is explained in Chapter 20. Lifestyle changes always seem difficult at first, but after a while they become normal, a part of everyday life. To reach higher realms of consciousness, it is important to keep the heart and third eye open and stay connected to universal energy. To feel the health of the pineal, a buzzing can be felt in the head when the pineal vibrates, which Joe Dispenza, 2017, describes as a head orgasm. During this time of stimulation, Manly Hall, 2010, claims that the pineal is said to stand up right like the head of a cobra and move as rapidly as a serpent's tongue. This erection of the pineal also increases the flow of energy through the ventricles, thus improving the quality and quantity of precursors available for spiritual alchemy. The vast array of representations of male genitalia throughout the ancient world could, arguably, be symbolic depictions of the erect pineal gland. The land of honey and milk. So, after the male and female energies, pineal and pituitary secretions, have traveled by beast, donkey equals Cancer equals water, and overcome the animal urges of the root chakra, they rest in the sacred place, sacral chakra, and combine their energies with oxygen, the holy breath, forming the sacred secretion, the spirit molecule, before seeking salvation within the land of light, Egypt, the solar plexus. Together, the male and female energies raise the spiritual seed. George Carey refers to this as the bread, ready to be eaten in the Father's kingdom, the brain. This coming together of the pineal and pituitary energy has many names, including the sacred royal marriage and the land of honey and milk. The ideology of the land of honey and milk derives from the biblical story of Moses, whereby the prophet is said to have led the Israelites out of slavery in Egypt and towards the sacred land, flowing with milk and honey. With regards to the sacred secretion, this is commonly believed to refer to the pineal's excretion, honey, and the pituitary's, milk. The idea of milk and honey can also be easily linked to the moon and sun. The moon is silver and symbolized as the sign Cancer, which resonates with the breast, milk, and the sun releases its golden sweetness onto the earth, enabling the growth and pollination of all life, honey. Moreover, during their long travel towards this sacred land, the Israelites are known to have fed from manna, which Bildanahu likens to the sacred secretion. If so, it can be seen that the believers of God survived off of this mystical dew until full salvation, awakening, was given. The wandering nerve. There are 12 cranial nerves, followers/disciples, coming from the brain which are connected to various parts of the body. These include olfactory, optic, oculomotor, trochlear, trigeminal, abducens, facial, vestibulocochlear, glossopharyngeal, vagus, accessory, and hypoglossal. With regards to the sacred secretion, the vagus nerve is the most necessary. The vagus nerve derives from the Latin wandering nerve, as it starts at your brain stem and wanders throughout the body, connecting your brain to vital organs. The vagus nerve's main job is to monitor what's going on in your body and report information back up to the brain. It is a key component of the parasympathetic nervous system, which is responsible for calming the body after an emotional response excites it. The vagus nerve has also been allegorized with the tree of life due to its nerve-wandering nature. This receives messages from the brain stem, which is the pivot point between higher brain structures and bodily organs. It is in this way that the flow of CSF past the brainstem can be seen as an internal baptism by water. Once the sacred secretion has been successfully preserved, one becomes baptized by oil. Eventually, a crystalline light body is formed, hence the baptism by fire advocated in numerous spiritual traditions. Figure 25, the vagus nerve. The strength of your vagus nerve activity is known as your vagal tone. If you have a high vagal tone, your body will be able to relax more quickly after experiencing stress. Obviously, a low vagal tone will do the opposite. The sacred oil strengthens the vagus nerve, stimulating a high vagal tone, by using DMT's maintenance effects to signal healthy levels of oxygen to the body. A similar ideology is promoted by Wim Hof. The Wim Hof method consists of breathing strategies which optimize oxygen levels in the body, thereby affecting the chemical and physiological output, notably for the autonomic nervous system and ATP production. It is even reported that success in this program feels identical to DMT kicking in. This isn't surprising, considering the decarboxylation process involved in producing the psychedelic compound. Moreover, according to Dr. Porges, 2009, vagal tone can also be heightened through social interaction and gratitude, which release harmonizing hormones throughout the body. Note that the roots of the vagus nerve are connected to the medulla oblongata. The medulla oblongata is located in the brain at the top of the spinal cord and is the entry and exit point for the vital fluids from the brain to the body. The medulla is cone-shaped and controls basic functions such as breathing, digestions, heart and blood vessel function. I personally find it no coincidence that medulla, with so many nerves emitting from it, sounds similar to Medusa from Greek mythology, who had a head of snakes. Note, the basilar artery, which ascends from the medulla, spreads throughout the brain and looks just like a woman with a head of snakes. Initially, Medusa was a mortal woman who, as a consequence of her egotistical nature and promiscuous sexuality, was transformed into a monster. If the Greek myth is to be taken factually, it can be seen that an immoral lifestyle can lead to one becoming cold-hearted and lose control of their own bodily functions, or hair of serpents, which will devour the spiritual child. As storytelling is innate in the human genome, evidence of the sacred secretion is everywhere in mythology, which is where we will turn our attention to in the next chapter. Summary and personal reflection. The alchemical works of Manly Hall concluded that the pineal and pituitary together can be referred to as the head and tail of the dragon on wisdom. Hall continues, stating that electrical currents ascend through the spinal cord but, as they pass through the cerebral aqueduct, may become blocked by the closed door of the pineal gland. This seals in the contents of the third ventricle. When the body is relaxed and stimulated by the frequency of one sacred secretion time, however, the pineal gland stands upright, lighting itself like the head of a cobra and moves with the rapidity of a serpent's tongue, thus opening the doorway and granting passage between the ventricles, permitting the essences of the brain to mingle in a spiritual alchemy. The human body is an alchemical factory built in the image of God/Source, evident by its ability to constantly regenerate, convert one frequency into another and access vast levels of altered states of consciousness and realities/dimensions. Specifically, this chapter has sought to present evidence for how the human body is perfectly built by clear intelligent design in order to produce these all-enlightening compounds, once our physical vessel is in an environment safe to do so. Although there are many attacks on our divine ability to access such possibilities, the Book of Revelations clearly states that those who stay faithful to themselves and their belief in the good will be granted access to the new world, Gaia in 5D and beyond. Chapter 15 In mythology, with the brain programmed to remember that which is necessary for survival, humans have adapted their modes of communication in order to preserve essential knowledge. Storytelling is repeatedly proven as a means of storing teachings into the long-term memory bank and was positively advocated by the ancient Druids, spiritual teachers, for storing as much knowledge as possible and passing it on in the simplest way. According to Giorgio de Santayana, 1977, ancient masters used hidden metaphoric language to explain cosmology and preserve secret knowledge. The work of Jonathan Levi has shown that the quickest and most efficient way of learning is to create visuals and stories surrounding a phenomenon. This process includes what he terms tagging, associating words to trigger memories, and pinning, linking ideas to something you already know, in order to develop schemas, neurons that fire together. Levi demonstrates that this process works especially well when learning anatomy. This isn't a new age method, though. Humans have always known this to be the most efficient way of learning and making knowledge stick. Furthermore, Levi explains that when we learn something, we're not actually learning to remember, we are learning not to forget. This is because each time we are reminded of something, the length of time it takes to forget it is lengthened. But that means that no knowledge is set in stone for a whole life. It is for this reason that important information is embedded in tales and fables, designed to be repeatedly retold across all generations. Interestingly, due to mirror neurons, storytellers and listeners have the same regions of the brain active. When we listen to stories, we rehearse our human response. Jonathan Gottschall, 2012, states that the constant firing of our neurons in response to fictional stimuli strengthens and redefines the neural pathways that lead to skillful navigation of life's problems. This is another reason why storytelling is so innate in human biology, it enhances survival. So when we repeatedly hear and read stories of prophets acting a particular way in order to reach the highest quality way of being, it becomes part of the brain's wiring response system. As our DNA holds ancestral memory and stories hold encrypted codes from the collective conscious, reading and hearing these can also act as light code activations. What's more, humans are known to use symbols in the form of images and texts to represent vast information in order to make abstract concepts more accessible and comprehensible. For example, the shredding of serpent skin is associated with rebirth, an essential aspect of awakening/enlightenment. The idea of rebirth is so foundational to human growth and development that the theme occurs in the vast majority of fairy tales, from The Lion King to Red Riding Hood. This is particularly effective as metaphors create visuals and increase synaptic connections, so bypass the processing stage. It is innate. Historian and theologian Barbara Young claims that biblical texts were written for two audiences, common people who would read it as a story and the inner circles who could read between the lines. She believes that the texts were written as a way of holding secrets from the outer circle, such as the Romans or skeptics and elites who would otherwise murder them, seen through the killing of John the Baptist, Jesus Christ and the witch hunts of the medieval ages. These texts, retold over generations in evolving tongue, are often a translation of a translation of a translation. This makes it obvious that some misinterpretation would occur, especially if stories were exaggerated for increased profit, as evidenced by biblical researcher Ralph Ellis. Nowadays, this exaggerated text has little place in the modern world, hence an increasing rejection of it. Fortunately, this rejection of the tales has also brought more esoteric interpretations to light, whereby biblical stories are read as metaphors of greater knowledge. The tale of the sacred secretion is foretold in a variety of mythology throughout history. This chapter will include some examples of texts that evidence the value of the Christos around the world. The Bible of all the texts, the Christian Bible is most commonly linked to human anatomy and physiology. Teachers of the sacred practice of preservation, represented as John the Baptist and Jesus Christ, were killed, highlighting the need to keep it a secret by means of fictional appearing Bible stories. Some examples that link the Bible to the sacred secretion include the Garden of Eden, cortex means bark in Latin, Holmes the tree of life, brain stem, which bears 12 manner of fruit, the cranial nerves, Genesis 2:16-17. Cain and Abel were the first two sons of Adam and Eve, representing the two lobes of the cerebellum in the inner battle of the psyche, Genesis 4:1-16. God commanded Abraham to sacrifice his own son, Isaac, after a 3-day journey. A ram, Aries, appeared and was sacrificed instead, Genesis 22. Jacob put a stone under his head before falling to sleep and dreaming of a ladder/stairway to heaven, upon which angels were ascending and descending. After this awakening, Jacob set up a pillar with the stone, poured oil over it and then renamed the place Bethel, meaning house of God, of which he set up tithes. However, the Bible states that Bethel was previously called Luz, Genesis 28:11-12. Interestingly, Luz means a bone of the spine. If taken literally, this sparks a visual of the spinal column as the pillar, with a stone on top as the thalamus, which looks like a stone and literally means chamber/bed, from which the sacred secret oil pours. Later, Jacob wrestles with God by a river, the CSF, in a place which is evidently the Pineal as. Not only does Jacob state that the place will be called Pineal, but God told Jacob, "Let me go, for it is daybreak, for it is at night that the Pineal does most of its upgrade work." Genesis 32:24-30. We know that Jacob's, Israel's, sons are the stars because the Bible literally says that Jacob's son Joseph had a dream, "The sun and moon and 11 stars were bowing down to me." And his father's reply was, "Will your mother and I and your brothers actually come and bow down to the ground before you?" Genesis 37:9. David defeated Goliath, the beast, by gathering 5 smooth stones and threw them at the creature's forehead, the stones representing the release of the 5 physical senses in order to conquer the ego. Moses, meaning to draw out, speaks with God in the form of a burning bush, Exodus 3, before his staff turns into a snake, Exodus 4. Thus, preserving the oil frequently enough to create fire consciousness, enlightenment, allows one the ability to call upon their serpent energy at will. During dealings with the Pharaoh, Moses and God covered all of Egypt in complete darkness for 3 days. Only the Israelites had light, Exodus 10:2. Hence, inner light will generate during the 3 days of preservation within all who practice. The Holy Land is described as flowing with milk and honey. The pineal and pituitary secretion/synchronized solar and lunar energies. There were 12 stones, mineral cell salts, one for each of the names of the sons of Israel and engraved like a seal with the name of the 12 tribes. Exodus 39:14. Elijah is taken up to heaven. Elish looks for him for 3 days before throwing salt into the Jordan, CSF, to clean and heal it. 2 Kings: 2. The Almighty was still with me when my path, CNS, was drenched with cream, milk, and the rock, thalamus, poured out for me streams of olive oil. Job 29. The Lord is my rock, fortress and deliverer to whom I take refuge, my shield and the horn, Aries, ventricle, of my salvation. Who drew me out of deep waters. Psalm 18. The ventricular system looks just like a giant fish, with the lateral ventricle as the belly of the fish. Interestingly, this is also where the spiritual seed, also likened here to Jonah, rests for 3 days. Jonah, the fluffy choroid plexus, which produces CSF, can be seen as symbolic of John the Baptist, who was clothed in camel hair, preparing the way for Christ. Matthew 3:4. The lateral ventricle looks like the ram or lamb, and Jesus is often referred to as the Lamb of God. The 3 wise men, gifts, saw the star, signaling the birth of Jesus, in the east, where the sun rises. Matthew 2:2. You are the salt, gatherer, and light, preserver, of the earth. But if the salt loses its saltiness, it is no longer good for anything. Matthew 5:13-14. Just as each zodiac sign affects corresponding cell mineral salts within the body, the preservation of the sacred secretion is a physical way that we can control these vibrations in response to astronomical influences. Let thy kingdom come, let thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Matthew 6:10. All living matter is made of the same building blocks from within the cosmos. By following the way of the heavens, we are given internal peace. The eye, of Horus, is the lamp of the body. Matthew 6:22. Discussed later in this chapter, the house of God won't fall when on a foundation of rock. Matthew 7:24. New wine, blood, must be poured into new wineskins, body, so that both are preserved. Matthew 9:17. Enemies, egotistic thoughts, are within your own household. You must conquer your own shadows. Matthew 10:36. Whoever has preserved the oil will be given more, and they will have an abundance. Matthew 13:12. Because of the increase in the DMT thermostat, through seeing they do not see, through hearing they do not hear, you must try the practice for yourself in order to understand it. Matthew 13:13. Christ transfigured up the highest mountain, Brainstem, with his 3 closest disciples, deficient birth cell salts, and awoke ancestors, knowledge. Matthew 17. The kingdom of God does not come with observation, nor will they say, see here, or see there, for indeed, the kingdom of God is within you. Matthew 17:21. Thus, awakening cannot be seen, it is felt inside. Become like children, full of faith, joy and forgiveness. Matthew 18:3. Trust that the seed is safe and preserved. The first, preserver, will be the last and the last will be the first. All are equal, regardless of when they start their journey. Matthew 20:16. Jesus Christ was able to heal the sick, mute and deaf, representing the power of the preservation process, and this magical DMT solute, the Christ, oil, can save others, but he cannot save himself. You must. Matthew 27:42. At the point of death during crucifixion, curtains tore in two, clearer vision, the earth shook, a feeling in the brain, rocks split, blockages released, tombs broke open, ventricles where CSF is stored, and the bodies of many holy people who had died were raised to life, dormant brain cells and DNA awakened, whilst many women were watching, including the two Marys, both parts of the pituitary, behind the sheet of cells covering the CSF-filled lateral ventricle, where the spiritual seed preserves for 2.5 days. A dissection would reveal what appears to be a hole, a tomb, with a body inside. This body is in fact the caudate nucleus, Peter, rock, lives in a tent, ventricles, of this body, awaiting the day, of preservation, that dawns the morning star, energy, to rise in our hearts. 2 Peter 1:19. When you make the two into one, and when you make the inner like the outer and the outer like the inner, and the upper like the lower, and when you make male and female into a single one, so that the male will not be male nor the female be female, when you make eyes in place of an eye, a hand in place of a hand, a foot in place of a foot, an image in place of an image, then you will enter the kingdom. From the Gospel of Thomas, 22. Here, the combining of the masculine and feminine energies and the honoring of one's temple in order to merge the light body into the physical, seems to be evident for pathing the way to heaven on earth. We need to be like little children, innocent and receptive to the magic of spirit. 1 Corinthians onwards literally reads like a preservation manual. Here are some highlights. The day will bring the seed to light. It will be revealed with fire, energy, and the fire will test the quality of each person's work. If what has been built survives, the builder will receive a reward. 1 Corinthians 3:13-14. Those who preserve and become baptized by the oil will be given spiritual gifts by God. 1 Corinthians 12:4-14. If sown in a natural body, there will also be a spiritual body. 1 Corinthians 15:44. There are three versions of the Christ substance: blood, water and spirit. 1 John 3:8. Thus, the practice of preservation includes the raising of enlightening neurotransmitters in the CSF waters, DMT, balance and healing of the body, endocrine system, clean blood, as well as raised vibration, aura, energetic field. He, God/good, saves us, not because of righteous things we have done, but because of His mercy, forgiveness. He saved us through the washing of rebirth and renewal by the Holy Spirit, whom He poured out on us generously through Jesus Christ our Savior. Titus 3:5-6. Similarly, Revelations reads as a prophecy of how it will feel to become awakened. Obviously, there will be some anxiety over the unpredictability of the effect of awakening on one's awareness, but the result is always of love and positivity. In heaven God was surrounded by 7 lamps, 7 churches and 7 stars, representing the balancing and purity of the main energy centers along the spine, and a rainbow encircled His throne. Like the chakras release a rainbow of colorful energies within our surrounding aura. See Figure 26. Interestingly, in many ancient texts, a mansion with 7 rooms is used as a metaphor for God. By God's throne were 4 creatures, each with 6 wings, 4 by 6 equals 24, who constantly praise the Lord, day and night, 24 hours. There are also 24 elders around the throne, 12 cranial nerves which double on each side equals 24. Eden is the body. The water of life, CSF, runs up the middle, with a tree of life, brainstem, on each side, which bear 12 crops, cranial nerves, and yields its fruit, seed, every lunar month. Revelations 22:1-2. Jesus said He is the root, chakra, the offspring of David, star, and the bright morning star, sun. Revelations 22:16. Thus, Christ is within, the seed, without, star energy, and above, sun. Note: Kelly Marie Kerr has created videos that explore the Book of Revelations in more depth, accessible from her YouTube channel. From these few examples alone, we can infer that us, as human beings who evolved in connection and correlation with the cosmic energies of the universe, Father, are created in the image of God. I would recommend Bible journaling and engaging with ancient mythology to everybody as, Once conscious of the Chrism and self-awareness, one cannot read such detailed texts without constant revelations. Specifically, you will notice that there are clear links between the rising of the sacred oil and the story of Christ. The repetition of the need to honor God and love God throughout the Bible is therefore referring to the divine creator, which is the universal energy field. As demonstrated by the Hermetic principles, the universe is conscious and aware, and in this way we reap what we sow. Feelings of love and gratitude are the ultimate connecting energies, as expressed by Christ himself when he claims that the greatest commandments are, love the Lord and love your neighbor as yourself. The questioning of the disciples' actions in the Bible are a perfect way of demonstrating that it does not matter what you eat or how you work and rest, for if you are not expressing love, you cannot reach enlightenment and you cannot hear the Father, universal energy. Hence, we are all children of God, but we can only return to God by expressing unconditional love and compassion. This journey may be more difficult for some than others due to conditioning and trauma, but that just means that there is more potential energy to transmute and share. Figure 26, the 7 lamps, churches, and stars. Jesus Christ. It would be a major omission not to compare the progression of Jesus' life to that of the spiritual seed. I will take this opportunity to say that, personally, I do believe that Jesus was a real person, or maybe even a number of people at different periods of time who have had their lives intertangled within mythology, who had a divine connection with the Father, source energy, and endeavored to teach people the way of the stars and 5D consciousness. Specifically, one of these incarnations was as Yeshua, an Essene, who was in a sacred union relationship with the divine priestess, Mary Magdalene. They traveled together on pilgrimages throughout Africa, Asia, and Europe, spreading love and light and awakening as ascended masters for the planet. Note that the biblical name Jesus is a Latin translation from the original Hebrew name Yeshua, which is why both are therefore used interchangeably within this book. In Greek, the name Christ means anointed one. Similarly, the ancient Essenes, detailed in chapter 17, also speak of Christ as an oil-like substance. As oil is commonly classified based on its inability to mix with water, it can be seen that the inner Christ is a substance that remains separate from the waters it resides in, such as the CSF. Oily substances can also be compared to gel or plasma-like texture, similar to that of ether. From this, one could use the term oil in a range of situations to communicate phenomena metaphorically, much like the ancients are known to have done. Consequently, the Christ body can exist in a myriad of layers, depending on whether he is being compared to the outer solar God or the inner. According to Kelly Marie Kirk, 2019, there are 4 layers of God. God is divine energy in all things, God is space including our closest planets, God is the physical human, and God is the spiritual human whereby the seed is birthed. Jesus Christ is equated to all 4 layers, illuminated by unconditional love. By a range of stories regarding similar sounding phenomenon, microcosmic and macrocosmic, coming together we get tangled tales with many interpretations. Take the story of Jesus. This can be read as a real man who completed miracles, of our own sun moving through the sky, or even of internal oil which raises connectedness with Mother and Father universal energy. Some examples for the latter can be seen within the following. Jesus was born in Bethlehem, which, in Hebrew, means house of bread or house of knowledge, as Jesus himself in the Bible stated that bread is in fact metaphorical for knowledge. From this it can be deduced that Jesus was born in the house of knowledge, the human body. If one remembers the nativity story well enough, it is seen that within the house of knowledge the baby was born in a stable surrounded by animals. Within the human body, this closely resembles the root chakra, our instincts, and the sacral chakra, house-shaped, governed by the moon and responsible for intuition and pleasure. However, due to the vulnerability placed on the seed here as a result of these powerful energies and urges, the child must travel to a safer country, Igbid, the place of light, also the solar plexus chakra, powered by the sun. Here the child is filled with knowledge, power, until being baptized, cleansed, with pure love, at the heart chakra. From here, the prodigal son begins to speak, throat chakra, the truth of God until crucified at Golgotha, the place of the skull, and is entombed for 2.5 days, the third eye chakra. Finally, the son is powerful enough to be able to return to his Father in heaven, by way of the crown chakra, energetically supporting Gaia and the functioning of the universe in a give-and-take relationship. Jesus Christ has also been compared with the sun, which gives us a new day and new season of harvest cyclically, like the sun who rids the world of sin, Orion, the constellation of a man in the sky, historical figures, usually teachers of the Essenes or pharaohs of Egypt, and even as unconditional love which can be felt by all who embrace the heavenly Lord, the Holy Spirit fire. Thus, Christ is the Father, The Son and the Holy Spirit in all forms, both physical and spiritual, macro and micro. As the ancients were masters in the use of symbolism to retell and preserve knowledge, ranging metaphoric visions were used to accommodate this. Numbers and mythology. The Bible is still read today, proving our ability to relate to it as the representation of some timeless facts. Throughout this and other sacred texts and symbolism is the use of numbers. Mathematics, as the universal language of energy, remains unchanged through the ages. Plato even called the study of number symbolism, the highest level of knowledge. Similarly, Pythagoras claimed that numbers rule all things. Metaphorically, numbers hold vast symbolism across space and time. Below is a list of just a few of these numerical representations and interpretations. The power of 7, 7 chakras, 7 cervical vertebrae, 7 colors of the rainbow, visible light spectrum, 7 planets, 7 days of the week, Sunday, Moon Day, Mars Day, Mercury Day, Jupiter Day, Venus Day and Saturn Day, 7 days of creation, 7 deadly sins, 7 layers of the light receptors in the retina of the eye, 7 basic scale steps in a musical octave, 7 sleepers of the Quran, who remain in darkness until the spirit fire awakens them. In the book of Revelations there are 7 churches, 7 angels, 7 seals, 7 trumpets, 7 plagues and 7 thunders. The resurrection of the dead takes place at the 7th trumpet, 7 notes of the diatonic scale, 7 letters in the Roman numeral system, 7 circles form the seat of life in sacred geometry, 7 tones in the sounding scale of the cosmos. Ancient, Asian, archaic traditions state that the knowledge regarding the sacred heptaparaparshak, the law of 7, was believed to be from the Atlanteans. The power of 3, the Trinity, Father, Son and Holy Spirit. 3 wise men visited baby Jesus. The biblical Jonah spent 3 days in the stomach of a fish. The biblical Jesus went missing for 3 days at 12 years old. The biblical Jesus took 3 men with him during transfiguration. The biblical Christ spent 3 days in the tomb after crucifixion. The biblical Abraham was commanded to sacrifice his son after a 3-day journey up a mountain. The biblical baby Moses was hidden by his mother for 3 months. The biblical adult Moses requested his people for a 3-day journey into the wilderness to give sacrifice to God. The heavenly Jerusalem has 3 gates on each of its 4 sides. The Sumerian goddess Inanna spent 3 days in the underworld. The creator of Sikhism, Guru Nanak Dev, spent 3 days in a river before transfiguration. The sun disappears for 3 days during winter solstice. 3 signs in each quarter of the zodiac, each great season, which Randall Carlson says correspond with the natural biorhythm of the planet Gaia. Discussed in Chapter 2, 3 months in each Earth season. The power of 33, 33 years of Christ's life, 33 vertebrate of the human spine. 33 turns in a complete sequence of human DNA. King David reigned Jerusalem for 33 years. The Star of David is 3 by 3, 2 triangles, the masculine and feminine. 3 plus 3 is 6, 3 times 3 is 9. 3, 6 and 9 are the numbers of the universe. According to Tesla, the great solar lords Ra, Horus, Mithras and Jesus, all symbols of the inner Christ, Greek for anointed one, were all born of virgins and died at the age of 33. Many historical initiation ceremonies, including those of Druidry, required the ascension of 3 degrees, from 30 to 33. This is identical to the rising of the ministry of Jesus from his age of baptism, 30, to crucifixion, 33. Other significances include the 30 degrees of each star sign in the zodiac, how long one must preserve the sacred secretion each month, which can be risen to mastery of inner alchemy, sacred secretion, so that it can be accessible at all times, just as the book of Revelations describes that, they will need no lamp or light of the sun, for the Lord God gives them light. And they shall reign forever and ever, Revelations 22-5. Furthermore, 33 is the number of mastery, and master, literally means mother star, which relates to the Egyptian high goddess, Isis, who gave birth to a son, Horus, via immaculate conception, as did Athena and Mary. This also relates to Revelations 22:16, whereby Jesus claims, I am the bright and morning star, with bright star referencing to our own sun and morning star, meaning mother star or master. The power of 12, 12 cranial nerves, x2 equals 24, the 24 elders whom sit around the throne of God in Revelation 4:3-4, 12 thoracic vertebrae, 12 archangels of God, 12 disciples of Christ, 12 signs of the zodiac, 12 months of the year, 12 hours of day and night during the equinox, equal light and dark, 12 entrances to the highest point of the Great Pyramid, 12 inches in a foot, the sacred unit of measurement used by the Egyptians, 12-year cycle in Asia, 12 signs of the Chinese zodiac, 12 sons of Jacob, 12 tribes of Israel. 12 is the sacred number of God as 4 elements/seasons/corners, angles/angels, of the earth multiplied by the Trinity equals 12. 12 gates guarded by 12 angels in the kingdom of God. According to Revelations, 12 baskets remain full when Jesus fed the 5,000. 12 days of Christmas. Santa Claus. Other than the biblical tales, the story of Santa Claus is the next most associated with the Sacred Secretion. Father Christmas was originally dressed in green and was renowned for his rosy cheeks and flying reindeers. You don't need to look far to see where this story originates. The Eskimos, Inuit. Legend has it that, historically, Arctic reindeer would consume mushrooms which would filter through their sacred body system and exit as psychedelic urine. Upon consuming this yellow snow, the Eskimos would trip, seeing flying reindeer and little elves running around. And there was no way of hiding this altered state of consciousness, evident by their rosy cheeks, glassy eyes, giggling and increased appetite. The white hair from being out in the snow probably didn't help, either. Combine this with the already global celebration of the reascension of the sun after winter solstice and the analogy of the gift given by the claustrum, claws, which travels down the spine, chimney, before returning up to the brain, North Pole, coated with a play on words from the real-life Saint Nicholas, and you have your mythical Christmas story. In the dictionary, claustrum means barrier, bar, bolt or door. This derives from claud meaning to enclose or to shut, and trum meaning key, hook or nail. In Saxon times, the word claustrum was used to mean close, conclude or lock. From this, the claustrum can be seen as a door or door key, like the hidden gates to God which one must find for themselves. Now, consider that Santa means saint, derived from the Latin word sanctus meaning holy. Therefore, Santa Claus can literally be translated into holy door key. Thus, the claustrum can be seen as the literal door to our inner heaven/gate to God. Side note, claustrum also sounds similar to colostrum, which is the first, nutrient-rich milk produced by mammals following childbirth. Interestingly, the claustrum, although from a transverse point of view appears like a serpent, from the side it is shaped like a tiny Santa hat. At Christmas time, branches of pine trees, with the esoteric pine cones on them, are brought into the home as a symbol of the rebirth of life in the spring, also representing the power of the pineal gland, whose power is sent down from the heavens by the angel on top, Metatron. Therefore, the celebration of Christmas is, in fact, a celebration of the cycle of life, evident in all life forms, with a little bit of merriness to birth the literal Christmas spirit, molecule. More information can be found in my other book, Saint Claustrum, Figure 27, The Claustrum That Said. It is worth bearing in mind that forces with a darker agenda for mankind have attempted to hijack these sacred festivals, star portals, in order to harvest human energy, as discussed in Chapter 6 of Word Magic by Pao Chang. In Islam, the three main Abrahamic religions include Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Interestingly, when all three symbols are put together, you get a clear image of the sacred secret practice, star, cross, moon. A particular coincidence is that the Quran advocates 3 days of fasting each lunar month. Considering that a fast can be described as any kind of cleanse, either from eating altogether or by way of another practice such as 3 days of veganism or even an electronic fast, this shows resemblance with the sacred practice of preserving the inner Christ. It is compelling to note here that studies show that 3 days of fasting can completely regenerate your entire immune system. This supports the theory of Jesus. In fact, being all healing as the preservation process boosts the body's immune system. In Hinduism, long before the dawn of Christianity, tales of awakening via the sacred royal marriage were encoded in texts from the world's oldest religion, Hinduism. In Hinduism, Shiva, God, and Shakti, goddess, represent the two essential aspects of the one, the abiding aspects of God's will and the energetical representation on earth. What's more, nectar, or honey, is said to rain down on the world during the love-making of Shakti and Shiva, also symbolized by the sun, male energy, and moon, female energy. Another renowned Hindu deity is Vishnu, who floats in the ocean, CSF, resting on a great snake, Ananta. Vishnu is awoken by the sound Aum/Om. As the creation story goes, Vishnu, the preserver and male energy, is ordered by Shiva, the destroyer and female energy, to create Brahma, the creator, who emerges from Vishnu's navel, the solar plexus. Thus, the spirit, which was sleeping within the Muladhara, root chakra, emerges from the lotus of the solar plexus with the power to create. The surrounding male and female energies have the power to either preserve or destroy this creation. Interestingly, within the human brain is an area referred to as Brahma's cave, the third ventricle. In addition to the above, It is also widely believed that the Hindu deity Krishna was the initial Christ. Note how Krishna sounds remarkably similar to Christos, meaning bearing Christ. The legend goes that Mother Earth was burdened by the demon kings of the planet, so went to Lord Brahma, the masculine, in the form of a cow, the feminine, who took to the shore of the Milky Ocean, CSF, and chanted, vibrated, in order to summon Lord Vishnu, the preserver god, by no coincidence, I'm sure. Lord Vishnu promised he himself would incarnate on Earth, as Krishna, and end the tyranny. However, Krishna's life was threatened, so he was hidden, saved, until the day he was grown up enough to kill the evil king, Kamsa. Krishna is often described as a cowherder who enjoys music and playing for fun, rather than sport or gain, which highlights the true meaning of our souls incarnating in human form, to care for the world and have as much harmless fun as possible along the way. In Sikhism alongside Hinduism, another dominating religion in India, where much of the modern philosophy of raising serpent energy is said to have originated, is Sikhism. Guru Nanak founded Sikhism in an attempt to harmonize Islam and Hinduism. What I find especially fascinating, though, is the fact that Guru Nanak had the vision to create the religion following his transfiguration, which occurred after he had spent 3 days submerged in a river, like the sacred secretion preserving for 3 days in the lateral ventricle, bathed in CSF. Ancient Greece and ancient types, Greek was the international language that was spoken bilingually by many cultures. The Greeks were renowned for their thirst for knowledge and their travels between countries in an effort to calibrate wisdom and, ultimately, contribute to the evolution of mankind. The word mythology often springs to mind stories from the ancient Greek era. They were prolific storytellers and well known to have personified vast arrays of natural phenomena within their characters. One of the most evident for the sacred secretion is that of the birth of Aphrodite. The story goes that the god Uranus was murdered, arranged by Gaia, by his son Cronus, meaning crown, like the crown chakra. Cronus threw Uranus' reproductive organs, creative power, into the ocean behind his back, just like all humans have their own sea of flowing waters residing around their spinal column. The sea foam, water plus air, then mixed with Uranus' blood to birth the goddess Aphrodite. Feminine power as the root chakra is known as the crown of the feminine. Aphrodite is the goddess of love and the symbol of the divine feminine, who rose from the waters and brought beauty to earth. Research by Manly Hall found that the Greeks described the moon as inhabited by a race of beings who issued great eggs. It was even said that the beautiful Helen, from whom was fought the Trojan War, was born from an egg that fell from the moon. In addition, a prominent Greek mythical substance is that of the golden nectar and ambrosia, the food of the gods, which combine to turn blood into that of ichor. Ichor is the name given to a vibrant, ethereal fluid known to be the blood of the gods. In one Greek myth, ichor runs in the single vein, like the central nervous system, of a giant who was ordered by Zeus to protect his daughter. Greek gods were also claimed to be very promiscuous, often impregnating human women. Personally, I believe this to be metaphorical for DNA-like transfer, like the sacred secretion, rather than that gods literally mated with people. Goddess Athena was one of the most powerful and favored deities of ancient Greece. According to myth, Athena's mother, Medes, an Oceanid, was impregnated by Zeus and then eaten, consumed/absorbed, alive and whole. Eventually, Athena was born, rose to the forehead of her father, Zeus, and burst from his third eye in full maturity. She later became the patron of Athens after beating, conquering, Poseidon, god of the ocean, during a challenge of who could bring the most useful gift for the Athenians. Athena won by presenting an olive tree, oil. Interestingly, she was also the goddess of weaving, which is a skill commonly associated with deities of creation, and of wisdom, hence why she was commonly depicted as a serpent. The Melenaga mysteries of all of the historical titles given to the practice of preserving the sacred secretion, the most notable are that of Meli, honey, nectar, ambrosia, and Nagi, naga, serpent, snake. Here, we will concisely analyze some of the evidence. Some repetition may occur for emphasis. The highest goddesses of ancient Greece, including Aphrodite, Artemis, Demeter/Persephone, Athena, Hera, Cybele, Diana, Rhea and Gaia, were commonly associated with honey and the moon. Even the dead were commonly embalmed with honey and placed in the fetal position as a sign of rebirth. All around Greece were temples allocated to the different goddesses, built on energy centers that worked as greater channels for each goddess-specific divine energy, where citizens, mainly women, would complete rituals, typically in response to specific moon phases and angles. The priestesses of these temples were called Melissae, meaning bees in both Greek and Latin. Interestingly, the priestesses were often accompanied by Essenes, known practitioners of preserving the sacred secretion who advocated Christ as an inner oil, discussed in chapter 17. Whether it was the Essenes, including Jesus/Yeshua and Mary Magdalene, who taught the Greeks or vice versa, we cannot be sure. Yet, it is very likely that this is one of the reasons behind the sacred secretion's biblical references milk and honey, as both bees and cows/bulls were associated with lunar magic in ancient Greece. Specifically, it is written that the moon is a bull. Bees are begotten of bulls. Souls that pass to the earth are bull moon, begotten. The life of the bull, moon, passed into that of the bees, porphyry. This shows clear resemblance to the sacred secretion being delivered into the human form, as lunar energy, the bull/cow/milk, and that of the sun and stars, bees/honey, is delivered to the brain, crown, of each resonating person who has prepared the path by keeping their waters, CSF, clean, and not of every water do the Melissy carry the gods to, but only the trickling stream that springs from a holy fountain, pure and undefiled, the very crown of waters, hymn to Apollo. A resonating person is one whose own biomagnetite responds to the signaling of the stars and moon at our time of preservation/honey brewing, just like how bees only visit flowers who release the correct level of electromagnetic signaling to say that they are ready. This is also thought to be one of the reasons behind why flowers are left on the graves of the deceased, to attract sacred bees that will support transportation into the afterlife. What's more, the aligned ancients saw the bee's ability to produce honey as magical and divine, a form of alchemy akin to the creation of the sacred secretion. Like the sacred secretion, bees were associated with the sun, due to their golden color, the moon, because of their dominating femininity, and the stars. There is even a star constellation called the Beehive Cluster, which is also known as Prius Ape meaning manger, just like Jesus Christ is said to have been born in a manger surrounded by animals, the zodiac. What is particularly fascinating about this is that Prius Ape, the manger, resides around the constellation of the watery crab, Cancer, ruled by the moon, the sign associated with the summer solstice, when the sun is at its brightest, and the twins, Gemini, evidencing the two energies becoming the one in the sign of water. This is likely the origin of the phrase honeymoon, celebrating the masculine and feminine energies coming together. All honey comes from the moon, the hive whose bees are the stars, ancient Greeks saying. Further evidence is found in the story of Zeus, who was born in a cave of sacred bees, the brain, and was fed milk and honey by the bees. Note, in Hinduism, milk and honey is also called the food of the gods. Moreover, in the original pictorial Hebrew, mother was depicted as water plus ox, aka cow, hence milk. Within the same sacred caves, when certain star constellations gleam into them, the bees make ambrosia and nectar which, when consumed by the gods and goddesses, and even mortals, turns their blood into ichor, meaning gold, and enables god powers, such as immortality, healing/regeneration, divinity/psychic ability, purity/cleansing and magical potential. Muses, divinely inspired writers of ancient Greece, were said to have received a honeyed breath of life which was the source of knowledge in the arts. Consequently, honey was also a symbol for wisdom. All of these forms of divinely inspired people, such as muses and Melissy, as well as the honey of the sacred bees were also known as astron meaning star fallen. These would regularly hold temple workshops and initiations to teach about the star fallen honey of the bees, which I believe refers to the sacred secretion. To summarize, this sacred honey was the nectar and ambrosia, the food and drink of the gods and goddesses, which gave them ichor, gold frequency, blood. Note, gold is renowned for being a superconductor for electricity, so attaining gold frequency blood can be seen as metaphorical for a person becoming a conductor for electromagnetic signaling, thus improving their ability to channel and transmute energies, providing god powers. This is why preserving the sacred secretion could be a really powerful way of supporting your ascension process, as you embody the golden frequency. The word petrichor, from the Greek petros meaning stone and ichor in reference to the fluid that flows in the veins of gods and goddesses, is used to describe the luscious smell of fresh rain, water from the heavens, on fertile soil. I believe that this also relates to the sacred secretion, whereby the inner anointing is said to awaken our god powers when the fluid lands upon righteous ground, the human form. This shows interestingly correlation to the story of how Greek goddess Athena was able to win Athens from Poseidon, as he offered mere salt water, standard CSF, whereas she offered olives, as anointing oil/the sacred secretion. Amazingly, the pineal looks just like a beehive and, like bees, can secrete the golden essence of the sacred secretion/honey into the body, acting as the literal golden throne or crown of God within our own body. Many of the ancient bee goddesses were often depicted with a beehive crown for this reason. Therefore, The image of a pine cone or a beehive as a visual, outer-world representation of the inner pineal gland are interchangeable. To these ancients, the honeybee was not only a messenger of the gods/goddesses who brought their sacred powers to the planet, via sacred honey caves, but were also considered direct representatives of the gods and goddesses themselves. Therefore, the fact that bees communicate by dancing and humming, frequency emitting, holds great similarities to ritual gatherings that were once the highlight of tribal life. Intriguingly, this hum of bees is given many folk names, including Dumbledore, which sounds uncoincidentally similar to Dumbledore, the wizard from the Harry Potter series whom founded the Order of the Phoenix, the organization focused on conquering the dark/shadows and returning the light to Earth. Another interesting fact is that the word honey is not only meli in Greek, but in countries just north of Greece, such as Latvia, Bosnia, Croatia, Serbia, Ukraine, Lithuania, and Slovakia, honey is called med/madu/madu/medusa. This shows further reference to Greek mythology when remembering that Medusa was the name of the fallen maiden/priestess of Athena who was crowned a head of snakes, similar to the Hindu gods, and eventually became the protecting golden shield of the goddess Athena, the goddess of wisdom and weaving/lace. Side note, meteor is also the root for the English word medicine, showing how the sacred secretion can act as an all-healing elixir as medi can be seen to mean honey and or means gold. The bee in Greece was as sacred as the scarab beetle in Egypt, both of which are correlated with the constellation of Cancer/stars, the moon, the sun and the process of death and rebirth. Many of the hieroglyphs from Egypt also show clear resemblance to the sacred secretion, oil coming down from the sun, moon and stars, which is delved into in chapter 17. The Egyptian god Ra was even said to cry tears of honeybees, as was the Norse goddess Freya. To the Druids, ancients of Britain, bees came from the paradise world of the sun and spirit who possessed knowledge of the other worlds. To conclude, meli means honey and honey seems to clearly be one of the original names for the sacred secretion, the honeymoon phase. As such, during the preservation phase, a person can be seen as a queen bee, with her own inner bees, cells, working to build the sacred secretion, honey. In addition to meli, nagi/naga are also commonly used to describe the sacred secretion. Although Chapter 8 explored the place of serpents in evidencing the practice of the sacred secretion, we will here take a specific look at its place in mythology. Naga is Sanskrit for snake, which is the symbol of transformation as they shed their skin to become anew. The snake is also symbolic of the moon for the same reasons. In some parts of India, snakes are said to bring rain, water from the heavens/gods, which symbolizes primordial wisdom, and is considered the storehouse of the unconscious, the feminine. Our own source of water is the sacred fountain/river of the cerebrospinal fluid. Snakes are also strongly associated with Hindu mythology, whereby Nagas are regarded as guardians of treasure. In Buddhism, Nagas are often represented as door guardians whom grant entrance, like the claustrum of the brain, discussed earlier in this chapter. These Nagas were also said to possess a jewel called Nagamani, meaning snake pearl or snake stone, which gave magic powers. Notice the resemblance to the Medusa story, which is also centered around snake and stone references, as well as that of Jesus, a Naga, who, within the Bible, made reference to the importance of building a house/temple on stone. Further still, Naga can refer to serpent people who live in water, water spirits, depicted as half man and half snake, just like the immaculately conceived son of Athena, in addition to Christ himself, and were considered demigods. This shows incredible similarities to the Anunnaki, meaning those of royal blood/seed, a group of deities who appear in many ancient Sumerian mythologies and were also associated with serpents and water, discussed in Chapter 1. This is particularly interesting if we consider Druid ideologies. The Druids of Britain, where it is said that some of the survivors of Atlantis traveled to on boats, were also known as snake men. The ceremonial robes of the Archdruid included a crescent-shaped scepter, symbolic of moon harvest, the sacred secretion seed. The Druids also used snake eggs, which, based on the previous paragraphs, could be seen as a metaphorical reference to the sacred secretion, and mistletoe, which have a pearl-like color, as medicinal remedies to most illnesses due to their incredible magnetic properties. What's more, initiation into Druidry took place during solstices and equinoxes, when astral energies were at their most powerful and abundant. Three notable Nagas in Hindu mythology are, Sesanaga, upon which Lord Vishnu rests and protects creation, Vasuki Naga, who churns and wiggles in the cosmic ocean in order to produce Amrita/ambrosia, which the gods drink to become immortal, Taksaka Naga, the chief. The female Nagas are called Nagis or Naginis, yes, like Voldemort's feminine side in the Harry Potter series. They were thought of as serpent priestesses of striking beauty, radiance/light. These priestesses were seen as portals to the goddesses, hence why the energetic Nagas/Nagis can be seen as representative of our own energy channels to various sources of power/magic. Not only was Greek goddess Athena the goddess of weaving, creation, protection, sacred oils, including nectar, and wisdom, but she was a virgin, meaning that her body was cleansed, with a son who was half man and half snake. This is similar to the story of Jesus Christ, who also had a virgin mother, Mary, yet his father, Joseph, was a Nagar. In the original Aramaic texts, Jesus was also referred to as a Nagar. This was mistranslated as carpenter from Nagar. In actual fact, Nagar, Naga, means serpent. Some historical texts also make reference to the belief that Yeshua, Jesus, survived crucifixion and was buried at Srinagar, meaning great serpent, in India, where the practice of Kundalini is said to have originated. Interestingly, according to Mark Pinkham, the Atlanteans were also commonly referred to as serpent followers as they received divine intelligence from the celestial serpents, stars. When such symbolism is correlated with biblical teachings, one can liken the Christ to that of serpent knowledge/energy, delivered by angels of light, photons, light energy. Additionally, the symbol of a serpent on a rod, caduceus, is the symbol of Mercury/Hermes/Thoth, the messenger of the gods, who resides within both the physical and spiritual worlds. Moreover, Apollon Etiensky of ancient Greece, commonly described as an equal to or the same person as the biblically referenced Jesus Christ, was said to have trained Magas, wise men, using Naga wisdom. Thus, by raising the serpent, Christ, energy via spiritual practices such as the Sacred Secretion and Kundalini Yoga, one can rid their temple body of sin, shadows, and return to the Father, universal source energy. The Hermetica are the Egyptian Greek wisdom texts said to be a recording of the words of Hermes, the messenger of the gods. A branch of this includes the post-Christian texts called the Corpus Hermeticum, whereby Hermes, aka Thoth, says to his son Tat, "My son, wisdom in the womb, conceiving in secret, and the seed is the true good." With Hermes/Thoth worshipped as a lunar god, many of his functions were derived by association with the moon powers. Evidence of a sacred river can be seen in religious beliefs worldwide, whether that be the Jordan for Christians, the Nile for Egyptians or the Ganges for Hindus. I believe that this sacred river is the internal CSF, flowing through the spinal cord. Furthermore, what is below, on earth, mimics that above, in the heavens, so this sacred river can also be likened to the Milky Way, stars, whose death, by supernova, gives birth to all of the building blocks of life. Ancient Egypt Thoth, as well as being the Egyptian god of wisdom, was lord of the moon. He is also referred to as Sin, which holds the potential to be the origin of the phrase born in sin as the sacred seed and birthed when the moon enters your sun, sign. In Greek, Thoth is Hermes, of the Hermetic texts, and is also believed to have constructed the Great Pyramids. From this, the most notable talisman symbol is the Eye of Egypt. The Eye of Egypt, also the Eye of Horus, is an ancient Egyptian symbol of protection, power and health. The myth surrounding the story is that Osiris, king of Egypt, was murdered by his brother Set. Osiris was then entombed by Set, greed, jealousy, and discarded into the river Nile. Hathor, love and nurture, came to Osiris' wife, Isis, and aided her in finding her husband. Note, according to Manly Hall, the sheen of gold in Isis' hair indicates that, while she is lunar, her power is due to the sun's rays. Thus, as the moon is robed in the reflected light of the sun, so Isis, like the Virgin of Revelation, is clothed in solar luminosity. Isis found Osiris' body within the trunk of a tree. So Set chopped Osiris' body into small pieces and scattered them. Osiris' phallus was eaten by a whale, like Jonah from the Bible. Isis and Thoth, the moon, worked together to restore Osiris long enough for Isis to become pregnant, an immaculate conception by a spiritual father and virgin mother. At which point, Osiris was seen to have conquered death and was reborn as the god of the underworld. Osiris and Isis' son, Horus, grew to overthrow Set, egotistical emotions, and become ruler of Egypt. During the battle with Set, however, Horus lost an eye, which was torn into 6 parts and later restored by Thoth. It is this eye which forms the symbol. Interestingly, the eye of Horus is mathematically perfect in 6 parts but add up to a fraction of only 63/64. The missing part is said to represent the magical powers of Thoth, the spiritual secretion which returns every moon. The Eye of Horus is also a precise graphic representation of the inner chambers of the brain, including the corpus callosum, thalamus, pineal and medulla. It therefore shows the area of the brain whereby the spiritual seed is preserved and must be protected. Thus, Horus, born of Immaculate Conception, reconnects with the father energy by way of sacrificing the eye. With regards to the sacred secretion, the eye is referring to the pineal, which connects us to higher forms of energy, which requires the magic powers of Thoth, the moon, to fulfill completion. Furthermore, the Egyptians tell of a fairy tale whereby a shipwrecked sailor, who landed on an island, rested under a tree for 3 days, then found all kinds of exotic food to fill on before being taken in the mouth of a crystal serpent and permitted to live on the abundant island forever. This island was called Ka, meaning the double, just like the double helix of DNA, the double hemispheres of the brain and even the double of physical and spiritual. According to Bertrand and Bertrand, 2017, all matter and energy forms in 2 parts and seeks to be brought back together again into oneness. This phenomenon is clearly evident within the sacred secretion, whereby the sun and moon energies are synchronized into a spiritual seed. The pine cone from the Egyptian staff of Osiris to the head of the Hindu god, Shiva, ancient Assyrian palace carvings to the Roman Thyrsus and Pigna, symbols representing the pineal gland can be observed throughout history. There is even a theory that it was a pine cone that was consumed by Adam and Eve from the tree of knowledge in the Garden of Eden. It is these endless references to the pine cone and pineal that have led to the common belief that the pineal gland is a spiritual organ, are linked to higher levels of reality. This theory is further strengthened when one remembers the breakdown of the word pineal into pineal, al meaning God. The pine cone shape is evident in symbolism around the world even to this day, such as the pine cone on the Pope's staff and the giant pine cone caved in stone outside the Vatican. Clearly, the ancients wanted us to remember the significance of this shape. In other ancient traditions, such as paganism, the pine tree was also symbolic of rebirth and eternal life due to being evergreen. It is for this reason that it is a custom in many Western countries to put up a pine tree, although it was originally only a branch so as not to kill the entire tree, and decorated at Christmas time. Interestingly, the various species of pine tree are vastly medicinal and nutritional. All pines have edible nuts/seeds, the male cones on some are also edible, as is the pollen. Pine pollen benefits were discussed in Chapter 5. Moreover, white pine needles are high in vitamin C, pine sap makes an excellent first aid adhesive and the boughs are a great building resource. In short, the pine tree seems an all-round physical and spiritual gift from the gods. Other in the Welsh Mabinogion, Ellen of the Ways, protectress of earth and the pathways to enlightenment, is described as filled with golden light and as a fairy mistress who leads heroes and heroines to their initiations. She is also likened to Aluna, the mother goddess of the Kogi tribe in Colombia, who called gold the immortal blood of the Great Mother. If we remember that ichor was considered the blood of the gods in ancient Greece, resemblance can be seen between these mythological tales concealing the ideology of the sacred secretion. With regards to the mythology of the sacred secretion, one more fact from Manly Hall which I will end this chapter with is that the oldest known story of the Savior birth is apparently of Sumerian origin. It states that the daughter of Sin, the moon, was called Ishtar/Inanna/Sophia, female energy and queen of heaven and earth. She passed down through the 7 gates, chakras, of the underworld, physical form, in an attempt to resurrect her son, seed. There, she was bathed in the water of life, CSF, and allowed to pass back upwards, by the will of the gods, through the 7 gates back to heaven, the head. The rabbit hole. Before ending this chapter, let's synchronize some of what has been discussed. Looking at figure 24, it can be seen that CSF is formed within the choroid plexuses of the lateral, 3rd and 4th ventricles. Plexuses are bundles of nerves and ventricles are spaces/chambers which fill with liquid, which are able to produce DMT and hold MAOIs emitted from the pineal. CSF in the lateral ventricles flows into the 3rd, circulates through the cerebral aqueduct, where it crosses the very narrow path, central canal into the diamond-shaped 4th ventricle before reaching the medulla oblongata. From here it has a number of possible paths. For the sacred secretion, the essential is the flow descending down the spinal cord towards to sacrum. Thus, the spiritual seed, or gift, is conceived, built, in the brain, the North Pole, by the choroid plexus, colored network elves, connected to the claustrum, Santa Claus. From here it disperses all around the nervous system, the whole world in one night, traveling down the long road, chimney the place of fire energy, towards the sacrum, house/stable, before reascending back to the brain temple, resting place. When reascending, the CSF passes the pituitary, Maries, and optic chiasma, the cross, through the thalamic gate into the thalamus, chamber/tomb, which relays signals to and from the cranial nerves, disciples, to communicate to all parts of the body and pineal. After 2 to 3 days of preservation, the CSF, homing the sacred secretion, continues towards the neocortex, the throne of consciousness, creating gamma waves which can heighten perception and vibration. Summary and personal reflection. The aim of this chapter was to provide a glimpse into how the importance of the preservation process is encoded in mythology. The fact that the metaphorical and symbolical representation of the phenomenon is repeatedly presented across the globe, even before the days of telecommunications, is evident of its discovery by various civilizations, thus laying the foundation for its significance in our ancestral story. It's worth noting that all major religions of the world strongly advocate equality and the fact that every single human has the right to be a child of source and light. Regardless of any physical and genetic predispositions, we were all created of immaculate, intelligent design and born with a purpose towards achieving enlightenment. Anybody who says otherwise is clearly misinformed and have not yet found peace with their own shadows. Words cannot describe the contentment and love I feel towards every single living thing since practicing the art of preserving the sacred internal oil, so I know these words to be true. If you ever feel attacked by another's opinion or self-absorbed views, just remember this simple teaching from a book called I Met a Monk by Rose Elliott. If someone tried to give you a present and you did not accept it, who would it belong to? Them, still. And anger is the same. If you do not accept another's anger, it is still theirs, not yours. So you can continue to go about your business doing the best you can to serve the Father God and Mother Earth, living a life of righteousness without judgment of others. Acknowledging the views of another but not dwelling on them is a skill that will eventually come to all who learn to accept themselves and discover inner peace. Now that you have glimpsed into the vast codes concealed within tales as old as time, you won't be able to stop having further links revealed to you. Chapter 16 In the stars. Historically, stories were regularly produced as a means of maintaining knowledge. For example, if a generation of Egyptians realized that the river Nile's annual inundation occurred first as the star of Sirius returned to the early morning sky after 70 days spent below the horizon, then taking note, and creating a visual story to aid the memorability of this would have been essential for survival, maintaining the Egyptians' intuition with the environment. Therefore, from knowing when to sow their seeds to foretelling a flood, before we had clocks and computational technology, the ancients used the stars to tell the time and predict the future. The first page of the Bible even says, "Let there be lights in the vault of the sky to separate the day from the night, and let them serve as signs to mark sacred times," to tell the reader right from the start that the text they are about to read is in fact guided by the cosmos. What I find particularly interesting about this quote is that a vault is classified as a place to store valuables/treasures or an arched ceiling/roof. The Bible is full of references to the stars above and their influence on the physical form below. For example, the sons of Jacob, the tribes of Israel are all said by Thomas Burgoyne, 2013, to correlate with the zodiac sign, Aries, Benjamin, Taurus, Issachar, Gemini, Simeon and Levi, Cancer, Zebulon, Leo, Judah, Virgo, Asher, Libra, Dan, Scorpio, Gad, Sagittarius, Joseph, Capricorn, Naphtali, Aquarius, Reuben, Pisces, Ephraim and Manasseh. The life of Christ is also an easy one to relate back to this phenomenon of personifying stars. For example, the Virgin, Virgo, conceives a son of both human and God, Libra. The family is forced to return to their hometown by the Romans, Scorpio. They travel by beast, Sagittarius, until the son is born in the stable of a goat, Capricorn. The son was then born on June 21st, solstice, Cancer, evident by the brightest star in the sky, which attracted shepherds, Aries, and wise men, Aquarius. King Herod then ordered a massacre of baby boys, Scorpio, which forced the family to flee to Egypt, where Christ was educated on the knowledge of the stars, until the age of 30 degrees, as a man, Aquarius. For his first miracle, Christ turned water to wine, symbol of the first harvest. Jesus then performed many miracles as the fisher of men, Pisces, including feeding the 5,000 with fish and bread, knowledge of the stars. He was also baptized by John, Aquarius, and told many parables, include that of the two sons, Gemini, and the lost sheep, Aries. The lamb, Aries, of God's final triumph is his crucifixion on a cross, Libra, between two thieves, of harvest, Scorpio and Sagittarius. At the time of Jesus' death, solstice, Capricorn, the earth was engulfed in darkness until the body of Christ was laid in a tomb, guarded, Taurus, for 2.5 days. Likewise, the cosmic crucifixion can be seen in the night sky. On December 21st, the winter solstice and shortest day of the year, when dark triumphs light, The sun passes the constellation Crux, the astral cross, and rests here, hence is crucified. Following this, the Earth is in darkness for 2.5 days until December 25th when the sun rises again and the days begin to lengthen. Thus, on the 25th of December, the sun is reborn. Likewise, Christian countries around the world celebrate Jesus' birthday on December 25th. It is a national holiday and a time to celebrate Christmas. The Christmas holiday is celebrated as the birth of Jesus when, in actual fact, it is instead celebrating longer daytime hours after a dark winter, the rebirth of the sun. Following the 2.5 days of being preserved within the tomb, Jesus rises again, showing the balance being restored between the physical and the spirit, Libra. After this time, the missing body of the Lord is discovered by the two Marys, Gemini, who spread the word of his resurrection. Finally, the sun rises to heaven to sit upon the throne of the summer solstice Cancer, to bless his people as the king, Leo, whilst his 12 disciples, all zodiac signs, spread his teachings. The disciples which correspond to each sign were detailed in chapter 10. And the story doesn't stop there. Once in heaven, recorded in the book of Revelations, the zodiac constellations are repeatedly referenced again, including the Lamb, Aries, the Lion, Leo, the Ox, Taurus, a creature with a face like a man and a rider with a bow, Sagittarius, Scales, Libra, the sun appearing like a sackcloth made of goat hair, Capricorn, locusts like scorpions, Scorpio, human faces and women's hair, Virgo, breastplates of iron, Gemini, and so on. In addition to the significance of the 12 zodiac signs is that of Orion. In terms of star constellations, Orion is the man in the sky or, according to Adrian Gilbert, 2000, the literal ascended Christ. The importance of this constellation is reported by Bovell and Gilbert, 1994, who note that the Giza site of Egypt acts like a giant star clock, marking the epoch of Zep-Tepi, the first time when the gods appeared, and the golden age of Orion, when this constellation, from which the gods came from, was at its lowest point in the sky. Bovell and Hancock, 1996, later suggested that the designers of the Giza Plateau saw the Nile as a reflection of the Milky Way within our own galaxy, so built the pyramids to reflect the Orion constellation, as above, so below. As such, Gilbert, 2000, claims that the return of Christ to cleanse the earth is in fact regarded as the return of the constellation Orion, rising in the east ahead of the Great Sphinx, which is happening now. Hence, it can be seen that the return of Christ, as detailed in the book of Revelations, could in fact be representative of the current awakening. Precession cycle. Even though the tilt of the Earth stays constant at 23.4, note, 2 plus 3 plus 4 equals 9 degrees, the orientation is always changing. The physical cause of this shift is believed to be mostly due to the Sun and Moon's gravity pulling on the equatorial belt, commonly referred to as the bulge, of the Earth. The pull of other planets in the solar system have a very slight influence on this, also. Furthermore, the spinning core of the planet rotates at a slightly faster speed than the surface crust, thus creating a series of geodynamic effects that radiate up to the surface. These geodynamics affect the slight wobbling of the Earth's axis, referred to as the precession. The precession cycle, also known as the Great Year, is 25,920 years long. The cycle is the result of a motion of the Earth itself, a slow circumpolar wobble of the planet's axis of rotation unfolding at the rate of 1 degree every 72 years. Since the Earth is the viewing platform from which we observe the stars, these changes in orientation inevitably affect the position and rising times of all stars as viewed from Earth. As a result, the Sun spends around 2,160 years in each zodiac house. As 2,160 by 12 equals 25,920, it takes 25,920 years for the Sun to appear to do a full rotation of the zodiac belt, thus this is referred to as a great year. The pole star is simply the star at which the Earth's extended axis, passing through the geographical North Pole, points at most directly. So this changes, too. Sometimes there is no pole star at all. Figure 28, the precession cycle. However, at the March/spring equinox, when day and night are of equal length, the Sun rises perfectly in the east against the background of the 12 constellations. It is the sign that the Sun rises against on this date which is the age we are said to be living in. The zodiac system that most people are aware of is the standard horoscope. This is calculated by the expectation of the Sun to spend around 1 month in each sign, from Aries to Taurus to Gemini, and so on through to Aquarius then Pisces before returning to Aries. But the slow precessional course of the Sun during the great years appears to go in the opposite direction, From Gemini to Taurus to Aries to Pisces to Aquarius, etc. Such discovered recordings of this phenomena include the building of the Great Sphinx to represent the age of Leo and the Apis, cattle, cults of Egypt, worshipping the age of Taurus. Interestingly, the Great Sphinx of ancient Egypt looks out at the exact point in the sky whereby the sun and star constellations rise, as if waiting patiently, like a timekeeper. Biblically, the family line of Abraham is said to associate with the age of Aries, the ram or lamb. Such stories as those involving Moses, the lamb, punishing those worshipping the golden calf, previous age of Taurus, is evidence of this. Jesus then carried this knowledge of the lamb into his own age of Pisces, the fish, and taught his followers how to apply this ancient wisdom in order to return to an empowered state. This is the reason why the ideology of the fish is evident throughout the New Testament, the age of Pisces. At this moment in time we are within the seeding period, as the sun shifts from Pisces to Aquarius. This is particularly interesting as, when asked by his disciples where to find him, Jesus replied, "A man will meet you carrying a pitcher of water, follow him." Mark 14:13. From this quote, the man with the water pitcher can be seen as a metaphor for Aquarius and the modern-day consciousness/cycle of spirituality. Similarly, when asked for a sign from heaven, Jesus explained, "You know how to interpret the appearance of the sky, but you cannot interpret the signs of the times. A wicked and adulterous generation looks for a miraculous sign, but none will be given it except the sign of Jonah." Matthew 12:39. This quote shows how all too often humans focus only on what they can physically see. The sign of Jonah is a fish due to the 3 days he spent in the belly of one, and, as mentioned previously, the words of the Bible and the metaphors within it were written during the age of Pisces, the sign of the fish. Therefore, those in an age able to understand the words of the fish, the metaphors of Christ, will be able to interpret the signs. Again, the whole universe follows continuous cycles. We are currently in a cycle that is returning to the ways of the ancients, the golden age of spirituality, enlightenment and consciousness. It could be this awareness of spiritual reawakening and Gaia's own internal rhythms that was foretold by the people of the past when leaving such historical artifacts as the Mayan calendar behind. This also relates to the macrocosmic form of the feminine menstrual cycle, whereby Gaia can be seen as cleansing and shedding all that no longer serves whilst setting her attention, Ascension, for the next cycle. Yuga cycles are a way of measuring time with its origin in Hinduism. Interestingly, it shows incredible similarity to the precession cycle. The Yuga, though, are based on the notion that our sun has a partner star somewhere in the cosmos which it gets pulled to and from. Like the zodiac ages, the Yugas are aware of recording time via star constellations. What is particularly interesting is that, whilst the background of stars moves according to the precession, the star Sirius doesn't. In fact, many believe Sirius to be partner star of our own sun. As we reach closer proximity to our partner star, the electromagnetic impulses of Gaia increase in vibration, taking us with it. It is for this reason that ascension and the success of the light are inevitable. For those who resonate with the theory of the nomos described in Chapter 1, that humans were taught by these aliens from a planet orbiting Sirius, then this could be seen as a return journey home. Yogic astronomy divides the orbit of the Earth around the Sun into 27 segments called nakshatras, which are further divided into 4 segments, altogether totaling 108, 9 by 12. These are referred to as the Earth's 108 steps through space. Note the significance of the multiples of 3, 6 and 9 here, the numbers of the universe, according to Tesla. Currently, the Earth resides within the material/dark/iron age, or Kali Yuga, which is filled with conflict and destruction. Fortunately, it is believed that we are now beginning to ascend out of that Yuga, evidenced by an increase in enlightened beings. We are on the route up towards the golden era of consciousness, but the final years of Kali Yuga may manifest some vast changes in the Earth's character, such as extreme weather. As of 2025, we emerge into the energy/electrical/bronze age, or Dwapar Yuga. During this era, humans are said to gain more awareness of their own electromagnetic power and to develop the ability to fine-tune energy systems in order to correspond with more subtle matters of creation. The big guy in the sky. Interestingly, Thomas Burgoyne, 2013, relates the star constellations of the zodiac to particular features of the body, which come together to form the man in the sky, the pictorial god. These are, Aries, the head and brain; Taurus, the ears, neck and throat; Gemini, the hands and arms; Cancer, the vital organs; Leo, the heart; Virgo, the solar plexus; Libra, the loins; Scorpio, the generative organs; Sagittarius, the thighs; Capricorn, the knees; Aquarius, the legs; Pisces, the feet. Note the similarities between these and those identified in Chapter 10, Figure 29, the zodiac ages and yuga cycles. From this, one can see how worshipping the Gaia in the sky is in fact a reference to the heavens and the zodiac constellations which make up our closest neighboring galaxies, the universe. Hence why the stars, sun energy and givers of light, can be seen as the masculine, whereas the dark space, potential/womb which nurtures and births creation, is the feminine. The sun is our closest star and giver of all life on Earth, including Gaia herself. Solar gods are evident around the world and throughout history, as described in Chapter 6. The Bible even states that, the Lord God is a sun and a shield, Psalm 84:11. Thus, the universal ether and giver of all light is God, the Father, who provides a prodigal son, the sun or suns as star constellations, to bless the Virgin Mother, Earth, Gaia. This blessing takes the form of a solar, spiritual seed which has the power to heal us all if protected until a time in which it has grown knowledgeable, powerful, enough. Like a mother protecting a child, the Earth is surrounded by layers of various substances that form the perfect, habitable atmosphere for us. The ionosphere is close enough to be considered part of the Earth's atmosphere. This is where ions and electrons affect radio waves, so is where the majority of our cosmic communication is translated into energy perceivable by our nervous system. Most of the electrical activity in the ionosphere is produced from light energy, photons. It is no wonder, then, that this layer of the atmosphere is referred to as the celestial powerhouse. At night when there is little photon energy, ions within the lower layer of the ionosphere convert into an abundance of oxygen. From this, the ionosphere layer of the Earth can be likened to the angelic messengers of God, often visiting humans at night during sleep, when oxygen and DMT levels are heightened. Above the ionosphere is the magnetosphere. Here, the behavior of charged particles is strongly affected by the magnetic fields of both the Earth and the Sun. The inner layer of the magnetosphere is called the plasmasphere, containing dense plasma. Hence, it can be perceived that the oily, plasmic, substance of the chrism is released by the solar sun and delivered by the angels, sacred ions, to Earth. Interestingly, the combined layers of the Earth's atmosphere and beyond do in fact look like a woman bearing a child, which leads to further evidence for the ancient understanding of cosmic influence when designing such gods as Gaia. What's more, with regards to sacred geometry, described in Chapter 7, the surrounding atmospheres of Earth show remarkable resemblance to the pattern one can create when following the golden ratio of Fibonacci's constant, further evidencing the mathematical proof of the intelligent design of the universe. See Figure 30. Cusp signs. A person's sign is known as a cusp when they are born between two signs. For example, a person born on December 21st falls on the last day of Sagittarius, just hours before we enter Capricorn. Therefore, they would be known as a Sagittarius-Capricorn cusp and would likely show characteristics of both signs. For those born in a cusp area, the person usually feels a stronger inclination towards one sign over the other. This is a good intuitive indication as to which sign dominates a person's sacred secretion. If you are unsure, meditate on this and ask the universal energy matrix for a sign, then notice these and decide for yourself. Summary and personal reflection. The human form and all of their creative power is a direct microcosmic manifestation of the wider universe. As the world progresses through its cycles as descension and ascension, we move with it. This age of awakening is bringing the knowledge of the sacred secretion into the collective consciousness again, on both the macro and micro scale. I have been asked how I know that the sacred secretion happens when the moon is in our star/sun sign each month, and not when the moon enters our moon sign. The best answer I have is personal experience and intuition. Research by Burgoyne, 2013, also supports this. In addition, the combination of ancient literature, for the Bible to mythologies, clearly show that it is when a sun/sun, male, and heavenly mother/moon, female, meet that an initiation of sorts happens and a person becomes christened. There is also the point that the sun is said to stay stagnant, whereas the moon moves perfectly through each sign for the exact 2 to 3 day period that synchronizes with ancient initiation rites which speak of the merging of the sun and moon. Figure 30. The Earth's atmosphere compared to the golden ratio. Chapter 17 in history. When one who is familiar with the Bible begins to delve into the history of the Earth and human evolution, questions continuously arise in the mind, such as, what if, in the beginning, God wasn't keeping humans ignorant but instead was just letting them be, to test if they were capable of reaching enlightenment? What if the snake represented the moon, which encouraged psychedelic mushroom growth, and the guarding cherub is the sun, which stunts it? What if the forbidden fruit was psychedelic, and God simply wanted us to find the path within ourselves internally, rather than consume externally? What if the consequences given by God are if enlightenment within is not found, as Adam and Eve felt ashamed and tried to hide themselves after? What if God did not give punishments but, actually, powers, women given the ability to produce babies and men the skill of working with nature and Mother Earth, whereas the snake had its legs removed so that it can move more freely, like energy? What if the metabolizing of psychedelics and other state-altering drugs is encoded in our DNA? What if the snakes in the ancient texts are just representations of serpent energy in the body, which is why they can be presented as both good and evil, depending on one's true motives? To date, there is no straight answer to such questions. We can, however, look back at the teachings of philosophers, enlightened in a much simpler time with access to less dampered inherited knowledge in Scripture, to gain some insight into such practices. Once you have an awareness of the preservation of the Christos, the true meaning behind such quotations as that below seem obvious. Doth the sun go his way? Doth the moon go her way? Doth the stars go their way? Where the light of the sun waxeth brighter, then do the heavenly forces arise, made by the heavenly Father for the increase of the children of light. As the sea is the gathering place of the waters, rising up and going down. Thus rise up. For, the heavenly Father hath made this eternal and sovereign luminous space to nourish the children of light. The earth is the strong preserver. The law is life. The Essene Gospel of Peace, Book 3. The Essene Gospel of Peace, Book 3, speaks much of the time of the great trees. At which time, it is said that the holy religion of the Creator was revealed to Enoch, Metatron, the first follower of the law. Interestingly, trees communicate via fungal systems, mushrooms. This time of great trees is said to have been destroyed by the Lord after man sinned against him. As such, fire is said to have devoured the pastures and wilderness, another indication of the great catastrophes, from meteor impact, fire, and corresponding ice age that followed, around the Younger Dryas period detailed in Chapter 1. When reading the Essene Gospel of Peace, one makes constant revelations, linking the information given with current theories about evolution and inheritance. The Essenes practiced a renewal ritual where they ingested a fluid/substance that was said to be the fountain of life and sexual emission of God, which extended people's lifespans and awakened them into ecstatic consciousness. I believe this fluid was the Sacred Secretion. Within Book 1 of the Essene Gospel of Peace, it is claimed that in the beginning was the Word, and the Word is the law, and the law is life. I believe this life to be God's seed, which occupies a pure temple. According to the Essenes, the temple is made pure by, first, the angel of air, the breath, which removes uncleanliness, acidity, and, second, the angel of water, CSF, for all must be born again of water. For your body bathes in the river of life as no man may come before the face of God, the Pineal, whom the angel of water did not let pass. The angel of water baptizes from within to remove uncleanliness, like two tombs that outwards are painted fair but within are full of abominations, the ventricles. Third and finally, the angel of sunlight is said to enter the body in such ways that godliness may again inhabit it. Thus, it can be seen that this godliness uses light to enter the body, which combines with the breath before and inner waters. It is by love that the Holy Trinity come together. Book 1 also describes the ancient practices of the Essenes used to keep the body clean for God to enter. These practices included enemas, sun-gazing, fasting, grounding and a vegetarian diet. The text also claims that truth is formed from consciousness plus nature plus epigenetics. Interestingly, the Essenes recognize that consciousness does not exist in this physical space-time. From ancient teachings, it seems clear that there are many ways of seeking enlightenment, many different paths that can be followed, although all eventually lead to the same truth. Therefore, the preservation of the sacred secretion is only one spiritual path that can be walked upon in search of this truth. It is for this reason that the practices presented in this book will resonate with some but not for others. It is for this reason that some thrive on vegetables and others do not. It is for this reason that some were born in this generation and others in the last. Our spirit has a unique path, and only our spirit can guide us down the path that is right for us. In the modern world of technology, this can feel overwhelming as there are so many practices all claiming to be the true and only path. In fact, the true path is your own. As the Lord is claimed to have said in Book 1, I will speak to you through the mysterious rainbow when you are alone, through the wisdom of the ancients. When you have seen my angels, be still. Know I am God. Book 2 of the Essene Gospel of Peace states that, in the beginning, a covenant was made between God and man, and the holy flame of the Creator entered man, making him the Son of God. With this came the responsibility of guarding man's inheritance by making the land fruitful and keeping it holy. It is then claimed that the law of God was hidden within Moses' breast and kept as a sign to the children of light, enlightened ones. What I find most intriguing about this comment is that the breastplate of Moses is said to contain 12 stones which are engraved with the names of the 12 sons of Israel, the zodiac. I do not have the permissions required to reprint the entire restored fragments of the Essene Book of Revelations, as translated by Edmund Bordosekeli. Instead, I can offer my thoughts on the text and recommend the reader to seek these translations themselves if interested. My own copy is covered in notes made by myself of all of the references to the preserving of the sacred secretion. These links are bountiful, hence why I am unable to repeat the whole text. To me, it appears that the Essene Book of Revelations is describing the following. Oxygen synchronizes the mind, body and spirit by opening the pineal. The cycle ends in the same place it started, the crown chakra. After passing the 7 chakras, it reaches the corpus callosum via the CSF. The 7 stars, our nearest planets, sun and moon, are the angels of the Father. The 7 candles, chakras, are the angels of the Mother. The spirit of man is the flame which streams between the Father, stars, and Mother, chakras/earth energy. After returning, the left and right hemispheres of the brain become one, bathed in crystal-rich, salty, CSF is the throne of God, surrounded by a rainbow, energy systems, and 13 elders, physical body/organ systems. In God's right hand, hemisphere, was a book sealed with 7 seals, which are only able to be opened by one who is worthy. A worthy one is described as having aligned chakras, breathes clean air, consumes clear water, bathes in natural sunlight, enjoys a life of music and laughter, eats food of the earth, practices good thoughts, good words and good deeds, and understands the mystery of the tree of life and the endless sea and walks between earth and heaven. Once worthy, incense ascends up before God. Following the opening of the 7 seals, one is described as hearing fire mingled with blood which rises as vapor to the moon, followed by a great earthquake. Eventually, their sun shall no more go down, neither shall their moon withdraw itself, for the law shall create an everlasting light within. When the body becomes so accustomed to preserving and using the sacred secretion that it can be activated anywhere it will, then the tree of life will now bear 14 manner of fruit, 2 more than previously due to the new pathways and body system being used. Further evidence of clear metaphoric description of the sacred secretion includes, the pregnant woman from Revelations, whose child the dragon is waiting to consume, is said to have in her the blood of prophets and of saints. From the Essene Book of Revelations, if one remembers the necessity of CSF flow and its direct connection to the blood, the Essene Gospel of Peace's description of the mother's blood falls from the clouds, leaps up from the womb, babbles in the brooks of the mountains, flows wide in the rivers and sleeps in the lakes can be understood as a description of the moon's quantum dew bearing a child within the human form. Within the Essene Gospel of Peace Book 3 it is said that, for as long as the sun and moon endure, there is hope for peace throughout all generations, as our inherited DNA holds the potential to save the seed. That the tree of life is in fact the cerebellum within the brain stem, the Essene Gospel of Peace, Book 3, that the life of the sacred seed is a holy law of the universe, that can manifest as a baptism of the body and that the law is engraved in the forehead, third eye. Only pure water can mirror the light of the sun and moon. The radiant and luminous moon keepeth within itself the seed. The Essenes then report that, even though the face of the moon changes, its influence is ever the same, and even though the path of the holy law, destiny, of each of the children of light is different, the moon's influence is unchanged in essence. The Essene Gospel of Peace, Book 3, the moon, sun, air and stars regulate the holy order, the Christ seed. The Essenes also claim that the glorious stars have within themselves the seed of life, which reflects into the eternal sea, CSF, the Essene Gospel of Peace, Book 3. Thus, it seems clear that the ancient Essenes held great knowledge of how to preserve the Christ oil within and sought ways of retelling this practice through metaphorical print that makes sense to one with ears to hear. What's more, according to Dillon, 2003, it is reported that the initiation period for the Essenes was 3 years. This correlates with the time lapse between the baptism of Christ and his ascension to heaven. If true, this could mean that it takes 3 years of preservation practice before one becomes fully awakened. That said, many spiritual teachers currently assert that Earth's upgrade into 5D is allowing humans to ascend/awaken at a much faster rate than ever before possible. The Druids were the shaman of the ancient Celtic cultures. The word druid meant knowing the oak tree. These ancient philosophers and teachers from Europe are renowned for their connectedness to nature and nature spirits, such as fairies. In particular, they worshipped the sun and moon and based their initiations during specific lunar cycles or solstices and equinoxes when solar influxes were higher. They also celebrated the birth of the sun god on the dawn of December 25th. Interestingly, they even worshipped the goddess Isis under the symbol of the moon. It is no wonder, then, that Manly Hall speculated the Druids migrated to Britain from a more ancient civilization. The ceremonial robes of an archdruid included a crescent-shaped scepter, symbolic of the sixth day of the increasing moon, as well as the Ark of Noah. According to Manly Hall, admission to Druid ceremonies was via glass boat, symbolic of the moon, which floated upon the waters of eternity, preserving the seeds of living creatures within its boat-like crescent. This was also known as the Sacred Ship. Druids believed that the first settler of Britain came from the Summer Country, which I, personally, am speculating to have been Egypt, Lemuria or Atlantis. The Druids of Britain were believed to have used magnetism and nature to cure all disease. Their universal remedies included mistletoe, incredibly magnetic and grows on oak trees, hence. The Druid sacred deity was worshipped through oak and serpent eggs, as these attract astral light in a reportedly special manner, although I think this is metaphorical for the spiritual egg/sacred secretion. According to Manly Palmer Hall, 2009 print, the Druids believed that serpent eggs were impregnated by solar light and would release when prepared during specific times of the moon. The birthing of the serpent from the egg was symbolic of the spinal fire, sacred secretion, being released. It is for this reason that Hall believes that the Druids were referred to as serpents, as they were masters of this power. Symbolism from Druidry that shows clear resemblance to much of the ideas already covered in this book include that the sacred colors of Druidry were green, blue and white, the upper chakras, the circle was the universe, the oval was the mundane egg, wings were the motion of the divine spirit, such as that recognized within the symbol of Kundalini, and the cross meant regeneration, much like it did for the Egyptians. The cross and serpent were both sacred to Druids. In alchemy, the term seed means spirit, as spirit is like an ever-present seed which can grow and flourish. Thus, the seed of spirit is sown in the womb of matter, and by an immaculate, pure, conception, the progeny is brought into being. Ancient Egypt. When one thinks of ancient Egypt, the first thoughts are typically around the imagery of pyramid structures. What isn't so prominent is the understanding of how these worked. The ancient pyramids contain dark rooms, where it is believed that the initiated would go and retreat as part of their path towards ascension, typically for 3 days of darkness. Such theories become more evident when considering that pyramids are built on places of high electromagnetic activity from the Earth, are aligned with specific star constellations, have running aquifers and are adorned with sacred symbology. What's more, the pyramid shape is associated with increased energy influx, as demonstrated within Tesla's scalar energy experiments. Moreover, being in a dark room for lengths of time would stimulate the body's natural DMT production, and having these increased frequencies would have raised one's capability exponentially. It is recorded that ancient Greeks, including Hippocrates, traveled to Egypt to learn about their sacred oils. Further evidence of the Egyptian advocation for the sacred secretion can be seen here. In this image, we can see an initiate being blessed with fluid from Thoth, the moon god, and Ra or Horus, the sun god. The Ankh, key of life, pours from their anointing. Here, we can see a royal woman, who has fish scales/tail for legs and a pine cone at her feet, being anointed with 2 oils from what appears like a large mushroom. To the right, the hieroglyphs also appear to be showing a drop of liquid being emitted from the head of a serpent, whose body is above a woman with water on her head and who has 2 energies coming together around the moon below her. Within this depiction, feminine and masculine energies appear to be working together to produce a liquid, under the influence of the pictorials of star constellations above. Here, Thoth, the moon god, is holding 2 entwining rods in one hand and is using the other hand to feed the initiate the key of life, Ankh. The centerpiece in between them also shows 2 pillars supporting the ceremony. The ancient Egyptians are renowned for using imagery as their form of written communication. Nowadays, such forms are referred to as art and considered to be of visual beauty only. However, even modern art is commonly encoded with vast information waiting to be uncovered, which is what the next chapter dives into. Summary and personal reflection. Identifying the evidence for the sacred secretion in historical texts is by far the most difficult due to the amount of evidence that would have disappeared over the years, either by natural means or by those in power in order to suppress the masses. This chapter has identified some of the key ideas, although I am sure that much more proof will continue to emerge as we move through our cycle of enlightenment and into the age of energy. More modern evidence will be examined in the next chapter. Bibliography and references. Billington, p. 2011. The Path of Druidry. Llewellyn Publications. Carey, G. and Perry, I. 2013. Godman, The Word Made Flesh. Dillon, J. 2003. The Essenes in Greek Sources, Some Reflections. In, Jews in the Hellenistic and Roman Cities, pages 117 to 128. Routledge Taylor and Francis Group. Golb, N. 1989. The Dead Sea Scrolls, A New Perspective. American Scholar. 58-2, pp. 177 to 208. Hall, M. Secret Teachings of All Ages. Hall, M. 2009. Man, the Grand Symbol of the Mysteries. Martino Publishing. Sekeli, R. 2018. The Essene Gospel of Peace, Books 1-4. Reprinted by audioenlightenment.com. Chapter 18. In the art as well as storytellers, humans are profound artists. From the cave paintings apparently left by Stone Age people to the stained glass art of the Metropolitan Cathedral of St. Sebastian, imagery has always been a form of expression used by humans to record knowledge and to become creators. With the sacred secretion in mind, the most famous works are by the one and only Leonardo da Vinci. Leonardo da Vinci was not only a prominent artist, but he also had a keen interest in astronomy and anatomy. From analysis of da Vinci's life works, I believe he was an active preserver of the Christ seed and attempted to communicate this knowledge into his art, which could also trigger DNA activations depending on any light code intent that he may have held. Da Vinci had a particular interest in the ventricles of the brain, as his anatomical drawings proved. This can be explored deeper in the book Man, the Grand Symbol of the Mysteries by Manly Hall, or explored personally online by simply researching the anatomical drawings of Leonardo da Vinci. For now, this chapter hopes to bring to light evidence of this. As I do not have the rights to reprint any of his works, I will title the pieces I discuss throughout this chapter so that you may do an internet search on them for yourself. The Benoi Madonna, 1478, a young mother, virgin, is illustrated here offering a white flower, a crucifer, to the baby, which alludes the sacrifice of Christ. Both have halos to show their higher mental functioning. Interestingly, the landscape once evident in the window was painted over for reasons unknown. The Baptism of Christ, 1478. This piece of art is astounding and full of symbolism. Above is a white bird surrounded by light, being given to Christ, Holy Spirit. From this direction there is a black bird flying to the left into a pine tree, Pineal, and one on the right flying into two conifers, the two lobes of the pituitary. Interestingly, Manly Hall notes that nests, bird nests, angel nests, were often used by the mysteries as symbolic of the choroid plexuses. Within this picture, centrally, Jesus is being baptized by light from above, with a cruciform as a halo, hands in the prayer position and feet submerged in the river Jordan. To the left of Christ is John the Baptist holding a staff. The staff has a cross on the top and the bottom is in the river. Just below the cross on the staff is a small structure which holds uncanny resemblance to the brainstem. To the right of Christ are two angels, a male and female, holding clean garments, ready to clothe the purified Son of God. We can also see mountains in the picture, which could represent the Mount of Olives, of the brainstem, where the Christ oil is refined en route back towards the pineal. The Annunciation, 1478. In the distance of this painting are large mountains and water, similar to that within the Baptism of Christ, painted in the same year. Could Da Vinci have been communicating to events paralleled in time? This seems more plausible when one notices the sun-like halo over the woman's head, sun energy, the gold drape covering her navel area, solar plexus, and the clear drapes, CSF, covering the red stand, blood, which holds a book, knowledge. The woman is welcoming a white angel, Moon, who is holding up two fingers, lines of energy, and holding the same white flowers that are engraved into the woman's white lectern, spiritual body. Fascinatingly, closer inspection of the lectern appears to be representing a body, with 2 feet at the base and a shell shape at the top, covered in spirals, vortex energy. To me, this picture instantly appeared to be representative of the delivery of the Christ, baptized in the Jordan, oil to the physical body. The Adoration of the Magi, 1481. Although the purpose of this altarpiece appears to be an easy one to interpret based on the baby Jesus and Mother Mary at the center, surrounded by adoring worshippers, my attention was caught by the figure on the far right looking off the page. It is suggested that this person is a self-portrait of Leonardo at age 30. If so, it seems more than coincidental that the self-portrait is not only of a person the same age as Jesus at baptism, purification, but the figure is also looking away from the immense imagery at the center of the page, as if showing that everyone else is looking in the wrong direction, or interpreting incorrectly. The Virgin of the Rocks, 1486. Here, The Virgin Mary has a golden drape covering her solar plexus, like in the Annunciation, and is holding the baby Saint John, who is praying to the baby Christ. The baby Christ is pointing at John with 2 fingers and is being held by the angel Gabriel, who is also pointing at John with 1 straight finger. In the middle, Mary holds the baby John with her right hand and is holding her left hand directly over the pointed finger of Gabriel and the baby Jesus, who also happens to be sitting with his legs crossed over. This picture appears, then, to be illustrating the Christ seed preparing to enter the solar plexus. Da Vinci produced a second version of this image. Clearly, it must have been of significance to him, at around 1508. A key adaptation is that baby John is now holding a staff. Homo Virtuvianus, 1490. Leonardo had a fascination with human anatomy and spent much of his later career studying the human body, both internally and externally, possibly in search of internal evidence of the sacred royal marriage. His drawings depict the perfect design of the human figure and its corresponding likeness to the rules of sacred geometry. Allegory on the Fidelity of the Lizard, 1496. This sketch shows a lizard and a snake battling ahead of a man sleeping under a tree. To me, this appears to be representing the reptilian part of the brain trying to fight against the serpent energy. The Last Supper, 1498. Probably the most astounding painting of Da Vinci's is that of the Last Supper, whereby Jesus and his disciples are sitting at a long table. Santos Bonacci and Manley Hall both claim that within this picture the disciples are using hand gestures to symbolize their corresponding star constellation. And from inspection, I agree. As mentioned in Chapter 10, by paying close attention to the hand gestures of each follower of Christ, the disciples begin with Aries, the start of the astrological year, and follow through to Pisces, the end of the astrological year. In Da Vinci's painting, one can clearly see Judas, Cancer, who has spilled salt, sitting by Peter, Leo, Mary Magdalene, in place of John to show a clearer depiction of Virgo, and James, Libra. From this, Leonardo's fascination with spiritual practices seems evident. Leda and the Swan, 1508, inspired by Greek mythology whereby the god Zeus, in the form of a swan, seduces a woman named Leda who later gave birth to an egg-bearing twins. As swans are frequently used to symbolize purity and Leda gave birth to an egg rather than a live child, this image could be symbolic of God energy entering the body and producing the spiritual egg. Interestingly, Leda's hair is also plaited and dangles in serpent-like shapes. Thinking astrologically, though, with the swan as Sagittarius, the eggs as Gemini and Leda as Virgo, see Chapter 5 for a reminder of zodiac symbolism, then one would not have to look far to see that these would be the other 3 dominating constellations during the age of Pisces. Virgo and Pisces complemented each other during the equinoxes and Sagittarius and Gemini complemented each other during the solstices. Raphael Sanzio de Urbino Raphael was influenced by the work of Da Vinci, and possibly learned the same philosophies. Some of his most notable paintings are, Mon Crucifixion, 1502. This image shows the crucified Christ, with the sun to his right, rising in the east, and the moon to his left. Under the sun in his right hand, a red-winged angel is capturing the blood pouring from him. Under the moon in his left hand, a blue-winged angel is capturing the blood pouring from him. There is a body of water behind Christ, centrally, and both Marys plus John the Evangelist and Saint Jerome are at the base of the cross. This phenomenon could be related to a person's light codes harvesting the cosmic influences from the plasma of the body. Coronation of the Virgin, 1504. This painting depicts 2 distinct scenes. The higher, spiritual part of the photo shows the Virgin Mary being crowned by Jesus whilst angels are playing music, whereas the lower, earthly half show the apostles gathered around the empty tomb of Mary, whose body has been raised to heaven. Thus, Christ will crown all who are able to bring their body to the place of the Lord, higher states. Madonna of Foligno, 1511, my personal favorite piece of art out of them all. In the center is Mother Mary holding the baby Christ. They are framed by the sun and borne by a cloud of angels. Immediately below them is a rainbow and another angel who appears to be holding a blank plaque. Observing the scene are John the Baptist pointing up, Saint Francis of Assisi pointing down but looking up, Sigismondo de Conti dressed in red and Saint Jerome dressed in blue. This painting could be seen as the initial prophecy, with a blank plaque showing that the true interpretation is up to the observer. The School of Athens, 1511. This painting shows a number of philosophers, including Plato, Aristotle, Socrates, Pythagoras, and Ptolemy, to name a few. It depicts distinct branches of knowledge. Even Da Vinci has been painted as a model of Plato. Many believe this to be showing the high regard that Raphael held for the painter. Personally, though, I think Raphael was communicating the idea of Da Vinci being divinely inspired. The Transfiguration, 1520, the piece is considered Raphael's finest work, although it remains unfinished by him. Within this painting are a vast number of events happening at once. Obviously, Christ transfiguring into pure white is dominating the piece centrally. Other key figures include Moses, Elijah, James, Peter, and John, whom were present during Christ's transfiguration. Below, Jesus' other 9 disciples are trying and failing to heal a possessed man, looking into a book for the answers rather than at Christ. Thus, this piece appears to be showing that our connection to Christ and associated healing abilities lies between heaven and earth, within ourselves. Michelangelo, another famous artist who worked alongside Da Vinci, was Michelangelo. Michelangelo was predominantly a sculptor during his artistic career. However, he was commissioned to paint the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel. Michelangelo incorporated a variety of key biblical stories in his mural of art. Note, however, that Michelangelo was condemned by Pope Paul IV at the time for his developed belief in spiritualism and direct communication with God, without the need for a church. The Pope even stopped Michelangelo's pension and defiled his paintings to conceal their original form. Yet, the mural of art upon the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel is still as popular today as it always has been. The separation of light from darkness, 1512, God is central in this painting, separating the light from the dark, and is framed by 2 shields, one above and one below, and 4 sleepy angels, one in each corner. This painting clearly shows the human spinal cord and brain stem leading up to the center of God's chest and throat. Thus, the voice of God is the brain of man, who was given the intelligent power to separate the metaphorical light from dark. What's more, further down in the image one can see that God's robe twists at the waist, revealing the optic nerves from 2 eyes, hinting at the connection between light and optical function when reaching out to God, or true crucifixion within. The creation of Adam, 1512, Michelangelo's creation of Adam is one of the most replicated religious paintings of all time. It depicts God as an elderly white-bearded man wrapped in a red cloak and surrounded by 12 angels, reaching out to Adam, man, on the left. The fact that Adam and God are yet to touch shows that God is awaiting our return with open arms. The 12 angels also likely represent the 12 signs of the zodiac which hold God's power. The most intriguing part of this image, however, is the fact that the cloak of God is swaying in an unnatural way, which very clearly resembles the human brain. The mural by Michelangelo is known to secretly depict a range of human organs within the various forms of God. For this reason, it is believed that the meaning behind this mural is not of God giving intelligence to Adam, but rather that intelligence and observation of the human body makes it possible to lead without the necessity of the church directly. That is, that we all have a unique ability to communicate with God through our own human form, created by intelligent design. Other notable pieces: Alchemy, 1738. This piece within Clavis Artist Volume 2 clearly shows the masculine and feminine coming together in sacred union within a vase, with a pine cone emanating from the top. To the left is a single star flower, constellation, and to the right are 2 twinned flowers, the pituitary. Many of the pieces within Clavis Artist appear to present imagery regarding enlightenment via the sacred secretion and endocrine alchemy. Simply type Clavis Artist into your internet search engine and witness these for yourself. The Black Madonna of Montserrat, Spain. Here, the Virgin Mother holds a globe in one hand, earth energy, and her other is around a child on her lap. This child points up to the heavens, cosmos, with his right hand and is holding a pine cone in his left. Both are wearing crowns as signs of their sovereignty and enlightenment. Moving art, films and movies are able to elicit emotional responses and encode subliminal messaging within the subconscious without a person even realizing. I particularly find it simple to elicit connections to the sacred secretion with fictional moving pictures such as Star Wars and Harry Potter, both of which demonstrate the power of energy use and intent in order to create light. Whether these writers were consciously or unconsciously divinely influenced is besides the point. The fact remains that the cosmos speak out and we are now wise enough to understand. Summary and personal reflection: this by no means exhausts the vast artistic works that show the story of the internal Christ but opens up the doors for further study. As the right side of the brain is swayed towards visually stimulating means of communication, the manifestation of this phenomenon by way of both artists and authors seems to be God's way of ensuring that this message is accessible to all. And who knows, maybe these artists channeled source energy and have depicted light codes within these visuals, awaiting the students with eyes to see to uncover them and awaken. Chapter 19 in English. Within this chapter, I have sought to explain what I believe is happening at the time of the sacred secretion in one clear swoop. I compiled this explanation using both the science of body physiology and ancient wisdom tales, particularly the New Testament of the Bible. Distant star constellations, including the zodiac belt, communicate with our own sun via stellar signaling. These influence the solar winds emitted by the sun, which pass through the plasmic magnetosphere of the planet until translated by the electron-rich ionosphere into light language comprehensible by Earth. To accommodate for changes in solar communication, sodium molecules, cell salts, are produced in the body in order for balance to be maintained throughout the year. At birth, a more direct impact from these solar winds would have caused our own bodies to adapt in an attempt to restore this balance. Correspondingly, energy from the dominating stellar signaling at this time would have been used to restore synchronicity, generating a magnetic signature and claustrum blueprint. Throughout the next 12 years of life as the human organism matured, signals from arrays of cosmic forces would have charged and influenced the body. Notably, at age 12, the pineal gland is said to be fully developed. Thus, the sacred seed can begin the early stages of preservation. It's no wonder that teenagers have vast mood swings, rebel against the system and want to sleep so much, at which time, a lot of learning happens. Some take longer than others to repent past life karma and reach a stage of enlightenment and spiritual maturity which can consent to the impregnation of the heavenly gift. Eventually, though, as an adult, when our closest cosmic body, the moon, reflects energy from our dominating star sign, magic happens. As lunar frequency begins its journey into your star sign, starting with the void period just before, this electromagnetic signal travels through the layers of Gaia, as if literal angels are delivering a heavenly savior, to the body of all resonating antennas. At such a time, biomagnetite molecules respond magnetically, exciting the brain. The claustrum releases its neuropeptides to the pineal and pituitary, hence, using neural somatostatin in its body to spiritually link both the mother and father, stimulating them to release their sacred secretions, milk and honey, nectar and ambrosia. Further signals are sent to the choroid plexus, elves, dictating which ions, gifts, to transport into the CSF from the blood, which pass into the third ventricle, the womb. This vibrant water then flows past the cerebellum, tree of knowledge, and medulla as it descends down towards the lumbar base of the spinal cord. Here, at the base of the spine, above the root chakra, the animal instincts, the triangular sacrum, the 5 fused vertebrate with a stable appearance that holds our sacral chakra, responsible for pleasure-seeking, holds the fluid just long enough for the cascade of chemicals to intertwine, as a result of the crossing over of the Ida and Pingala energies, and react to birth the crysted substance. From here, it must reach the land of light, the solar plexus, protected and empowered by the gifts of the Magi, the 3 cell salts required to balance the composition and electromagnetic sensitivity of the salt-fueled CSF, and the loving mother hormones from the pituitary, vasopressin to harmonize electrolyte balance in the holy waters and oxytocin for a feeling of love, calm and tranquility, in order to survive its fragile infancy stage. The sacred secretion is then uncoiled, awakened, and propelled back up the spinal cord by the sacral pump, a regular rhythmic motion. As this vibrant fluid, homing the protected Chrism, travels back up 30 of the spine's vertebrate, electrified by the motion of the moving waters, like an aquifer, the fluid containing the spiritual seed reaches the back of the throat, chakra, hence why Christ began preaching at age 30. From here, the holy waters pass the olives, hence the orthodox idea of baptism by olive oil to light the lamp. Leviticus 24:2, Exodus 29:7, Exodus 30:23, Matthew 25:4, and the final 3 vertebrae. Eventually, the electromagnetic internal waters direct the Christ oil until it climbs the highest mountain, the pyramids of the brainstem, and transfigures before the eyes of the prophets, previously invisible genetic potential. Once combined with the input from the vagus nerve, the tree of life, allowing for improved oxygen transport as this nerve stimulates the lungs to breathe, the Christ seed becomes holy, whole, the spirit molecule. It is then betrayed, which translates as double-crossed, by the directional flow of the Ida and Pingala energies and is crucified at Golgotha, the place of the skull, between 2 thieves, the eyes. In anatomy, this is referring to the CSF passing the optic chiasm, the crossover made by the 2 optic nerves from the eyes. This crucifixion is ahead of the 2 parts of the pituitary gland, hence, the 2 Marys who witnessed the death. After, Jesus said, "It is finished," then bowed his head and gave up his spirit, John 19:30. Now circulating within the blood and electromagnetic field of the body, the spirit molecule awakens the holy men, ancestral receptor sites. In an alkaline body, this spiritual essence within the blood plasma can return again to the brain, signaled by the biomagnetite, through the filtration system of the choroid plexus. After passing the substantia nigra, in darkness, the essence reaches the lateral ventricle covered by the septum pellucidum. Note, septum pellucidum is Latin for 7 seal angels, just like those detailed within the biblical revelations. Septum means 7, pel is skin or folds/wraps/scrolls, and lucidum means light or angels. Thus, it can be inferred that it is when the chrism reaches this holy place that the real work begins. The Bible states that Jesus was not dormant during his days of preservation in the tomb. Instead, he was very active, traveling through time and space to heal and redeem all parts of himself and his ancestors, past, present and future. Likewise, the book of Revelation states that the unlocking of the 7 scrolls has a purging and cleansing effect on the earth, body. After passing the septum pellucidum, the sacred secretion is then concealed behind the rock-like thalamus. Christ was clothed in white and laid inside the tomb, sealed with a rock. Here, it is bathed constantly in electromagnetic CSF and lunar light codes, increasing in power. Interestingly, if the thin membrane septum pellucidum sealing the lateral ventricle is removed during a dissection, the observer would find what appears to be a small body, the head and body of the caudate nucleus, with the claustrum above its head, where a large neuron referred to as the crown of thorns resides from. The moon's magnetic effects on the magnetite of the brain and the hormone-inhibiting enzymes from the claustrum signal the Christ energy to remain dormant for about 2.5 days. During these days of preservation, the chemicals within the fluid are vulnerable to being consumed by the blood, physical limitations, and inhibited before reaching their full potential. Thus, though his body, physical, remained and was placed in a place of rest, John 19:40-43, his spirit traveled and continued to do healing work. Peter 3:18-20, Psalm 68:18, Ephesians 4:8 and Luke 16 all explain that Christ was put to rest, renewal, in the flesh but made alive in the spirit, in which he went and proclaimed to those of the underworld/his inner world and healed the debts of his ancestors, then visited paradise. Hence, his death enabled him to break free from the bondage and remove the barrier between realms, earth and heaven. About 3 days later, his spirit and body are reunited, John 20. After the preservation period, the oil has refined into the mystical ichor fluid which triggers the emergence of the 3 layers of Christ, 1 John 5-8, evident in the water, CSF, neurotransmitter, blood, hormone, and spirit, the light code energy field, quantum DMT. Once pure and increased in power, the Christ energy can be reborn via the corpus callosum, pure white, myelinated nerve fibers connecting the left and right/physical and spiritual/logic and creative brain hemispheres, hence the white robes left upon the rock in the tomb of Christ, and stimulate the cranial nerves, notably the vagal tone, thus increasing oxygen and alkalinity levels throughout the body. Similarly, CSF flows back through the subarachnoid space into the dural sinuses towards the heart, the center of the body's electromagnetic field, and returns to the blood. At this point, increased oxytocin from the heart expands this chakra center and enables the felt experience associated with peace and harmony, supporting the anchoring in and embodiment of these higher frequencies of love. At the same time, effective vasopressin release increases vibrant water levels in the body, allowing for more light to be held, which supports light body activation. Action potentials are also sent throughout the body, opening pathways to allow ions to flow into cells that support healing and regeneration, as well as increased receptor sites for upgrades to the pineal and its brood metabolites. Moreover, surges of electrons are sent through the body, regulating its voltage, and the CSF around the pineal stimulates the piezoelectric effect, leading to an upgrade in the body's charge, allowing one the ability to tap into the Christos fractal family of light, Christed consciousness codes, and into the 5D realm and beyond. Here, it can be seen that an entire chakra/energy system upgrade occurs. This stimulates more vibrant secretions, including thyroid hormone which is responsible for how much energy we generate by switching up mitochondria energy production within our cells, further enhancing light body embodiment and activations. Spirits and light beings may also see your inner light and know whether they can communicate with you. This process enhances communicative ability of the whole body, flipping the switch and turning up the DMT thermostat. The receptor sites, holy men, previously awakened can now receive the truth and reconnect to Father energy, source, a living light code. At which point, your senses are overtaken. As it is reabsorbed again into the cardiovascular system, new blood is produced and the thalamic gate, to heaven, opens, allowing the energy to move through to the thalamus and access the reticular activating system, responsible for our levels of wakefulness and experiencing greater levels of awareness, hence the term waking up. This arouses the neocortex, the front, human part of the brain, which vibrates into higher brain wave patterns. We are now operating at a higher level. This further stimulates the pineal, causing it to vibrate rapidly, producing luciferin, inner light, which aids communication between all parts of the body, physically and spiritually, and increases the energy influx to and from the crown chakra, source. Furthermore, as we become more aware of our reality and sensitive to the energies within our environment, conscious guardian angels, spirits entangled to us that are vibrating on a higher plane, such as healthy ancestors, will be able to interact with us easier, and we may even become more clairvoyant and psychic. Our vibrant energy will also influence electromagnetic frequencies within our physical world. Due to this, we are more susceptible to messages, often in the form of synchronicities such as repeated number patterns and visits from wild creatures. The Lord worked with them and confirmed His word by the signs that accompanied it. Mark 16:20. You will see synchronicities and understand them to be a sign that you are on the right path, resonating with Gaia and Source. Because of this increased intuition, trust the messages that you receive and your initial thoughts and instincts. As Jesus said to His followers, when they arrest you, do not worry about what to say or how to say it, for it will not be you speaking, but the Spirit of your Father speaking through you. You will feel more connected to the cosmos through an increased sensitivity to energies and higher planes of existence. The universe will literally be able to communicate with you, and your awareness of reality will be at a level high enough to interpret it. The sacred secretion is therefore a spiritual conception, of a virgin, if you will. As the book of Revelation states, a great and wondrous sign appeared in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun, with the moon under her feet and a crown of 12 stars on her head. She was pregnant. Then an enormous red dragon appeared with 7 heads. The dragon stood in front of the woman who was giving birth, so that he might devour her child the moment it was born. When analyzed metaphorically and numerically, it can be seen that this passage is explaining that you will give birth when the moon is in your sun sign, as the moon is at the foot of the main constellation, out of the 12 that crowned you and influenced the stellar mineral cell salts that clothed you at birth, when you were pure, a virgin. It is then, through the mastery of our own energy field and egotistic desires, that we can conquer the dragon, the lower self, that would otherwise consume the child/seed. That's not to say, however, that all will be at peace, love and light after successfully preserving one sacred secretion. As more light is drawn into the body, more shadows, trauma, stored negative thoughts and emotions, unserving habits, debilitating relationships, karmic bonds, etc., are brought to the surface in order to be cleared. This is an essential part of the process, though, as releasing shadows enables more space in the body to hold light. Beings who ascend to higher levels of consciousness are also able to clear the karma/karmic cycles of others. This happens because your DNA activations and biophotonic exchanges begin to trigger others as DNA codes are shared, discussed in Chapter 6. Sometimes, though, being in such a position can be exhausting if you have not yet learned to protect yourself from energy vampires, people who may be drawn to you for help but not yet in control of their own sovereign vibration, or whose egos release feelings of pleasure at making you feel bad. Protecting yourself can be done simply by wearing protective crystals such as tiger's eye or orgone, or by regularly partaking in kundalini, visualization or meditative practices which clear your field. It will also mean that some people and situations are forced to leave your life as they are no longer a vibratory match, so try to see all that is unfolding as happening for you rather than to you. Personally, I tend to simply state, light or leave, and fluff out my energy field to clear it. You can also ask, do you come in love? 3 times. Energies that don't will often dart at this point, as even the frequency of the word love is too high for them to tolerate. Basically, as we ascend and our DNA reconstructs to hold more light, it may feel like being the shuttlecock in a game of badminton as the body is constantly learning to navigate through dimensions. At which time, it is important to just allow the experience to play out and observe your needs. If the body needs more rest, grant it. If it needs more fruit, consume it. Your body is your spirit's vehicle, so developing a trusting relationship with it is paramount. Summary and personal reflection. In short, the sacred secretion is the name given to the scientific description of the physical release of Christ's light codes and DMT, as well as the spiritual description of the religious story of Jesus. By taking back control of our past conditioning and increasing our understanding of collective consciousness, we become enlightened. And through enlightenment we find true peace and happiness. But, just as a mother during pregnancy follows rules to keep a baby healthy, we must do the same for the spiritual child. By preserving the seed within a nutritionally dense environment, we allow it the opportunity to grow. We give it life. Therefore, the many stories of Jesus healing are, in fact, Testimonies for how the sacred preservation can heal one's body and soul, from healing sight and speech to awakening the dead cells, and finding clarity. By preserving the sacred secretion and increasing its charge during the 2 to 3 days that the moon is in our star sign each month, we can trigger a highly vibrant fluid and frequency throughout our body that improves our consciousness and psychic awareness. Eventually, enough cell receptor sites and DMT-producing genes can be resurfaced to enhance this accessibility constantly. At which time, one can consciously tap into this source energy via self-communication, such as intuition and meditation. The purpose of the secretion of this colostrum oil is for healing and connection. By empowering ourselves and nurturing the solar seed into strength and consciousness, we not only heal ourselves, but we send healing to the larger organism, Gaia, which in turn signals greater healing to the even larger consciousness, God the universe. However, as humans have developed in the image of the gods, we have acquired free will. Therefore, the Christ spirit cannot merely enter our bodies and control our actions. As conscious organisms, we must make the choice to raise this secretion and connect to the larger energetic functionings of the universe. The art of preserving the spirit molecule is a lifeline provided by the cosmos in the most beautiful, metaphoric way in order to ensure that only those who have the cosmic understanding and spiritual maturity to give consent for their temple body to be used for the increase of sacred energy in this way, can. By choosing to engage with Christ consciousness, you give power to the light. It feels apt here to finish with a quote from one of the most powerful, fictional, wizards of all time. Summary of Part 2 within his book Ion, Carl Jung, 1959, endeavors to describe the connection between astrology and the human soul, providing an interpretation of a piece by Sendivogius, whereby water is described as the hiding place of a treasure. This treasure, influenced by celestial forces, is said to be the fire element of awakening. It is my belief that this treasure is the sacred secretion. Awareness of the inner Christ residing and rising in all of us as part of a natural biorhythm of the human body is a phenomenon that has been concealed within the art and literature of mankind throughout history. This knowledge is now coming to light again, encouraged by the 5D upgrades of the collective consciousness. Therefore, preserving the sacred secretion is a spiritual process that connects the microcosm of man to the macrocosm of the universe. In order to enhance this connection, various structures and tools have been used. Part 2 of this book came to tie together all of the science described in Part 1 in order to elicit a range of interpretations and presentations of this spiritual practice and to illustrate evidence for its advocation from a range of sources. Next, in Part 3, I endeavor to describe some of my own tried and tested practices for preservation. Figure 31, Sacred Secret Connections, Part 3 The Process of Preservation. Chapter 20 Preserving the Secretion, a recipe. It is essential to preserve the sacred secretion in order to allow it to increase in energetic vibration, particularly during the 2.5 days of rest. Some people don't even realize that they are doing this, and all happens behind the scenes due to their lifestyle being so supportive. Preservation is made by healing ourselves physically, psychologically and spiritually so that we may prepare the way for the Lord, by making straight paths for Him. Mark 1:3. In the modern world, we are heavily bombarded by media and advertisements, as well as hormonal manipulations, such as MSG fooling our brains into believing that rotten food tastes good. Consequently, preserving the Christos is a conscious process and one that should not be taken lightly. Even the tales of Jesus himself speak of temptation and mood swings, but it's perseverance that is key, and a little forgiveness for yourself when things don't go as planned. This chapter is a collaboration of the laws given by Jesus in the Bible for how to connect with God consciousness and the scientific knowledge that we now have. I have also included references to my own beliefs, based on my own research and successful, and unsuccessful, practices. In the next chapter, an attempt has been made to put all of these ideologies together in the form of a preservation diary. For now, let's explore some key points with regards to preservation. Decalcify the pineal. This is the most crucial factor. As the pineal is the throne of God, it must be free to do its alchemical work in order to both produce, save and signal the return of the chrism. There are two key aspects of decalcifying the pineal gland. The first is to prevent any further calcification and the second is to remove the existing calcification. Ways to decalcify and awaken your pineal include, getting outside in the sun. Vitamin D is necessary to mobilize calcium throughout the body. Grounding to the earth at the same time will also help to reset your circadian rhythm and provide healing frequencies to the whole body. Sunlight also aids the body in maintaining its natural electric charge. Sleeping in complete darkness, this is when the pineal produces melatonin and brain waves slow to a healing state. It is also recommended that blue light blocking glasses are worn after sunset in order to support the body in maintaining an accurate circadian rhythm. Meditation, this triggers the pineal gland to produce melatonin and DMT, thus making visions more easily obtained. Meditating specifically on the idea of a healthy, fully functioning pineal will also send the necessary signals into your body of what is required of it. Filtering water, to reduce toxins. I personally use a combination of spring water, distilled and Berkey filter, which I can then remineralize and bless. Leaving water out in the natural sunlight can also be effective at structuring it in a way that is preferable for absorption by the body. Using a non-fluoride toothpaste, to reduce intake of fluoride, at the very least, thoroughly rinse the mouth after brushing. Currently, I use a bio-white tooth powder and swish with coconut oil and oregano oil. Consume an iodine supplement. This removes heavy metals and toxins from the body and supports hormone regulation. A high-quality seaweed-based product from less polluted waters is usually best, such as Icelandic sea kelp. Eat organically. Glyphosate shuttles aluminium to the pineal and binds to minerals so that they cannot be absorbed. So eat as naturally as possible. I also regularly affirm that my pineal is healthy and fully functioning. Mitochondria as the mothership. In simple terms, molecules from the food we eat combine with oxygen and light as part of the mitochondrial electron transport chain to produce energy, adenosine triphosphate, ATP, which the body uses to stay alive. Interesting note, the inner mitochondrial membrane responsible for energy production is twisted into structures called cristae, which are serpent-shaped. When grateful, we tell our body that we're safe. Dr. Martin Picard, a mitochondria researcher, claims that people with the most mitochondria enzymes in their morning blood have a higher positive effect when they woke up. Furthermore, as mitochondria are responsible for energy production in the body, the quantity and quality of these organelles within us dictates our mood, our ability to heal and our overall physical appearance. Mitochondria can even be parallel to the divine feminine as they are passed down through the mother's ancestral line only. Studies have shown that magnetic exposure enhances nutritional intake and changes molecules within the body, as we already know. As discussed throughout this text, magnetic influence pulls apart ions and changes the chemical composition of various molecules, such as salt. Mitochondria are no exception from this, as these tiny organelles are reported to react more to electromagnetic fields than diet, so the negative impact of EMFs such as 5G, as well as the positive effects of practices such as grounding, are increasingly paramount. In addition, the glymphatic system of the body, the clearance pathway for CSF, requires well-functioning mitochondria in order to work effectively. A point I absolutely love is that mitochondria is believed to be the true name of the midichlorians described within the fictional Star Wars movies. As more midichlorians in the body met a stronger connection with Force energy, one could speculate whether the creators of this genius series had some insider knowledge that they were trying to communicate. Especially as Anakin himself was said to have been born from immaculate conception. According to Magenta Pixie, 2019, who transmits information from a consciousness called 9, raising this serpent energy provides a higher charge to the mitochondria, thus emitting a liquid plasma. This then begins to spin at such a high frequency that fire is created and carbon-based DNA is alchemicalized into silicate-based, crystal, DNA. Following that, the pineal gland is flooded with liquid plasmic light, quantum DMT, which emits a frequency synchronized with the Schumann resonance. In her book, Magenta Pixie claims that soul families incarnate in large clusters. During the incarnated life in human form, if one of those souls enlightens their mitochondria in this way, the rest of the soul family begin to resonate, also. In this way, we strengthen, heal and empower each other by means of awakening to become a larger, spiritual, organism. It is due to this connection that different methods of enlightenment have developed as soul families can be at differing points within the ascension and with varying life missions from each other. As mitochondria have a plasma membrane, and potentially emit a liquid plasma light which raises up the body, the mitochondria bear much comparison to ourselves on a smaller scale, as they also use the energy from their macroorganism to literally empower and enlighten both themselves and their larger organism, for the greater good of all. One form of energy goes in and another form of energy comes out in a reciprocal relationship between the microcosm and the macrocosm. In short, mitochondria, from a physical mother, produce light, energy, which becomes pure and strengthened when ascended, up to the pineal, the throne of the Father, awakening dormant DNA, ancestral knowledge, both physical and spiritual, which can save the world, by means of awakening further soul families and strengthening the Schumann resonance, Earth shield and defender. In this way, the mitochondria can be seen as mini-suns inside of us and we can be seen as mini-suns for Gaia, Earth stars, if you will. Dave Asprey first coined the term biohacks some years back as a way of grouping practices which can be manipulated in order to stimulate a particular response from the body. Here is a list of a few biohacks which can be put into your daily routine in order to increase mitochondrial levels. Cold thermogenesis. This was made famous by Wim Hof, who showed how cold exposure can increase norepinephrine, noradrenaline, in the brain fivefold. Due to such, the body is able to better handle stress, heal damaged cells, improve signaling between neurons and increase resilience levels, which correspond with improved mood, energy and focus. According to Rhonda Patrick, the shock of the cold also stimulates mitochondrial reproduction as a way of enhancing survival as they burn more energy to turn into heat. Basically, the mitochondria panic because of the cold, so produce more of themselves so that they are more likely to stay alive if they encounter the cold again. Taking a cold shower for a few minutes a day is an easy practice for this biohack. Interestingly, a cold shower in the morning wakes you up, but a cold shower at night helps you to sleep. Heat exposure. Heat acts as a mild stress signal on the body and triggers adaptation, such as increased mitochondrial capacity. Low EMF infrared saunas are an effective means of accommodating these. Red and near-infrared light therapy. These enhance the efficiency of mitochondrial energy production and improve cellular communication. Sleep. The brain detoxes during sleep, ridding the body of products that are damaging to mitochondria. Sunlight. Vitamin D is necessary for mitochondrial function and even promotes mitochondrial biogenesis. Nutrients. Like all living things, mitochondria require certain nutrients for optimal function. These include B vitamins, minerals, for example fulvic/shilajit and Celtic sea salt, coenzyme Q10, abundant in animal products but also found in fermented foods, and creatine, rich in meat and fish but also found in vegetarian sources such as milk, peppers, shallots, mushrooms, tomatoes, cranberries and seeds, to name a few. Fasting. According to Adays, 2019, reducing calorie intake is the most successful way to enhance longevity and increase mitochondria efficiency. Although, remember that fasting is very different to starving yourself. Exercise. When we work out it stresses our muscle mitochondria which signal for more energetic demand from the rest of the body. The body responds by signaling for increased mitochondria production. Exercise also increases biophoton exchange and loosens muscles to be able to hold more light energy, supporting the building of a grounded light body. Meditation. Stress can alter mitochondria structure and function. As a way of managing stress, meditation is effective. Meditation can also upregulate genes that are linked to healthy mitochondrial function. Adays, 2019. I also affirm to myself that health-optimizing mitochondria thrive and are constantly increasing in my body and that my aura is my shield from health-deteriorating frequencies, such as 5G. Meditation. In the beginning, angels would appear and communicate to biblical prophets such as Joseph in dreams. Nowadays, we know that when the physical body is engaged in meditation or trance, our brain waves mimic those of a dreaming state. Furthermore, meditation has proven to calm the mind, improve concentration, promote rational thinking, boost the immune system, heal disease, reduce stress, increase happiness, slow aging and raise the physical body's astral vibration. Daily meditation is needed when taking control of your own mind. This is particularly true during the 2.5 days of preservation. As the preservation days are a time of rest, it is obvious that regular meditating is one of the most beneficial factors and directly influences every other point this chapter makes. Whilst the Chrism is resting, it is gaining energy. Meditation allows this energy to become more concentrated and vibrationally more powerful as the body is told to focus on this strengthening. The flow of CSF is further enhanced by mindful breathing due to the fact that it stimulates the rhythmic movement from the sacrum bone and skull, thus further energizing the resting oil. It takes 12 hours for a complete circuit of CSF through your body, making conscious breathing and regular meditating essential during the preservation days so that the sacred secretion is flushed with a more energized and vibrant fluid. Furthermore, on the surface of the pineal are tiny hairs called cilia. If CSF is accelerated by rhythmic breathing, the hairs are tickled, which further stimulates the pineal. Therefore, meditate every day, even if it is just for 1 minute, with eyes closed and noticing your breath, or the taste of your food, or the feel of the bed sheets. It can also be useful to listen to mantras and music during meditation to enhance the tranquil experience. Scientific studies have proven that vibrations at the appropriate frequency literally clean the cerebrospinal fluid, which bathes and constantly purifies the brain. This is due to the fact that the vibrations exert a massaging effect on the brain and facilitate the secretion of metabolic chemicals into the CSF. Vocalization also has this effect, which likely supported the speedy mass evolution of the human species shortly following the development of speech. Frequencies at 432 Hz or 528 Hz are best as our bodies resonate at these frequencies, although there are many others that can alter and manipulate the vibrations of our cells in order to achieve a specific outcome. For example, listening to 396 Hz to deal with grief or 639 Hz for reconnecting within a relationship. In addition to the above, as the breath controls psychophysiological and neurophysiological systems of the body, when you inhale your heart rate increases slightly and blood vessels constrict, thus activating the sympathetic system. When you exhale, heart rate decreases slightly and blood vessels dilate, returning the body to parasympathetic. From this, one can see the continual, subtle pulsation associated with the breath. Learning to control breath can therefore give an individual the power to control their body. Disciplined use of the diaphragm when breathing also massages the vagus nerve, hence stimulating every organ of the body. Alternate nostril breathing is effective for the same reasons. According to Dawson Church, 2018, meditation increases levels of circulating stem cells, dissipates plaque on the brain, improves memory and attention, boosts serotonin, repairs DNA, regulates inflammation, boosts the immune system, repairs skin, bone, cartilage and muscle cells and enhances neural connections. What's more, as mentioned in Chapter 3, meditation even grows telomeres, which slows aging and increases longevity. When I know that it is approaching the time in which the sun and moon energies will align and deliver the precursors to the sacred secretion into my body, I make sure that I conduct a visualization during my meditation that sets my intent. You don't need to know exactly when this alignment happens. For example, if you are worried about the transition from tropical to sidereal, as you can use your intent to talk your body through the process regardless of exact timing. Personally, I sit in meditation and tell my body that the incoming cosmic frequencies are going to change, that the moon will soon be entering our dominating star sign, and that it will be that time again for the coming together of the masculine and feminine energies in order to birth the sacred secretion. At this point, I would begin talking my body through the process of raising the Chrism, visualizing an essence of light in my sacrum, which raises up my spine, passing each chakra, towards the brainstem. From here, I would imagine the sacred oil passing between the eyes, the place of crucifixion. I then tell my body that this precious substance must be preserved and purified within the chamber of the brain. Finally, I would remind my body that, after a few days, when the moon energy leaves and our resonance shifts again, the sacred secretion can be released in order to heal and upgrade the body to its next stage of spiritual development, ending the visualization with an image of my being surrounding in pure light and feelings of love. By conducting a visualization/meditation in this way, you are making your body aware of the approaching shift, reminding it of how the process of preservation should plan out whilst setting your intention and consenting to the light body activation. Now, your own intention for each preservation may be different, for example healing trauma, releasing karma, accessing light codes for physical upgrades, etc., so feel free to set any specific preferences of your own during the meditation. Instead, the main purpose of this is to talk your body through the act so that it knows what you want it to do when the time comes and which strands of DNA to activate. During the days of preservation, I simply remind my body to preserve the sacred secretion and keep it safe, as well as meditating on the achievement of my intent. If you are unsure, guided meditations are available from my website, www.victorialoalou.com. The benefits of meditation are enhanced further when combined with yoga practices. Kundalini. Every person's energetic signature is unique, regardless of whether you call it DNA, genetics, light codes, water drops, cosmic heritage. It is your personal blueprint. You made the choice to design it that way, just like when you start a video game and you design your character and navigate particular paths depending on what outcome you want. Ultimately, your soul will eventually try all outcomes, because why not? So there are many spiritual practices which aim to provide awakening or enlightenment. Depending on your soul inclination, you will be drawn to some more than others. And just like the energy we absorb from food, these practices may be good for most people or just a few. The most fun part of this game of life is learning what works for you. One of the easiest ways to test this is through resonance. When something is right, you know it, you feel it. A practice similar to preserving the sacred secretion is that of Kundalini Yoga. According to Barbara Clough, 2013, the Kundalini rise is a spiritual purification process. The rising of Kundalini has been likened to the preservation of the sacred secretion due to the vast similarities between the intentions of both and the ideology. Kundalini comes from the Sanskrit word for coiled and is seen as a serpent goddess energy, divine feminine, in everyone which needs to be awakened and developed in order to realize spiritual potential. Practitioners call Kundalini Yoga the yoga of awareness, because they claim it increases self-knowledge and unleashes the creative potential that exists within every human being. Kundalini/serpent energy is likened to the divine feminine as snakes symbolize wisdom, Sophia, due to their spiralized body and constant shedding/rebirthing, and can initiate an individual, just like Mary who christened Jesus in the Bible. Kundalini refers to a form of primal energy located at the base of the spine. The name derives from the ancient Hindu goddess Kundalini, a fiery female serpent that lays coiled up, asleep in the cosmic ocean, until awakened by the vibrational chanting of Om/Aum. Once awakened, she rises up to merge with Shiva, the male energy. On a macro scale, this story can be likened to moon energy within the appropriate star constellation, Milky Way, the cosmic river, which combines with the male energy of the sun. On a microscale, this story shows similarities to the magnetic moon energy pulling the inner Christ oil up towards the creator, brain. Further clarification lies in a similar tale, whereby nectar, honey, is said to rain down on the world from the love-making of Shakti and Shiva, much like the solar, golden, seed that enters one's body via the connecting sun and moon energies. In the physical body, the Kundalini resides in the spine. The two nerve channels that intertwine around the spinal column are called the Ida, the lunar, and the Pingala, the solar. At first from the head, the Pingala and Ida nerves release the male and female energy. These coil towards the base of the spine, acting as conductors of the Kundalini. As they intertwine, the vibrating nerves flow through each of the 7 main energy centers which align vertically down the spine. Each of these chakras is associated with a basic color from the spectrum of light and is located at a gland in the human body, which determines the hormonal functions. From bottom to top, these chakras are referred to as Muladhara, red, Svadhisthana, orange, Manipura, yellow, Anahata, green, Vishuddha, blue, Anya, indigo, and Sahasrara, violet. Although I personally believe that these colors are intended to merge within the spinal column as pure light, once it reaches the base of the spine, the lunar and solar energies connect. It is then, between the Muladhara and Svadhisthana chakras, within a triangular bone known as the sacrum, that the Pingala and Ida energies unite. At this point the energy rises again and increases in vibration, unblocking and realigning each of the chakras on its return journey back to the top. As each chakra is awakened, the level of consciousness is elevated. Finally, when it reaches the head, it produces an extremely profound transformation of consciousness, according to the Kundalini master, Saraswati. This is due to the energy empowering the vibration and functioning of the pineal gland. All biological consciousness is chemical in nature. It is controlled by the secretion of hormones and electrical communication in the brain. Therefore, when we directly raise the Kundalini, it increases the alchemical production of these chemicals, altering awareness. The strength of this energy can be risen through meditation, yoga, chanting and righteous living. During Kundalini Yoga, stagnant energy is released from the nervous system so that new and vibrant energy can flow in. It also improves the flow for Kundalini energy as it rises back to the skull. An important component of Kundalini Yoga and meditation is mental focus, as it deepens your awareness of the present moment. Concentration is to be fixed on the third eye point, between the brows, where the Ajna chakra lies. This stimulates the production of Kundalini energy and, thus, the secretion of chemicals from the pineal, including DMT. At the same time, the individual person must remain aware of their breath and posture so that the energy flow is not blocked. It can also be useful to listen to mind-guiding mantras, which can be found abundantly on the internet. As everything in the universe is a form of energy, and sound is vibrating energy that our ears deliver to the brain, each mantra has its own quality, rhythm and effect. This is based on the frequency of the sound and its vibrational effect on individual chakras. Those who achieve awakening through Kundalini practice claim to feel an electric current running up their spine, like a serpent, towards the cerebellum of the brain, which is shaped like wings. Also, structurally, the snake is simply a head and spine which move in a wave-like motion. Consequently, the symbol for Kundalini is a pair of snakes entwining around what appears to be a staff, through each chakra energy center, with a set of wings and a crown floating above the serpent's heads, similar to images of dragons. I will here emphasize that it is always recommended that Kundalini Yoga is practiced in the presence of a master practitioner, as even the most minute disposition could cause an array of physiological problems. For beginners who would like to try to access this energy but have not yet found an appropriate yoga class, some simple breathing and chanting can stimulate the vagus nerve, the nerve connecting the brain to every organ in the body, and CSF flow in an easier way. Montauk has some excellent videos on YouTube for this. If you're very lucky, you may even have a professional in your area who teaches Kundalini dance. Dancing is an excellent way to increase energy flow in the body. By moving and swaying to feel-good music, your body releases floods of mood-lifting hormones, including those that boost the immune system, and releases stagnant energy, opening you up to influxes of those newer, more resonant frequencies. Swaying your hips and waving/spiraling your body to a specific hertz frequency also triggers cell resonance. This is why dancing works as feng shui, energy clearing and transmuting, for the body. Remain calm and control your emotions. This practice complements the meditation example detailed previously, as the focus is on self-control. Jesus said that anyone who is angry with his brother will be subject to judgment. First go and be reconciled to your brother, then come back and offer your gift. He emphasizes settling matters quickly and moving on. This is so that the body doesn't become overexcited by the negative emotions. Therefore, during the days of preservation, focus needs to be given to allowing bodily functions to remain in a parasympathetic state, natural, secure. This is the part of the autonomic nervous system which targets the automatic functions, such as breathing, digestion and biorhythms. However, when we become angry or stressed, various chemicals, such as adrenaline and cortisol, kick in within our body that throws us into survival mode, fight or flight. Consequently, our physical body shuts down the parasympathetic system to increase the energy that it can put into the sympathetic to get us out of danger and ensure our survival. Unfortunately, these reactions prevent the body from preserving. In the Bible it says that, a man's enemies will be the members of his own household. These enemies are our dominating thoughts, our ego and the physical senses. Additionally, it is asked, why do you entertain evil thoughts in your hearts? Instead, those within the Bible praised God who had given such authority to men as to control their physiology. As a result, during the preservation days, it is important to remain focused on positive thinking and seeing reality for what it really is, rather than through the eyes of our ego and deceiving physical senses. This is due to the fact that emotional control is absolutely vital when becoming enlightened. It not only keeps the body healthy as it prevents the over-release of stress chemicals, but it also enables us to remain objective. It must be made clear, though, that emotional control is not the same as always happy. The human body is designed to feel emotion, it is our feedback loop. Trying to ignore this will only cause suppression of energy, which equates to shadows. Instead, it is recommended that energy is allowed through, to be felt and witnessed. That doesn't mean you have to play with and feed it, as this can give it power. Rather, just observe it. Say hello and let it go. If lots of negative emotions arise, just sit with them and nurture your body in any way it needs, or call in any guides, ancestors or archetypes to support you, as you could be working through a purge of shadows, a dark night of the soul, that need releasing and cleansing in order to clear your ascension path. The human body is intelligent, trust that it can do what it needs to. Abstain from immoral sexual behavior. Mary conceived the Son of God whilst a virgin, and the Bible states that Joseph had no union with Mary until she gave birth to the Son, thus abstaining from sex. It should be noted, however, that virgin historically simply meant pure and was used to describe a woman who had awakened her womb magic, see chapter 9. Sex with a loving, honoring partner was always seen as clean, so did not affect this purity or taking of virginity. Sex that was not conducted in this way, that was of selfish pleasure rather than joined matrimony, was deemed immoral or adulterant to the divine honoring of sacred union. With regards to immoral sex, like the negative effects from becoming angry and stressed mentioned within the previous point, participating within such behaviors excites the body and takes the mind's attention away from being relaxed, focusing on the production of pleasure hormones such as dopamine. Instead, this sexual energy needs to be harvested. We know that the sacred secretion is an internal alchemy in the process of turning one substance into another, such as carbon under pressure becoming a diamond. Moreover, science has shown us that thoughts, feelings, emotions and energy transfer play a crucial role in the makeup of our physical world. Thus, sexual alchemy is using this magic to turn sexual energy into manifestation energy. Therefore, during the days of preservation, abstaining from sexual desires will both hand the control over to the parasympathetic nervous system and allow a heightened creative awareness. Abstaining for sexual behavior is also common in shamanic practice prior to performing a ritual, as a way of directing energy. As discussed in chapter 9, abstinence is recommended the first time one attempts to preserve the sacred secretion. When a person, after some practice, is able to successfully channel and use this energy whilst in such euphoric, altered states, then this can be used when necessary to increase the electrical charge of the body, and sacred sex or sexual meditation may be put into practice successfully without negatively affecting the spiritual seed. Montauk Chia and Jonathan White have great content available online for exercises that improve and strengthen this clarity. Crystal elixirs. Crystal elixirs are basically water that has had its structure and vibration adjusted by crystals. Crystals can hold thoughts as well as vibrations of emotions, music, color and sound, so fully clearing, cleansing and charging the crystals used is essential. The potency of this can also be strengthened through color solarizing the water, leaving the water in the sun in colored glass that reflects the desired chakra being targeted. As water has its own vibration and crystals are perfect electromagnetic influencers, crystal elixirs allow us to consume vibrant water that our own body can use for healing and restructuring. Telling the crystal your intention for it within the elixir is good practice, as thoughts can also alter the structure of water and the frequency of crystal, too. Crystals such as quartz are even used to store information and convert one form of energy into another, evidencing their energetic memory and transformational power. Care must be taken, though, as some crystals are toxic for ingestion. Generally, the quartz family are safe, for example, using rose quartz for soothing the heart chakra or amethyst for the third eye. But always check if a crystal is safe to leave in water, first. Otherwise, just leaving the crystal next to the water or in a grid around the glass bottle is also very effective. Although elixirs only need a few minutes, they can be left longer for higher influences, such as during a full moon, new moon, or when the sun is in a particular star sign. Preparing lunar water in this way was historically known as drinking the moon and was considered a healing balm to restore health and infuse the soul with feminine, intuitive, light. Orgonite is particularly effective at altering energies as it resonates with the Schumann resonance. Hence, placing one in each corner of the room or home creates a grid that helps to eliminate radio waves and dirty electricity whilst cleansing the room's energies. Orgonite coasters can be used to charge water in a less intrusive way than standard crystal elixirs. Alicia of IORGON.com sells some amazing handmade orgonite, which she even has quality checked, and neutralizes them with a sun ring. At the time of publication, she is also accessible on Instagram at IORGON. Personally, I have a range of orgone jewelry that I wear in order to support my body's resonance with earth energies. In addition to crystal elixirs, water can be infused with solar and lunar energies in order to produce desired light codes. This is incredibly simple. All you need is a glass bottle or jar. You fill this with water and then hold it whilst setting your intention for it, for example to cleanse the heart chakra. This is then set outside, even better if you can place it on the earth to ground it, either in the sun or moon, and left for at least 12 hours. You can then safely consume this water with all of those desired light codes. Obviously, certain parts of the solar-lunar cycle hold more potency for particular codes. I always set a glass out during my sacred preservation with the intention of bringing to me any downloads that I need in order to upgrade to the next stage of my activation. As solar energy structures water into the fourth phase of easy, discussed in Chapter 4, this water is more readily absorbed and used by the cells of the body, making it the perfect delivery driver of cosmic light codes. Maintain a balanced alkaline body, as 90% of serotonin is produced in the gut, and both the foods you eat and how you eat them contribute to the body's acidity levels. A natural diet whereby healthy digestion is supported is essential. During the days of preservation in particular, the body needs to put as much energy as it can spare into relaxing, resting and increasing the vibrational potency of the stored CSF. However, an alkaline diet shouldn't be a 2.5-day thing. For the full benefits, it should become part of normal, daily routine. Blessed is anyone who does not stumble on account of me, Matthew 11:6. That's not to say that you necessarily need to cut out your morning coffee, although a dash of reishi mushroom tea added to this has a reported cascade of improved health benefits, but just being more mindful of what and why you are eating will have a profound effect. Personally, I've never felt better since switching to a predominantly alkaline diet and can seriously feel the effect on my energy levels when I sleep. A study conducted by Rudolph Wiley in 1987 even showed how an alkaline diet reduced or eliminated psychological, stress-related, psychosomatic and psychogenic symptom severity in over 85% of participants. That said, as mentioned previously, the best way to alkalize the body is through breathing. Preservation laws. Preservation is made by healing ourselves physically, psychologically and spiritually so that we may prepare the way for the Lord. From the words of Jesus, preservation is enhanced from following His law. 1. Do not get angry. Love your enemies. 2. Don't commit adultery, even mentally. 3. Pray and meditate. 4. Fast and remain alkaline. 5. Store up treasures mentally. 6. Give to the needy. Love thy neighbor. 7. Do not worry about tomorrow. 8. Do not judge or you too will be judged. 9. Do not be a hypocrite by telling others to do what you are not. 10. Ask and it shall be given. 11. A good tree produces good fruit. 12. Enter through the narrow gate, your personal path. It can be seen very clearly how these relate to the laws of Chrism preservation and, hence, should be followed. Jesus then said that, everyone who hears these words of mine and puts them into practice is like a wise man who built his house on a rock. From research and personal experience, I have found the following to be the most effective ways of preservation, to date. 1. Practice the art of having a positive, growth mindset. Learning the rules of the law of attraction are particularly beneficial here. 2. Practice being grateful and emitting love as these are the highest forms of positive vibration. 3. Pray and meditate to calm the mind and enhance oxygen intake, a key component of DMT synthesis. 4. Maintain an alkaline diet, eating as natural as you can. The less effort your body has to put into digestion and detoxifying, the more it can focus on healing and preservation. 5. Engage in feel-good activities, including exercise, to increase purification levels. 6. Commit to acts of kindness to promote feel-good hormones and a vibrant aura. 7. Be present and live in the moment to raise your unique awareness and wider perception. 8. See the bigger picture in life so that righteous actions are increased. 9. Practice what you preach so that no awkward feeling hormones are dropped into the bloodstream or conflicting energies. 10. Live with expectation, knowing that you are on the right path for you right now. 11. Eat organically to reduce the intake of toxins, such as pesticides and heavy metals. 12. Incorporate moments of deep breathing throughout the day, in nature if you can, to increase oxygen levels for the synthesis of those all-important DMT molecules and to restore the body to its natural relaxed, alkaline state. 13. Reduce EMF exposure as these can negatively influence the natural cycle that should be running according to lunar energy, not your Wi-Fi box. I would recommend keeping your phone on airplane mode, turning the Wi-Fi off at night and grounding/earthing as much as possible away from interfering fields such as phone towers to resync your body with the Earth's natural PEMF, as equally influenced by astronomical bodies such as the Sun and Moon. Regardless of your unique spirit path, these guidelines for preservation are appropriate to all, whether to raise the sacred oil or even just to optimize mental and physical health. Enhanced pineal activations will reveal the living blueprints of your soul. These are all different to support the different pillars of the Ascension and cycles of Gaia. It is for this reason that, when something doesn't resonate, we should consider this as a positive, as it confirms a truth for you. This process is a slow and steady one, upgrading at an amount just right for your most optimal Ascension timeline. So don't feel defeated if major shifts aren't obvious straight away. Simply trust yourself. Chapter 21 My Preservation Diary. During the early stages of my spiritual development, I remember explaining to my partner that when I got really into a deep meditation, I would hit a point where I couldn't get any further. I described it as feeling like I just needed to tip over, but an unexplainable feeling similar to anxiety prevented me from being able to. The emotions of excitement, confusion and disappointment brewed within me until I read DMT in the Soul of Prophecy. Here, on page 41, Rick Strassman, 2014, described my exact feeling at that point in every meditation. Yet, it was being analyzed in correspondence to his volunteers' experiences on DMT. This consolidated for me that the emotion I was feeling was due to not having enough endogenous DMT in my system to be able to let go and reach those higher states. It is my belief that by preserving the sacred secretion for long enough to turn up the thermostat, one can tune into the cosmic field of knowledge, just like the prophets and messengers of God recorded throughout history. That said, every single human body is unique and different, so although this chapter specifies some of my personal practices, it is necessary for one to adapt these to their own body. What's more, this is my personal diary, but even this alters on a monthly basis depending on how I feel physically and what I want to focus on spiritually, so never feel like this is a set-in-stone way of living for the rest of your life. Eventually, it will become second nature and you will receive the right information from your body and the universe on what you need to practice each month. You can set intentions for each monthly journey, too, if you are trying to manifest something in particularly or nurture a specific project. Personally, I like to just tap in and tell my body to use this crysted essence for the greater good of myself and the collective, to support the transmutations of shadows into light. Once you've set an intention, you can just go about your everyday business and rituals, holding the knowing that the universe will bring you into alignment with circumstances and situations that will influence the spirit molecule's chemical brew in a way that best supports your intentions. Obviously, these can sometimes be tests of will from your shadow self, so it is important that you learn to really embody your own knowing so that you are aware of the difference. As an intermittent fasting veggie, and part-time ketogenic eater, I consume a majorly alkaline balanced diet in my day-to-day life. It is during my 2.5-day preservation period that I will fast more, depending on how my body is feeling at the time. It is absolutely essential that you listen to your physical self and prepare for any cleanse. If not managed properly, cleansing can cause serious health issues. In the days building up to the preservational cleanse, I try to eat more mindfully and alkalize as much as possible. For 48 to 72 hours prior to my preservation days, I also minimalize my caffeine intake and meditate more frequently. It is good practice during this preparation time to be more positive by monitoring your thoughts and staying present. I wear a small mushroom ring on my little finger, which reminds me to come back to the moment each time I see it. At the end of this chapter I have included a table of a possible rundown of a basic preservation for me. Again, remember that this is very generalized. Although this isn't necessary, when I started I wanted a plan that I could build upon and personalize. Therefore, there is a blank column here where you may make your own notes about things you think will not work for you, or ideas that download into your energy field whilst you read. As preserving the sacred secretion is a purification process, it's best to build up to your ideal physical vehicle so that you do not get lots of detoxing effects, often manifesting as physical illness. I was the world's worst for poor diet and was on a straight path to diabetes when I discovered the sacred secretion, so I speak from honest experience when I say that it is easier to start by adding the good stuff in rather than completely cutting all of the bad stuff out. Eventually, you won't even crave the chocolate or TV show anymore because it will no longer resonate with your path. So just start simple with those aspects of cleansing that are achievable for you right now and gradually build up. It has taken me years to get to this point in preservation, and I'm still learning and adapting constantly. As your thoughts generate more power than your diet, it is important that you remain as calm and stress-free as possible during the cleansing days in particular. It is meant to be a time of rest and detoxifying, both physically and mentally. Therefore, if fasting is making you miserable, remember that this isn't maintaining an alkaline environment. Feeling happy and positive is far more important than resting the digestive tract. And, epigenetically, your body may just not be able to fast well. Instead, your body may be able to raise the oil in other ways, depending on its own genetic imprint, such as via the fruitarian route or by simply being mindful and not overindulging. Preservation is a gradual progress, and not one to be taken lightly. It takes preparation, commitment and time to unknot previously limiting thoughts and habits in order to strengthen newer, healthier ones. But good things come to those who persevere, and building up the DMT thermostat gradually is necessary for evolution. If you are in a position where you are able to fast and sun gaze during the preservation days and feel good during this, perfect. If not, don't sweat it. Everybody is different and can preserve at different levels. My body now craves the preservational cleanse and I feel good when I get there. My monthly bleed is even synchronized with my preservation time, so this is a really powerful cleanse and purification phase for me. But it has taken a lot of trial, error and practice. Learning to control your mind and body is the first step and should be part of daily life, not just during the preservation days. I remember a particular bank holiday weekend when the moon entered my star sign, but I had social plans on every day, including a music festival on the Saturday. At times like these, when the pros of preservation do not outweigh the cons, just do what you can. That weekend, I just tried to laugh as much as I could and was extra grateful. My point is, go at your own pace and listen to your body. You'll know whether the messages are from the healing universe or the devouring dragon. And as every soul family's genetic blueprint is different, how my body saves the seed may be different to yours. It can also be difficult to explain this phenomenon to those who are in a complete state of ignorance or who have no interest in the subject. Therefore, it can be easier to merely say that these days are cleansing days to avoid any negative comments that may cause conflicting emotions at this time. As it says in Matthew 6:17-18, but when you fast, put oil on your head and wash your face, so that it will not be obvious to others that you are fasting, but only to your Father, who is unseen, and your Father, who sees what is done in secret, will reward you. Thus, sharing your knowledge with those who are ready to hear it is always a good idea, as it is likely divine timing and entanglement which has brought you together. However, knowing when to protect your own self-worth is just as important. Like it said above, only the Father needs to see what is done in order to reward you. It is difficult to describe the emotions felt after a successful preservation of the sacred secretion, but I will try my best. Just remember that your biorhythms run differently to mine and your soul may be seeking very different levels, so you may well experience very different clues. But for me, typically, following the rebirth, my senses become heightened. I literally feel as though I am aware of every electron whirling around me. My dreams become far more vivid, my meditation sessions become more intense, and I see more synchronicities such as number patterns and songs on the radio. During one preservation period, I was meditating outside and the same bird kept flying past and around me, over and over. In addition, I feel more in sync with the world and a strong sense of understanding, as if I know that I am doing the right thing. Since beginning my journey of monthly preservation periods, I have noticed that I am able to reach the higher states during my meditation sessions, the ones that feel like an orgasm in your head, much quicker. Here, I feel more connected to the universe and come out of the meditation full of euphoric love. It is during the preservation days and the few that follow that I tend to receive more specific communication from the energy field. These messages have included the titles and cover pages for my books, people I need to reach out to, and confirmations to thoughts/ideas I had been considering. Signs that you are upgrading include, but are not limited to, memories, past life, ancestral, akashic, being activated, increased synchronicities presenting themselves, lightheadedness and tingling, although these can also be signs of toxic electromagnetic influence or environmental poisoning, so tap into yourself to feel if these are positive or negative symptoms. The heart feeling open and feelings of love/gratitude, the physical senses feeling more powerful and brighter. Being aware of elementals and light beings, such as fairies, rushes of warmth through your body, more powerful meditations, vivid dreams, vast life changes as energies shift, changes in food cravings, increased thirst for quality water, a strong desire to be outside, increased sense of connection to other living things, such as insects, animals, plants and people. As I started to hold more light, I remember becoming increasingly frustrated at trying to verbalize what I could see and feel in my body, rather than simply being able to send and receive these, the DNA blueprint of telepathy, as well as having to physically travel, the blueprint memory for biolocation and teleportation. I would also go through stages of feeling like eating was incredible effort, the genetic markings for sun eating and photosynthesizing. Whilst delving deeper into myself and the spiritual literature, it became evident that these were just the awakening memories from a time when such phenomena were not only possible but were the norm. If all of this seems too much to take on, note that it has taken ups and downs to get to this point in my life, and, as with everything, your body may react differently to mine and have varying requirements. I may not even have it right myself, as I'm still learning all of the time, as every single human being is. Listen to your body and your soul and follow the path that makes you feel most connected. If nothing else, make these days a time to focus on you. Note, though, that it is essential not to push anything to happen when attempting to reach enlightenment. I learned this the hard way. After having a very successful meditation session one day whilst on holiday, I spent months pushing and pushing, trying to force my mind into reaching this higher state again, as it truly was the best emotional experience of my life. It wasn't until researching the sacred secretion that I began to let go of trying. Lo and behold, these are now regular occurrences of mine. Take your time. For more information on when the moon will enter your star sign, you can purchase a moon calendar or diary, or visit www.moontracks.com. You can also download the following apps: Time Passages. This uses your location to detail the exact time that various cosmic bodies, including the moon, are dominating according to the tropical zodiac system. Sky View. This is great for identifying constellations and seeing the sidereal system. Deluxe Moon. This is good for comparing the location of the moon, sun, etc. within all three zodiac systems described in Chapter 5. You can also skip into the future in order to make note of when your future preservation periods occur. Remember, many people successfully preserve the sacred secretion without even being aware of it, evidencing that there is no wrong way or right way. You will just know. Figure 32, Preservation Plan. Chapter 22, Endocrine Alchemy, and the restoration of the thymus. Throughout mythology are endless stories of a deity or person of sorts having to descend and ascend through 7 levels, God's 7 sealed scrolls, Ishtar/Inanna's descent through 7 gates of the underworld, the 7 heavens, the 7 judges of the underworld of the Anunnaki, etc. Nowadays, we tend to refer to these levels as chakras or energy centers/portals. This ideology is evident worldwide and, in my personal opinion, is reference to inner initiations from the Latin initium, meaning an entrance/gate or to go through. These initiations are baptisms by divine frequencies stored in the human form that require activation. As stated by Manly Palmer Hall, the answer to all riddles is man himself. As godlike beings with the ability to consciously think in the moment and plan for the future whilst energetically moving interdimensionally, we as human are gifted with organs and body systems which are separate entities in their own right, but which we build in our image of perfection through lifestyle, diet, thought processes, etc. Basically, we have the fractal vehicle of a human body and we adapt this according to our own personal beliefs of what the perfection of this looks and feels like. Thus, there is an oversoul, core template of creation, of which the human vehicle manifests in the image of. Yet, even though every aspect of universal creation is instructed through sacred geometrical blueprints such as these, individual anatomy manifests upon and within the multidimensional layers of a person's unique truth, that is, what that co-creator sees as their reality. In modern society, this truth can be distorted by disrupting frequencies from others. Blockages in the human body act as circuit breakers and dwindle the flow of energy from original source. This is what much of traditional medicine was grounded upon, that disease, whether physical or energetic, can only occur in the absence of flow, bioenergetic stagnation. This could result from dietary malnutrition or even retained within cellular memory/trauma from ancestors. Our bodies are electric, and they run on electricity. These energy lines, often called meridians, run throughout the human form, passing through specific centers in order to enhance these, much like an electric circuit with a battery/cell, motor, etc. To make the most of this harnessed energy from the ether, our energy centers, chakras, glands, must be functioning. Endocrine alchemy is a practice used by humans for millennia as a means of upgrading and calibrating their body system to its original blueprint of creation in the image of the divine, perfect oversoul. It is in this calibration that we are better able to decipher truth and navigate our realities. The endocrine system is a messenger system within the body that uses hormones released from internal glands in feedback loops. Glands are the communicators, transformers and transmuters between the spiritual, divine, cosmic self and the grounded, earthly and physical self. They bring about sacred alchemy within humans. Alchemy refers to the process of converting one material into another. Interestingly, if we look back at one of the most ancient languages known to date, in Semitic al means god/deity and chem means to pour or black. Thus, alchemy could mean black deity which to the Egyptians was Anubis, the god of rebirth initiation. Alternatively, alchemy could also translate as poured from God. As language is wide and ancient, the true etymology of words is typically be inferred subjectively. Here though, both references link to a form of baptism. Therefore, endocrine alchemy is the act of using the body's natural processes to convert one thing into another. The purpose of endocrine alchemy is the ultimate perfection of the human form, a recalibration of the body to its godly creator. This is achieved through the correct tincturing of the alchemical fluids of the body. According to Manly Hall, within these tincturing processes, it was said that the glands of the body were under the control of the moon, whereas the agent which moved through them was under the control of the sun. Thus, the sacred secretion can be mirrored to a form of endocrine alchemy, as it can be inferred that the glands of the body produce the sacred secretion under the influence of the moon, based on the energy of the sun, our star sign. We know that each endocrine gland is connected to a chakra energy center, gateway/portal. Each of these chakras is said to resonate with a particular color of the light spectrum due to its vibratory nature, as discussed in previous chapters. Yet, we know this to be the manifestation of light once it has been split and separated by a prism. In its original form, all light is pure and invisible to the naked eye, referred to as white light. Hence, I see the chakra system as a splitting of energy that we are to merge back into synchronized connectivity within a central light column through the spinal cord. Melchizedek endocrine alchemy, then, is a way of optimizing the functioning of our glands and chakras to resynchronize these light frequencies back into one central light column, whereby all chakras are united into one sacred cord. When the central light column is optimized, the flow of energy through this is phenomenal. It is for this reason that the spinal cord can be seen as a sort of thermometer of divine substance. Ancient Greeks called this ichor. Manly Hall called this mercury. Magenta Pixie calls it quantum DMT. I refer to it as the sacred secretion. The CSF and sacred secretion flow and travel along the spinal cord, empowered by the energy centers and glandular secretions. Together, these chakras merge and create a straight and narrow path for the Christ, oil, to enter and baptize. According to the ancient Egyptians, the sun god Ra takes the form of a phoenix, the light/fire of the soul, and initiates humans into perfection, known as Melchizedek. Within his book titled the same name, Manly Hall explains how the places of initiation, For example, pyramids with triangular room of the third ventricle where initiates would remain buried for 3 days, etc., were copied from the body of man. The rituals were given in the various chambers and passageways symbolic of certain processes taking place in the human body. Doors and labyrinths mirror the natural anatomy and initiates would travel themselves. This is interesting as the pineal gland is often seen as a door, closing ventricles, spaces, from each other, with kundalini, serpent/fire energy, holding the power to open the door. I find it intriguing to compare much of the wisdom in this book to that which is concealed within the Harry Potter tales. Alas, a hidden door that is opened only by the tongue of a serpent, the Chamber of Secrets. Here, darkness is transmuted by the gifts of a phoenix. Similarly, Lucifer traditionally was known as the light carrier. The deity is considered locked into the abyss to redeem the Christos, to become a Christed one. Like the cerebrospinal fluid, which descends, redeems the Chrism then ascends back up again. The so-called fall of man, then, can be seen as the dormitory, limbo or closing of the pineal, or the Chamber of Secrets, until confronted by serpent energy and the secrets, wisdom, revealed once more. 7 gates. As stated previously, there are many mythical tales that make reference to a form of initiation through 7 gates of sorts. Manly Hall states that new wisdom must escape upwards through the 7 gates, aka the chakras, the planets, the glands, the code of colors, each of which is under the dominion of a planet. The soul, light, must be filled with knowledge to pass the 7 powers and mount up to the 8th, the celestial mother. It is for this reason that it is said in the Bible that we each must build up our treasures in heaven. This is reference to the development of wisdom. As humans, color man/chakra bearers, we must increase our self-awareness continuously and maintain our inquisitiveness like little children. Matthew 18:3. It is this wisdom that allows us, as we transition from this human reality into the expanded reality that follows material death/rebirth, to navigate our return to divine source and make more conscious, knowing choices, rather than be caught up in a karmic loop or deceived by energies with dark agendas. We hold the wisdom, new, in our lightness to grant us passage through the cosmos. The moon is the mother of all generations. She presides over vapors, humidity, mist, and ancestral wisdom. She sends the sacred secretion, the Son of God, to initiate and awaken the co-creators of Earth. Brain do only by the disciplines of the mysteries is the soul awakened from its lethargy and stimulated to achieve self-liberation. Manly Palmer Hall. When dissected, the brain reveals within itself a vaulted chamber, on either side of which are wings that move gently with the motion of flowing CSF. In fact, the brain is full of vaulted chambers, passageways and labyrinths. Manly Palmer Hall's studies of classical anatomical literature revealed that these early treatises mentioned that the brain moves in the skull according to the phases of the moon and that the accompanying change in chemical composition of the CSF as a result was referred to as dew from heaven. If this is composed within the body of a common worthy initiate with purified vessels, it is said that a great treasure, gold, would be delivered by the moon and stars. Likewise, alchemists, including the Druids, were said to have collected an all-healing dew upon glass, lucidum, during certain moon times and solar year. Even though modern pharmaceutical-based science leaves no room or funding for spiritual research, there are vast ancient accounts from when this was a dominant science. Classical references to a truth of sorts being gifted to humans from the heavens dominates historical scientific literature. This includes reference to dew, golden apples, soma, ambrosia, honey, wine, olive oil, perfume, etc. The human body is the Holy Grail or communion cup, whereby connection with God is established. We see similar ideas from the Egyptians, who spoke of a jewel-bearing tree, up which the god Horus climbs and produces light. Chinese myth speaks of a grand tree that produces golden fruit, an Arabian tree with 12 branches and, as the sun enters each, it ripens the fruit thereof, and the apocalyptic tree that bore 12 manner of fruit and yielded each month. Mythology, what never was but always is gods are the divine forces of life. In Egypt, they were referred to as the Neter, which is where the English word nature derives from. Avatars are depictions of these gods as a way of satisfying the human need to visualize and pass on knowledge through stories. By giving these gods and goddesses names and pictorials, we give them a place, a home. After all, the Garden of Eden doesn't exist unless someone is there to observe it. The term hermaphrodite in modern society tends to equate to one who is both man and woman. The name itself is a combination of Hermaphrodite's parents, Hermes, messenger of God, masculine, Pineal, and Aphrodite, creation, feminine, pituitary. Hermes is associated with the pineal, which travels between worlds and has wings. On the contrary, the pituitary is tied to Aphrodite, who was born from the genitals of Cronus, time, in the ocean, CSF, which can be interesting to consider the shape of the pituitary and its two lobes as similar to a man's reproductive organs. Alas, when the masculine, Hermes, and the feminine, Aphrodite, merge, they birth a most glorious fluid with equal properties of both, hermaphrodite. The sacred secretion is a way of bringing sacred union into yourself. For too long the world has seen the masculine and feminine as opposites. Now, we are waking up to the balance, the equality, the sacred royal marriage of both. This historic torment and splitting, however, has left scars in our energy fields and genetic print in what is commonly referred to as our shadows. We each have built up vast amounts of shadows, from inherited ancestral trauma to past life karma to modern social conditioning. Preserving the sacred secretion is just one way of working with the laws of nature to actively awaken the light body. The more you transmute your shadows into light, the more in touch you will be with the divine and you will synchronize more easily to your soul mission. Further clarification can be found when considering that Greek mythos states that Hermaphrodite is the grandchild of Atlas, as Maia, the mother of Hermes, is the daughter of Atlas. Thus, this deity is also known as Atlanteus, which I find interesting as it sounds so similar to Atlantis. As I'm sure you know, Atlantis is said to be an incredibly advanced world of evolved humans. It was protected by the god Poseidon, god of oceans, and Atlas, son of Poseidon, was its king. The people of Atlantis were said to have become too immoral, so the city, treasure, was concealed by Poseidon, who made it sink underwater. So, humans have spent centuries searching for a magical place full of advanced technology and communion with gods that, it seems, was again an initiation tale for those with ears to know where to truly find this hidden human technology, within our inner waters. Myth stories further read that Atlanteus, hermaphrodite, united with a nymph of wells, water. They, male-female energy and water, become one, and it was granted that everyone who bathes in the well of these would be metamorphosed into a hermaphrodite, both masculine and feminine, mer-people. Mer means sea. The ideology of merfolk has uncanny resemblance to the Namos described in Chapter 1 of this book, water beings who deliver wisdom from the cosmos to humans. Although often believed to be extraterrestrials who visited Earth in order to enhance human evolution, it is my personal belief that a genetic altering happened which connected human DNA more intrinsically with the cosmos. This would enable interstellar communication with energetic beings across vast galaxies and dimensions. Endocrine alchemy, the tincturing of the sacred secretion, is the process of upgrading our energy body into a more mobile form, like a serpent/merfolk's tail. If one imagines now the traditional pictorial of merfolk, it will have a human-looking top and a water being's tail, like a dolphin, which is also a highly intelligent, psychic creature. The purpose of this tail structure is to enable easy navigation through water and to vortex water energy. The sacrum at the base of a human spine has a similar function, swimming within CSF and vortexing/propelling this fluid around the spinal cord. Your body is the altar of the gods. A temple is a place where one worships the gods. As explained by artist Michelangelo, this temple is within us. External temples were built as external representations of the temple we all have within ourselves, our own bodies. Specifically, the fused sacrum can be seen in inner temples, designed to propel energy up and down our central light column, reaching oneness. The human system is designed as a divine energy transmuter and transmitter. We see evidence of this throughout ancient ceremonies and rituals. For example, weddings. This is a day for two lovers to be the god and goddess. Their love and the joy of others gifts and elevates the frequency of the couple, like charging a battery or upgrading a character on a game. Similarly, a funeral is a celebration of one's life, whereby energy is generated between loved ones in an effort to lighten the heart of the deceased so that they can reach the afterlife more vibrantly. Grief, then, is the giving of love energy to another to pay their safe passage. The feelings of sadness are typically attributed to the taking on of another's woes/sins for yourself, for example feelings of guilt. The wake celebration is for clearing this so-called sin, which literally means missing, and elevates more positive, loving emotions. These emotions of love have a higher charge and so can be used to pay for smoother transitions for one's soul. Take the Egyptian ceremony of weighing a person's heart against a feather. This is to assess the lightness of their life, how light a person and their deeds were. At a funeral, we send love to the departed soul to make them even lighter so that their spirit can rise and transmute more easily. More love equals more light. This departure may be challenging for those still living and feel incredibly sad, but it is inevitable death that makes us enjoy life so much more. It is the conscious unknowing of what is to come and the knowing that an end/transition will come that leads us to desire more joy, fun, laughter and love in life. And within all such traditions, we see the symbolism of the elements used to enhance the transitions. For instance, there was a time when tears were revered as a healing fluid, and so the funeral was a ceremony in which tears from loved ones were gathered and buried with the dead in order to heal the sins or hurts of the deceased, ascending one. If we remember the art of word magic explained previously, deceased also sounds like deceased, which means removal of possession taken by force, or decised meaning removal of legal custody. At which point, death can be inferred as a means of completing one's contract. That said, it is important, as always, to remember that each person's truth may vary depending on their chosen contract before passing into this life. A seed knows which nutrients to take in so that it can grow optimally. Yet, different seeds require different nutrients. Likewise, we as humans take in different nutrients, truths, so that we can grow into who we want to be. So, trust the process and that it works. Observe, learn lessons, heal, accept. Maturity is the revisiting of emotions as something beautiful. Receive teaching, accept responsibility, misunderstood desire for unity, healing work. Emotions are experiences, not identity, and we are freed of delusion from right or wrong when we learn to flow with these energies. Once we have learned to trust ourselves and our own truth, we may be of service to support others, like an energy portal of upgrading frequencies. Thus, we can share love with other creatures to elevated levels/upgrade. This is why more and more animals are becoming domesticated and tamed by humans, as they feel that our energy can support them in spiritually upgrading their own. Heart song intelligence comes from the head. Knowing comes from the heart, Dr. Tom Cowan. Whilst the brain is a transformer and transmitter of the vital electricity of life, the heart is the master. The heart lives first and dies last. According to Manly Palmer Hall, the heart is the noblest organ of the body and the true head of the human, as it is the real source of truth and inspiration. He claims that the heart of man is the highest place, where God resides. Furthermore, Hall states that, the heart is the house of God in which all veins meet and, through them, reason sends her commands to the extremities of her kingdom. Interestingly, the renowned Rudolf Steiner said that human evolution is dependent of 3 factors. 1. People must stop working for money. 2. People must stop thinking that there is a difference between the sensory and motor nerves. 3. People must stop believing that the heart is a pump. Yes, the heart is not a pump. It is a structuring device, a furnace in which blood is spiritualized via a spiralized motion. Thus, the heart not only regulates a person's electromagnetic field and communicates energetically, but it also regulates the physical vessel on a multitude of levels. In fact, it seems that the heart is a 7-faced shape, referred to as a chestahedron, which forms a vortex when spun. Geometrically, the heart is shaped perfectly to fulfill the role as a structuring device/vortexing machine. Thus, rather than pushing and pumping blood, the heart is creation in motion. Dr. Tom Cowan has an excellent book titled Human Heart, Cosmic Heart that explains this phenomenon in more detail. It's short, though. It appears that the heart is a structuring device. It does not make the blood move faster or in any way bring it back up from the extremities. Instead, it is the plasmic phase, easy/fourth phase, of matter that maneuvers the blood. This easy, exclusion zone, state of matter is known as such because it excludes, keeps separated, solutes and repels all other negatively charged particles. The same process is used by trees to draw up water from the earth. This is another reason why natural sunlight exposure and grounding to the earth are so paramount, as these have been shown to structure our inner waters and strengthen our exclusion zones. Sharing infrared energy with others, for example through holding hands and hugging, also support this, according to Dr. Cowan. By programming our heart to vortex frequencies of love and gratitude, we change the output of our own body and those of others who enter our field. The magnetic field of the human heart extends out from each person in a toroidal shape and influences the rhythm of the physical heart of others. These, in turn, alter the energetic imprint of the heart and corresponding output to the rest of the physical and non-physical forms. The toroidal field is designed to move the human body gracefully through dimensions. We are designed to allow frequencies through. It's like a lubrication through the different dimensions. You are multidimensional. Your job isn't to shift yourself. Your body already knows how to do this. Your job is to allow it to flow. Hence, heart expansion is the literal expanding of the heart's influence, grown in joy. An open and expanded heart holds increased amounts of higher frequencies, which can be used to further influence the alchemical brewing of the body. We then, as ionizers, alter the charge of the planet, like batteries for Gaia. Intense emotional responses from humans literally change the frequency of the planet, as evident from the Schumann resonance during 9/11 and times of collective meditation. This is why the Egyptians weighed the heart and not the brain. The heart is where our true energetic imprint can be found. The heart is an alchemist that vortexes the will of God through the sacred geometric shape of the chestahedron. When speaking of ancient figures such as Jesus and Krishna, we see that the God comes forth not as a man but through man. It was by no coincidence that ancient perfume and oil carriers were shaped and depicted in the same way as the human heart. This symbolized how the heart was the holding and brewing place of sacred elixirs. Likewise, numerous creation stories state how modern man was created from the bones or ashes, minerals, foundations, of an older race and the blood, life force, ichor, of gods. The brain and heart together tincture the perfect elixir desired by the God body. Thymus liberation. The thymus is the gland associated with the heart chakra. The word thymus means to sacrifice. It derives from the root word dew/fumus, which translates as fumes, vapor, to rise in a cloud. This is due to the fact that the thymus shrinks with age. The main job of this gland is to mature the body's immune system, physically and spiritually, before shrinking during puberty. It is for this reason that it is said that the thymus is where the inner child lives, in our hearts. Manly Hall also states that the decreasing of the size of the thymus was so intriguing to the ancients that they referred to it as the organ of the mysteries and as the gland of purification. Thus, it is within this locked and protected energetic chamber of the heart that our natural birthright, original purity and tenderness, innocence, playfulness, joy, inquisitiveness, energy, vitality and enthusiasm are either hidden or strengthened. In the works of Homer, thumos was the seat of the soul and referred to as vital energy, which we now call emotion. Thumos is the defender of the good and links the heart and throat chakras, encouraging us to speak our truth and communicate. As a man thinketh in his heart, so he is. Thus, through the merging of the energy gateways, chakras, we enlighten our central light column and reactivate the spiritual oversoul of the thymus. When we preserve the sacred secretion and grant it safe passage up and through our central column, it increases in vibrancy profoundly. After upgrading from the brain, the sacred substance enters the blood and is tinctured by the heart. This enhances the energetic imprint of the entire body permanently. With each preservation, the heart is strengthened and refines its output more and more until the human form is purified enough to hold to high frequencies of the gods and one becomes Christed, God in the flesh. To summarize so far, the thymus gland specializes in maturing the physical immune system to optimize the chances of survival from childhood to adulthood. At which point, the gland becomes physically smaller. It seems of no coincidence to me that the thymus gland reaches maturity by decreasing in size at the same time as the pineal reaches maturity by increasing its efficiency, both at similar points in puberty. For most people, puberty is the time in which the physical body develops towards adulthood, producing the necessary hormones, neurotransmitters and metabolites to see the individual through maturity. For me, I see childhood as a time when imprints are made and physiological adaptations are created in the physical in order to set the body on the path that the soul had previously chosen. Enlightenment, then, comes when we restore this childlike state of awe and combine it with the wisdom that comes with maturity, thus merging the heart and the mind. We align our central light column by opening each seal, chakra, and restoring the divine purity, innocence, of each, hence becoming like little children but with the experience and wisdom of elders. The sacred secretion is empowered more optimally when the central light column is aligned and the energy centers are in sync. The heart, thymus, then becomes a more optimal structuring device, healing all bodies, physical, spiritual, energetic, mental, emotional, etc., and calibrating these. At which point, all parts of ourselves, including those soul parts which may have been fractured during traumatic childhoods or past lives, are safe to be called back into this now moment. Life is a journey full of lessons. Humans are designed to be the guardians of this planet reality. By upgrading our avatars through experiences, we awaken our God powers more optimally and become portals, able to assist in the upgrading of frequencies for all other living things, including each other. Before we become healers though, we must heal ourselves so that we can hold space for others in a safe way. This happens when we tune into our body and increase our self-awareness through connection with our own self. When we optimize our endocrine alchemy, we optimize our connection with all energy as we become better adapted to shift through dimensions and energy fields. Recap of what the sacred secretion is. In short, the human brain is full of magnetic compounds referred to as biomagnetite, which is incredibly sensitive to shifts within the magnetic field. When the magnetic moon energy enters the electrical star sign energy that the sun was in at the moment you were born, this biomagnetite signals the colostrum of the brain to release neuropeptides to the pineal and pituitary glands, which stimulates them to release their sacred secretions, milk and honey, into the body's cerebrospinal fluid, CSF, a highly conductive liquid that flows in and around the central nervous system. The neural milk and honey travel within the CSF down to the base of the spine to the sacrum, the biblical stable, and holds these long enough for the Christ seed to be birthed, before propelling this vibrant inner gold back up the 33 vertebrae of the spine, Jacob's ladder, towards the brain. Here, after being crucified, meaning increased in power, by the light streaming in at the crossing point of the optic chiasma, the CSF rests the Christ essence within the tomb of the brain, which neurologists refer to as the lateral ventricle, concealed by the rock-like thalamus. The moon's magnetism signals this rest for 2 to 3 days as it moves through your dominating star sign, the same amount of time that Christ was in the biblical tomb of Golgotha, meaning skull. If saved and preserved within the body of someone who is aware of and witnesses this inner alchemy with knowing, a release of the chrism is signaled as the lunar energy exits your magnetic resonance. This highly vibrant fluid then activates a number of upgrades, if you will, such as increased oxytocin produced by the heart, which supports the embodiment of higher frequencies of love, improved vasopressin regulation, enabling more light to be held in the body, upregulated receptor sites for pineal metabolites, such as the spirit molecule, DMT, and an overall pineal gland enhancement, as well as improved mitochondrial energy production, thus enhancing further light body upgrades. Basically, the entire body receives an ascension boost which, in turn, enhances our connection to source and spirit. In other words, when the feminine magnetic moon energy becomes influenced by the sun's masculine electric energy, which happens when the moon enters a person's star sign each month, a solar seed or Christ germ is born within the human body, cultivated by the coming together of neurometabolites from the pineal and pituitary. This high vibrational essence is then sent down the spine and propelled back up again within CSF in order to increase its power, before it is signaled to rest within the lateral ventricle of the brain until the moon's energy is no longer as resonant, at which point the chrism is released into the blood and gives the body a massive upgrade. Evidence that the ancients knew of such phenomenon is clear within the architecture of ancient sites, but is also incredibly strong within the literature, which was a predominant way of passing on knowledge. Even today, we teach children complex ideas by telling them stories which personify such issues. Once you are aware of the sacred secretion, the Bible literally reads like a manual for enhancing this process. Even Manly Hall states that the Bible is beyond doubt a physiological textbook. We see other clear examples in mythology from the Essenes, the Druids, ancient Egypt and, predominantly, ancient Greece, whereas was referred to as nectar and ambrosia, food of the gods, which turned blood into ichor and, thus, initiated a person to their god powers and made them immortal. To summarize, the sacred secretion process is one of converting one form of energy into another, that can be preserved and fully raised 12 to 13 times a year, and at such times we are gifted with the invaluable potential to be reborn and ascend to the inner kingdom of heaven. After all, Jacob has to become aware of the stairway to heaven and drench his stone with oil before again meeting God in solitude by a stream and wrestling with his knowing during the night, as DMT and the moon energy dominate, before succeeding in naming that place where God was met in the physical realm Pineal. Summary and personal reflection: the human body was intelligently designed as a divine alchemy center. We are the philosopher's stone, with the ability to turn base materials into gold, and no process is a clearer example of this than the sacred secretion. Throughout millennia, this alchemical brew has seen many titles, including Chrism, Christ oil, honey, nectar, ambrosia, ichor. But all are reference to the activation of increased inner light and access to Christ consciousness fractal codes. Christ said, "The kingdom of heaven is within you," and raising the sacred secretion is our own inner cultivation of this. There are many truths and different teachers who you may listen to and agree or disagree with in different times. Your crystalline light body is bringing all light/truths/versions of you all into the one body in order to activate most optimally towards your highest good. You may even feel called to birth your own strand of teachings to pull in particular frequencies and support others in their own embodiment. Whatever your future desired are, ask yourself, what motives urge you to take up these arts and sciences? If the answer is anything other than unselfish service to humanity, then it may be worth sitting with that for a while. References and bibliography: Cowan, T. 2016, Human Heart, Cosmic Heart. Chelsea Green Publishing Company Hall, M. Mann, The Grand Symbol of the Mysteries, Book, reprinted, Shoemaker, D. 2000, All Love. Celestial Wellspring Publications. Summary of Part 3 according to Jordan Peterson, 2018, Order and Chaos Must Coexist. Accepting this fact opens one to the possibility of transforming chaos into order. So, in a world where we are constantly bombarded with negative news stories, one must realize that accepting defeat is not an option, and we must all step up out of the chaos so that we can create order. This is also one of the key principles when aspiring to 5D consciousness, acceptance. There are countless adaptations to the spiritual practice of preserving the sacred oil, which has caused a lot of controversy regarding the true way to God. However, if anything, this highlights that there is no true way. We are all unique and for valid reasons. We cannot create an entire macroorganism from one type of blood cell or variant of Christian mitochondria or species of bacteria. Each have different purposes, motives and realms of consciousness and are essential for overall health, performance and awareness. In the same way, a vast range of humans manifest, too. Part 3 of this book aimed to detail some of the common strategies and techniques used to preserve the inner Christ. In addition, examples are given of some of my own routines that could offer a starting point for anybody unsure of the first steps in their journey. As well as what is presented in this book, my best efforts are put into trying to keep my website, www.victorialoalou.com, updated with all that I learn along this journey, so checking in with this is recommended for regular updates. Figure 33, summarizing concept map. Conclusion: in this fast-paced modern life, so many people have become distanced from their true nature. We lost our power and understanding of the natural rhythm of being human. Our intuition became dormant and our insight irrelevant. We swapped ritual for routine and forgot that we, too, are a part of nature. Yet, there is a time for rest and a time for play, a time for high energy and a time for reflection. It is the following of cycles that enables us to grow. When we fight against this flow, life can lose meaning and purpose. Preserving the sacred secretion is a chance for you to take time, just once a month, to recalibrate, to really feel your power and connection. After all, living in love and awe is the ultimate devotion to God, creation and yourself. In the Gospel of Mary, God is the good and the good is not separate from us. The sacred secretion is both an oily and plasmic substance that equates to quantum DMT for both humans and Gaia. When the masculine and feminine energies, and corresponding physical biochemicals, of the human body intertwine, the awareness-enhancing child of light is born and raised to crucifixion, in order to cleanse the body of sin and cellular damage. By preserving this substance, the Christos is empowered. Following awakening and ascension, a person's spiritual signature is strengthened. Over time, the repetition of this practice, alongside the encouragement of such amongst others, gives power to the collective consciousness of the earth. It raises the kundalini of the individual and the planet, securing the re-emerging of the divine feminine. From the research presented in this book, it can be seen that raising and preserving the sacred secretion is one of many paths one could take in achieving enlightenment and reconnecting with their collective soul family. What separates raising the Chrism in this way from other spiritual practices is its strong connection to the cosmos and the alignment of our closest celestial body, the moon, with that of our life-giving star, the sun, and our nearest influencing astronomical bodies, the planets and zodiac belt. By synchronizing our own microcosmic body with the larger Mother Earth and further expanding to the macrocosmic Father Sky, we are not only able to access support from the universe, but we also give back by strengthening it. Just like each human relies on the smaller organisms that are the building blocks of themselves, so is each living thing on this planet an organism supporting the health of Gaia. I once heard a beautiful theory from Randall Carlson which resonated with me tremendously. He stated that humans are indeed the guardians of Earth, as detailed within the creation story of the Old Testament. The planet is itself a larger living organism trying to survive and protect the life it has created as a macro mother, manifesting an organism with intelligence and ability that would benefit the whole world. Consider yourself, for a moment. You are a conscious being, who increases the consumption of nutrients and supplements which support the health of beneficial smaller organisms within yourself, for example, sauerkraut for bifidobacteria. In this way we are consciously influencing the types of organisms that manifest within our own living cells in order to generate coherence. In accordance with the law of polarity, there must be negative to balance the positive. Without an awareness of what makes us feel bad, we would be unaware of what makes us feel good. It is the slow and steady awakening of oneself that leads to so much good that the bad becomes irrelevant. And that is where Randall Carlson claims we are moving towards now. Ignorance is no longer bliss and the vast majority of humans no longer want to throw plastic into the oceans, kill animals for pleasure or cut down forests. As a species, we are waking up. Thus, Gaia is a living organism which is consciously manifesting more intelligent life in the form of humans, who are required to work as guardians to protect the rest of the planet. Just like the organisms residing within our own human bodies depend on each other, so does all life on Earth. The planet's manifestation could have been of terrestrial evolution, through such phenomena as bringing man and mushroom/DMT together for neurogenesis, or extraterrestrial, if Gaia had called for help by way of signaling the consciousness of otherworldly beings to spore the planet, origin. Either way, the planet needed support in maintaining perfect health and upgrading to the next level of consciousness, so it sought the supplementary material required to do so, just as we would on a microcosmic level. Although there are some occasional errors in judgment which may cause a slight turn for the worst, like rogue cells turning into cancer, our worst days are always our biggest lessons. After all, once rock bottom has been hit, the only way left to go is back up. According to Dennis McKenna, we are being helped along the way by the sentient beings of Earth who are still physically rooted into the mother. He even believes that it is the plants who have domesticated humans, due to the fact that they communicate with us chemically and are spreading all around the world, such as the availability of ayahuasca in vast countries, not just Peru, nowadays, in order to support Gaia, her healing and ascension, like our own chemical messengers between cells. Randall Carlson believes the Earth has nurtured the evolution of an organism smart enough to prevent the destruction of the planet's life, which has happened so many times before in history. Hence, even though there is no doubt that there are corporations and families, some would even claim reptilians, which exert their influence on the planet through fear-mongering, power and control, history teaches us that good always prevails. And it always will. In the words of Matt Kahn, the light has already won. This is further evidenced by the increased resonance between planets and constellations and the return of energies such as those from Chiron, Sedna, and Aquarius, which remind us that we are currently going through an era of purging, both individually and collectively. Materialism and the dark agendas from the past have dominated and encrypted our light DNA, but our prayers are being answered. Due to the fact that we reside within a slice of the matrix which currently abides by the laws of time, it has felt like a slow movement. Now, however, we are reawakening at incredible speed. Our power and ability to work together collectively has been underestimated. We are collectively recalibrating our light bodies with the frequencies of Gaia and Source and returning to a reciprocal relationship, focused on love, gratitude and trust. Our souls, from whatever parts of the matrix they have previously gained knowledge from, chose to incarnate here to support the upgrade of Gaia by reactivating our own energies and working with those of other way showers. When enough of us are ionizing and radiating energy within ourselves that emit the 5D resonance and beyond, Gaia's ascension will accelerate and the forces that lie from the dark will no longer be able to survive on the planet. Within the Gospel of Mary, Magdalene explains that, at the end of the age of Pisces, all will return to being one and connected, as a fractal of the original, divine blueprint, DNA. She describes how the good enters your heart and returns from your heart back to Source. The heart is our true treasure which we must build up in heaven, the divine energy field. This is why the Egyptians favored the heart over the brain. Mary Magdalene continues, stating that Christ is within and must be sought from the inside, at which point, we become free from the chains of forgetfulness. This is similar to the Book of Revelations, which describes the end of the age of Pisces as now, with the age of Aquarius being fully anchored in between around 2020 to 2025. We are part of a huge shift in consciousness as part of the interconnected collective consciousness of Gaia. We are light, descended into physical form on this planet with a great mission. Just like you may choose those organic blueberries over the croissant for breakfast for the greater good of your body, Gaia has chosen us as the living organisms to support her own vehicle upgrade. Simply being aware of our existence, supporting others and taking action to both give and receive resonance from the Earth and its ionosphere is enough. We may not all be destined to be prophets who will live forever in physical history books, but we will all sleep in peace knowing that we are collectively strengthening the Earth with our own energy, like mitochondria in the macroform. We are the force, whether we choose to use that to serve the light or the dark is a choice of free will. The preservation of the sacred secretion within oneself affirms that we are here in the image of God. We are co-creators, we are the children of light, we are the guardians of Gaia, and we will not let her down. Love and bliss to UX. About the author. Victoria Loalou is a school teacher from England who now works as a research supervisor for degree students at university. She is also a qualified Second energy healer and hypnotherapist with more training and development on the horizon as she seeks to fill her wisdom tool belt with a myriad of strategies to support the healing of all living things and to promote self-empowerment and community. Victoria Loalou can be contacted by email, info@victorialoalou.com, or by direct messenger on her Instagram page, @VictoriaLoalou, for any queries. Please be mindful that researching the sacred secretion and writing books and blogs is Victoria's hobby and love, but she does work 3 other jobs, so response time may be slow. Other spiritual development practices. In addition to the preservation of the sacred secretion, the following practices are what I have found to be the most enlightening on my journey. Womb wisdom. Womb wisdom refers to the activating of the womb web and connecting to the original blueprint of creation. It is the original practice of priestesses around the world and the true holy grail of Jesus, as Mary Magdalene was a womb priestess who christened him. Second, energy healing. Second is an energy healing practice similar to Reiki but with roots in ancient Egypt. It is linked to supporting the preservation of the sacred secretion as it activates the chakras into alignment in order to produce a united central light column. Revoking false light contracts. As part of the hijacking of the matrix system of Earth, false light beings have altered our language and environment as a means of taking our energy for their own agenda. Revoking these false light contracts is an essential step in reclaiming our sovereignty. Therapeutic strategies. There are a range of therapeutic strategies available to support the processes and transmuting of trauma and shadows so that we can hold more light and ascend faster and more optimally. These strategies include EFT, havening, EMDR, NLP, hypnotherapy, chiropractic adjustments of the spinal column, etc. Details about some of these can be found on my website. Alternatively, you may wish to train in some of these yourself. There's a dance only you can do, that exists only in you, here and now, always changing, always true. Are you willing to listen with fascination? If you are, it will deliver you unto the self you have always dreamed you could be. This is a promise. Gabrielle Roth. Proof.